Chapter 1. What the hell are you all staring at? Do I look like your parents or something? Or are you looking for lottery numbers? With your luck, even if you bought them, you wouldn't win. Bunch of lottery slaves. Stop gawking at me already. Quite impressive for a first encounter. I must sincerely apologize and hope you don't take offense. I didn't mean to be rude, really. I swear. It just slipped out because I get nervous around people. These outbursts often happen when I have to walk alone through a crowd of unfamiliar faces in an unfamiliar place. And if more than 5 pairs of eyes are on me, the likelihood of me blurting out something inappropriate or unpleasantly sharp increases drastically. Worse yet, now it's not just 5 pairs of eyes. It's probably 100. I'm walking past the engineering faculty building at around noon, and the atmosphere feels like that time when 1,250 monks gathered together. What was that about again? I can't remember, but that's beside the point. What I really want to know is why Thailand produces so many engineers. Isn't this supposed to be an agricultural country? Why aren't there more farmers being produced instead? I'm a curious person with an overactive imagination and a keen sense of observation, which can be excessive at times. So I tend to be overly aware of my surroundings. And now that I'm the center of attention, I assume others are just as interested in me. But in reality, who cares that I'm walking by? Everyone seems too focused on their food or textbooks to even notice me. But my instincts tell me some are noticing, so maybe they are. I told you I have a vivid imagination. I nervously glance around and catch some students actually looking at me. They're even whispering and giggling among themselves. What should I do? Smile back or play dead? Which would be the best choice, God? I have no idea what they're laughing about. Maybe a physics exam problem. I used to laugh too when solving physics problems in high school because there wasn't much else I could do. But whatever they're laughing about, I'm pretty sure it's at my expense. You jerks. I want to look them straight in the eyes, but I don't dare. So I keep my head down, muttering like a bear licking honey off its paws, and quicken my pace until I'm almost running, desperate to escape this place as quickly as possible. Being this nervous and shy isn't funny. Hey, cutie, what's your name? My friend likes you. There it is. No wonder the fortune teller said I had a sixth sense. My instincts are always spot on when it comes to this crap. As soon as some jerk decides to catcall me, a chorus of ghostly howls follows. I now believe in karma because I used to do this kind of thing too, back when girls walked past our faculty. Now I know how those girls must have felt. They probably wanted to stop, take off their shoes, and smack us all in the face, just like I feel right now. I swear, if any of you come near my faculty alone, you're getting the same treatment. My name's Din. 06900444. Call me sometime, babe. Alright, enough with the pleasantries. From now on, I'm going to be myself, fully and unapologetically. Why don't you come kiss my foot, you dog? I wanted to yell back, and add, and by the way, your number only has 8 digits. Who the hell is going to reach you, idiot? But in reality, all I did was keep my head down and walk even faster, almost breaking into a sprint. Because even though they were in the wrong, this was engineering territory. If I shouted back, I'd likely end up with a dozen engineering students stomping on my face. I'll get you back for this. Revenge is a dish best served cold, even if it takes 10 years. Hey, Feem. Over here. It was like hearing the bell at the end of a boxing round, like pushing a boulder to the top of a hill, like finding a head for a louse. Okay, let's stop before I get carried away. I immediately rushed toward the voice. Tan, where the hell have you been? Leaving me to face this nightmare all by myself for ages. I complained in my head and shot a glance at the guys behind me, now that I had backup. I'm like a dog that becomes brave as soon as its owner comes home, or maybe like a princess about to be cursed by a witch, only to be saved at the last moment by a prince. Except this prince didn't ride in on a white horse. He just hopped off the back of a beat-up motorbike, shouting thanks to the friend who drove away. Pretty cool, huh? That was Dole's bike. His family runs a repair shop, and he fixed it up himself. Pretty awesome, right? Tan said cheerfully, hands on his hips, still admiring the departing bike. He hadn't even glanced at me yet, unaware of what was about to come his way for making me go through all that today. Looks like something out of Transformers, don't you think, Feem? We rode all the way from the library, and girls were staring the whole time. Yeah, they might have been staring out of pity. Really? And do you have insurance? I asked, not about the bike, but about Tan's life insurance. He laughed heartily. Why? Are you going to buy it for me? Ouch. Why'd you kick me? Damn it. Feme, you're as small as a puppy, but you sure kick hard. You're such a drama queen. Want another one? Are we going to stand here chatting until tomorrow, or should I grab a mat to sit on? I grumbled in annoyance. Tan chuckled and draped his arm over my shoulder. It was already unbearably hot, and now he had to add his heavy arm to my load. This guy is weird. He gets happy when his friends complain. His sharp eyes sparkled with joy, like a dog owner finally back home to play with his beloved pet. But today, this dog's not in the mood to play. In fact, this dog might just bite your head off instead. Whoa, Feme's playing the tough guy today. What's up? Not happy to see me. Shut up. You're making me sick. Ha ha ha. Come on, don't be mad. I'll treat you to lunch. Tan is like this. He loves to tease, then smooth things over. He likes to annoy people, then make it up to them. Seeing his friends upset makes him happy. Some people say he's playful, but I think the line between playful and psychotic is pretty thin for Tan. He's about to cross it. What's so funny, Tan? Did you smoke something? You're in a much better mood than when you called me, I said, sniffing around like a police dog searching for drugs as we walked toward the engineering cafeteria. Tan laughed even harder. Speaking of dogs, can we stop dragging them into this story? What? I can't laugh. Your complaining face is just too funny. You're cute when you're mad. My ears perked up, and I turned to squint at my best friend. Out of nowhere, he called me cute. Could it be? It's not what I'm thinking, is it? I teased, nudging Tan with my elbow. He frowned, puzzled for a moment, but when he figured out what I meant, he shoved me away so hard I almost tripped. I'm exaggerating, he barely pushed me. Haha, I'm such a good actor. Yeah, right, as if. Feme, stop smiling like that, or I'll kick you. I don't fall for friends, no matter how cute they are. You're just angry because you're in denial. Admit it, Tan. You secretly like me, don't you? I'm shipping us already. Shipping you with my foot, maybe. Even if you weren't my friend, I still wouldn't go for you. You're as short as a corgi, not my type at all. You know I'm only into tall, model types. Don't bully me. Corgi my foot. See, I told you we should stop talking about dogs, and now it's come back to bite me. Tan laughed out loud. Guys like him, who are over 180 centimeters tall, will never understand the pain of someone like me, who's just barely scraping 170. It might sound funny, but it's not really. It hits a sore spot. But I know Tan didn't mean to hurt my feelings, just like when I call him an ass. I don't actually mean to insult donkeys by comparing them to Tan. Haha. Whoa, sorry. Don't get mad, Feme. Chill out. What do you want to eat? I'll take care of everything today. Tan really knows how to keep the peace. No wonder we've been friends since our first year of secondary school. I remember writing in each other's friendship books at the end of our third year that we'd be friends forever. Thinking about it now, it's kind of embarrassing. But after middle school ended, we ended up going to the same high school and then the same university. Today, Papa Tan is treating us to a feast. Order anything you want. Go all out. I'll cover the bill, even if you eat so much your stomach bursts. That's more like it. The word free always sounds good, no matter how many times you hear it. Except when it comes to free drawings. Oh, I forgot to mention that I'm studying in the faculty of painting, and the distance between my faculty and Tan's faculty is like being on different continents. Visiting each other is like starting at Don Wing Airport and flying to land at engineering. Waiting for the university shuttle bus takes forever, so today, I had to walk, and my legs nearly fell off. And then I had to deal with those big mouths, so how could I not be in a bad mood? By the way, it makes me wonder where all the expensive tuition fees we pay are going. If there's no development at all, could the university at least add more shuttle bus rounds, Mr. Rector? Speaking of my faculty, I realize that the reason I've become the center of attention in the engineering faculty might be because of my appearance. I'm wearing fisherman pants soaked in the smell of paint thinner, a tie-dye shirt stained with oil paint, carrying a monk's shoulder bag, and my hair is tied up in a bun. I haven't showered or gone home in 3 days because I had to finish my work, eating, and sleeping at the faculty. So it's no surprise that students from other faculties find me particularly interesting. But personally, I've never thought of myself as strange. You should meet my friends in my faculty first. Other people are just not used to this look. Engineering students are simply not used to something different from their own environment. But I want you to open your mind, engineering. Try procrastinating and working close to the deadline once. If you've never procrastinated, how would you know? After pulling an all-nighter, the state of my work. Not me. Haha. I'm so funny. Laughing alone was a disaster. I was about to lie down in the corner of the messy shop room when my handsome friend, who was walking with his arm around my shoulder, called. It was like he was playing the role of karma. He spoke in a shaky voice, saying it was a code red, something important to discuss, and he needed my urgent help. He was so stressed that he didn't want to be on this planet anymore. So, like a saint, I dragged myself out, braving the heat like walking across a desert to help a friend. No distance is too far, no fatigue is too great. But when I got there, I was barked at by engineering students, and Tan seemed completely fine, looking as handsome as ever. In fact, I'm the one who probably needs help. Sleep deprivation can kill, you know. Life is short because of art school is a real thing. So what's the deal? Why did you drag me here? Come on, let's find a table first. Why are you in such a rush? Can't I just have a meal with my friend because I miss hanging out? Stop with the drama. Tan, I'm begging you. I didn't need to open my eyes to know he was lying. If we put him on a lie detector, he'd probably get shocked to death. And why didn't you just drive over to my faculty? My car was seized. Tan said casually, as if he was talking about a teacher taking away a 5-baht lollipop for not napping, not a 1,000,000-baht car. Meanwhile, I felt dizzy, my heart raced, and my hands shook. Partly because of low blood sugar, but mostly because of what he said. Huh? Who seized it? I stopped walking and pulled Tan's arm to avoid a group of students coming out of the cafeteria. At that moment, food was the last thing on my mind. I needed to get to the bottom of this car situation. I thought you paid in cash. Did you finance it? Why didn't you tell me you couldn't pay the installments? If I told you, would you have lent me the money? Tan asked teasingly, throwing his shop coat over his shoulder. Only then did I notice he was wearing a loose gray t-shirt, which wasn't his usual style. Be serious, man. Did they really seize it? What are you going to do? Can't you ask for an extension? Wait a minute, didn't your family sell cars? Tan grinned. That bastard was messing with me. Ha ha ha, you're so gullible, Theme. Who else would impound my car but my dad? Tan said, smiling and nudging me to keep walking, cutting off the conversation. My nosy instincts were frustrated, and I wasn't pleased to have the topic dropped like that. As soon as I stepped inside the cafeteria, I nearly fainted. Is this a carnival or something? Why are there so many people? The sound of people talking was like a buzzing hive, making my head spin. Tan still had his arm around my shoulder, refusing to let go, guiding me around as he searched for a seat. Finding an empty table at this time was about as hard as finding knowledge in my brain. In the 2 years I've been at this university, I've only been to this cafeteria 3 times, and each time, I've sworn never to come back, because the engineering cafeteria is absolute chaos. It's noisy, chaotic, extremely hot, and packed with people. Even though it has 2 floors, it's still not enough to accommodate the massive number of students. Oh, humanity, why are there so many of you, fighting over food and space? I stood there, lost in thought. Theme, what's wrong? You're zoning out. What do you want to eat? I frowned at that question. Tan had dragged me to a spot in front of dozens of food stalls, each with a line of people waiting. So what do you want? Have you decided yet? Don't say anything, or I'll kick you into the bathroom to eat. With a threat like that, maybe you should just pick for me. I can't think of anything other than getting out of this crowd. I'm going to die, Tan. So I randomly said the first dish that came to mind, which was chicken rice. Then why are we standing in front of a pork leg stall? Oh, this guy? Just so you know, you're the one who dragged me here and made me stop in this spot. In the end, Tan successfully maneuvered me through the crowd away from the pork leg stall, only to find that the chicken rice stall was no less crowded. Wait here. I'll buy it. Tan ordered, and I nodded. Yeah, now you're making sense. A moment ago, I was almost suffocated because those tall people took all the oxygen. I'm really annoyed by tall people who hog all the space. I admit I'm biased, but it's like fate hates me because all my friends are tall like they just walked off the runway at Milan Fashion Week. All over 180 centimeters. I complain, but I don't really mean it. We all need to love and be proud of who we are, right? And we also need to accept and appreciate the differences and diversity in others. Because in the end, our appearance doesn't matter as much as our thoughts and what's inside our hearts. In short, my mind is just corrupt. Damn it. While I was standing there chatting with my imaginary friend, waiting for Tan, who had gone off to fetch food like a servant for me, I was also scanning the area for a place to sit. But no matter where I looked, There was no sign of any empty seats. So many people, really. And I couldn't help but once again become the center of attention for the fresh-faced intellectuals who are far removed from the art world. Stop staring, guys. I know I stand out. My apologies. Next time, I promise to wear my university uniform before leaving my faculty building, okay? Come on, Theme, let's find a seat. Wow, that was fast. Because I'm handsome. Really? Yes, and a lot handsome. My friends and I laughed together. Our banter was based on trust. When you're with someone who knows you well, just a single word can make you laugh. Sometimes, you don't even need to say a word to share a laugh. Even though we hadn't found a place to sit and eat, we were still laughing. After walking around 30 times. Well, Tin did the walking, picking up more snacks on each lap. We finally found a place to sit by squeezing in with some first-year students. There were only 3 of them at the table, and I noticed there was still some space left, so I asked if we could join. When the freshmen saw Tan's face, they practically offered us the table. Did they give it up because they were scared of the seniors? Oh no, it was because they were polite. Just kidding. They were being kind-hearted. Tan is a senior, so the juniors might recognize him. Despite his friendly and playful demeanor, he was chosen to be the head of the freshman orientation team for the Faculty of Engineering, a faculty notorious for its intense soda system that's as harsh as a military camp from a totalitarian regime. When Tan came running to tell me he got the role, I thought he was joking. Just look at his face and personality. How could he ever shout at anyone? He's such a smooth talker, always joking around. But it turns out he really did get the job. So, to sum it up, you brought your girlfriend home, got caught by your dad, and had your car keys confiscated. Now you don't have a car to drive. Yes. Oh man. I was left speechless, my mouth hanging open, trying to say something, but no words came out. It was stuck in my throat, hurting in my chest. Tan shoved a cucumber into my mouth and clamped my jaw shut, forcing me to chew. I pushed his hand away in disgust. Don't touch me. Get your filthy hands off. I had been listening attentively for several minutes, dragging my tired body from the far end of the university just to hear this nonsense. You've wasted my time. Give me back those minutes of my life. Useless, absolutely useless. Damn it. Since I had the misfortune of becoming friends with Tan, we've been sharing both happiness and sorrow for nearly a decade. That means we know each other's dirty secrets all too well, and we're pretty familiar with each other's families too. As far as I know, Tan's family spoils their youngest son. If Tan suddenly kicked a dog, the dog would be at fault. It's a miracle he didn't turn out rotten, considering his parents never scolded him. Whatever Tan wanted, he got. Whatever he wanted to do, he did. Whatever he wanted to study, he studied. No matter how reckless he was, they never complained. There was only one rule, they said. Don't bring your girlfriend to sleep at home. You can go to a condo, a hotel, a resort, wherever you want, but don't bring her home. Tan had grumbled before about how his family was a bit old-fashioned, leaning towards conservatism, especially when it came to relationships. They believed you should get married before having the right to stay over at each other's houses. But until now, Tan had never had a problem with this. He'd always cooperated and followed his parents' wishes. So why on earth did he suddenly decide to rebel? I'm not taking sides, and I'm not comforting you either. Are you crazy? You knew the rule, so why'd you bring your girlfriend home? Can you not preach to me right now? I'm already bummed out from Dad's scolding. What era are we living in, Theme? Why is it still forbidden? I'm an adult now. Sure, if I were 10 years old, I'd understand. Tan replied, clearly annoyed, as he expertly tore apart a chicken carcass in the soup with his bare hands, not caring about the people around us or his image. Actually, my friend is quite good-looking. As his friend, I feel a bit embarrassed to say it, but he really is. Since I've known him, 20 years now, I've met plenty of good-looking people, but Tan is still in the top 3. Although sometimes his ranking drops, like now, when he's sucking on chicken bones loudly in public. Back in high school, Tan used to model for teen magazines. He's been a VJ, acted in commercials, and appeared in music videos several times. But once he got into university, he stopped. He said he never intended to pursue a career in entertainment. At the time, someone asked him to try it, so he did. It was fun, but he didn't like it enough to stick with it. Now, he's more focused on activities he enjoys much more, to the point where I'm worried he might get AIDS one day. Even though he says he always uses protection, can you really afford to be careless with something like that? To be honest, Tan, I don't know whether to feel sorry for you, laugh at you, or just be amused. How did you get to class this morning? A motorbike taxi, of course. What else? It cost me 200 baht. I almost fainted. Serves you right. You deserve it. I'm not saying your parents are right, but you did agree to their rule, didn't you? And now you've broken it. They're still giving you money, so be grateful. What were you thinking, bringing your girlfriend home? Did your usual hotel shut down or something? I laughed at my friend's misfortune, but at the same time, I reached over to snatch a piece of chicken liver from his plate to eat. This is the one I really want to marry, so I was planning to introduce them to my family. But damn Tin ratted me out to Dad first. Damn it, just talking about it makes me angry. He just had to go and butt in where it wasn't needed. Tin is Tan's older brother, who is beyond words and all things. Heh, if I get the chance, I'll tell you more about Tin later. But for now, let's focus on Tan. Ugh, marriage? Don't be silly. You're only in your second year of college. Who's going to marry you? You're so delusional. So what if I'm in my second year? I'm 20, right? I'm of legal age now. I can make my own decisions and transactions. So why can't I get married? People back in the day got married at 14 or 15, and you didn't hear them complain. Yeah, well, people back then had short lives, died young, and didn't have antibiotics like we do now. They had to hurry up and have lots of kids to help with farming and making a living. But what's your excuse for rushing into marriage? Are you planning to die by 30? I don't know. I just love them. I want to marry him. We love each other. Do I need a better reason than that? Tan, I think you're under a curse, man. Do I need to schedule an exorcism with the monk to sprinkle holy water on you? I'm serious, Feem. This one's for real. Tan said in a serious tone. Yeah, I believe you're serious about every one of them. I laughed, shoveling a bite of grilled pork salad into my mouth. The engineering faculty's food is as good as the rumors say. Everything's delicious. If it wasn't so far away and full of smart-mouthed jerks, I'd probably eat here every day. Screw you. I'm serious about this one. I really love them. Tin started ranting, trying to explain his love to me, but I let his words go in one ear and out the other. When there's crispy pork in front of me, everything else becomes irrelevant. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask, where's Q? Why didn't they come with you? Tan asked. Oh, you just think of him now after we've already graduated, Tan? No idea. Probably eating with his partner or something. Partner? Which one? The same one. Yeah, the same one. But there's always a new one too, just like you. You both go around breaking hearts everywhere. You guys are jerks. Tan laughed and mimed giving me a thumbs up. Stop exaggerating. When have I ever broken anyone's heart? Where's the proof? Don't go making baseless accusations. The reason it seems like I have so many is because I move on fast. Moving on quickly doesn't make someone a jerk. Tan looked smug. I wanted to clamp his tongue with a spoon. I shook my head in exasperation at this self-adoration. Seeing him like that made me want to spit my chicken rice soup in his face. Hugh is definitely a jerk too. Didn't they break up yet? And then, will he go for another one? I knew Fai Jin wouldn't be able to handle them. You're probably wondering who Fai Jin is, right? She is Q's partner. And who's Q? He's another one of my friends who was sent from hell. Our group consists of 5 misfits. Me, Tan, Q, Pun, and Shane. We've been together since 7th grade. So you can imagine how well we know each other by now. Whether we love each other or not. We made a pact never to be apart, even applying to the same university together. Thankfully, hell didn't want to separate us, so we all got into the same school. Tan got into engineering, Shane into dentistry, Q and I into fine arts, and Pun into political science because his ultimate goal is to live among penguins as prime minister. Don't ask me how that connects. I don't get it either. Since we started university, even though we've all made new friends and joined new social circles, we still meet up every weekend. Or at least, we try to, though it's usually impossible because we're all swamped with work, especially Shane. As for me and Q, we see each other every day. Every day for 8 years. I'm getting sick of it. Even our classmates joke that we're married because we're always together. But honestly, even real couples don't spend as much time together as me and Q do. Pun once said that Q and I are the reincarnations of Rama and Sita, destined never to be apart. If that's true, and I have to end up with someone like Q, I'd rather let Ravana eat me in the first act. Don't act all high and mighty. I bet you're worse than him, I said, pushing my now spotless plate aside and grabbing my soda for a big gulp. Now that I'm full, Where's my pillow for a nap? I've never cheated on anyone. You know that. I only date one person at a time. But when I'm single, it doesn't count, right? I can talk to whoever I want. Tan's tone softened at the end. I have to admit, he's right. Tan might come off as playful and flirty, but when he dates someone, he only dates one person at a time. It's just that he doesn't stay in relationships long and doesn't stay single for long either. Since he hit puberty and started dating in 8th grade, I've never seen him stay single for more than 2 days. Stop talking. I'm getting nauseous just thinking about it. If I listen to any more of your self-praise, I might throw up my chicken rice. So what's the plan for Friday? Is Chain free? I asked about the dental student whose schedule is as chaotic as his love life. This guy is the real deal. Q and Tan are just amateurs. Trying to arrange a night out with him requires booking months in advance. Oh, I forgot to mention that Fonda is a nickname Pun gave Chain. It sounds cute, almost Japanese, but it has a very dark meaning. If you knew Chain better, you'd realize his nickname suits him perfectly. Knowing Chain, even if he's not free, he'll find a way to make time. He's probably counting down the days, I bet. You talk to him? I had to ask again to be sure. Tan is the type of person who likes to speak on behalf of others without consent. Yeah, I messaged him last night. Oh, Feem, do you have class this afternoon? Maybe we could. Can anyone understand this gibberish? Swallow before you speak, dude. You'll choke on your food. Slow down, man. I'm not in a hurry. But it seemed like Tan was in a hurry, a big one, because he was shoveling huge bites of rice into his mouth. A piece of chicken skin was sticking out of his mouth. Even if you have a handsome face, eating like this is still disgusting. Once he cleared his plate, he stacked it on top of mine, grabbed his drink, and gulp. Then he started chewing on the ice. What a savage. My teeth hurt just hearing that. Stop. Do you want to come watch me practice basketball? I want you to stop chewing ice first. It's creepy. Tan burst out laughing and leaned in so close that I almost scratched his face out of reflex. It wasn't his proximity that startled me. I'm used to his touchy-feely nature by now. It was the sound of his teeth grinding on the ice that creeped me out. I was also surprised that Tan invited me to watch him play basketball. In all the years I've known him, he's never invited me to watch him do anything. That's why I don't know much about his friends in the engineering department. Unlike him, who knows everyone in mine, from the security guard to the cleaning lady, even the dogs that hang around in front of the fine arts building. And Tan is actually a football player for the university. So why was he suddenly playing basketball? Why the face? He laughed, nudging the ice cubes in his glass like he was deciding which one to eat next. I just asked you to watch basketball, not to go to a slaughterhouse. You don't need to be so tense. Why'd you suddenly invite me to watch basketball? And you said you had something to talk about. Was it just about your dad taking your car? That's it. Tan, are you messing with me? You made me come all the way to engineering in this heat for something like that? I'm not in the best mood right now. So if there's nothing else, I'm going back to bed. Borrow a friend's car and give me a ride back. I complained at length, and Tan's face fell. Feem, I'm not joking, I'm not messing with you. I really need to talk to you about something. He licked his lips, sighed softly, scratched his head and cheek, and couldn't even make eye contact. I started to feel uneasy. I've been thinking about this for a while now. How do I put this? This has been going on for a while, but I didn't know how to tell you guys. It's not that I didn't want to tell you, but I just didn't know how to start. Just thinking about having to say it makes me exhausted, but I can't keep it a secret any longer. I'd go crazy. So, I decided to tell you first. Tan let out a big sigh. I stayed quiet, listening carefully. It's not often I see Tan this serious. You chose the right person, friend. I can listen to anything. I'm always here for you, no judgment. But I will roast you for sure. I joked, playfully hitting his hand with a plastic straw, trying to lighten the mood. Tan gave a small smile, took a deep breath as if to gather his courage, and then said something that made me want to cut ties with him. And maybe strangle him too. He said, I want you to meet my new girlfriend. What? You damn idiot. You build it up so much like you were going to say goodbye forever. And it's just about introducing your girlfriend? Should I curse them to break up now? Give me back my concern. After enduring the agonizingly long 3 rounds of listening to Tan gush about how cute his future wife is without standing up and smacking him, he brought me to the engineering basketball court to watch him play with his friends. He also arranged to meet his girlfriend there. But when we got there, not a soul was in sight. Not even a dog. Apologies to the dogs I often mention in vain. There were only 5 or 6 older engineering students in some kind of meeting. Tin started to get anxious, looking for his friends for a while. Then his phone rang loudly. Hey man, where are you guys? I'm at the basketball court, and there's not even a dog here. What the hell? You told me to come here. All right, I'm coming. He hung up, clearly irritated. What's up? Why do you look so pissed? Is your girlfriend pregnant? My reward for that smart mouth was a hard smack on the head. Damn, his hands are heavy. My friends are at the football field. Then why did you bring me here? Are you filming a hidden camera show to test my patience? I'm not free enough to wander around the university aimlessly, you know? I might just burn down the engineering building. Sorry, man. They suddenly decided to play football instead. Just wait for me at the football field, okay? Walk straight. Turn left, then go straight again until you see a fork in the road. Turn right, and you'll see a bunch of people. Wait for me there. I'll catch up. What? Can you see the question marks on my forehead, Tan? So where are you going? You're just going to leave me after bringing me here? Why are you doing this? I'm going back to the faculty. I complained, of course. Why would I stay? Feem, please don't go back yet. Please. I really want you to meet my girlfriend. I'll just go pick her up real quick. Wait for me at the football field, okay? Help me out just this once. I checked the calendar, and today's an auspicious day. It's perfect for introductions. I don't want to reschedule. Tan grabbed my hand and pleaded with me, looking pitiful. But he seemed to forget that we weren't alone. There were 5 witnesses watching the scene. So I quickly nodded in defeat. You know I'm soft-hearted, don't you, Tan? Yay, my friend. I love you, man. Stop it, that's enough. Can't you see people are watching us? I'll be quick, I promise. My girlfriend doesn't carry a phone, so I'm worried she might come and not find anyone. Okay. But how are you going to pick her up? I'll walk. Where to? Architecture. Tan, I think we seriously need to talk about that holy water thing. Tan didn't hear a word I said. He ran off, grinning like a fool. Why is he so happy just to introduce his girlfriend to a friend? Making such a big deal out of it. I let out a sigh before realizing. Damn it. How do I get to the football field? Tan, wait. I forgot the way. Damn you, Tan, you jerk. I shouted after him, but the seniors nearby turned to look at me again, so I quickly shut my mouth, gave an awkward smile, and nodded apologetically before hurrying away. My lousy friend disappeared as if he could teleport. I'll remember this. You care more about your girlfriend than your friend. I swear I'll never come to the engineering faculty again, not even if you roll out the red carpet or beg with incense and flowers. What did he say about the directions again? Left, right, straight, and then turn? He must have given me some random directions. Fine, I'll just walk around aimlessly while grumbling. If I don't find it, then so be it. This area is the kingdom of the Faculty of Engineering. It's massive, with grand buildings for general classes, plus dozens of smaller buildings for each department, not to mention the international program. I get that the faculty is huge because they have so many students, but seeing this makes me realize just how much of an afterthought my arts faculty is in comparison. I passed the tennis courts and the outdoor basketball courts. Earlier, that place where Tan took me was the gym. Wow, your faculty's got money, huh? How did you manage to get such a big budget compared to everyone else? I fumed silently because there was nothing I could do but follow the directions Tan gave me. Walking around this university campus, if you're not in your own territory, you'd better have a map because you're definitely going to get lost. After wandering around the maze for a long time, I finally made it out. I could see the football field in the distance. Phew, I'm not lost anymore. I exhaled and wiped the sweat off my temple. From here, I could see the small football field with people running around chasing the ball. There were a few people sitting in the stands, mostly engineering students, judging by their shirts. I scanned the area for a place where I could wait for Tan without getting too close to those guys. It wasn't that I actually found them unpleasant. I was just scared. Earlier, I gave them a dirty look, so I didn't want to accidentally run into them now. After looking around for a while, I spotted a marble bench under some shady trees on the other side of the field. It looked like a nice, cool spot, perfect for a nap. With my destination in mind, I set off. But, as they say, no good deed goes unpunished. I never imagined that simply walking to that marble bench beside the engineering football field would change my life forever. I hadn't even taken 7 steps before something slammed into my back. Ouch! What the hell was that? It didn't hurt much, just a little sting, but I was more startled than anything, so I accidentally swore. After turning around to find out what hit me, I was relieved to see that it was just a soccer ball rolling on the ground. So it was just a ball. Good thing it wasn't a bullet. I wouldn't even know how to return it. Huh, 5 more baht for my comedy act. Maybe my last name should be Chuan Chen. Since I'm generally a nice guy, I plan to return the ball to its owner. That is, until I heard a voice yell, "Hey, shorty, pick up the ball for me, will ya?" Never in my life did I think I'd be called that. 20 years on this earth, and no stranger had ever shouted orders at me while calling me short. And who taught you to ask for help from a stranger with such rude words? Didn't anyone tell you that calling people names based on their appearance is awful? You kicked the ball at me. I didn't mind because it was probably an accident. I get that. But calling me short? I can't let that slide. With shaky hands from anger, I picked up the football. I was furious, seething even. I told myself to take deep breaths, trying to calm my boiling temper before I turned around to face that jerk. But the moment I saw the face of the guy standing just a few steps away, my anger was mixed with something else, regret. I couldn't believe those rude words had come from someone with such a handsome face. He looked like he wasn't even real. Damn it. Are you real? Or did you step out of an anime? I said pick up the ball. Didn't you hear me, shorty? It was like something snapped in my brain. The patience, the calm, the zen theme tried to maintain, all of it broke in an instant. Forget Hanuman burning down Lanka. I'll do it myself. He called me short twice. Yeah, I know I'm short. Knew it before you did. I don't need some rude jerk like you to remind me. I don't need anyone to point it out, especially not someone I don't even know. I stared at him, but he didn't look away. In fact, his eyes seemed to taunt me, his expression oozing arrogance. Even a baby could tell this guy was trouble. I mentally chanted a mantra to calm myself before deciding to toss the ball back to him. He caught it without even a thank you. Not that I was expecting one. I'd have been surprised if he did. When he turned and walked away, my hands and feet moved faster than my brain. It was like everything was on autopilot, perfectly coordinated. It happened so quickly it shocked even me. This must be what they call acting on impulse. I took off my flip-flop and yes, I threw my Chong Dao sandal right at his back with all my might. It happened so fast. Ow. Damn it. Oh, sorry. Pick up my shoe for me, asshole. That's all I said. That's all it took for Mr. Handsome but Rude to whirl around and grab me by the collar so hard my feet almost left the ground. All right then. Bring it on. If I die tonight, so be it. You? He growled through gritted teeth, furious, with his eyes burning like fire. His face was turning red with anger. Looking closer, he had such smooth skin. His complexion was flawless, like he'd left his pores in his mother's womb. His eyes were a beautiful shade of brown, rare to see. Finally, all those years of color theory classes were paying off. His nose had a perfect shape, complementing his cheekbones. If I used him as a model in my sculpture class, I'd definitely get an A because the gods already sculpted him perfectly. His lips were thin and pink, like he didn't smoke. Though that's not always true. Hugh's lips were pink too, despite chain-smoking daily. His facial structure might be a bit small, but everything was proportionate. In conclusion, this guy must have amazing genes. People like this can get by with just a 10 baht cream. Heck, he probably uses just 1 bar of soap for everything. Bathing, washing his face, and shampooing. A true 3-in-1. It's amazing that in such a tense situation, I could still admire the artistry of this jerk's face. If I die, at least I die with dignity. Professor Silp won't be disappointed. Hey, what's going on here? Theme Fum. Chapter 2. What the hell is going on, Theme? Fum. I tried to turn towards the voice, but I could barely move my neck because a large hand was tightly gripping my throat. I have to admit, your arm strength is impressive. Just a little more pressure and my Adam's apple would have been crushed. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Tan, the same white knight from earlier, rushing towards me with a worried expression. On the other side, a group of nearly 100 burly guys were approaching me as well. If I had to guess, they were probably the friends of this spinach-powered Popeye. With this many people swarming in, I'm definitely going to end up as a splattered corpse. This is the first time in my life I've experienced such weakness in my knees, standing here by the football field of the engineering faculty. Do you know this shorty, Tan? You read my mind. I was just wondering the same thing, especially since Tan just called out this jerk's name, and the jerk called me shorty again. Yeah, I know him. His name's Feem. He's my best friend. Fum, please let him go. Tan said, looking worried. Wow, that's touching. At least before I die, I got to hear Tan call me his best friend. I've always thought you were just a freeloader, Tan. Please forgive me. If reincarnation is real, let's hope we get to share instant noodles together again in our next lives. Tan approached us slowly, holding his hands up to chest level. I swear this situation is eerily familiar, like something out of a crime show when the cops are trying to talk down a drugged-out lunatic who's taken his wife hostage. I'm begging you, Fum. Calm down. Let Fiend go, and then we can talk this out. Yep, it's official. That line, that tone, that approach, it's all classic hostage negotiation. And this jerk is definitely the bad guy in this scenario. But I have one lingering question. Why is Tan, who's never begged anyone for anything, suddenly pleading with this scumbag? Tan, who was the former ringleader, always getting into fights with one group or another, now seems oddly deferential to this jerk. What's going on here? My curiosity is itching to know, but I can't act on it because this bastard still has his hand on my throat. When are you going to let go, you jerk? I can't breathe. He threw a shoe at me. "Ma man, you called me short." Cough, cough. I hacked and wheezed, but I was determined not to back down. Fine. You think you're the only one who can tattle? Everyone's going to know about this, Potter. But above all, I've realized how tough I am. I may be close to dying, but I'll go down swinging, with my sharp tongue intact. Well, you are short. Whether it's true or not, you've got no right to criticize my body, you jerk. Did you just call me a jerk? Yeah, I did. And what are you going to do about it? Huh? What? You? Yummy. What? Stop. Enough. Who are you going to choose? Both I and this lizard hand jerk stopped spewing insults at each other and turned to ask Tan in unison. Caught off guard, Tan looked between the two of us with a face full of distress, as if he might burst into tears at any moment. You don't need to feel bad, Tan, my dear friend. There's no reason to hesitate. This choice is easy. We're best friends. I'm the only answer for you. Just say it, Tan. It's easy, just say it. Well, Tan, I'm your friend, right? Again, we shouted in unison. Wait, this guy is Tan's friend too? Which friend group is this? Why don't I know him? As I pondered, I tried to wriggle free from his grip, but it was no use. Exhausted from struggling, I stopped, and he stared at me from such a close distance that I could count his eyelashes. When he saw I wasn't moving anymore, he looked at Tan, then back at me, and then at Tan again. What are you doing, reading my fortune? Fum, this is just a small matter. Let's talk it out calmly. He's Tan's friend, after all. Don't make it a big deal. Someone near Tan spoke up. I saw out of the corner of my eye, though I couldn't turn my neck anymore. This crazy bastard had squeezed it too hard. And when I got a look at that guy, even though it wasn't a clear view, it was enough to see the soft glow emanating around him, like an aura of nobility. Just seeing his face made me want to use royal language. That's the vibe. And he's tall, really tall. Another tall guy? This place is unbearable. I'm so jealous. I wish I were tall and lanky, a fashion icon like that. Then no one would dare to shout shorty at me in broad daylight. Not at night either, obviously. Yeah, Fum, everyone's watching. Are you really going to beat up this little guy? Who are you calling little, huh? I whipped my head around to find the one who dared call me little. 1 minute it's shorty, the next it's little guy. My parents never called me that. You jerks. I was about to jump at the blonde bastard, but this jerk suddenly let go of my shirt, causing me to lose my balance. Then, he pushed my forehead with his hand instead. All I could do was stretch my short arms out, hoping to punch him, but I ended up flailing around like a fish out of water, just like those dumb villains on soap operas. The more I heard them laughing, the angrier I got. Their mocking voices cut deep into my heart, all the way to the lower left chamber. I probably wouldn't have lost it if I hadn't heard Tan's laughter mixed in with theirs. I'm not your clown, damn it. Shit, Tan, are you laughing at me? I snapped. Tan quickly clapped a hand over his mouth and waved his hands defensively, looking guilty. No, Feem, no. His mouth said no, but his face was holding back laughter until his cheeks turned red. Fum, do you see how Feem is? He's harmless, never has any bad intentions. Just let him go, for my sake, all right? We're all friends here, aren't we? He turned to ask. I was confused. Why was he talking like I was the one at fault? That asshole was the one in the wrong. So why was he begging for mercy from him? The guy in front of me sneered as soon as Tan finished speaking, and then he grabbed my collar again. Damn, does he have some kind of issue with my shirt? Does he want it? I'll take it off for you, damn it. Just let me go. I won't let go. Don't beg him. We spoke at the same time again. 3 times now. This isn't a coincidence. Fate. More like bad luck. I stared at him, unwavering. He stared back, just as unfazed. His face was so clear, flawless, even. Not a single pimple or blemish. Would it be weird if I asked about his skincare routine right now? Do you see now that he doesn't feel even a bit of remorse? Fum said, Humph. I'm the one who should be saying that, not you. Oh, really now? His tone was so infuriatingly smug. And while we were locked in this staring battle, it wasn't a real battle. No elephants were involved. He suddenly looked me up and down with a strange expression before smirking and saying, looking at you now, you're kinda cute. For Tan's sake, I might let you go, but you'll have to apologize to me first. Oh wow, Your Majesty. Are you sleep-talking, you idiot? You kicked the ball at me, called me rudely, and now you want an apology? You're delusional, seriously. I'd apologize when salt turns sweet as sugar. He gritted his teeth, his jawline becoming more pronounced before he leaned down, his clear face close to mine, and said in a low voice, Oomph, you've got quite the mouth. I'm giving you a chance to apologize nicely, but if you won't, then... He paused for a moment, then spat out a word that made my blood boil. Kneel and kiss my feet, and I'll let you go. Wow, wow, ha ha. I was so angry I couldn't even speak. I was trembling with rage, my temples throbbing, my whole body shaking. My eyes were wide, nearly popping out. Kneel? Who the hell are you that I should kneel? The only person I'd kneel to is Siddhartha. What kind of upbringing did you have to be this rotten? No manners, power-hungry, and living in some drama-fueled fantasy. My patience ran out. It was completely gone when I saw his smug smile. I didn't need a judge or prosecutor. I sentenced him right there and then. I kicked him between the legs. You bastard. The wretch collapsed to his knees, clutching his groin, screaming incomprehensibly because after 2 words, he couldn't scream anymore. His face turned several shades, like he was wearing mismatched foundation. Everyone was stunned by what happened so quickly, the shock hitting them like a lightning strike. They rushed to check on him, shouting so much it was hard to understand anything. Humph, no need to bother. He won't be getting up to crow and spread his seed for a long, long time. But even though he was on the brink of death, that bastard still managed to glare at me with a murderous look, trying to lift a shaky finger to point at me before his hand fell limp by his side. Pathetic. I stood there watching him struggle to breathe for about 2 seconds before I bolted, not caring about his snarled threats or Tin calling me to wait. Once I was far enough away, I didn't even know which direction to go. Anger is terrifying. My heart was racing, my breath coming in gasps. I had to remind myself to breathe slowly. I unclenched my fists, not even realizing I had been gripping them so tightly. I swallowed the thick saliva in my dry throat, closed my eyes, hoping my breathing would calm down, but in the next second, I opened them wide in frustration and screamed. Damn it! I forgot my shoes. 3 days had passed since the most nerve-wracking event of my life. 3 short days couldn't erase what happened, but someone as optimistic as me could pretend to forget the bad luck that dogged me, thanks to the endless assignments from our professors. I was so busy sculpting and painting that I barely had time to be miserable about anything else. It was more torturous than the Buddha's ascetic practices. Hallelujah. I continued living my life as usual, which meant cramming work before deadlines, but deep down, I was still a bit anxious and paranoid that Yes, I finally remembered my enemy's name, etched in my memory now, would come seeking revenge. As my anger subsided, clarity returned, and I realized that what I did was a bit too much. I started feeling nervous, wondering if would ambush me and bash my head in. Just getting into a fight was stressful enough for someone who prefers peace and avoids confrontation, but getting into it with an engineering student? Genius move. I kept worrying he'd come after me for a beatdown any day now. The more I thought about it, the more I regretted getting involved. I even started to get mad at Tan for dragging me into this mess because he wanted to show off his girlfriend. But I couldn't really blame Tan. The real culprit, the one who was completely at fault, was that bastard He should be the one writing me an apology letter. After that day, Tan filled me in on some backstory, recounting his high school days with They were best friends who had known each other since their school days. It was a relationship straight out of Bangkok Dangerous, full of fights, racing, gun duels, and girls. That's when I realized Tan and his friends were once like those delinquent gangsters you see in movies. And Fum? He was likely the same, just at a different school. Tan told me Fum was a demon in human form. Though, he did say there was still some humanity left in him. Tan's description was so scary, I thought Fum might be the reincarnation of Devdutta. As for who won't be reincarnated, that's me, dear monks and nuns. I'm dragging the whole Buddhist community into this mess. They started out as rivals. Tan even laughed while telling me how they hadn't met or known each other. But just hearing Fum's name made him hate him. They despised each other, but they kept track of each other's lives. Hold on, pause. I don't get it. If you hate someone, why follow their life? Isn't that bad for your mental health? What do you gain from it? I don't get it. But looking back, Tan admitted that he was pretty contradictory and somewhat psychotic back then. Tan said it, not me. I'm just repeating every word. Trustworthy, because I'm the prince of gossip. Eventually, they'd run out of things to do, so they'd find excuses to fight for fun. Real fun, right? Busted lips and bloodshed. They were just hot-headed teenagers who didn't get along, but didn't really want to kill each other. Then one day, something unexpected happened. If this were an action movie, it'd be the climactic moment. Two protagonists, long at odds, suddenly realize they've been manipulated by a secret government organization. So they team up to take down the organization and the evil that wants to take over the world. See, anyone can write a Hollywood plot. Tan didn't tell me that part. I made it up for dramatic effect. Tan didn't go into much detail, but he did say that once he saved Fum and another friend from getting jumped by a rival school. Even though they survived, Fum ended up in the ICU, and Tan was bedridden for almost a month. After that, the mortal enemies became best friends and have been close ever since. Sounds like the autobiography of Dang Byerly and the Young Gangsters, doesn't it? Check Tan's back. Does he have a tiger tattoo? Hearing all this, I tried to dig through my memories for any trace of Fum, but came up empty. I don't think we've ever met before. But Tan, you're in trouble with me now. Back then, when Tan was hospitalized, he told me he swerved to avoid hitting a dog, which caused him to crash into a power pole. I admired him for that, thinking my friend was a hero who'd risk his life for a dog. I visited him in the hospital for months. If I'd known the real reason, I'd have sent him a wreath instead of soy milk. You jerk. I should have let you die right then and there. Go hug whoever you want. Just die already. I shouldn't have pampered you at all. After hearing Tan's story, I realized Fum was someone dangerous, not to be approached or fed. He graduated from a prestigious all-boys private school, well-known and popular among the wealthy. It's a Christian school where kids from well-off families usually study. However, Fum is the complete opposite of what the school stands for. It's hard to believe he even graduated. From Fum's antics and behavior, I can already predict that he might not live to an old age. I'm surprised he's still alive, hasn't been expelled, arrested, or shot. But when Tan whispered to me about Fum's family's businesses in Thailand, I understood immediately. Money talks. Welcome to Thailand. Thwack. Ouch. Damn, that hurts. There's only one person who hits that hard. Q. Spacing out early in the morning, huh? And yes, it was Q. He greeted me with a mischievous grin before putting down a medium-sized wooden frame on the marble table beneath the almond tree beside the Faculty of Fine Arts building. Our usual hangout spot, no matter the time of day or night. This area is our refuge when we're creatively stuck. There's plenty to keep us entertained. Watching live Muay Thai matches, drinking white liquor, braiding each other's hair, smoking cigarettes, or even indulging in some weed. We know it's not good, but sometimes it's hard to resist doing something bad for a bit of happiness, right? In short, this place is for those who love art, those who seek inspiration, those who dream of becoming world-renowned artists. But today, we're just people with unfinished work and stress-induced ailments. Forget being an artist. We'd just be happy to get some sleep. Ever since you flirted with that engineering student, you've been much more mellow. Shut up. I wasn't flirting with anyone. Fum, wasn't it? What did you do to him that landed him in the hospital? Q laughed as he spoke. Yeah, he found it hilarious to mock my misery. It's been 3 days, and he hasn't stopped teasing me. I almost feel like stopping my pencil sharpening and instead taking the cutter to carve a couple of scars into his face. When Q first heard that I had a run-in with some engineering students, he almost flew over to beat them up himself. But once he found out who I was dealing with, he changed his tune, repeatedly asking if it was the Fum he was thinking of, And if so, how I managed to survive. Was I blessed by some sacred monk? Did anyone help me? No, no one helped me. It was just my own 2 legs, standing on my own. How did you know he got admitted to the hospital? I asked. Tin called me yesterday and told me the whole thing. It's hilarious. This story will haunt you till the day you die, Q said, while grabbing my sticky rice and grilled pork. Judging by how famished he looked, he probably didn't go home last night. If he had, his mom would have fed him before he came to school. So, aren't Joe and his gang here yet? I don't think they'll show up today. Only FAI and Ping are passed out in the workshop. And didn't you drink with them last night? I asked. I was too exhausted to even think about drinking after I finished my assignment. It's a good thing I didn't drive, or you'd be reading about me in the news today. Tragic. Promising young student dies in a car crash after dozing off from sleep deprivation. Poor street lamp, I mocked. He was about to die, and he still had the nerve to admire his own looks. So, where did you sleep last night? Why do you care? Are you my wife now? Worry about yourself first, okay? You just had your debut brawl, and already you're fighting with engineering students. Out of all the engineers, you had to pick a fight with FUM? I'm impressed. Huh? Hugh laughed loudly, clapping sarcastically. When it's your time, it's your time. A toothpick could kill you if it's meant to be. I believe it now. You don't have to scare me, Q. I'm not afraid, because I know you guys will back me up no matter what. I shrugged and continued sharpening my pencil. Q let out a low growl in his throat, shaking his head. Who, me? Help you? Nah, I'm out. The last person on earth I'd want to mess with is FUM. So count me out, man. I've got nothing to do with this. Q said. The only thing I wanted to cut at that moment was Q's neck. Why did he have to mess with my head even more? Even though I've returned to my normal life as if nothing happened, I occasionally get these flashes of fear. What if FUM wants revenge? With his wealth and power, I'd be like a small, helpless duckling in his hands. He could crush me easily. He might have someone tail me, waiting for the right moment to kidnap me, torture me, and then cut me up into pieces. Ugh, I shouldn't have watched so many horror movies. My imagination is working overtime. Getting scared now, aren't you? Better go grovel to him for forgiveness, or you'll disappear without a trace. Hugh taunted, laughing loudly again. He's definitely trying to mess with me. FUM is just an ordinary guy, right? He doesn't have that kind of power to ruin people's lives. Hugh, stop barking. I don't believe. Ow. Who the hell slapped me on the head this time? Just go ahead and smack my brain out. Why don't you? So, I heard you had a run-in with the local mob boss. Have you booked a temple yet? That smooth, sweet voice, dripping with sarcasm, could only belong to Chain. I'm waiting to book it with you. How did you find out so fast? I turned to look at the guy with the dazzling smile and sparkling eyes, always looking like he's a little tipsy. The handsome guy from the dental faculty tossed a bag of food onto the table before sitting down. Hugh, starving as usual, dove right in, rummaging through the bag and stuffing his face. Tan slept over at my place last night when he called you, Chain said to Q. I was sitting right next to him, listening. Damn it, Tan. Is there anyone in the solar system who doesn't know about me and FUM at this point? Should I just have to send out a mass email to let everyone know? I was seriously surprised to see you still alive. I thought the next time I'd see you would be in hell. Too bad. I was going to say hi to your dad, but I didn't see him, so I came back up. Chain laughed heartily. I chuckled dryly in response, trying to be sarcastic. I know they're all just messing with me, trying to freak me out. I get it. But what really bothers me is that they all seem to know FUM, while I didn't even know who he was. Don't you have classes, Dr. Chain? What brings you here so early? Hugh asked, with half a fried donut still hanging from his mouth. I do, but my professor canceled the morning class, so I thought I'd drop by to check if my friend Feem is still breathing. Not over yet. Still not over. I muttered. They both chuckled, and then we started chatting about other random stuff. Chain often drops by to hang out with us. Whenever he does, he always brings snacks or food. He'll sit around for a bit, enjoying the vibe, looking at the art, and then he's off. He says he likes the atmosphere and the people in our faculty because they're weird, but in a way that's comforting. Hugh, what? What were you doing at my faculty yesterday? The moment Chain asked that question, I froze. Hugh nearly choked on his soy milk, looking confused, like he didn't understand the simple question. He even gestured as if he didn't comprehend Thai. I knew it. There's definitely something going on. He disappeared in the middle of the day and didn't even go drinking with the guys. And he didn't go home either. Don't lie because I saw you, Shane said, emphasizing each word slowly and clearly. I could barely contain my excitement. It's about to get interesting. It's about to get interesting. Lollipop. Fight, fight, fight. What? What did you see? You must have mistaken me for someone else, Hugh said, his voice hitting an octave higher. I laughed with satisfaction, not expecting to get my revenge so soon. Karma really does move fast. I believe it now. Hugh's eyes darted around nervously, a sure sign he was hiding something. There's no need to interrogate him. Just go ahead and execute him. Shane's like a dog with a bone. Once he's curious, he won't let go until he finds out. It's one of his good traits, but also something we need to be wary of. If we do something wrong, we'd better not slip up. You're not going to admit it? Damn it. How did you see me? Finally, Hugh gave in. Shane and I burst out laughing together. Weren't you supposed to be in a lab at the medical building yesterday? I even checked your schedule to make sure I wouldn't run into you. So what were you doing at my faculty? This guy keeps pressing him. Are you a robber, Shane? You sure like to press people, don't you? What Hugh was doing there is interesting, but what's even more intriguing is how they let him into the dentistry building in the first place. I mean, Hugh looks like a thug no matter how you see it. Even though he might be a heartthrob with his rugged, artsy look, I doubt the security guard would be swayed by that. Simply put, Hugh was dressed completely out of line from head to toe. So how did he even get into the dentistry faculty? I went to eat. Normally, you just eat around here. I wanted a change of scenery. Bullshit. When I asked you to come eat at Tan's faculty, why didn't you go? I chipped in to help Shane pry open Q's mouth. Besides, if he had come with me that day, all the bad luck wouldn't have happened to me. This is personal. All right. I went to eat with Nong Mink. Happy now, you jerks? Nong Mink? Which Nong Mink? Isn't your girlfriend named Phi Jane? The moment I asked that, Hugh, who was already looking annoyed, seemed even more irritated. Is it Nong Mink, the first-year cheerleader? Hugh nodded, his expression completely different from when Phi Jane's name was mentioned. Does she know that the jerk she's having lunch with already has a girlfriend? Geez. If you're gonna go that far, you might as well insult my mom. Oh sure, Narimon. I teased, using his mom's name, making Q burst out laughing. I was about to hurl another insult when Shane raised his hand to stop me. Are you hitting on Nong Mink? Since when? Why didn't you tell me? Maybe I could have helped. But your face is showing that you're disappointed, Shane. Help so you can take her for yourself, right? No way. I'm just saying. Ex-girlfriend and friend's little sister. We promised not to get involved. I remember that, and also not to hit on the same girl a friend is pursuing. Shane grinned as he grabbed some grilled liver, looking all relaxed. You don't seem like someone who keeps promises, Shane. Let's leave Nong Mink aside for now. I want to know what you plan to do about Phi Jane. What you're doing is pretty shitty, Q. If you want to date someone else, why don't you clear things up with her first? To be honest, I think Phi Jane knows. She's not stupid. When are you going to stop being such a jerk, Q? Let Shane be the only asshole around here. I said. Hey, Shane, who was just preaching to his friend, choked on air and turned to bow deeply to me. Meanwhile, Q sat there, losing his appetite. He sighed, raising one knee onto the chair. I told Phi Jane what I'm like before we even started dating. I have to defend my friend on this one. No matter how much of an asshole Q is, he always tells people what he's like before getting into a relationship. He won't change. Take it or leave it. If they can't handle it, it's over. The theory that humans love a challenge might be true. Good people don't get the love they deserve, but messed up, unhealthy relationships are the ones people seem to love. Hugh's past relationships were the same. Many of them probably thought they could change him, that they could stop him. But from what I've seen, no one's ever been right. As someone who's never been in love, I find love complicated and hard to understand. It's too complex to explain why sometimes our hearts reject good feelings from good people and instead choose someone who might not be as great, just because it feels right. I just hope that one day my friends, Shane, Hugh, and Tan, find the right person and stop hurting others and themselves in the process. I don't think I love Phi Jane. What? Shane and I exclaimed at the same time. Like, fuck. Why am I even talking about this? Hugh mumbled to the skewered pork in his hand, making a slurping noise like he was using his tongue to fish out something stuck in his teeth. Disgusting. I don't know what love is. You get it? No, I don't. I replied quickly. You guys love each other, so you're a couple. Couples love each other. Isn't that how it works? I don't know. Hugh sighed. Being a couple is just like an agreement to do nice things together and have sex. But I don't know if that's love. But I definitely like Jane. And Jane likes me. We dated and it was good, so we got together. But I don't know which part of that is what people call love. Just break up with her. Trust me. It'll save both of you time. Both you and Phi Jane. Shane agreed with me exactly. If you can't go on, why not just break up? That way, Phi Jane wouldn't waste her time or tears. Phi Jane is really nice, you know? Nice in both personality and looks. And she's the one who's been able to put up with Q the longest out of all his girlfriends. I don't know. Honestly, I caught Jane talking to her ex again, so we fought and started to drift apart. That's why I ended up having lunch with No Mink. So both of you are assholes, huh? Not really. I'm the asshole here. Jane is great. She's really great. But I don't know. I'd rather have Jane be the one to break up with me. At least that way, she can say she dumped me. Wow, real manly of you. What a good guy. I almost want to spit in his face for this twisted logic. Whoever ends it, the result is still the same. You're breaking up, aren't you? Everyone, take note. This is why love is complicated. Don't get involved with someone just because they're good looking. I get that this is your business, but I'm saying this because I care. We're adults now. Think carefully before you do anything. Shane is speaking wisely, but before you preach to others, please take a look at yourself first. Shane. I turned to Shane. We're not letting anyone off the hook. Our group's philosophy is equal opportunity sniping. But I'm already a good person. What more is there to look at, Theme? Cough. Haha. Q took the opportunity to cough loudly and spit. Your idea of a good person is someone who sleeps with a different person every night. The two of them burst out laughing. Damn, Theme, you're too blunt. Yeah, I'm speechless. Shane laughed, barely able to speak. And what's wrong with sex, Theme? Sex is natural. We all came from sex, right? Shane spoke with a smile, in his usual laid-back style. But it's not good. Good people don't do that. What's good and what's bad? Who can say? It's metaphysics. As soon as Shane started talking, Q and I exchanged weary glances, automatically rolling our eyes. Shane laughed loudly but kept going. And this whole good person thing, what are you using to measure it? What's your criteria? Just because I don't believe in monogamy, does that make me a bad person? Even though in some societies, having multiple partners is totally normal? If you judge my life based on your beliefs, and say I'm a bad person just because I believe something different, isn't that a bit unfair? Don't try to twist my words, you crocodile. I narrowed my eyes and pointed my finger at Shane. He laughed so hard he choked on his sticky rice. I'm not playing games. I'm just saying that in my case, I don't have a girlfriend and I don't want to have any romantic attachments. So, isn't it okay to go out with anyone who is willing and okay with my offer? It's a win-win for both parties. As soon as Shane finished speaking, Q put down his skewered liver and stood up, clapping his hands. It was like a perfectly coordinated duet. Actually, I know how Shane views love and relationships. We just like to tease each other for fun, and he knows it too. Teasing each other is one of the most enjoyable things for us. Theme. I jumped when I suddenly heard a loud shout calling my name from behind. No need to guess who it was. I turned around intending to scold him for acting like a public announcement system, spreading news about me without permission, with no ethics to forgive. But who was that grim-faced figure stalking behind Tan? I squinted. That familiar face, that tall frame, that undercut hairstyle, and that clear face. Shit. This is bad. It's Fum. My mouth dropped open as if I'd forgotten how to breathe. Fum, in the flesh, walked into the faculty with a menacing look, as if he had just had a buffet of hornets. Before my brain could even think of an escape plan, he was already up close, grabbing the collar of my shirt. So you're serious about my collar, huh? My two friends sprang up, ready to fight, while Tan quickly ran to hide behind Chang. I glared at the traitorous friend with murderous intent. He looked like he was about to cry. Don't act all innocent, you bastard. Why the hell did you bring him here? You really made me angry, didn't you? Fum whispered through gritted teeth with a spine-chilling voice, his jaw clenched like a teething puppy. I'm dead. I'm definitely dead. In the blink of an eye, he yanked my collar and started dragging me away. I almost fell flat on my face, trying to keep up with his pace. Fortunately, Q grabbed my arm just in time. Where are you taking him? If you have a problem, you could sort it out here. Q said firmly. I never thought my friend, who had insulted me like a pig and a dog for years, would stand up to protect and care for me like this. If I weren't in such a deep well of tears, I'd be sobbing right now. It's more touching than watching a liter of tears on tape. Fum glared at the remaining three of us, and then let go of my collar to grab my other arm instead. Now I was stuck between two giants who seemed ready to tear me apart. Oh, Mahasoth the scholar, help me. I'm not going to do anything to your friend. I just need to talk to him a little. You guys don't need to worry or interfere if you want this to end well. This should be considered good, right? The definition of good varies from person to person, as Chain said, because I think this might not be good for me. He says he won't do anything, just wants to talk. What a pleasure-loving thug, more ethical than Tan. Well, if he doesn't hurt me, that's considered good, right? Why use violence? It's not worth it. The future for us young men is still long. Better to stay friends. I've never heard you speak a long sentence like this before. Chain commented, laughing. Is this really the time to praise this idiot's speaking skills, Chain? I'm asking seriously, Chain. Hugh and Chain exchanged glances, as if communicating telepathically. When Chain gave a slight nod, Hugh slowly let go of my arm. What's happening? You guys can't just abandon me like this. We won't interfere because it's between you two. Go sort it out. Besides, I trust your words. Just bring my friend back unharmed, Fum. Chain said, but I don't trust him. Don't worry, Feem. Fum keeps his promises. You'll come back in one piece, definitely. Tan said, still daring to show his face. Damn you. Tan, you creepy ghost. 32 pieces, you bastard. Why the hell did you bring him here? I'm sorry. I really had no choice, Feem. So you chose to kill me, huh? Tan was hiding behind Chain, still waving his hands in apology and giving a thin smile, as if it were a minor offense. Why does it look like you're surrendering to Fum? What made you sell out your friend, Tan? Damn it, I'm furious. Time's up. Get in the car. You must be really into your tragic love drama, pushing me along. When I refused to move, he grabbed my arm and dragged me instead. Hey guys, help me. Chain, help me. But the three of them stood in a united front, still as wax figures. I hate wax figures. Help me, damn it. Are you going to wait for him to cut me up first? Eventually, I was dragged further away from my friends and the faculty. I struggled, yelled, and tried to shake off this bastard, but nothing worked. Oh, I've got a good idea. Hey, I'm sorry, okay? Please, let me go. I stopped struggling and tried to use a softer approach. But, sorry. It's too late. I'm not accepting it. His not accepting almost made me faint. It felt like my life had ended at that moment. Then he stuffed me into the car and drove off, jerking the vehicle so violently that my head nearly hit the console. I looked back at my beloved friends as they disappeared from view, my heart crying out. If I survive this, I'll hunt down every single one of you. And your first 10. You fucking idiot. Chapter 3. Where are you taking me? Do you think you're the lead in a Hong Kong mafia movie or something? This is a lawful country, you know? What you're doing is kidnapping and illegal detention. You could go to jail for this. Do you hear me? If you don't want to end up eating prison food at Bangkwang, then let me out. Do you even understand, Tai? I said let me out. Stop the car. Stop, stop, stop. I yelled hysterically, like a madman, but that guy, I won't even say his name, it's cursed, remained silent, not even acknowledging me. It was as if my voice couldn't penetrate his eardrums. He kept his eyes on the road, driving recklessly. Man, I really love people with no regard for their own lives. Do you even know how many laws you're breaking right now? Illegal detention, reckless driving, threatening behavior, kidnapping. The only response I got was a long honk and a sharp swerve to overtake a 16-wheeler, barely missing it by a hair's breadth. I didn't even have time to think about my parents' faces. A sudden surge of fear gripped my heart, and my stomach twisted violently. Even if I don't die in a crash, I might just have a heart attack from this guy's driving skills, which seemed like he stole his driver's license. I get it, the car's fast. But could you please stop overtaking on the left at top speed? Oh, I just noticed that this is a convertible sports car with a 3-pointed star emblem. Damn, I never thought I'd get to sit in one. But whether it's a blessing or a curse, I can't even say. If it weren't for the terrifying situation, I might have screamed in excitement at getting to touch my dream car. For now, I'll focus on surviving and appreciate the car later. Because this damn Fum is flooring it like he's racing against Dominic Toretto from Fast and Furious. I could report you to the police, you know? Oh, and I can sue you for damages too. You'll be facing both jail time and a fine if you don't let me out. Don't forget, there are 3 witnesses who saw that I was last with you. Uh-huh. I've chanted Buddhist prayers 3 times and delivered a 100-page lecture, and all I get from you is a uh-huh? Damn, I've never encountered anyone like this before. I thought scary people like this only existed in movies and dramas. Such a waste of a handsome face. It's like God sculpted him with love, but the result is terrifying. His thick eyebrows furrowed, his sharp eyes intense, yet giving the feeling of a deep ocean. Beautiful but frightening because it's too deep to fathom what he's thinking. His thin, pale lips stretched into a straight line, and if he smiles, it's only a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. It's like a priceless, perfect sculpture. But no matter how beautiful it is, a sculpture is still lifeless, without a soul. That's how I feel about this guy. Today's basic art class ends here. Students, please show your respect. I'll call the police. Go ahead. You can use my phone if you like. I'm not surprised anymore why he's so bold, coming to drag me out of my faculty like that. He clearly doesn't fear prison or the law. My dad's a cop. Huh. What's so funny? Do you think I'm lying? You can talk to my dad if you don't believe me. Or ask Tan. You were just complaining that money buys power, and now you're threatening me with your dad. How's that any different from what you accused me of? Are you studying fine arts? Fum asked. So what if I am? Is everyone in your faculty as crazy as you? Well, some of us, yeah. I mean, doing art requires a lot of thinking, right? You need to come up with ideas, use your imagination, and be creative. You need inspiration. Creating art takes both thought and emotion. It's exhausting, and I don't know how many have ruined their mental and physical health because of it. I stopped when I realized I'd started rambling. It's his fault for bringing up school stuff. How could I not answer? My reputation's on the line. Are you insulting me? Are you accusing art students of being crazy? You're asking for another charge. And what about you? Do all engineering students solve problems with violence like you? When did I use violence? Maybe you should ask when you didn't. This is a battle of wits. When you can't think of a comeback, respond with a question. I couldn't think of a time when he used violence either. Oh, wait, when he dragged me into the car. Who do you think you are, the lead in one of Pizarro Krasserini's dramas? Me, using violence? I'm the one who had to stay in the hospital because of you, remember? Really? You were hospitalized? What did the doctor say? And you're fully recovered now, right? Wait, I'm getting tired of myself. That's a different issue. Don't mix things up. What you're doing now is forcing me to go with you. It's emotional abuse. It makes me feel unsafe and scared. Oh, really? You seem very scared right now. So sarcastic. Honestly, I'm not that scared of him. To be honest, I don't think he's going to kill me or anything. But I am anxious because I don't know where he's taking me. Okay, let's talk this out reasonably. I'm smart. I know when to attack and when to retreat. I know how to adapt and avoid danger. The answer is, yes, I'm good at it. I don't want to talk. He cuts it off. Huh, I'm shocked. Didn't you say you wanted to talk? So what now? Come on, let's talk first. If we don't talk, how will we understand each other? I say. He finally looked at me, but his look was as if he wanted to eat me alive. Here's what I think. That day might have been just a mistake. No one wanted that to happen, right? You lost control, and I acted on impulse. We both messed up, and there's no way to fix it. But we can choose to move forward. That incident will just be a memory. We can go back to our normal lives, as people who once knew each other, with nothing tying us together anymore. Is that okay? What are you talking about? Our business, of course. Stunned, huh? You didn't expect me to be so witty, did you? For the first time, he takes his eyes off the road to look at me, but his brow furrows like he doesn't understand what I'm saying. I guess this guy really doesn't understand Thai. Look, he even sighs and cranks up the AC. Just sit quietly, you're annoying. I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and say a long, "Om." Screw it, whatever happens, happens. Then I lunge at Fum's hair. Ouch. Let go. Are you crazy? We'll both die. Let go. Are you going to stop the car, huh? Are you? I growl, telling him to stop while yanking his hair. Ouch. He finally pulls the car over to the side of the road, but he doesn't let me get out. He stops to grab my hair in return. We're both pulling each other's hair, neither of us giving in. I don't know how long it lasted, but it felt like an eternity. The sound of heavy breathing echoes in the cramped cabin, cold mist clinging to the windows. We look like we've just been through a war, clothes disheveled, revealing our chests rising and falling with our breaths. hair in complete disarray. Yet neither of us is willing to let go, even though one of my eyes is already swollen. If anyone deserves the Pulitzer this year, it's Fearing. Let go, he orders. You first. I resist, gripping the hair at the back of his neck and pulling it back so his head tilts, while he pulls the front of my hair, making my neck bend. Let go. His voice grows more intense. Okay, on the count of 3, we both let go. Ready? All right. 1, 2, 3. Of course, neither of us lets go. We both try to outsmart each other. That was just a test. This time for real, okay? 1, 2, and then the phone rings, saving us both. We push each other away quickly. Damn, he scratched me under the eye with his nails, but I managed to pinch his ear in return. Not bad at all. He answers the phone, saying, "Yes, sir," a few times before hanging up. Then he glares at me. "Sit still and be quiet. I'm not going to kill you, but if you keep causing trouble, I might change my mind." Okay, fine. I sit quietly as ordered, for the sake of my life and the few belongings I have on me. He drags me around all day, from the pier to the tax office, to a storage warehouse in Samet Prakan, and finally to a factory in Bang Pakong. The tides rise and fall, just like my confusion and the unpredictable moods of the guy sitting next to me. Wherever he goes, people always treat him with respect. From what I overheard on his calls, he seems to be reporting to his mother after each errand. I wonder if she knows what we're doing at this beach house. Whose house is this? Why did you stop the car? What are you going to do to me? Or is this a hideout? A mafia den to get rid of evidence? I look around cautiously. You must watch too many murder mysteries and let your imagination run wild. He replies in a tone that suggests he's fed up. Easy for you to say, you're not the one in my shoes. I snap, refusing to get out of the car. The jerk clicks his tongue in annoyance. Just get out already. I'm tired. Sorry for the inconvenience. I didn't ask to be dragged across provinces by some random psycho. Sorry that I'm trying to stay alive and it's annoying you. Suit yourself, he says, getting out of the car before leaning down to speak. If I wanted to do something to you, I would have done it long before we got this far. You were making a fuss about getting out, and now that you can, you won't. Well, I have to be cautious. You're so trustworthy after all. And why did you bring me here anyway? I clear my throat, speaking softer. He takes a deep breath, stares at me for a moment, then slams the car door and walks into the house without looking back. I blink in surprise. People like this must be why Buddha taught patience. I follow him into the house. It's almost empty inside, likely a vacation home of some wealthy person who only visits occasionally and hires someone to clean it now and then. They probably forget about it until one day they suddenly remember. Oh, we have a lovely beach house. Let's go stay there. I'm not being bitter, just envious. I watch Fum pacing back and forth, talking loudly on the phone. Yeah, I know, I'm handling mom's errands. Just got here. What's with the nagging? I came here, didn't I? Why didn't you ask Tin instead? So much hassle. Then he hangs up and flops onto the sofa, facing me at an angle. Annoying. He crosses his arms, pouting like a spoiled kid who didn't get his way. When he notices me watching, he shifts, clears his throat, and puts on a stern face again. What a strange guy. I need compensation, damages. For what? What damages? What are you talking about? Are you sleep-talking? It might not be the right moment, but I can't help laughing. I'll remind you that I ended up in the hospital because of you. Oh wow, that really happened? I thought Q was just messing with me. Are you better now? And I laugh again. Seriously though? It's your own fault for messing with me first. You haven't even apologized to me. Sorry. I freeze mid-laugh, blinking in confusion. Wait a minute. Your turn now, apologize to me. Hold on, don't try to trick me. I have nothing to apologize for. This whole mess is your fault, from start to finish. I finish speaking, and Fum pushes his tongue against his cheek. I guess his patience is wearing thin. He leans forward and stares at me. Medical bills, medications, doctor fees, over 200,000 baht. I'm feeling generous, so let's round it down to 200,000 even. Pay up. I'm really sorry, it's all my fault. I was wrong. It's all on me. You're not at fault at all. I am. Completely my fault. Before he can finish, I cut in immediately, apologizing faster than light. 200,000. Pay up. What hospital were you in? Did you rent out an entire floor at Bumrangrad? It was just a little scuffle. How did it get so expensive? Want to see the receipts? I have them. My heart skips a beat. I thought he was going to show me something else. But I have nothing. Not even close to 200,000 baht. I had to borrow 200 just to print some documents. Then I have an option for you. Work for me, and I'll deduct it from what you owe. What kind of work? If it's drug dealing, murder, or human trafficking, you've got the wrong guy. I won't do that stuff. I narrow my eyes at him suspiciously. He lets out a huge sigh, messing up his own hair before speaking. Why should I let you do something like that? Can you stop using your imagination already? The job I have for you isn't difficult at all. It's just... He stared at me, locking eyes, with a slight smirk as if mocking me, before dropping the bombshell that left me speechless. Just be my servant for a month or two. Holy crap. I'm not forcing you. Do it or don't, whatever makes you comfortable. He said in a calm, steady voice, leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed, as if he didn't have a care in the world. I blinked repeatedly, struggling to find my voice and sanity. Oh, thank you so much. I've never felt so comfortable in my life. I muttered sarcastically. If you don't want to, just pay me 200,000 baht. You can even pay it in 4 installments. I'm being nice. He added, his tone turning taunting, provoking me when I was already boiling with rage. I shot up, glared at him, and shouted at the top of my lungs. When do I start? Just tell me. The bench area in front of the Faculty of Fine Arts that morning wasn't exactly peaceful. Actually, our faculty is never peaceful, regardless of the time of day, because we're open 24 hours, competing with convenience stores. Fine art students don't live for art. They live to submit work. The professors allow us to be late, to be absent, even to die, but we must submit our work. Every major, every year, shares the same fate. That's why our faculty is never deserted. There are always people here. Even at 2 in the morning, you'd find someone sculpting, painting, bending wires, or cutting metal. There are even people rehearsing performances, running for exercise, playing with Ouija boards, casting nets in the pond, and even making charcoal. You'd see things you wouldn't expect. We gather everything here. There's something to see at all times. Take your pick. I dragged myself out of the house at the crack of dawn, intending to avoid Q, planning to sneak up to the sculpture shop to sleep. But of course, he saw through me and waited at the faculty's entrance. Judging by his appearance and the lingering smell, Q probably slept here last night. And it wasn't just Q staring at me with wide eyes. Chain, Tan, and Pun were also there, the whole crew. But with Pun, I wasn't sure why he was there. I wasn't sure how much he knew about what happened. I couldn't predict what he was thinking or feeling. He might not even understand what was going on, just joining in because it looked fun. I dreaded that possibility. Seriously, do you guys have nothing better to do? Yesterday, I escaped a tiger, and today I run into crocodiles. Dwarf ones, mind you. At this rate, I'm going to need to make merit tomorrow. The way they were staring at me felt like they were trying to bore into my skull and pull out what happened yesterday for a thorough examination, despite having already heard my false account once. But it seemed that my ability to lie was lacking from birth because all 4 of them didn't seem to believe me. And I wasn't about to spill the truth either. No matter what, I wouldn't say a word. Going to be someone's servant isn't something I want to announce to the world. It's humiliating. When will these jerks stop staring at me? Someone help me. I'm scared. I don't believe you. They were more in sync than a choir. If they used their unity for something productive, it'd be great. I don't believe you. Pun repeated sternly, winking at me discreetly. No way. There's no chance Fum wouldn't do something to you. That's so unlike him. Hugh added, with an exaggerated southern accent. And why are you talking like a southern uncle? What's wrong with you? And damn it, Hugh, I'm stuck now. What a bastard. Yeah, it's impossible. Pun echoed Q's words, crossing his arms, frowning, and stroking his chin. Just looking at him made me tired. I don't believe it either. Fum is the type of guy who never lets anyone off the hook. Tell us, Feem, what did he do to you? We'll handle it. Tan chimed in, all bravado now. Wow, look who's all tough now. Where was all this bravado when you didn't protect me yesterday? You're going to get it, Tan, for being the one to lure him to me. You guys are weird, asking stupid questions. If he had done something to me, would I be here with my handsome face intact for you to see? I said, forgetting to watch my words, earning a slap on the back of my head from Q. I'm serious. Just believe me. He didn't do anything to me. Well, apart from messing up my hair, gouging my eyes, and pinching my ears. And I did all that to myself. He just took me to talk, to clear things up, made me apologize. But come on, it's just an apology. Did he really need to pick me up in a sports Benz for that? Ha ha ha. I laughed nervously, having completely run out of excuses. After hearing my unconvincing but firm reassurances, they started looking at each other like they were communicating telepathically. This gave me a moment to breathe a sigh of relief that I'd been holding in since who knows when. Damn it, because of that bastard, I've been living in constant anxiety. When I looked up, all four of them were staring at me with odd, unsettling, almost crazy eyes. They already seem like lunatics normally, and this just made them scarier. Ugh, stop it. You're freaking me out. 1 minute they were questioning me, and the next, Tin climbed onto the table, getting so close that his nose hairs nearly brushed against my eyelashes. You sure about that, Feem? Shane asked, confirming once more. Yeah, of course, I said, looking from one to another, realizing I was acting suspiciously. Why is Pun smiling weirdly, with that one-sided smirk? Not just Pun, but all of them were staring at me intently. What? Why are you looking at me like that? And I swear, if I could go back in time, I'd never have asked that question. You sold your body to save yourself, didn't you? I was shocked, stunned, and what the hell? How did they come up with that? Then the group scattered, everyone running off in different directions like a swarm of bees, with me chasing after them, kicking them in the ass. Their laughter echoed so loudly that it bounced back. People around us turned to watch and even cheered us on. Nothing unusual here. Whoever wants to do something, does it. Whoever wants to play something, plays it. The fine arts students always appreciate and join in with the laughter of others, even if they don't know what the joke is. The four of them laughed until tears ran down their faces. Pun was the first to run over and throw his arm around me, whispering that he chose me, then pointed at the other three, calling them mudbloods. And then we had a new target. Everyone rushed to pummel Pun while I held him in a headlock. In the end, I laughed along with them. Sigh. Life may throw you some bad times, but with friends like these, they'll help you get through it. I hope. This morning, I attended an English class that I share with other faculties, but my mind was barely functioning. Not that I'm ever fully alert anyway, but today was particularly rough. I was both sleepy and exhausted from waking up early and running around chasing those idiots. Honestly, I know they were just messing around, but seriously, what made them think I'd agree to sell myself like that? Just seeing them makes me want to fight. So when would I have time to develop feelings? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Angry at my loudmouth friends. Angry at the person who made that ridiculous proposal as if they were from some bygone era, and angry at myself for making a deal with the devil. But in that moment, in that situation, I was like someone drowning. Whatever was thrown my way, I had to grab it, right? I don't know about you, but I'm afraid of dying. Call me a coward if you want, but I just want to survive. 200,000? Huh. Right now, I've got 3,000 in my account to last the whole month, and it's only the 6th. Yeah, this is going to be a long month. Living off instant noodles. I might be making light of it, but you know the reality isn't funny at all. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. So, I had to find an outlet, and the back of Q, who was sleeping in front of me, was the perfect target. Why was he asleep in class? Why wasn't he paying attention? People who don't pay attention in class deserve to be punished, right? Like a good smack on the back. That's exactly what I did. I slapped Q's back so hard that even the professor at the front of the class heard it and craned his neck to see what was happening. I quickly raised my hands in apology while Q, now fully awake thanks to my holy hand, glared at me with red, vengeful eyes. But he couldn't do anything since the professor was watching. The rest of our friends who witnessed the scene burst out laughing. Phew, I felt a bit better after that. I've been feeling down and out of luck lately, like everything's going wrong. Maybe I should ask Q to go make merit and offer alms to the monks to turn our luck around. But before I could invite my dear friend, who was busy cursing a girl from another faculty, my phone rang loudly with my ringtone, the song Missing You. Oh crap, I forgot to put it on silent. Now Toon's voice is echoing in public. Oops. Sorry again, Professor. I'm a huge Body Slam fan, and Toon is my idol. I respect him like he's a spiritual leader, and I'm his devoted follower. I listen to Toon's teachings more than I listen to my parents because if it weren't for him, I wouldn't know where to find these tight skinny jeans I'm wearing. Q looked at me with a sullen expression for letting the song play too long, and the professor and my classmates were all staring at me, wondering when I'd answer the phone so they could continue the lesson. I quickly silenced my phone, bowed my head in apology, and checked the number. Huh, who the heck is this? Hello. I crouched under the table to answer in a whisper. I still dared to pick up the call, but if I'd known who was calling, I would never have answered. I'm giving you 10 minutes to meet me at the faculty. If you're not here by then, I'll add 1,000 baht to your debt for every minute you're late. The caller hung up right after. No wasting time, short and to the point. And me? I ran, of course. What else would I do? Chapter 4. After answering that deathly phone call, I was in shock for a full 3 seconds. How the hell did Phum get my number? This guy isn't just ruthless. He's definitely dabbling in the occult or something. Once I regained my senses, my brain slowly started processing the situation. He said I had 10 minutes to show up, or else. That was all it took for me to grab my backpack and bolt straight into what felt like the depths of hell. Everyone in class, including the professor who was passionately lecturing about Renaissance art, turned to stare at me. Even Q looked startled. I could hear him shouting after me, but I didn't have time to answer any questions or clear up any confusion because the first circle of hell was about to swallow me whole. Gasp, gasp. Damn, I'm exhausted. I wheezed, finally reaching the front of the engineering building, panting like a dog after a long run in the sun. One hand was clutching my stomach from a stitch, while the other was propping me up by the knee. Do you have any idea how far the arts building is from the rest of civilization? It's practically in the middle of nowhere, like it's been banished from society. Meanwhile, the engineering building is right up front, proudly standing as the face of the university. And here I am, forced to sprint all the way here within 10 minutes. I should sign up for the national marathon team tomorrow. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I looked around for Phum. He didn't even specify where in the building he'd be. How the hell am I supposed to find him? How long are you going to stand there, shorty? It's not like I'm trying to be short. Wait, who am I even talking to? I whipped around and saw Phum standing behind me, looking all tough and cool. Damn it, he scared the crap out of me. Besides dabbling in the dark arts, he's definitely trained in some ninja skills too. 1 second there wasn't a soul around, and the next, there's this one dog. Phum, right here. Ha. What's so funny? You short lunatic. Why are you smiling? Phum asked. I glared at him. Did I really just accidentally let my satisfaction of insulting him show on my face? I must be seriously pissed off. But can you blame me? Suddenly having someone control your life like this would make anyone furious. Phum is just as evil as everyone says. Ignoring him, I started looking around for Tan. Phum and Tan hang out together, and if Tan showed up, all my efforts to lie my way out of this would be in vain. Besides being short and crazy, are you paranoid too? Phum continues. I wanted to snap back that the only reason I'm like this is because of him. Where's Tan? He's in class. And you're not in class. It's pure torture having to talk civilly with someone you absolutely despise. If I could, I'd jump up and smack him in the head 100 times. What about you? Why aren't you in class? I was, until some pest called and dragged me out here. I said, feeling rather bold. Phum shot me a murderous look, and I was a bit scared. But I was brave enough to stand up to him because we were on campus, so he couldn't do anything to me. Hey, move. He ordered a group of freshmen sitting nearby, so he could take their spot. What a jerk. But they quickly scrambled to gather their things and vacated the spot for him. That whole he can't do anything to me thought? I was dead wrong. Right now, Lord Phum was happily downing his 5th bottle of pomegranate-flavored Puriku, each one fetched by yours truly, 1 bottle at a time. He's pushing my buttons like a pro. The drink stall wasn't even close by. At first, he just said he was thirsty and sent me to buy something. Could I refuse? Of course not. Just keep chanting. Phum, you're just a servant, just a servant. So I accepted my fate, bent my head down, and cursed him under my breath the whole way. The first time, I brought him a bottle of crystal water because he didn't specify what he wanted. But Mr. Phum said he didn't like it because the bottle was round. Wow. I nearly shoved that crystal bottle up his nose. So, I went back to get another drink. This time he said, anything, as long as it's not round. What kind of bullcrap excuse is that? So on the second trip, I brought him a box of Oishi honey lemon tea, no round bottle this time. I should have brought incense to offer along with it. But when I handed it over, he just stared at me and the box, back and forth. I can't drink this. The woman on the box looks annoying. His words almost made me faint. What the hell kind of brain does this guy have? I took a deep breath, trying to control the tiny bit of sanity I had left and not punch him in the face. I slammed the oishi box, with the annoying curly-haired woman, down on the table. I saw him give a sly smile. He's definitely messing with me on purpose. Oh, just figured that out, did you? On the third trip, I bought every square-shaped drink I could find. Amino, Bing, Sap, Puriku, Red Bull. If he didn't drink this time, I swear I would drink them all myself. After trudging through the midday heat, I was thirsty as hell. Finally, Fum decided to settle for Puriku. He said the name was cute and suited his face. Yeah, right. So fitting. At least I didn't have to keep walking back and forth in the sun anymore. But now, I was giving him a massage. Yes, you heard that right. I was practically turning into his slave. I was boiling with rage, trying to avoid the curious stares of people passing by and constantly watching out for Tan. Even though Fum assured me that Tan and the others were in class, I wasn't taking any chances. Better safe than sorry. But I still didn't understand why Fum wasn't in class and instead decided to drag me out here to wait on him hand and foot. Was he just lazy, or did he enjoy tormenting me? Ouch, be gentle, will you? I told you to use your hands to massage, not your feet to stomp on me. Fum complained. I let out my frustration, pressing my fingers harder into his shoulder. I wish I could dip my hands in poison and let it seep into his skin, or maybe I should just stab him in the neck with a hairpin like in those Chinese movies and be done with it. If I do it gently, it won't hit the right spots. It needs to be firm for it to feel satisfying. Satisfying for me. But for you? You're going to die? Sadist. You're the sadist. He shot me a fierce look and shrugged my hand off his shoulder like he was disgusted. That's enough. I'm hungry. Go buy me some food. He handed me 1,000 baht bill. Geez, this rich guy. Even when he bought water earlier, he used 1,000 baht note. 5 trips, 5,000 baht notes. I took the money and headed off to the cafeteria. The way things are going, I might die before him. Have you ever heard of dying from exhaustion? Wait, I've changed my mind. Let's eat out. Fine, go ahead. I'll finally get to go home. Then I'm heading home. Bye, good luck. I just want to go back and sleep. What did you say? He looked at me like I just told him I was going to assault his aunt. I'm going home. When did I say you could go home? You're coming with me. Damn it. Do I have to? I've barely been with him for an hour, and I'm already going crazy. Please don't make me share a meal with him. I'm not going. I'm heading back. Are you asking to die? How dare you disobey me? What are you all staring at? He yelled at me before turning to snap at the people who were watching us. Most people usually look at Fum with admiration, which I resent. Jealousy, really. If they're straight men, they admire him with a hint of respect. But if they're not straight or they're women, they look at him like they want to devour him. Ugh, I wish people looked at me like that too. But right now, I just want to get away from him as fast as I can. The place he took me to eat was MBK Center. Seriously, couldn't you find anywhere else? I'm so sick of this place. And from the moment we got out of the car, we became the center of attention. To be precise, it was only Fum. He's so ridiculously good-looking, not leaving any spotlight for me. Walking next to him makes me feel like a dwarf, but I'm used to it by now. When I walk with people like Q or Tan, it's the same thing. People stare, but maybe not as much as with Fum. Are you a turtle or something? Hurry up. Why does he have to be so loud? I don't want to walk next to you, okay? When I'm near him, his aura overshadows mine, and the girls won't look at me. Haha. But it seems like Fum doesn't care at all about how much attention he's getting. When I saw him about to snap, I quickly sped up to walk beside him. He's bossy, demanding, and hard to please. After wandering around trying to decide what to eat, he finally made up his mind. He took me to an Italian restaurant that I've walked past many times, but never entered because it's too fancy. I'm afraid eating there will burn my mouth. Haha. Hello, welcome to. Please, come in. How many people? Whoa, lady, no need to bat your eyelashes like that when asking a customer a question. 2. Fum replied, seemingly unaware of the flirtatious looks he was getting. Or maybe he was aware, but just didn't care. The pretty waitress led us to a table inside and handed us menus, her eyes still glued to Fum's face. Haha, go ahead and eat him up, sis. Then I'll finally be free. I'll have the spaghetti with broccoli sauce. And, do you want to eat? He glanced at the menu for a second before ordering. Then he asked me, since when do servants get to eat with their masters? Maybe I'm getting too into this role. Then, a miso pork spaghetti. He said. I was stunned. He ordered for me without even waiting for my answer. The waitress repeated our order. What would you like to drink? Pepsi. Please wait a moment, she said with an extra sweet smile before walking away, leaving Fum to sit there with his arms crossed, staring at me like he was deep in thought. I didn't want to pay him any attention, so I looked outside, watching kids cry and fight over toys. It was better than looking at him. I'm irritated and bored. Soon, 2 cold glasses of Pepsi were served. I sipped my drink, feeling awkward about sitting here being stared at. I'm not a painting in a gallery, okay? What's with the intense staring? What's your name? Fum asked. I almost spit my Pepsi out. The question hit me like a brain freeze. I looked up at him with the utmost disdain. He ordered food without asking me, and now he doesn't even know my name? Seriously? Grr. Feem. That's such a common name. And yours is twice as common. He shrugged. You're a servant. This guy may be good looking, but it seems like he doesn't really make sense when he talks. He just says whatever comes to mind, right? He should learn to structure his sentences better. I'm confused. Yeah, I get it. No need to rub it in. I'm the servant, and you're the master. Why does he need to keep reminding me? I'm already about to lose it. From now on, your job is to follow my orders. And what have I been doing so far? Then, you idiot. Don't secretly insult me in your head. Your new duties include cleaning my condo, doing my laundry, cooking, and all the housework. He added. My jaw dropped again, for the umpteenth time today. If I jumped onto the table and did a backflip into Fum's face, would it make headlines? Isn't that a bit much? I started to get really annoyed. It's not that I'm against doing the work, it's just too much. I know all of this is because he's pissed that I threw off his little Fum's balance. Just dealing with his moods should be enough. Besides, I'm a guy. Cooking and laundry? I don't know how to do any of that. Then I'll just call Tan. He gave me a smug look that made me want to punch him. He's got a trump card, of course. I forgot to mention something. On the day he kidnapped me, he filmed a clip to blackmail me. Don't worry, it's not what you think. He just made me sit with my eyes closed and say a few lines. My name is Piranat Ruang Siriwung. I will serve and obey Fum and Karawankiatwanit for 2 months. Blah blah blah, and a bunch of other nonsense that he came up with. He even made me sing folk songs. Ugh, thinking about it makes me mad. Fine, I snapped. I wanted to get up and cry, my tears turning into rivers of alcohol. Luckily, the waitress brought our food before I could lose it completely. I tried to calm myself down. I wasn't going to touch that damn spaghetti. Do you think I got to do what I wanted? No way. Whatever I want, Fum is always there to thwart me. This meal felt like the last one of a prisoner on death row, except what I'm going through is even worse. After eating, Mr. Fum suddenly decided he wanted to go shopping because he remembered that his twin nephew's birthday was coming up. Of course, I had to follow him around like a shadow, and people continued to pay attention to him. The most intense moment was when a group of high school girls shrieked when they saw him. And these girls were bold. They came up to ask for a photo. Fum agreed, though he didn't smile much, but at least he didn't look grumpy. I learned something new from this. Fum is easily annoyed. After the photos were taken, he walked off without waiting for me. I had to rush to catch up with my short legs. He said he was going to buy a remote-controlled car for his nephews. But what's this? Clothes, shoes, bags, and a million other accessories. Are you planning to buy out all of MBK? Yeah, I know you're rich. Go ahead and buy, but have some mercy on me. I have to carry all his stuff. Fum walked into one store, then out of another, with me, his shopping bag ghost, trailing behind him. I was so burdened with bags that I was practically drowning in them. I'm exhausted, damn it. Oh, Fum, what are you doing here? A sweet voice called out while Fum was picking out some jewelry. I turned to see a beautiful girl in a tight university uniform, the buttons about to pop off and poke Fum in the eye. She wasn't wearing a badge from my university, but from another well-known institution. I came to buy something new. I was eating something around here. I haven't seen you in a long time, Fum. How are you? Good, Mew. Good. Then who did you come with? No. My goodness, I'm really acting strangely. Don't bother me. Fum was quiet for a while. What will the answer be? Friends, servants, acquaintances, and if we don't know each other, can we walk together? I'm thinking something crazy, Kiki. How about you? Who are you with? Fum asked instead. Classic. Instead of answering, he throws a question back. But judging by her body language, this girl isn't really interested in finding out if Fum's with someone. She just wants to make sure he's alone. Based on my observations, it's safe to say that Mew has some history with Fum. Confirmed. I came with some friends, but we just split up. How about we walk around together? It's not every day I get to see you, Fum. Wow. Even though her friends are clearly waiting outside the store, she makes it sound like she's alone. I'm sure Fum's going to turn her down. Sure, why not? What? You're kidding, right? And now I'm left holding all these bags. Am I supposed to walk with them too? I mean, I might be able to, but someone better call an ambulance just in case. I have asthma, you know. I'm already struggling as it is. Oh, who's this, Fum? Mew seems surprised when she finally notices me standing there, loaded down with shopping bags. I was trying to stay out of sight, pretending to be interested in some jewelry. A gnome. Huh. Come again? A gnome? What's that supposed to mean? Since when did I become gnomes? I'm so confused. A gnome from my university. Fum must have noticed that both Mew and I looked a bit puzzled, so he elaborated. Well, at least he chose a more acceptable label than servant to tell Mew. Fine, I'll be his gnome. Nice to meet you. I'm Mew. What's your name? Oh no, my life is falling apart. Now someone my own age is treating me like their junior. I throw a side eye at Fum, who's grinning smugly. What a jerk. Theme. I managed to stutter out. Is this girl stupid or something? Can't she see that we're the same age, or do I just look that young? Haha, maybe I do look young after all. After that, Mew doesn't pay much attention to me, aside from saying she's jealous of me for being Fum's gnome. I think it's more like bad luck. If I were really his little brother, I'd probably be dead by now from all the stress. Mew walks alongside Fum, a scene that makes everyone around green with envy. Handsome guy, beautiful girl. Of course they're going to attract attention. The two of them go from store to store, just like Fum and I did earlier. Meanwhile, I'm struggling to keep up with them, burdened with all the bags. My knuckles are red and sore. It's been 2 hours already. If they're going to be lovey-dovey, can't they just let me go home? Shorty, wait here. I'm going to walk Mew home. Fum says, walking over to where I'm slumped, completely exhausted. Why do I have to wait? I want to go home too. I grumble. He gives me a look of exasperation. Why can't we just go our separate ways? You still have to clean my place, remember? Today. Isn't it too early? Can't I at least go home and rest for a bit? He shrugs as if my words were just insignificant background noise. Wait, right here. He commands before walking off with Mew, leaving me staring in shock at how shameless he is. Damn it. What else can I do but wait like he said, guarding this mountain of shopping bags? It's been an hour since I started watching people walk by. 2 hours later, I've moved to a new spot. 3 hours later, I buy a drink, lugging all the bags with me because I'm afraid Fum's nephew's gifts might get stolen. 4 hours later, I've dozed off from sheer exhaustion, still clutching all the bags tightly. By now, the crowd has thinned out, leaving mostly store employees. I glance at my watch. It's 10 p.m. I've been waiting for Fum since around 7. I've been waiting nearly 4 hours. I'm not one to cry easily, and I'm certainly not a guy who breaks down over little things. But I just can't understand why Fum hasn't come back. Chapter 5. I struggled to carry my bags out as the security guard informed me that the mall was about to close. Earlier in the day, the place was bustling with people, but now it was practically deserted. I pressed my lips together tightly, seething with anger. Who does he think he is, treating me like this? I was furious at him, at Fum, for making me sit and wait. But what made me even angrier was myself, for being foolish enough to wait for him. Anger turned into frustration, and frustration made me want to throw everything I was holding. Just thinking that these things belonged to Fum made me want to stomp on them until they were destroyed, but I knew that if I did, he might just come after me and beat me up. Sigh. In the end, is this really my life now, being under Fum's thumb? It's only the first day, and I'm already exhausted. How am I going to survive this? On nut, please. I told the taxi driver after I finally managed to drag both the shopping bags and myself into the car. Ugh, Fum isn't even here, yet he's still finding ways to mess with me. Wow. Kid, you're pretty good at shopping for a guy. The taxi driver teased me with a smile through the rearview mirror. They're not mine, haha. I replied awkwardly. Oh, so they must be for your girlfriend. He assumed, nearly making me choke on my own spit. Girlfriend? Haha, definitely not. They're not mine, and they're not for my girlfriend either. You must really love her, huh? Buying all this and even taking it home for her. That's how it is when you're in a new relationship. Back when I was young and handsome like you, I used to do the same thing. Handsome like me? Well, not to toot my own horn, but the only thing we might have in common is our black eyes. I just gave him a weak smile, too tired to correct him. I was exhausted and sleepy, and the taxi driver's cheerful mood was just too much. I wanted to nap so badly, but he kept chatting away. Despite my half-asleep state, I somehow managed to direct him to my house. I quickly paid and scrambled out of the taxi. Seriously, this guy should quit driving and become a stand-up comedian. He'd probably give the pros a run for their money. I'm home, I called out softly as I entered. At this hour, who else would be awake? Uncle Pooey was probably asleep by 8 p.m. I dragged myself upstairs, practically sleepwalking. I jumped out of my skin when a green-faced ghost suddenly appeared from the bathroom. Any sleepiness I had vanished instantly. What's with the scream, my handsome nephew? It's just your lovely Aunt Pooey, she said. I stared at the figure, not entirely sure it was human, with green mud smeared all over its face, leaving only the eyes visible. The mouth barely moved when it spoke, claiming to be my aunt. Really? I still wasn't convinced. Of course it is. Don't act like you're scared of me. And where have you been, coming home so late? If your mom knew, she'd probably fly here and tear me apart. Aunt Pooey said, trying to sound as feminine as possible. By now, I'm sure you can guess which gender my aunt identifies with. But it doesn't matter what or who Aunt Pooey is. What matters is that she's a good person. A really good person. And just as quirky as she is kind. As for the details about my family, I'll save those for another time. I went out to eat with some friends. I replied. Pooey gave me a scrutinizing look. And what's with all the stuff you're carrying? It's my friends. They asked me to hold it. I said, trying to keep the lie going. Just as women should never stop being beautiful, men should never stop being smooth talkers. But let's see if I can get away with this. Sure, a friend, huh? If it's your girlfriend's stuff, just say so. I won't tease you, she said with a playful glint in her eye. Really though? What do you call that look if not teasing, Annie? And why does everyone assume this stuff belongs to my girlfriend? It's really my friend's, Annie. Come on, I don't even have a girlfriend. I insisted. Aunt Pooey looked at me like she didn't believe a word, but this is one time I'm actually telling the truth. I really don't have a girlfriend. Are you sure? You're not buying this for some girl? She asked, her voice dripping with suspicion, before bursting into laughter. Geez, Auntie, really? I'm exhausted, so I'm going to bed. Good night, beautiful. Yeah, right, run away then. I turned back and winked at Aunt Pooey before quickly slipping into my room. Sigh. I dropped the bags on the floor and flopped onto my bed. I'd been tired and worn out all day, but now that I was lying down, I couldn't fall asleep. I couldn't stop thinking about Fum and how angry I was at him. I'm a person too. I have feelings. Never in my life have I waited so long for someone. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted to punch him in the face. Damn it. After fuming for a while, my body finally gave in, and my eyes started to droop. But before I drifted off, I have to confess something. I, Fiend the Handsome, am not going to shower tonight. Haha, I'm too tired, so I'll just sleep as I am. Good night. I still miss you all. F. Who's calling at this hour? Just as I was about to fall asleep, I jolted awake, fumbling around for my phone in irritation. I'm tired, I just want to sleep. Hello, who is it? I grumbled. I really wanted to curse them out. What the hell are you calling for at this time? It's me. Who's me? I don't have a friend named me. Damn it, Feem, don't mess with me. It's Q. Oh, it's Q. I sat up, leaning against the headboard, and shook off my sleepiness. Yawn. What do you want, man? I'm dead tired. Where did you go? I frowned at his question. Go? What are you talking about? I mean when you suddenly ran out of the room, you idiot. I was so shocked, I thought something had happened. And then you didn't pick up when I called. Oh. The extended "oh" was because I finally understood what Q meant, but another reason was that I used the "oh" to buy time to come up with a lie. Lately, I've been lying to my friends too often, haven't I? It's nothing, really. It's just that. Well, my Uncle Pooey's friend just got back from Papua New Guinea. Damn it, I'm way off track now. I can't think straight, especially late at night when I'm tired. My brain slows down, making it hard to process anything. Papua New Guinea? And Q's tone was completely uninterested, as if he were wondering what my uncle's friend had to do with me. And I had to pick him up, of course. I said, hoping it was a good enough excuse. Sorry, Q. I was in such a rush that I didn't have time to tell you. I was afraid Uncle Pooey's friend would be waiting too long. When I saw that he was silent, I quickly added, "Really, I'm sorry." "Nah, it's okay. Just don't do that again. You freaked me out. I thought a relative of yours had died or something." "You bet." I smiled even though I was about to curse him out. Knowing that Q was worried about me only made me feel worse for lying to him. "Q, I'm really sorry. Sorry for lying. I hate this feeling." "Hey, why are you apologizing?" I wasn't mad. I was just worried. Tin even called me to yell at me for not looking after you. He wanted to take you and me out for dinner. When he asked where you were, and I said I didn't know, he chewed me out. "Wow, my friends really care about me. You guys care about me that much?" I asked, my heart swelling with warmth. Damn, I'm starting to sound like a character in a romance novel. "Of course we care. We just want you to treat us to dinner, huh?" "Go to hell, Q. That's it for now. I'm going to sleep," I said, my heart deflating instantly. The bastard kept laughing. I was so touched for a moment, only to find out they just wanted free food. After exchanging a few more words, I hung up. At first, I wasn't planning to take a shower, but since I was already up, I decided to go ahead and freshen up. That night, I had a very good dream. I dreamed that I hit Fum with a crocodile tail whip right in the face. Damn, it was satisfying. For the first time in my life, I wanted to make a dream come true. I had sworn that if I ever saw Fum again, I would punch him until his mouth bled. I'd strangle him to death to quench my anger. But now I had to suppress those thoughts as deeply as possible, because of what was happening in front of me at that moment. Fum had told me to meet him at the old gym behind the civil engineering department. I had been there for a while, but didn't dare to walk in. I was just peeking from a distance, hiding behind the door. Fum was smoking, watching his henchman beat someone up. Seeing his face made my blood boil, but seeing what he was doing made me think that if I were smart, I should just stay put. These idiots didn't seem to fear anything. This was still a university, and yet they had the guts to cause trouble. Hey, that's enough. If he dies too quickly, it won't be satisfying for me, Fum said, crushing his cigarette under his foot before stepping on the chest of the unfortunate guy who was lying there, bloodied and barely conscious. Judging from the look of him, that guy would barely be able to eat even rice porridge. He was almost dead. Fum crouched down beside the guy, with Tan, the blonde guy, and the handsome one I had seen before, all standing around like it was no big deal. "Remember this well, and don't mess with me. And tell your sister to stop bothering me before I lose my patience." Fum's cold, calm voice was terrifying, and hearing it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. If he did to me what he did to that guy, I would definitely die. From now on, I'll be the best errand boy possible. I promise, Fum. Well, being an errand boy for 2 months is better than dying under his feet within 2 hours. After he finished talking, he had his henchman drag the guy away. "Mick, what time is it?" he asked the blonde guy. "Ah, so that guy who called me a pike before is named Mick. It's 4:40. Someone misses you, huh?" Mick replied, looking as cheerful as ever. He seemed playful and mischievous, just like Pun. I thought there would be something fun to watch. Damn, it was just this, Tan said, looking bored and uninterested. Seeing Tan and Fum together made me nervous. "Don't act so bored. I thought you were going to join in on beating that kid up," the handsome guy said with an evil grin at Tan. "You're not much different, Beer." Tan shot back, smiling smugly. So the new handsome guy's name was Beer? Damn, life's unfair. A good-looking face and a nice name too? Enough, stop bickering and go back already. Fum waved his hand, dismissing his friends. "What about you?" "I have an appointment." Gulp. "Please don't say it. Don't tell them you have an appointment with me." I was trying to make myself as small as possible, almost merging with the wall. "Who are you meeting?" Tan asked. "Tan, please, just go already," I begged silently. I swear I wasn't imagining it when I saw Fum glance in my direction, but only for a split second. "Never mind. Who I'm meeting is none of your business. Now get going." "Ugh, damn it. Trying to change the mood, huh? Actually, this place does feel kind of thrilling," Mick said with his slurred speech, as if his tongue was too short or he had a cleft palate. Beer and Tan exchanged mischievous smiles before giving Fum a push on the shoulder. What was up with them? Mick puffed out his chest and bumped fists with Fum, saying, "Bro, you're my bro." Soon, the three of them walked off together, arms around each other's shoulders. Only after Tan's back disappeared from sight did I finally feel relieved, exhaling deeply. "You're late." "Hey, damn it, you scared me." Fum had suddenly appeared behind me without my noticing. He looked pleased with himself, clearly enjoying my shock. You look pale. Are you having kidney failure? My pale face was probably from the shock, but also from witnessing what Fum had just done to that kid. It made me shiver. I started wondering why he hadn't beaten me up like that guy. Why make me his servant? Was it because I was friends with Tan, and he was sparing me? Wow, I never knew being friends with Tan had its perks. Or maybe messing with me was more satisfying to him. Ugh, that's probably it. Yesterday, I told you to wait. What the hell made you not wait? I whipped my head up, looking at Fum so fast my neck almost snapped. What did he just say? Damn it, I lost my temper. Screw you. You're saying I didn't wait? I sat there waiting for 4 hours until the mall closed. Next time, if you're going to hook up with someone, don't tell me to wait. Your stuff wasn't light. I was carrying all of it, exhausted and hungry, and you have the nerve to say I didn't wait? Damn it. I let out a long rant, spitting mad. Only after I finished did I realize what I had done. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. What had I just done? Was my mouth going to get me in trouble? I had tried so hard not to snap. Now I'm really dead, I thought, swallowing hard, not daring to look at him. But I could sense the dark aura he was emitting. Haha. Huh. Laughter? Who's laughing around here? There's only me and Fum, and I'm nowhere near laughing right now. So it must be Fum. I looked up at him again. Yeah, it was definitely him. What? What are you laughing at? Had he gone mad from being yelled at? I thought he was going to kick me in the face or smack me upside the head, or maybe rip my guts out. But I couldn't understand his mood at all. In short, I couldn't keep up with him. I'm laughing at you. As soon as he said that, he threw his bag, jacket, and books at me. Damn it, I'm not a basket. But fortunately, I managed to catch all his stuff. If I drop even one of these things, I'm definitely going to end up like that kid who just got a beating. Fum walked off casually to the car, but I'm wobbling and stumbling. Does he even care about me? Humph, if he knew the word care, he wouldn't treat me like this. Hey, shorty, move it. Are those legs of yours or a snail's? So short, it's hilarious. Damn, Fum's dissing me again. See, he's insulting me. This is so frustrating, but there's no one else to complain to, so I'll vent to you, dear readers. If you're in such a hurry, why didn't you leave yesterday? What are you grumbling about? Nothing, hee. I forced a fake smile at him, but continued cursing in my mind. His hearing is sharp as a dog's, I swear. Don't let me catch you talking back, or I'll make you bleed. Oh man, he's so brutal, sadistic, evil, and vile. Can you even drive, shorty? When we finally reached the familiar Mercedes that had once taken me on a trip to Samet-Prakan, just thinking about it gives me the chills. I stood there staring at him, confused. Then my small brain self started to process what he meant. He must want me to drive. Well then. Nope, I can't drive. I shook my head so hard it nearly fell off, even though I actually can drive. Haha. But why should I drive for him? It's way better to sit back and relax like some sort of nobleman. I should have known someone with shrimp-sized brains like you wouldn't be able to drive. So why are you just standing there like a dumbass? Get in the car. Why is he yelling for something so small? But I don't care. It's worth being insulted if it means I don't have to drive. Boxing gym. Fum turned the car into a place with a huge sign that read Source Sack Gym. My eyes widened instantly. We had been sitting in silence the whole way, so this caught me off guard. I turned to look at him, but his expression remained as neutral as ever. Grab the bag and the water from the trunk, he said after turning off the engine, tossing me the keys and reminding me to lock up before following him. I was still too stunned to ask him why he brought me here, and he was already heading into the gym. No way. No way. He didn't bring me here to be his sparring partner, did he? Slow down. Fum snapped at me the moment my head poked into the gym. Ugh, he should take a look at what I'm carrying. So much stuff, and it's heavy too. It's easy for him. He just strolls along, swinging his keys. I quickly dropped everything on the bench next to him and asked, "Why did you bring me to a boxing gym?" He looked up at me standing over him, his eyes showing clear annoyance. Don't flatter yourself. I didn't bring you here. I'm here to work out. You're just the servant who has to serve me. Did you forget? Fum's tone was so condescending. Oh, so I'm just here to fetch his water. Besides, why would you come to a boxing gym if not to watch boxing? Really? I thought you were here to watch a rocket festival. I shot back sarcastically, which earned me a shove on the head from him. I couldn't tell if he did it on purpose or if he was just trying to knock me out. He's got such a heavy hand. After messing with me, He grabbed his bag and headed to the changing room. I noticed that all the other boxers, trainers, and coaches showed him respect. What's up with that? While waiting for him, I looked around. Wow, there are nearly 10 boxing rings. So spacious. The sound of punches and kicks echoed around, and it felt pretty intense. Oh, there are even little kids here, and girls too. That's so cool. I actually like watching boxing. Muay Thai, regular boxing, world boxing, wrestling, you name it. But my favorite is Muay Thai. It's a great way to exercise, spend free time, and preserve Thai culture. Super cool, right? As for Phum, I'm going to put him in a different category. I'll just assume that he likes boxing because he enjoys violence. Haha, take that. So, you really are mentally unstable, huh, shorty? There it is. Just as I thought about him, he appears. What? I turned to snap back at him, but froze for a good 30 seconds. Phum in a dark green V-neck t-shirt and navy shorts. Designer workout clothes from head to toe. Looks super cool. But wait, don't praise him. It's not that impressive. Just tall, pale, and handsome. No big deal. Humph. Let's just note in Thailand's history that Phum is the most handsome boxer in the world. He frowned a bit, probably confused by my sudden reaction, and then his expression turned grumpy. I'm confused too, honestly. I'm going to practice. You stay here and watch the stuff, got it? Yeah. Boss me around, why don't you? Hey. After ordering me, he tossed his iPhone and Lacoste wallet, which probably has a ton of money in it, to me. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Damn it. If I hadn't caught his iPhone, would he be okay with using my cheap phone instead? Geez, I almost lost my mind there. Seriously, he treats his iPhone like it's some cheap snack. That thing costs a fortune. Today, I learned something new about Phum. Besides being demanding, hard to please, irritable, and quick-tempered, he also likes to throw things. Spending time with him is bound to boost my survival skills. After giving his orders, Phum headed off to practice boxing. He put on black gloves. He didn't have a sparring partner, so he just went at it with a punching bag, throwing kicks and punches that looked pretty powerful. Man, that's scary. I'm surprised someone like him is into a sport like boxing. I thought someone as stylish and high-class as him would prefer golf, tennis, squash, or something like that. Guess he's got a heart of an elephant like other Thais. While waiting for him to show off his moves, I killed time by chatting with friends on BBM. My buddy Chain's BBM status is so lame. Not too short, not too long, and frequent stops. Ugh, he's such a loser. After a while, I got bored. I looked around and spotted Phum's iPhone. My clip is in here, isn't it? Gotcha. I glanced over at Phum, who was busy fighting with the punching bag, not paying attention to anything else. Perfect. I quickly grabbed his iPhone and tried to unlock it, but, damn it, he's got it locked. Ugh, so careful, you jerk. What a bummer. I decided to walk around to blow off some steam. It's my first time at a boxing gym, so I might as well check it out and see what's here. But if I'm going to walk around, I have to carry Phum's phone, wallet, and car keys in my bag. Ugh, so annoying. I wandered around, watching others practice. Meanwhile, Phum was left to punch the air alone. Hearing the sounds of punches made me nervous. If he ever got mad at me, a kick to the ribs would leave me groaning in pain. Just thinking about it makes me feel the agony. Hey kid, are you new here? I've never seen you before. I jumped a little at the voice. I was engrossed in watching two guys with big muscles and dragon tattoos going at each other. I turned to see an older man, probably in his late 50s but still looking strong, with a stern expression. Oh yes. Here to box. No. Just here with a friend. Not really a friend, and he didn't invite me either. He dragged me here. I figured, with a body like yours, I doubt you could even play ping pong properly. I nearly tripped over my own feet. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Don't underestimate me. Want to try my world-shattering punches? Want to try? I raised my fists, ready to jab left and right, but the old man just looked at me with a half-amused, half-disgusted expression. Still, I held my stance, shifting my feet like I was ready to fight. Shorty, what are you doing over there playing with puppets? Get over here. I almost choked on my saliva. I froze in place, my lips twitching as I forced a smile. Puppet show my ass. Damn it, I was about to show off my boxing skills. Totally ruined. My friend's calling me. You got lucky this time. See ya. What's so funny, old man? I wasn't running away, okay? Phum called me, and it's not polite to keep people waiting. Is it though? What is it? I walked over to Phum, my face like a sulky butt. My water. Huh, your water? I couldn't help but grin mischievously. Your water is with you. What the hell are you thinking? I meant drinking water, go get it. Wait, can he read my mind? Ugh, that's creepy. But honestly, I'm more scared of myself. Haha, lol. Yeah. I went to grab a bottle of water and a sponsor energy drink. Experience has taught me not to guess what Fum wants. It's better to just bring a few options and let him choose himself. What did you talk to Uncle Sack about? He gulped down the water in the coolest way possible. He probably doesn't realize just how cool he looks drinking water. I'm so jealous. And wait, what did he ask? Uncle Sack? Who's Uncle Sack? The guy you were just talking to, the owner of the gym. What? The owner of the gym. Wow, good job, Feem. You almost picked a fight with the owner of the boxing gym. Almost got yourself killed. Fum looked at me, confused, shook his head in exasperation, and went back to training. After about an hour, he finished and went to shower and change. Before we left, Uncle Sack came over to chat with him and even walked us out. I was so embarrassed that I could hardly look him in the eye, but I took the opportunity to apologize. Despite his tough-looking face, Uncle Sack is actually really nice. He even said I was funny and cute, which, honestly, didn't make me feel great. Your friend is pretty funny, Fum. He's not all there. Fum replied. Even though I was packing stuff into the car, I could still hear that. You jerk, Fum. How's your father doing? Why is Uncle being so respectful to this tough kid like Fum? He's doing well. You should visit him sometime. He's been saying he misses you. I mimicked Fum's voice mockingly. He's doing well. Sure, okay. You. I'd like to, but the kids at the gym have a lot of matches lately, so I've been busy. Please send my regards to your father. Sure, I'm heading off now. All right, come by anytime, Fum. Okay. Hey, Shorty, you done yet? Hurry up. Yeah, I'm done. Geez, so bossy. Haha, I'm heading out now. Sorry again, Uncle. I rushed over to him before he could blow up on me. Haha, kid, I said it's fine. Come by anytime, and I'll train you. Okay, then see you. Goodbye. Fum and I bowed to Uncle Sack before getting in the car and heading home. It was my first time at a boxing gym, and it was fun. Almost got into a fight with the owner, though. Haha, always causing trouble, Feem. Hey, after we'd been driving for a while, my stomach started protesting for justice. Hungry. What's up? He responded briefly without even looking at me. I'm hungry. This time, he actually turned to look at me. But if you're gonna glare like that, just keep your eyes on the road, okay? I'm really hungry. It's almost 8 p.m. I'm still growing, you know. Though I probably won't grow any taller. Too picky. But I'm hungry. Fine. Just stop, and I'll go home on my own. Did you think I was going to drive you home? What? I was stunned. Yeah, I did think he was going to drive me home. But now I realize I was wrong. Okay, I'll just get home on my own then. What do you want to eat? I turned to look at him again, confused. I stand by my claim that I can never keep up with his mood swings. Wonton noodles, that place over there. I pointed to what seemed like a small street-side restaurant. Dirty. Ouch, that word stings. Yeah, street food is too dirty for someone like you, huh? Fine, stop the car. I'll get out. I meant you idiot. You haven't even showered yet, and you're going to eat in public like that. Well, it's no big deal. The conversation ended just as Fum signaled and parked by the sidewalk, and my face burned with embarrassment. I didn't know whether to be mad at him for calling me dirty, embarrassed, or just happy that I was going to eat. So many mixed emotions when you're with this guy. And just as I thought, as soon as we got out of the car, people started looking at us. Even the people sitting in the chicken rice and pork leg rice shop next door were whispering and staring. Hey, we're not celebrities or anything, all right? This place only had 4 or 5 tables. Well, it's just a small street-side wonton noodle shop, so I wasn't expecting much. I chose a table inside because if I picked one near the street, Fum might not want to eat. What'll you have, young man? Wonton noodle soup with extra wontons, please. I ordered, then turned to Fum, who was still silent. What are you having? Silence. Hey, she's waiting. I don't know how to order. He said quietly, then turned away to look at the street. What the heck? Who is this? Did someone eat Fum and replace him? Give me back the real Fum. I don't know how to order. This time, he looked annoyed, so I quickly stifled my laughter. Make that 2 wonton noodle soups, please. And 2 bottles of Pepsi, with ice. I looked at him, trying not to laugh, but almost bursting at the seams. Fum raised his fist at me and gave me a threatening look. Normally, I'd be scared by that, but now he just looked like a spoiled kid. There's no menu. I didn't know what to order. He tried to maintain his usual cool tone. Ugh, such a poser. So, you've never had wonton noodles before? This is a golden opportunity, so I had to take it. I quickly put on my best teasing expression. Idiot, of course, I've had them. But I've never sat at places like this. Or if I wanted them, I'd just tell the maid at home to get them for me. Wow, he's more of a rich kid than I thought. I guess it's true what they say, that real life is stranger than fiction. Haha. Yeah, you could have just said you didn't know how to order. No need to get all worked up. I smiled at him. I wasn't mocking him for not knowing how to order. I just thought it was kind of cute. Here you go, young man. Thank you. Oh, and could I have some soup too, please? I asked. The waiter smiled kindly and brought us a big bowl of soup. Fum just stared at the bowl of noodles in front of him, blinking. Here. I handed him a spoon and chopsticks. Let me season it for you. Since he didn't even know how to order, I didn't expect him to know how to season it either. I can do it myself. Don't interfere. Since he insisted, I let him be, but I noticed that he copied whatever I was doing. Haha, such a poser. I don't usually season my noodles much since I think they're already tasty, so I just started eating quickly while Fum worked on his. Hey, this is good, I said, trying to talk with noodles still in my mouth. Fum looked at me with disgust. I shrugged, not caring. I'm not some shy girl who has to eat all dainty in front of a guy. This is just how I am. Whatever. I just kept eating, not paying much attention to Fum. Spicy. Huh. I was confused, so I looked up. Whoa. Fum's face was red, his lips swollen, cheeks flushed, ears burning, and sweat dripping down his face. I wanted to burst out laughing. Fum can't handle spicy food. You can't handle spicy food? No. I just don't like it. Honestly, I wanted to laugh and mock him and say, serves you right, but I couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for him. He looked like a little kid. I touched the ice in the cup until it felt cold in my hand, then reached over to touch Fum's lips. Maybe I didn't think it through. Maybe I just wanted to help him with the spiciness, but it was like someone pressed a pause button on everything around us. Something about the way I looked into his dark eyes made my heart skip a beat and feel warm inside. Sorry about that, I quickly pulled my hand back as soon as I snapped out of that weird moment. Was he going to punch me for daring to touch him? But Fum seemed a bit dazed by what had just happened. He shook his head a bit, but then Ugh, your hand's salty. Huh, he said while trying to cool his burning mouth. Ugh, next time I won't help. You totally ruined the moment. I said back. The first part was directed at him, but the last part one muttered to myself. But, just now he smiled. Fum smiled. I wish I had an 8-megapixel camera to capture this rare moment of the year. It was the first time I saw him smile so fully. To be precise, it was the first time I've seen his smile. Maybe it was his smile or something else, I don't know, but I froze again. The only thing I know for sure is that Fum's smile is really pretty. Chapter 6. Before I knew it, final exam season was here to say hi. Damn, I haven't even opened a single book this whole semester, and it feels like nothing has sunk into my brain. However, I'm not too worried about the exam since I'm in fine arts, majoring in visual arts, where practical work is a great way to accumulate points. In some courses, projects and presentations count as exams, meaning less memorization. Or so I thought. Oh no, I still have a project. I'm screwed. I haven't submitted my drawings, and my drafts aren't done either. I'm dead meat. Theme, can I borrow your cutter? I looked up from my sketch to see Q walking over, coming all the way around the pond by the science building just to borrow a cutter. Seriously, dude? Was it worth the long walk? I shook my head, exasperated, and handed him my white cutter. Why didn't you just borrow it from anyone else? You walked all this way for a cutter. Well, I wanted to borrow it from you. Got a problem with that, you stingy jerk? He sharpened his pencil while muttering at me. I shrugged and went back to my drawing. A moment later, I smelled cigarette smoke. I looked up to see Q smirking, a cigarette between his fingers, blowing out a puff of white smoke. Typical. He probably walked over here just to find a spot to smoke. Want one? I couldn't refuse. I quickly took the cigarette pack and lighter from him. Q's cigarette pack was something quite special. Ever seen one of those packs with a gruesome image on the side? Well, my artistic friend decided to make it cooler. He used his art skills to craft a cardboard cover for the pack, with reduced global warming on one side and a beer calendar model on the other. At the bottom, it read, seductive smoke. So creative. I lit up and inhaled the cancer into my lungs. It's fine. We're not addicted. We only smoke when drinking, stressed, or trying to get into an artistic mood. It didn't take long for the nicotine smell to attract a swarm of friends, just like flies drawn to a pile of dung. Soon, my whole class joined me in our little corner for a group smoke. Normally, we wouldn't care, but since we were drawing outdoors today, we had to respect the other faculties. How's your drawing coming along, man? Whoa, that's nice. A tree's blocking my view, though, said Joe, my classmate, as he stared intently at my paper. Joe is the ultimate artsy guy, with long hair to match. Tell the tree to move, then, said Newing, crouching nearby and smoking like there was no tomorrow. He flashed a sly grin at Joe. Yeah, right. I've been sitting here like an idiot for so long, and you just had to block my view. Screw you, Newing. We all burst out laughing. Newing is always messing around. In fact, my entire class is like this. Everyone, even the girls, can be a bit mischievous. Or rather, it's the entire fine arts department. People often see us as oddballs, thinking and doing things differently from the norm. They say we're artsy, dirty, and unkempt, and that we talk nonsense. Little do they know, we are the true ancestors of humanity, understanding nature, the balance of yin and yang, the harmony between sky and sea, the vast emptiness of the universe. All totally normal. Hey, Q, is it true you're seeing a dentistry student? Joe suddenly asked Q, who was busy grinding out his cigarette on the ground. Q turned and gave a wicked smirk, as if showing off to make us all jealous. Damn, just wait until I find someone too. I think this guy's making his way through every faculty. Share some of that charm with us, man. Yeah, when you're as good-looking as I am, they come to you. No need to chase. Q boasted. We all booed him. Newing, unable to hold back, gave him a light kick out of sheer jealousy. Kick me, will you? If my pants get dirty, you're washing them for me, all right? Q protested. Which girlfriend are you talking about? You'd need at least 2 people doing laundry for all the ones you've got. I'm so jealous. When will a rich guy like me, who's not as good-looking, finally get to hook up with a gorgeous girl? This time, we all booed Newing even louder than Q. Really? You say that after you dragged some girl to your condo yesterday? Joe chimed in, and we all ganged up on Newing. He gave Joe a murderous glare, as if he was going to rip out his guts. Huh. Even though Newing isn't handsome enough to turn heads, he's got the money and a sharp wit. His claims of never hooking up are total lies. What are you trying to hide? I'm not hiding anything. I just invited her over to study room decoration styles and tile designs, okay? Bullshit. I playfully shoved Newing's head. You really think you can pull that off? So what was it? Lace or a G-string? Lace white. He smirked. Ugh. Everyone shouted and cursed him in unison. Was the kid cute, Joe? Q nosily asked. Cute. Dude, it was a guy? I think he was either in 11th or 12th grade. Right, Newing? Damn, you're into younger boys now. It's not surprising that Newing was with a guy, because he openly declared he's into both men and women. Yep, he's bi. Careful you don't get slapped with a statutory rape charge. Q warned Newing, speaking from experience as the resident expert on the subject. Oh, please. When a guy's that pure and fresh, could you resist? Besides, I might actually try dating him. He's cute and sweet. I like him. Wow, my friend's really serious about this. And with a guy, no less. Impressive. We kept chatting and joking around until we forgot we were supposed to be drawing. Oops. Will I even have a finished piece to submit? My drawing of the pond with the science building in the background is only 30% done. Looks like I'll have to come back to campus on the weekend if I want something to turn in. Hey, is that FUM, the engineering department star? Snap. I almost dropped my pencil. I turned to follow Pong's pointing finger. Damn it, it really is him. Is the world this small, or am I just unlucky? I've been dodging him for days since that time at the boxing camp. After eating dumplings, he dropped me off at home. Don't get the wrong idea, though. It wasn't because he had any special feelings for me. He just came to collect his stuff, which I had brought back from the camp. Of course, the prince didn't get out of the car. I had to bring it out and hand it to him like some kind of offering. At least he said thanks this time. It was short and curt, but it's something. After that, he still called on me for favors here and there. though I've managed to wriggle out of a few with some clever excuses. Lately, he hasn't been calling much, probably because it's exam season. Engineering is not like fine arts. They have to study hard. I was so happy to finally get back to my normal life. But why is my freedom so fleeting? I quickly hid behind Ta, using him as a human shield. How can anyone be this perfect, handsome, and rich? If I had even a sliver of his luck, I'd hook up with 3 girls a day and ditch them right after. I grimaced, almost gagging. Ugh, why is Fum so popular? Even the most remote villagers from Galapagos, like Joe, know about him. At this rate, everyone in the entire university probably knows about his great-great-grandfather, too. Isn't he your friend, Q? Pong asked. Yeah. People say he's ruthless. Is that true? He looks so innocent. Oh boy, don't get me started on the countless ways in which he's a ruthless bastard. I've suffered a lot. Don't know. Some people have tried to find out. Why don't you ask Feem? Q joked. Damn Q. He smirked and nodded in my direction before casually walking over to talk to Fum. You jerk. I was trying to hide from him. Feem, what's this I hear about you checking out Fum? You've been awfully quiet lately. What? I didn't check out anything. Believing Q is like believing a dog. Newing, come here and block the light for me so I can shade this. I must be going crazy, starting the shading even though the sketch isn't finished yet, and using Newing as a human shield to keep Fum from spotting me. Newing grumbled as usual, and the rest of the guys got back to their own drawings. Why are you shading it? Just do the line work like the boss said. Oh, really? I was just testing it out. Come on, cover for me for a minute. But I need to get back to my own work. All right, just a sec. I glanced over at Fum and Q. Ugh, when are they going to leave? What are they even talking about for so long? Next to Fum stood a beautiful girl, probably a med student judging by how pure and spotless she looked. Fum patted Q on the shoulder a few times, and finally, they said their goodbyes. But of course, Fum had to glance back over at me. I nearly peed myself. It was more nerve-wracking than watching Germany versus Spain in the World Cup. What's wrong with you, Feem? You're making a strange expression. You look fake. You're the fake one. Just go already. Wow, you were begging me a minute ago. And with that, I got smacked on the head by Newing again. But hey, it was worth it because I dodged Fum. Sigh, how much longer can I keep this up? When will these 2 months end? This is driving me insane. Today is Friday, our Freedom Day. I almost forgot we're in the middle of exams. Oh well, youth is supposed to be carefree, right? Tonight, I'm going to drink away all the stress. If I don't get wasted, don't even call me Feem. What should you call me instead? Haha, good one. We went to our usual club, where we've become familiar with the owner, who, by the way, is Pun's cousin. As soon as we walked in, the lights and music hit us, along with the sight of all the nighttime partygoers. I started smiling, feeling ready to drink and dance. Niall, hey, what's up, bro? We yelled over the loud music. Oh, you little brats finally showed up. I thought your table was going to stay empty tonight. Even though we were close, we still had to shout for Niall, the hip-hop club owner, to hear us. Got stuck in traffic, man. Oh, is that a new girl? Damn, she's hot. Pun teased Niall about the gorgeous woman standing beside him. Niall gave a sly wink, classic Playboy style. Yeah. Break glasses, flip tables, whatever. Just don't hurt the other guests, okay? Got it, bro. All right, have fun. If you need anything, ask my staff. Niall wrapped his arm around the voluptuous woman and disappeared from the club. We headed to our usual table. But as soon as we got there, all my plans to get wasted and have fun evaporated. Damn it. Fum, the good-looking one, was sitting at our usual spot. I'd been avoiding him all day, relieved that he hadn't called to bother me. But in the end, here he was. No wonder my right eye had been twitching like crazy. Fum glanced up at me briefly, and I swear, for a split second, I saw him smirk, a wicked smirk. Is tonight the night my secret comes out? Hey, how long you guys been here? Shane greeted Fum and his 2 friends. I recognized them. Beer and Mick. For a while now. What took you guys so long? Mick asked, turning to Shane, who sat next to the posh-looking Beer. Hugh sat next to Fum, and Pun and I sat across from them. Lucky me. I ended up sitting directly across from Fum. The moment we sat down, they immediately ordered drinks, acting like they hadn't had a drink in ages, even though we drink every other day. Of course we're late. We had to wait for Prince Feem to get ready. Took forever for him to leave the house. Hugh jabbed, slamming his empty glass after downing some straight liquor, then pouted at me. How dare he? I was the one waiting for him to finish styling his hair. Hey, isn't that the guy? Mick's eyes widened as he looked at me, then back at Fum, as if to ask, isn't this the guy you fought last time? Fum rolled his eyes, looking fed up. Huh? Feeling embarrassed now, huh? You guys haven't met yet, right? Let me introduce you. This is Feem, our friend. Feem, this is Mick and Beer. You're all friends now. As for Fum, well, you two know each other already, right? All five of them burst out laughing. I wanted to shove a soda bottle in Q's mouth, so badly. Hey, I'm Mick. You can tell I'm good looking, right? Don't feel bad that you don't look as good as me. I wouldn't want to feel guilty. He said it so seriously that I couldn't even respond with an insult. I already knew him. I'd seen him before, watching as his gang beat someone up. Hi, I'm Beer. The handsome, aristocratic-looking one greeted me warmly. Up close, he was even more attractive. How can a guy make another guy feel this self-conscious? He smiled at me with his whole face, mouth, eyes, everything. Even though I'm as straight as they come, when he looked at me like that, I couldn't help but feel flustered. Yeah, hey, I'm Feem. Cool, let's be friends. Feem's a close buddy of ours, but he's kind of like the dwarf among us gods. That's why we don't bring him to dangerous places, or you would have met him sooner. Pun said with a grin. Was that supposed to be an insult? Should I be mad at him? Yeah, I always thought there were only 4 of you. Turns out you had one hidden away. Mick added. Wow, what weird phrasing. No wonder he gets along with Pun. I just sat there listening, trying not to let Fum's intense gaze get to me. I was really out of place in this atmosphere. Right now, Fum and I were like, what's the term? Oh yeah, strangers who know each other too well? Or maybe not at all. Speaking of hiding, Fum, I'm really surprised you didn't go after Feem. You're such a good guy. Pun said with a grin, showering Fum with praise. Who told him Fum wasn't going to do anything to me? What chromosome did you use to figure out that Fum was a good guy? And why the hell did the conversation shift to Fum when we were talking about something completely unrelated? God, this night sucks. I just want to go home now. If I stay any longer, I might kill someone. Just realizing that now? That guy leaned in, accepting the compliment while shooting me a look. Seriously? You think you're so great? I'm telling you, if it were anyone else, Fum would have destroyed you. You're lucky you're friends with these guys. Actually, I've heard about you from them before. In person, you're not as handsome as I imagined, but way cuter. Shut the hell up with that, you stuff. Mick froze, shocked that I snapped at him. Ever since we arrived, he's been calling me you, like I'm some girl. Can't he see I'm wearing pants? I've got piercings and Adam's apple, and well, I'm obviously a guy. See? Didn't I tell you my friend has a sharp tongue? Shane smirked, lifting his glass to take a sip, while Mick stuck his tongue out at me. This guy's even more clueless than I thought. They kept drinking and chatting, and I took a few sips here and there too. But honestly, I wasn't in the mood. Even though our table was attracting attention from all the girls, both real and fake, I wasn't feeling it. Look at the guys at this table. It's no wonder we're practically getting undressed with their eyes. What's up with you? You've got that I'm late look on your face. Pun asked, turning to me. Late your ass. I'm bored. I want to go home. I was annoyed, and it showed. But I thought you said you wouldn't leave until you were drunk. What's wrong with you? I don't know. I just want to leave. Pun, take me home. Are you annoyed because a guy hit on you? Haha, still not used to it, huh? Come on, don't sweat it. Let's cheers. He shoved a glass into my hand and clinked it with mine. I downed the drink in one go. Sure, part of it was because a guy asked for my number earlier. It was clear he was totally into guys. But what really bugged me was the handsome guy sitting across from me, staring with that cold, unreadable expression. Even though he'd smile at pretty girls coming by to clink glasses, there were moments when our eyes would meet, and it felt like he was accusing me of something. It made me uncomfortable, to say the least. But causing a scene would only ruin the mood for everyone else, so I sucked it up. Where the hell is Tan? When's he coming back? Shane suddenly blurted out. Good point. I'd been too caught up in my mood to notice we were missing one person. Where the heck did Tan go? He'll be back soon, Beer said, flashing his usual grin before turning to charm the rest of the room. This guy was always flirting. Honestly, the way you guys act, it's like you're all trying to go crazy tonight. Beer, you're asking for it with that smile. Keep it up, and you'll have a whole pack following you home. Q teased, mixing Beer's drink for him. You. He stirred it with his finger. But Beer, already tipsy, didn't care and downed it without noticing. While Shane was busy analyzing which tooth felt the coldest from his ice cube experiment, Beer kept grinning like a toothpaste commercial. Mick was playing around with his soda, and Q was still doing gross things to people's drinks. Pun, meanwhile, was giving me a hard time about leaving early. Oh, and Fum. Fum was probably about to lose his mind because Pun kept forcing him to take the opposite side in their banter. That's when it happened. It's not what you think, Fong. A familiar voice said nearby. We all turned to look. Bingo, Tin had finally arrived, but he wasn't alone. It looked like he was arguing with someone. How do you know what I'm thinking? The other guy snapped, clearly annoyed. Ah, come on, Fong. Tan's voice softened as he grabbed the guy's hand. Wait, what? Why was Tin talking like that? And why was he holding hands with another guy? The entire table fell silent. All eyes locked on Tan and this guy, who was, well, incredibly pale. Even in the dark club, he seemed to glow. And on top of that, he was ridiculously handsome. Taller than average, but just a little shorter than Tan. They stood there, staring at each other, but the expressions were totally different. The guy looked dead serious, while Tan seemed like he was about to drop to his knees any second. Listen to me first, Fong. Shut up, Tan. I don't want to hear it. Fong. I said shut up, Fong shouted, and then he shoved Q out of the way to sit between him and Beer. Tan slumped down in the seat next to me, looking defeated. We were all still trying to process what had just happened when Mick blurted out something that made everything crystal clear. Looks like you've been ditched by your wife, Tan. Serves you right. Wife? We all shouted at once. Screw you, Mick. Fong snapped, chucking an ice cube at Mick, who barely dodged it. The rest of us ignored Mick and turned to stare at Tan. He looked back at us with an expression that screamed, please let me die right now. Guys, I don't even bother talking, Tan. Pun interrupted. He's always been super sensitive when it comes to our friends, and now that he found out Tan was, well, dating a guy, it's no surprise he was shocked. I was pretty confused myself. One moment we were having fun, and the next, the atmosphere had completely changed. Pun leaned over me, staring Tan down, while Q fiddled with the ice in his glass, and Shane crossed his arms, pretending to look elsewhere. I didn't know where to look either. I mean, I wasn't angry, just surprised. I didn't even dare glance at Tan, who was sitting right next to me. The others, Beer and Mick, seemed totally fine. Meanwhile, Fong just kept sipping his drink, looking like he couldn't care less. Eventually, I ended up locking eyes with Fum, who gave me his usual deadpan look before sticking his tongue out. Seriously, not the time for that. Pun, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep it from you. I was scared. Tin finally spoke, but his voice was low, and he looked down at the table. Scared of what? Pun snapped, before I flicked his forehead to shut him up. He rubbed his head, glaring at me, but leaned back to let Tin speak. I was scared that you guys wouldn't accept me, that you'd stop being my friends if you found out I'm dating a guy. I was scared that I'd lose you all. The music in the club was still loud, but our table had fallen completely silent. No one said a word for what felt like ages. Is that really all you think of us? Q finally broke the silence, still not looking up. It's not like I was trying to hide it forever. I just wanted to wait until the time was right. I was actually planning to tell you all when I brought Fong to meet Feem, but then the whole thing with Fum happened. Ten explained, sounding unusually soft and serious. It felt strange hearing him like that. I wasn't used to it. Again, silence settled over the table. I just hoped that our friendship, which we had nurtured for so many years, wouldn't be destroyed just because Tan was dating a guy. You really underestimated us, Tan. Just because you have a boyfriend who's almost as handsome as me, you think we'd care? Pun suddenly spoke up, smiling wide. The relief I felt at that moment was indescribable. The table erupted into laughter. I can't handle this. Shane shook his head, amused, while we all playfully teased Pun. He giggled, and our table was lively again. I was annoyed at Tan, so I slapped his back hard for hiding this for so long. He wrapped his arm around me, holding tight, and started to smile again. You guys aren't mad at me anymore, right? His voice was bright again. If we were mad, would you break up with Fong? We all turned to look at Shane. Damn, that's rude. But it wasn't Tan who said that. It was his boyfriend, Fong, who cut in, and my friends were grinning. It seemed like they had forgotten that they were still in the middle of an argument. Shane, though, fell over laughing. Your face is priceless, Fong. Looks like Tan's got you wrapped around his finger. Yeah, as if I'd let him go. Fong replied, which earned him a playful kick from Mick. If you guys were mad, I'd apologize until you forgave me. But there's no way I'd break up with Fong, because I love him. We all booed, but I felt a little warm inside, because the person Tan just said he loved was another guy, like me. I mean, we're both men, but Tan's tone and expression were so sincere that I couldn't help but smile. This guy is really the one for you, huh? All right, next time, tell us earlier, will ya? It's no fun teasing after the fact. As soon as Q finished speaking, Tan jumped and hugged everyone. I could only shake my head and smile at him. The only reason I'm not mad is because we're friends. Isn't that enough? Love you guys, but I love Fong more, he said, looking at us and then back at Fong. Fong. His real name is Kaifang, but we all just call him Fong. He's really handsome. Tan's told us multiple times how good-looking Fong is, and now they're together. Damn, someone help me out here. What a waste of such good male specimens. I can't believe they're with each other. Tan always says he's not into guys, except for Fong. If it's not Fong, he's not interested, and he's still down to be with women. If Fong ever lets his guard down. But I think if Tan cheats on Fong, we're gonna witness a murder. Fong, you're the last guy I'd ever expect to be gay. Shane suddenly said. I just learned that Fong is part of Fum's group of friends, but I'd never seen him because he was away for a funeral in Italy. So what? Does that mean I'm not the last? Someone else here might come out next. Better hurry before the world ends. Fong's presence was intimidating. Just sitting there, he could make people feel on edge, and those large, piercing eyes seemed to know everything. Man, two handsome guys together. You ever feel bad for the girls? Shane asked. I could hook up with a girl right now if you want. Tan chimed in. Watch it. Don't you dare forget about me. Fong shot back, shoving his jacket in Tan's face and turning back to his drink. So what would they call you two? Gay means guys who are into other guys, right? Call it whatever you want. I love Fong, and Fong loves me. That's all that matters. Tan said. Damn, that was deep. Tan's pretty cool, actually. You've really changed, Tan. No wonder you've been ditching me lately, always running off with Fong. Tan shrugged and casually slid next to Fong without me even noticing. Honestly, Tan really has changed, but in a good way. He was all smiles, and Fong glanced at me with those intense eyes. There's something familiar about them, but also kind of scary. Who's this? Fong asked. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. Feem, this is Fong. He's part of our group, and also my boyfriend. Fong, this is Feem, the one I've told you about. Feem, huh? The guy who knocked Fum out. Fong grinned. Yeah, I knocked Fum down once, and he still gives me grief for it. Fum just glared at Fong but didn't say anything, which was weird because normally, he'd throw a punch by now. Yeah, I'm Feem. Nice to meet you. Fong, you're alright. Too bad you're a bit too cute, or I'd set you up with Fum's ex. Fong teased me, like he's one to talk, as if he's not the pretty one here. As the night went on, we kept drinking and talking, and I quickly bonded with the new friends. Mick, Beer, and Fong. When guys have alcohol in their system and good conversation, it doesn't take long to hit it off. Despite that, though, I didn't exchange a single word with Fum. The tension between us was palpable, but maybe it was just me feeling it. Fum seemed normal, but I was worried. If my secret got out, I'd be in trouble. Once we were all tipsy, Mick, Q, and Shane went off to flirt with girls, leaving Beer to sit there with his dreamy, alcohol-laced eyes. Normally, Beer's already charming, but when he's drunk, it's on another level. I was worried someone would end up biting his head off. Meanwhile, Pun was tipsy and started ranting to Fum about political issues. Fong and Tan were all over each other by this point, with half the club's women in tears watching two hot guys make out. Ouch, Tan. Stop biting. Fong kicked him off. Fong's temper was no joke. No wonder he could keep Tan in check. Your friend's a dog, you know that? Fong said, giving me a wink. Yeah, I've known that for a long time. But today he's a horny dog. Tan didn't care about our teasing. He was too busy burying his head in Fong's neck again. I lost interest in their little love scene and turned my attention to the girls dancing instead. Much more appealing. Feem. Beer called out to me sweetly. If I were a girl, I would have melted right there. No wonder he's got girls lining up to give him their numbers. What's up? Need some eye drops or something? No, man. I was gonna ask, is that girl over there looking at me or at Fong? Which girl? I looked in the direction Beer pointed. That one over there, wearing the tank top. Oh, her. I think she's checking both of you out. She's probably looking at Fong with regret, but at you with desire. The girl with the wavy hair and petite chest was practically begging Beer to come over. Sharp eye? That's Fum's ex. I almost choked on my ice. Fum turned away from the conversation about the Constitution and glanced at Beer. Did you call me? Nope, just pointing out your ex to Feme. Remember Ice, the accounting major? Ring a bell. Fum laughed lightly, gave a quick look at the table of girls, then turned back to me. I couldn't read his expression at all. The lively night continued, full of fun and chaos. But as it got later, the party started to wind down. Hey Q, you okay to drive? Shane asked, struggling to keep Pun upright. Pun was trying to have a conversation with his shirt pocket. Weak man. Meanwhile, Mick was on the floor, reciting math formulas. I had to help Beer drag him up. Q didn't seem too drunk, but he wasn't in any shape to drive, either. He was busy throwing up next to his precious BMW. So what now? Fong asked, supporting a very drunk Tan. You take Pun home, Shane. I'll get Mick and Q back. As for you two lovebirds, just go. Tan looks half dead already. Beer suggested. And what about me? I asked. I came with Q, and Pun came with Shane, so how was I getting home? You can go with Beer. I'll take him home. Fum suddenly said, stunning everyone. Especially me. Was he drunk? What? Why are you all staring? Fum asked, clearly unaware of the bombshell he just dropped. Yeah. All right. Feme, you're going back with Fum. Pun, wake up. No. Shane, don't leave me with this demon. I shot him a pleading look, hoping for some mercy, but he was too busy prying Pun off the pub door. Fong and Tan had already driven off. These two always managed to look out for themselves. Meanwhile, Beer was left struggling, juggling both Mick and hauling Q into the car. I had to step in and help load them both into the vehicle. After a few goodbyes, Beer hurriedly drove off to stop Mick from jumping out to kick an imaginary soccer ball. Ugh, these idiot friends of mine. But it wasn't over for me yet. Pun still refused to part from the pub door. Shane and I felt utterly embarrassed by all the people passing by, to the point that I wanted to kick Pun just to make him pass out here. Pun, dude, get up. Let's go home. I kneeled beside him, slapping his cheek a bit too hard. Ugh. Pun, get up, or I swear I'll leave you here. Shane nudged him with his foot. No matter what we did, there was no sign that Pun was going to open his eyes anytime soon. Fine, not waking up? Feme, move aside. This time Shane kicked him, but still, Pun remained glued to the pub door. Fum had just brought the car around, so he had to step in and help, but even with the three of us, nothing worked. We were all out of breath. So this is what they call the stubbornness of a drunk person. All we could do was stand there, watching Pun cling to the door like it was his lifeline, completely at a loss. Pun, hey Pun. Oh, what the hell? Shane, exhausted, poked Pun's shoulder, and suddenly Pun slipped off the door. Really? After all the pulling and kicking, it only took a tap to make him let go? Life with my friends never ceases to amuse. Maybe he really didn't like violence after all. Finally managing to get Pun into the car drained the last of our energy. Shane waved at Fum and me before driving off, leaving me standing there, feeling more worried about myself than anyone else. I could have ridden back with them. Why'd they leave me behind? You ready to go? Or are you going to keep standing there like a statue? Fum stood coolly, leaning against the car. If I were a ghost, he'd be the first person I'd haunt. Yeah. Hey, want to buy some roses for your girlfriend? Just as we were about to get into the car, a little boy holding a bunch of roses approached us, catching both Fum and me off guard. I could see Fum's brow furrow, and I immediately felt sorry for the kid. Fum was definitely going to shoo him away. I was about to tell the kid to leave before Fum snapped at him, but then, out of nowhere, Fum reached out and patted the boy's head. What? Was I drunk, or did that really just happen? I don't have a girlfriend. Well, what about him? The boy pointed at me. Wait, what? Whoa, no way. I'm a guy, and I'm definitely not his girlfriend. I said, waving my hands frantically. Fum just smirked and pulled out a 1,000-baht bill, handing it to the boy in exchange for all the roses. I'll take them all. That's only 200 bahts, sir. It's fine. I won the lottery today. The boy handed Fum the roses, bowed in gratitude, and thanked him before dashing off. I watched the boy, feeling both sympathy and admiration. So young, yet working so hard so late at night. It made me reflect on myself. Here I am, practically an adult, and I've never earned a single baht for myself. The sight of Fum and the boy interacting was oddly heartwarming. I wish the kid could find customers like Fum every day. Here, out of nowhere, Fum held the bouquet of roses out toward me, leaving me confused. What's this? Roses. Don't you recognize them? Of course I do. Why are you giving them to me? Too lazy to throw them away. Unless you don't want them, I'll just toss them. His mouth and actions moved at the same speed. He made a move to throw the roses on the ground, and I barely managed to catch them in time. Hey, I'll take them. Don't just toss them out. I grabbed the bouquet, clutching it protectively. Fum smirked that same cocky smirk he always did and walked around to the driver's side. The entire drive home, Fum didn't say a word. I couldn't figure out what kind of person he really was. But if Q and Tan could be friends with him, that meant he had to be decent, right? And sometimes, I could sense that too. Like when he bought the roses from the boy, his eyes softened, and the way he patted the kids had made me pause for a good 38 seconds. But other times, he was cold, or sarcastic, or even downright scary. Ugh, why am I even trying to figure him out? Maybe it's because of the bouquet of roses in my hand. Whatever the reason, it didn't seem to matter more than the roses, which were now making me smile. I couldn't deny it. I was genuinely pleased. What are you looking at? Huh? I said. Why are you staring at me? I wasn't. Don't flatter yourself. Falling for my charm, huh? I turned to glare at him, annoyed by his smugness. Oh yeah? Super handsome. The handsomest guy ever. I said sarcastically. He shrugged, and I turned to look out the window. Fine, I won't look. Whatever. Hey, this isn't the way to my house. Of course not. I'm heading to my condo. What? Pull over. I want to go home. Why didn't you say anything earlier? I could have gotten off at Ratchathui. Come on, stop the car. I yelled in panic as Fum just kept driving. We had already gone so far that by the time I found another way back, it'd be dawn. When did I ever say I'd let you go home? What? I was so confused. What did he mean by that? You're staying at my condo tonight. Holy crap. Am I being taken to a guy's condo? I knew it. All this time, making me carry stuff. He's into me and wants to sleep with me. This is bad, real bad. Stop making that dumb face like you're high. The only reason you're staying at my place is so you'll know how to get here later. You still have to come clean my room, remember? I clenched my teeth in embarrassment. Damn, Feem, what were you thinking? And Fum, that guy, it's like he can read my mind. What else could I do? I called my aunt and lied, saying I had to stay over at a friend's place to work on a report early in the morning. The classic excuse. Sorry, Aunt Pooey, I'm lying again. Soon, Fum's sleek Mercedes pulled into the parking garage of a fancy condo in the heart of the business district. My groggy body followed Fum into the elevator. Fortunately, 2 women joined us, so it wasn't as awkward. They pressed the button for the 6th floor, but I saw Fum press 15. Wow, the top floor. Ding. The luxurious elevator doors opened, and I stepped out onto the 15th floor. You gonna stay in the elevator or what? Fum called out. Whatever. I'm just tired. I followed him groggily to a room marked 1501. Whoa, this place is massive. As soon as Fum opened the door, I was speechless. I knew he was rich, but this was on another level. I half joked about robbing him. I could live off him for 10 lifetimes. I was still taking in the grandeur of his condo when something soft hit my face. Of course, it was a towel. Stop gawking and go shower. There's a change of clothes. I pouted, but made my way over to put the roses in a vase before grabbing the clothes and heading to the bathroom. Wow, even the bathroom was big enough to host a gala dinner. So this is what it's like to be rich. After admiring the luxurious bathroom for a bit longer, I finally started to undress. What fancy wording, Feem. Grinning at my own thoughts, I stepped into the shower. The warm water did wonders for my hangover, and I felt much more refreshed. I spent nearly 20 minutes in there, soaking it all in. Then, of course, I had to spend a few more minutes admiring myself in the mirror, wearing Fum's oversized pajamas. I had to roll the sleeves and pants up 4 or 5 times. Why do I have big eyes, red lips, pale skin, and why am I so short? Ugh, why am I not handsome? Why? Bang bang. Hey, are you dead, shorty? A voice interrupted me just before I was about to lose it. Yeah, I'm done. I yelled back, yanking the door open. Fum was standing there in his pajamas too, glaring down at me. Took you long enough. I was in the bathroom, man. By the way, did you shower before changing into pajamas? EW, that's gross. Changing without showering. Ow! Why'd you hit me? Fum flicked my forehead. Hard, too. I showered already. Thank you very much. I have an en-suite bathroom. Country boy. Yeah, I'm from the countryside. So, where does the gentleman expect this country boy to sleep? Fum's long, pale finger pointed past my face, slowly, in dramatic slow motion. Why? Do you know where that pretentious finger of his stopped in this fancy room? The sofa, folks. Exactly as I thought. Well, it's not so bad. At least the sofa is wide and soft. I can sleep just fine. All right then, good night. I patted his chest a couple of times, giving him a cheeky grin, then headed over to turn off the light. Oops, wrong switch. I ended up turning on the kitchen light instead. I could swear I heard Fum's dog snickering at me. Why? Well, it's not my house. Embarrassing. You know what? I'm not even turning it off anymore. I lay down. I was so embarrassed. Not long after, the lights in the living room went off, and I heard Fum's door close. He must have gone to bed. Even though I was tired, I couldn't fall asleep. Maybe it was because the place was unfamiliar, or maybe it was just too cold. I'm someone with low blood pressure, so I get cold easily, and that damn Fum had the AC on full blast like he was a penguin. Seriously, dude, are you trying to recreate the North Pole? I adjusted my eyes to the dim light, which wasn't too bad, since there was a warm glow from the lamp near the kitchen bar. I went to lower the AC and return to the sofa, but I still couldn't sleep. Fum's dog, are you really not going to offer me a blanket? At first, I was just cold, but soon I started to shiver, hugging myself as I felt my body grow icy cold. Suddenly, a soft, warm blanket landed on me. I sat up to see Fum standing by the door, arms crossed. Don't go dying in my room. Now you think of that, huh? You heartless jerk. Did you just insult me? Hey, both of us shouted at the same time. The last thing I saw was Fum storming toward me, ready to pick a fight. Then, something soft brushed against my cheek. What the? Fum's lips. My heart pounded like crazy, as if I'd just run 18 laps around a track. What happened next, I couldn't say for sure, but somehow, Fum ended up on top of me, his face buried in my cheek. It felt like one of those cheesy soap opera moments. We locked eyes. His sharp, dark eyes gazed into mine, and my heart pounded in a way I'd never felt before. I couldn't look away. I don't know how long we stayed like that, with my heart racing out of sync. How long had it been since either of us thought about pulling away? It had been way too long, way too long. Get off, man. You're heavy. I finally came to my senses and pushed him off. Thank God the big blanket was between us. Otherwise, things could have gotten even weirder. Wait, what was I thinking just now? What the hell am I feeling? Oh no, my heart is racing because of a guy. Because of Fum. Oh God, what's happening to me? Chapter 7. Even though the nerve-wracking, terrifying event that shook my sanity had passed a while ago, my treacherous heart still beat in an odd rhythm, keeping me wide awake. Looks like I'll be joining the Sleepless Society compilation album, Everyone Who Can't Sleep. Ugh, what's wrong with me? Frustrated, I tugged and yanked at my own hair. I tossed and turned, left, right, but nothing worked. I stopped counting sheep and switched to counting pandas, but my eyelids still refused to meet. Who could possibly sleep after all that? Imagine this, you're me. Once upon a time, you were constantly bullied by someone. Okay, not physically, but bullied nonetheless, to the point of cruelty. They ordered you around, blackmailed you, and pulled every rotten trick in the book. You're normally an easygoing, laid-back person who doesn't care about much. But you've come to accept that you absolutely hate this person. Yet one day, you realize your heart races whenever that very same person touches you. And worse, this person is the same gender as you. If you weren't as stressed out as I am, ready to burst at the seams, I'd let you stomp on my face. It's gotten this bad for me. I wonder how that handsome jerk feels about it. Wait, why do I care what he feels? Oh no, there I go again, thinking the wrong way. Your spouse is supposed to be a woman, not a man. Woman, woman, woman. Somehow, I fell asleep, repeating this nonsense to myself. Shorty. Hey, Shorty. Wake up. A shadow loomed over me, blocking out the light, while someone shook my blanket. I groaned, trying to stay asleep. Who's bothering me? Lazy like a dog. Get up already. I'm hungry. Why is someone hungry right now? Go away. I squinted, trying to adjust my eyes to the light. The first thing I saw was a face staring down at me. Just seeing that familiar face made my heart start pounding all over again. making me forget my drowsiness. I grabbed my Pooh Bear-patterned satin blanket and threw it over my head, curling up on the sofa. Even though it was dark and stuffy, and the air was hard to breathe, I refused to budge. I didn't want to see Fum's face. Why am I acting like I've been violated or something? Hey, come on, you're awake now. Get up. What are you doing, hiding under there like a kid? Yeah, whatever. Playing hide-and-seek with myself under a blanket. Quit stalling, shorty. Get up. This time, I felt something pressing against my leg. Judging from the sensation, it was probably his foot. I'm tired. Just a bit more sleep, okay? Are you seriously trying to negotiate? Get up, or I'll pin you down. What? I shot out from under the blanket, standing up on the sofa. The sudden movement made me dizzy as the blood rushed to my head. My mind raced, processing his threat from a second ago. Wait, what? Is he really going to? My eyes widened in horror as Fum laughed, clearly amused by my reaction, as if I were putting on a top-tier comedy show for him. Hell, look at you. Did you really think I was going to do something to you? Did you really think I'd pin you down? His teasing made my ears burn. Furious, I flipped him off and jumped over the sofa. Hey, where are you going? Getting some water. The kitchen's over there. That's the bathroom, idiot. He snickered as I nearly tripped over my own feet. Embarrassed, I kept my head down and walked past him, feeling like I'd shrunk to the size of a pea. Ugh, I cursed under my breath, both at him and at myself. I opened the fridge, grabbed a water bottle, and chugged straight from it, not even bothering with a glass. I hoped the cold water would cool down my embarrassment. And there he was, sitting at the kitchen counter, watching me smugly. I'm hungry. Make me something to eat. I raised an eyebrow at him over the bottle. You want me to cook? Hell must be freezing over. What do you want to eat? What can you make? Nothing. Great. You've got money, so just order something. Don't risk your life with my cooking. I shook my head, still avoiding eye contact. You not knowing how to cook is your problem. I want food on the table within 10 minutes. Got it. He gave me a bossy look, like some small-town dictator. I guess he's practicing for his dream job as a traffic cop, handing out orders left and right. In all my 20 years, I've never met anyone as demanding as this guy. Even women would be ashamed. You wish. If you're hungry, order something yourself. I'm leaving. Leaving? You must still be dreaming. He smirked, leaning on the counter, tapping his fingers. I just stood there, gritting my teeth so hard it hurt. Damn it. I never really understood the meaning of being cornered until now. I yanked open the fridge again, this time taking a proper look. Oh my God. I was so flustered earlier, I didn't notice that the fridge was full of beer, bottles of Leo, Singa, Heineken, you name it. And not much else. There were a few famous brand chocolates, too, but that's it. I slammed the fridge shut and shot him a glare. How does he expect me to cook when there's nothing in here? What am I supposed to do? Pull food out of thin air? Well, I guess I'll recommend a menu of Leo soup, Heineken tom yum, and stir-fried Singa. Then, Your Highness. He stood up straight, trying to peer into the fridge. Too bad. I'd already closed it. Go buy something. Carrefour's nearby. That's funny. I haven't even showered, and I don't have any clothes to change into. So what? Huh. This time I looked straight into his eyes, utterly stunned. So what? Are you seriously asking me so what? You expect me to go shopping like this? Huh. The city officials would probably haul me off to the psychiatric hospital. He looked at me like everything I wore screamed mental patient. What's wrong with walking through the supermarket in pajamas? Who cares what anyone thinks? Well, I care. I shot back. No way was I going to stroll into Carrefour looking like this. Just the thought of it was enough to make me feel embarrassed. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. You're such a hassle. What do you need? He looked at me with an exasperated glare, like I was really inconveniencing him. I returned his gaze with a wary, doubtful look. I was probably overdoing the whole suspicious stare thing. I couldn't help but think of how out of touch Fum was. The guy couldn't even order noodles properly, and now I was expecting him to go grocery shopping? Do you know what kale is? Yeah. How about lettuce? Sure. Green onions. Aren't those like cabbage or something? Good grief. He actually thought green onions were like cabbage. Okay, I'll go buy it myself. So, in the end, we both ended up going together. He dressed like he was about to walk the runway at Bangkok Fashion Week, while I, on the other hand, barely managed to brush my teeth, still hadn't even showered. The one saving grace was that Fum took pity on me and lent me a ridiculously long coat that reached down to my knees. People kept staring at me like I was about to rob a bank or a jewelry store. Did I really look that suspicious? Do I really look that much like a criminal? As soon as we got into Carrefour, especially in the fresh produce section, people kept staring without any shame. The way they were looking at me, you'd think I was some kind of alien, and not in a good way. I get it. I was wearing pajamas in a supermarket, but come on. And it wasn't just me they were staring at. There was another thing drawing everyone's attention. The incredibly good-looking guy walking beside me, pushing a shopping cart with a brooding expression, like he was constipated or something. Let me break down the types of stares we were getting into 3 categories. First, there were the ones who were simply admiring Fum's good looks, which I get. It's a normal reaction for most people. It was something I'd started to get used to, especially with the sound effects of people squealing, "Oh my gosh, he's so hot," or "Is he a celebrity?" or "He looks like a K-pop star." Ugh, cue my jealousy. Second, there were the people looking at me with a mixture of confusion and disgust. Yeah, I understand that too. Is he a refugee from Myanmar? What tribe is he from? He's got a nice face, but what's up with his outfit? Gore, cue my frustration with reality. Finally, there was the third category, the people who were looking at both of us, whispering to each other. Honestly, if you're going to whisper that loudly, just come over and talk to me. I kept hearing one phrase over and over. What a waste. Huh, a waste? A waste of what? What are they talking about? Cue me getting self-conscious. Fum, wouldn't it be easier to just go buy some food instead of waiting for me to cook? There's pizza, Shabu, Fuji, Chester's, all sorts of places. It's got to be better than waiting for me to cook, right? I muttered as I tossed a bunch of random vegetables into the cart. I wasn't really paying attention to what I was picking. If something looked strange, I just threw it in. Have I ever done this before? Of course not. I only recently figured out the difference between cilantro and Thai basil. I was grumbling while shopping, and Fum just silently pushed the cart behind me. Why did this feel like some married couple shopping for groceries? And then I started thinking about what he said this morning, and my heart started beating weirdly again. Even though he was probably just joking around to mess with me, I swear, I've never threatened to pin down or assault any of my friends just to wake them up. If I even tried to joke like that, my friends would have kicked me in the face without hesitation. Silence. Hey, what's with you? Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't even said anything yet, so don't start getting mad at me. Lost in thought, I suddenly realized Fum had gone completely quiet. I looked up to find him staring at me with a dead serious expression, his eyes locked onto mine. You call me by my name. What? What's the big deal? Is your name cursed or something? Am I not allowed to say it? You've never called me by my name before. Whoosh. Let me just announce to everyone that the air conditioning in Carrefour doesn't do a damn thing to stop my heart from pounding like crazy. It doesn't matter where I am. If Fum's around, my heart's going to race. That slogan sounds weirdly familiar. Well, you know, maybe call me by my name sometimes too. You keep calling me Shorty all the time. That's it. I'm done for. My brain's not working anymore. Why the hell did I grab dog food? I prefer calling you the truth. What's wrong with that, Shorty? He smirked, his evil grin making me want to shove a potato in his mouth. He chuckled before walking away coolly, leaving me standing there, seething with frustration. Something cold suddenly touched my hand. Did I bite Fum's ear without realizing it? Am I bleeding already? Nope. I looked down at my hand, and, crap, I had squeezed a tomato so hard it exploded in my hand. Ugh, gross. I wiped my hand on my shirt. Fum disappeared somewhere, leaving me to shop alone. I kept adding necessities to the cart until it was nearly overflowing. Vegetables, pork, shrimp, chicken, fish, instant noodles, and more. I was on a shopping spree, hoping that all this wouldn't end up being too much for Fum's wallet. After a while, I started getting hungry, but I still hadn't seen any sign of Fum. Where the hell did he go? I wandered around the aisles looking for him, but couldn't find him anywhere. I even went back to the fresh produce section, but he was nowhere to be seen. I kept waiting and waiting, but there was no sign of him coming back. This better not be like last time when he ditched me after paying. I didn't have any money or my phone on me. So what the hell was I supposed to do with this mountain of groceries? Shorty, if you keep craning your neck like that, you'll end up looking like a Karen Longneck. I turned around immediately upon hearing that familiar, teasing voice. As soon as I saw Fum standing there, I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of relief and joy. Why did seeing him make me feel so happy? Theme, wait here for me, okay? Where are you going, Fi Fat? I'm going to scoop some fish for you. Just wait here. No, I want to go with you. You can't. The water is deep. I'll just be a moment. All right, but please come back soon. I'll be waiting right here. Okay, I'll be right back. Help. A child is drowning. Help, someone please. And my beloved brother never returned, never came back like he promised. I pushed the shopping cart toward him, feeling as though I was reliving a past memory. A chill ran down my spine, the air cold and eerily silent. When I got closer, I let go of the cart and walked directly in front of him, standing just a step away. I stared at him. No, more like glared. He blinked at me, confused. Fum, where the hell have you been? You have no idea how scared I was. I don't know how my hands ended up gripping his shirt collar, or when I started yelling like that. I don't even understand why I was shaking so badly. All I knew was that I was terrified of being left alone. I stood on tiptoe, our faces so close that my head barely reached his chin. I felt the urge to punch that annoyingly calm face of his. His sharp, dark eyes seemed shocked by my actions, but soon they gleamed with playful mischief. That's when I snapped out of it and shoved him away. Oh no. People were watching. What a disaster. I awkwardly smiled at the onlookers, then quickly pushed the cart to the checkout counter. I tried to take deep breaths, forcing the past out of my mind. But one thing I couldn't shake was the overwhelming embarrassment. Oh God, so embarrassing. The neighborhood gossips will probably talk about this for ages. College student starts a fight at Carrefour over thinking his friend abandoned him. Yelling and running away, huh? Fum, the cause of this mess, followed closely behind, but didn't bother helping me put the items on the counter for the cashier. So there I was, bending and lifting everything by myself. Mind your own business. I snapped. I was irritated with him, but more than that, I was angry at myself for being so emotional, like I had mood swings worse than a girl on her period. I hated that Fum could influence my feelings like this. I didn't want to be the fool in his story. I didn't want my heart to flutter just because he smiled. I didn't like the way I felt about him. Please, I like girls. I really do. That'll be 4,397 baht and 50 satong. The cashier's voice snapped me out of my silly thoughts. Fum handed over 5 1,000 baht notes. What the heck? How did a bunch of vegetables and MSG add up to 4,000? Are they charging us for air conditioning and the escalator too? After paying, he helped me put the bags into the cart. Oh, did I imagine it? Or did Mr. Picky finally start helping? Nice, about time. Honestly, I'm not even getting paid to run around serving him. Now that I think about it, is it worse to let Tan and the others see that stupid video, or to put up with being Fum's lackey? Maybe I should just stand up to him and let him do whatever he wants. But wait, if I give up now, all my effort will have been for nothing. No, Theme, hang in there. The month is almost over. You got this. By the time we'd put all the groceries away, I was exhausted. Then came the next big challenge, cooking rice. Do I add the rice or water first? How much water should I use? Does the rice cooker work like a microwave? Do I need to set a timer? I guess not. After the epic battle with the rice cooker, I moved on to cooking dinner for the demanding prince. Tonight's menu, minced pork omelet, canned fish salad, and stir-fried vegetables. Considering I usually only help my mom with small kitchen tasks, this was quite an achievement for me. I can cook simple dishes that anyone can make, but I don't enjoy it. I'm too lazy. If I'm going to cook for myself, why did I bother hiring a maid? Besides, it's rare to find a young, handsome guy like me cooking unless he's in culinary school or has a passion for it. Thankfully, all the kitchen equipment was top-notch. Everything was non-stick. No worries about burning or sticking, and cleanup was a breeze, almost like magic. And if you call now within the next 30 minutes, we'll sell it to you for only 800 baht. But wait, there's more. Okay, enough of that. Theme, you're overdoing it. The kitchen looked like it had never been used before. I guess it was just for show. All right, the rice is done. The food is ready. Time to call the husband to eat. Wait, no, I mean call Fum to eat. Here, he said, holding out a bag toward me. Since we got back, we hadn't really talked. Here was the first thing he said. What is it? I replied, still not trusting him. I didn't want to look at him, still feeling inexplicably angry. Are you related to Curious George or something? Just open it. He snapped. I took the pretty paper bag and peeked inside, half expecting a prank like a rubber snake or a fake lizard. But no, it was clothes. There were shirts, pants, even boxers and underwear. How did he know my size? Shirts and pants. What? Did you think it was a shotgun? Go shower already. You stink. Where'd you get this stuff? Probably stole it. He replied in a huff. Despite his tone, I felt oddly happy and found myself wanting to smile, forgetting I was ever mad. Feem, you're way too easy. Did you disappear to buy all this for me? I've received fancier gifts before, but I've never been this touched. What's going on with me? Stop asking so many questions. I'm hungry, he said, a bit flustered. If you're hungry, then go eat. I already cooked. You're eating too. What if you poisoned me? That killed the mood. How did he even come up with that? Don't be stupid, Fum. No one's as twisted as you. Besides, where would I even get poison? Idiot. He smacked me on the head for no reason, so I smacked him back. Did you just hit me? His sharp eyes blazed dangerously, but it was a reflex. I had to hit back. And I already did, so no takebacks. Yeah, I did. You hit me first. He stepped closer as I started backing away. Little punk. I show you a bit of kindness, and now you're acting up, huh? I didn't wait for him to drag me off for a beating. I bolted to the bathroom and locked the door behind me. Safe. I glanced at the mirror and saw a guy smiling brightly at his reflection. I didn't know why I felt so good. Maybe it had something to do with the guy banging on the bathroom door, threatening to break it down and bury me in the toilet if I didn't finish showering in 10 minutes. But then my smile faded as I remembered reality. This couldn't happen. I shook my head, trying to clear the ridiculous thoughts. I'm Feem, a sophomore college student, an ordinary guy who just happens to be stuck as Fum's lackey. He's a temperamental, demanding guy. Soon, all of this will be over. We'll go back to being strangers, right? That's what I should be thinking, or should I? Damn it. I really hate lying to myself. I finished showering and got dressed in a brand new outfit, so fresh that I hadn't even taken the price tags off. I tore them off right as I was about to put it on. Now I understand what those 4,000 baht were for. Not for random stuff, but for my clothes. Slow, fussy, dragging things out. Fum shot me a look as he lifted his head from his plate to scold me. Seriously, wasn't he the one who said he was afraid I'd poison the food? And here he was, eating without waiting for me. I sat down across from him, secretly happy that someone was actually eating my cooking. How'd you know, you're really good at this, huh? Thanks, by the way. I muttered, awkwardly trying to express gratitude. It felt weird, but I had to thank him for going out of his way to buy me clothes. And he even got the size spot on. That's pretty impressive. The underwear, though, did that fit too? Yeah, why? That's the smallest kid size, you know. Heh, little worm. He snickered. Damn it. I wanted to take my thank you back. He looked far too pleased with himself for making fun of me. Calm down, Feem. Breathe in, breathe out. Don't mind the dog mouth. How's the food? I asked, gritting my teeth, trying to hold back the urge to snap at him. I don't know. I have a crocodile tongue. Crocodile or monitor lizard? Gotcha. 1 point for me. His wide eyes shot up to glare at me, but I just raised my eyebrows at him and started eating my own food. Uft. Cough, cough. Who the hell spilled a truckload of salt into my stir-fried vegetables? I spat out the first bite, almost choking, and quickly grabbed my water to wash down the taste. Was this a stir-fry or a salt fry? I only added a little fish sauce. Why is it so salty? And the rice, was it even cooked? It crunched like crackers. But why did Fum keep eating without a word? Does he really have a crocodile's tongue? He just raised his eyebrows at me and kept eating. I quickly grabbed his hand and pulled the spoon out of his pale fingers. What the hell are you doing? You trying to die? Let go, I'm eating here. Stop eating already. This stuff tastes like crap. Don't worry about hurting my feelings. Let's just go out to eat. I'll treat, I said, feeling genuinely guilty. I stared at him, trying to convey just how sorry I felt. How on earth was he eating this without complaining? Does he have an asphalt-coated tongue? Can you let go of my hand now? It's sore. Huh? Oh yeah, sorry. I quickly let go of his hand like it was burning. How can you even eat this? Why not? It's not that bad. But it is that bad. I'm really sorry. Let's go eat somewhere else. I insisted. For the first time, I felt determined to learn how to cook, at least to make up for this. He endured my terrible cooking without saying a word. And if it were me, I'd have cursed out the cook 7 generations back. Then let's go to your house. What? Q told me your family owns a cafe. I want some coffee. Damn you, Q. Why did you go telling him about my background, you negative value friend? I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, we just met, so inviting you over seems a bit, you know? Fum frowned, tilting his head in confusion. I mean, what was I even saying? Can I take that back? Thank God Fum seemed confused. If he understood what I was trying to say, I'd die of embarrassment. And still, I think about you. The life we had together. Those days were so meaningful. Oh, distant seas and skies, please tell her. I'm still waiting. Yo, the sound of a phone saved me. I fumbled around, trying to remember where I left my phone last night. Where is it? But why does the ringtone sound so close? Yo, where are you, Toon? I was about to ask Fum when he picked up his phone and raised an eyebrow at me, wondering what I was searching for. Oh, that ringtone came from his iPhone. Wait, what? You listen to Body Slam too? And you use the same ringtone as me? My brain scrambled to figure out which layer of embarrassment I should deal with first. Yeah, Yam? What's up? I'm in my room. Yeah, I'm free. All right, I'll pick you up. See you. He hung up the phone and turned to look at me, as if debating whether to drag me along. I quickly cut him off. I don't think you're getting any coffee. Go get yourself some milk instead. I teased, winking at him, then grabbed my wallet and phone, ready to head home. I'm leaving. But he acted like he didn't hear me, completely ignoring my goodbye, and just walked into his room. Seriously? I'm not a ghost, dude. At first, I wanted to wash the dishes for him, but forget it. His maid will handle it. I closed the door behind me and sighed in relief. That was close. If Fum had come to my house, I'd have lost my mind. Just one night and half a day, and I'm already about to go crazy. I don't think I can handle being around him any longer than this. It's not like I hate or dislike him. It's just that I don't want to get more confused than I already am. I need time to figure out my thoughts, to sort through my feelings. I'm someone who can understand and accept myself, but this is hard to grasp. Yet it feels like a quiet voice from far, far away is whispering to me as I walk back home. If you meet the right person, your heart will naturally soften. Have I met the right person? Is that why my heart isn't resisting at all? Chapter 8. I had just returned from Fum's room, planning to take a nap, but as soon as my head hit the pillow, my annoying friend called like he had an alarm set. Full moon on the 12th lunar month. The water is restless, overflowing the banks. All men and women, lesbians, tomboys, and transgenders go float their crothongs. What are you talking about, Q? It's Loy Krathong today. And why does that involve me? I'm not floating anything. Okay, see you at 7. Pick me up. My hands are swollen from guitar practice. Can't drive. Oh, and wear a plaid shirt. Wait, Q. Beep, beep, beep. I stared at my phone in confusion for about 3 seconds. Did I mishear him, or was he drunk? What did he just say? Something about Godzilla? I had no idea what he was talking about, so I had to spend money to call him back. What's up, girl? He answered the phone with a ridiculous, exaggerated accent, rolling his tongue. Your mother. 7 is too late. The traffic in front of the university is always bad. Come on, girl. If we go early, we'll still end up floating late. Or do you want to see the parade? The mention of the parade hit a sore spot. Last year, I represented my faculty in the university's Loy Krathong parade as the city's governor, fully dressed up, only to be shorter than the queen. So embarrassing. And guess who nominated me? Yeah, Q. Meanwhile, he was busy showing off his singing skills to attract the ladies. Fine, 7 it is. You've already called everyone, right? Oh yes, girl. No need to ask. We float together every year. Except Valentine's, when everyone disappears for 3 or 4 days, leaving me alone. All right, I'll pick you up. Okay, girl. And don't forget the plaid shirt. Kisses. Over and out. Ugh. It wasn't Godzilla that I heard earlier. He was talking about a plaid shirt. How did I confuse that? Q has a chronic condition that can't be cured. He loves making us wear matching outfits. Normally, people do that when they're graduating or parting ways, but not Q. Whenever he's in the mood, he'll make us match, and I'm always out of money because I have to pay for screen printing shirts. Do I even own a plaid shirt? Q and I arrived at the university around 8:30. Parking was a nightmare. In hindsight, we should have taken the BTS. But truthfully, we were late because Q spent forever getting dressed. He was ridiculously fussy, and his cologne nearly made me gag. His shirt was painfully bold, in purple and red plaid. The campus was packed, like ants swarming everywhere. There were stalls, snacks, drinks, and game booths, all run by fellow students. The whole place was alive with sounds. MCs, fireworks, music, folk songs, reggae, hip-hop. It was a multicultural overload. "Hello? Can you hear me?" Hugh shouted into his phone. He looked at me, signaling to hurry up. But I couldn't. The crowd was suffocating. Air quality down here was terrible. Must be better up there. "Huh, Hugh? Yeah, Feem and I are here. Where are you? Which side of the pond?" "Oh, okay. We'll head over." "Hurry up," he kept urging, like I could grow taller or something. Hugh was especially excited because tonight was his chance to hunt. I bet he was eager to help the youth break records for losing their virginity during Loy Crathon. If Nong Napamas knew what her festival had turned into, she'd regret creating it to honor the rivers. There they are, over by Tan. Spotting Chain, Tan, and their group wasn't hard. Just look for where the girls were gathered. But tonight, they stood out even more than usual, thanks to a tall, plaid-clad guy, Fum. The moment I saw him from 10 meters away, my mind went blank. I wasn't ready for this. It wasn't about being afraid someone would find out about that clip, but I was nervous. When Fum turned to look at me, I froze. Should I smile? Walk? Which foot should go first? I wanted to smile, but when I saw Beer smirking at me, I quickly stopped. "Beer, your smile is terrifying." As we got closer, I realized Q was a mastermind. He had managed to get all 6 of us in matching plaid shirts. And guess what? Fum and I were wearing the exact same colors, blue and white. What a coincidence. Tan and Fong were another story. They looked like a monochrome couple in black and white. And even though they could have pulled off something ridiculous, they still looked cool. Beer was dressed in striking green, while Chain's plaid was so busy I couldn't tell what colors it was. But 2 of our friends were missing, Pun and Mick. Instead, there were 2 beautiful girls standing beside Chain and Fum, both smiling at me and Q. Q teased Chain, while I just smiled at his girlfriend, who wasn't the same girl he brought to lunch yesterday. "I hope those 2 trains collide soon," Chain. As for the other girl, standing with Fum, her big eyes and doctor-like demeanor made me question if my smile was sincere. We exchanged quick greetings. Chain's girlfriend was named Bam, studying accounting, but not at our university. Fum's girlfriend was named Mom, studying medicine at our school. I avoided looking at Fum, though not for the same reasons as before. I wasn't nervous, but what was it? "Where's Pon and Mick?" "They went to float their crothongs with their girlfriends. They'll catch up later." Fong replied, sounding bored. I tried to get used to the sight of 2 ridiculously handsome guys with their arms around each other. "Stop asking about others." I said 7 p.m., and you all arrived on time. Chain, the timekeeper, was annoyed. Blame Feem for driving slow. Hugh threw me under the bus. Fum shot me a sharp look. Great. I once lied to him that I couldn't drive. What's up with these matching shirts? One person wearing it is fine, but a whole group? It's like we're a bunch of actors in a folk drama. What's your theme, Q? Men in plaid. Subtle perfection. Damn you. Everyone flipped him off, but the weird thing is, we all still went along with it. Q had that effect on people. If he said it, we did it. What are you all whispering about? Show some respect to Bam and Mom. Q grinned at the girls, as if he hadn't started the banter. They laughed it off, used to his antics by now. My friends are so manly. Tan teased as he kicked Q, still keeping his arm around Fong's shoulder. What's the plan? Explore first or float our crothongs? Chain asked, but his attention was on Bam. He managed his relationships so smoothly. I'm up for anything. It's up to you all. She replied sweetly. What about you, Mom? Q asked unnecessarily, standing next to her. For the second time, I accidentally made eye contact with Fum. He looked happier than I'd ever seen him, probably because he was with his girlfriend. Everyone's happy when they're with someone they love. Fum smiled slightly at me, but I could only look away. Was that rude? Would he be upset? I didn't know. I didn't know anything. Fum's okay with whatever. Mom replied shyly, blushing even more from Q's teasing. Fum smiled warmly at her. Whoever said he was a player must be wrong. He seems really into her. When are you guys performing? I asked, changing the subject. Around 10, but I have to go on standby for half an hour first. Beer answered. All right, let's split into pairs. We'll meet up in front of the indie stage at 10 p.m., okay? Tan suggested, and everyone agreed. Chain wasted no time grabbing his girlfriend and heading straight for the dentistry booth. But wait, they're all paired up. What about me? Theme, you come with me. Tim pulled me along. No, it's fine. You go with Fong. I don't want to be the third wheel, or like an annoying intruder, I protested. I'll go wait for Q at the arts booth. Oh, wait? Where's Q? I turned around looking for my friend, only to see him heading towards the communications booth. Damn it. He's been gone since the word standby was uttered. Tam laughed. Seriously, Q? You invited me and then ditched me like this? Hey. I started to say, but Fum quickly chimed in. I'll walk with Theme. Fum offered, but Beer jumped in before Fum could finish his sentence. You trying to hit on my friend? Tan teased, flashing a mischievous grin at both Beer and me. I swatted at him twice, annoyed. No hitting on him, though. I've already called dibs on him as my future brother-in-law. Fong chimed in, defending his boyfriend. I couldn't bring myself to hit Fong, so I just let it slide. What are you guys even talking about? I'll just walk by myself, I said, walking off, determined to avoid being caught up in their jokes. The sound of Tan and Fong's laughter echoed behind me, followed by Beer's heavy arm draping over my shoulders. Fum, are you okay? You seem tense. A girl asked, noticing his serious expression. Give me some space, man, it's hot. But I'm cold. At that moment, I realized Beer wasn't the charming, sad-eyed guy with the sweet smile everyone thought. Nope. He was just another guy with a sharp tongue. Beer and I wandered around the festival in a daze, aimlessly moving from booth to booth. It's strange, we hadn't known each other long, but it felt like we'd been friends for ages. I'd heard from others that he was here alone because he had a fight with his girlfriend and hadn't patched things up yet. Serves him right. Every time we passed a booth, Beer would be dragged in by girls, some of whom were definitely not what they seemed. He even handed me his phone to hold while he played games at the booths, leaving me standing alone like a chump, waiting for him. Honestly, I might as well have been walking alone the whole time. How boring. And if that wasn't enough, Beer kept saying weird stuff like, I know what you're thinking, let's go for it. I'll help you, and hurry up, or you'll miss out. I decided to ignore him completely. But something more interesting happened. I ran into some architecture students who actually recognized me. Turns out, they were from the neighboring faculty and were absolute clowns. They dragged me into one of those dunk tank games, where you throw balls to knock someone into the water. I won a creepy-looking doll with its head nearly falling off. Hey bro, a voice suddenly called out, making me freeze in my tracks. My instincts told me to keep walking, but the voice was persistent. Bro. Theme. Nope, definitely not my imagination this time. There went my peaceful Loy Crathong. I turned around slowly, and there he was. Toei, in the flesh. Toei, the hyperactive, sharp-looking guy, with his pale skin and trendy streetwear, looked like he had just come from a dance-off. He ran up to me, wagging his metaphorical tail like a dog greeting its owner. Bro, you came to Loy Crathong? Who are you with? Why didn't you invite me? Or did you come to see me perform? Wow, I'm touched. But, I already finished dancing. So many girls, though? Oh, by the way, Champ ditched me to go float his Crathong with his girlfriend. What a jerk. Have you visited any booths yet? Have you stopped by our faculties? Come on, I'll show you the way. Toei rattled off nonstop. And there you have it. The reason why I felt my sanity slipping when I ran into this loud-mouthed, mischievous little troublemaker. Toei could talk for 24 hours straight without taking a break. Toei, where are you dragging me now? I managed to ask as he pulled me by the arm. To check out the fine arts booth, of course. This year's setup is way cooler than last year's. This kid, was he trying to say my year's setup sucked? Toei was a freshman in my faculty. We were close, so much so that people mistook us for actual brothers. He was friends with my co-junior, and, more importantly, he was Q's co-junior too. Both the senior and junior in our faculty were a handful, which probably explains why Toei and Q didn't get along all that well. That's why Toei was closer to me. But, regardless of how close we were, I wasn't ready to deal with him alone. Also, where was Beer? He'd probably never find me now, especially since I had his phone with me. Move aside, guys. Can't you see who I'm bringing? Toei finally dragged me to his booth, parting the crowd of his friends who were wildly dancing and encouraging people to join their game. The scene was chaotic. No wonder no one dared to approach. It looked more like Halloween than Loy Crathong. Hey, Theme. What's up? His juniors greeted me, somewhat lazily. I returned their half-hearted wave as the smell of booze and cigarettes hit me full force. Great. Even on Loy Crathong, These guys didn't hold back. I knew what was in those water bottles they were carrying around. Why didn't they just use flasks? It'd be way more convenient. Why are you alone, bro? Where's your husband? One of them teased, poking fun at me and Q, as usual. Everyone always joked that we were a couple because we were inseparable. Just thinking about it made me want to puke. Shut it, or I'll feed your mouths to the dogs. Toei snapped back, stepping in to defend me like the gentleman he was. I guess that's what a little brother was supposed to do. Man, you're so protective. Whose co-junior are you anyway, Q's or Feem's? None of your business. Don't mind them, bro. Let's go play this game. Toei said, tugging at me again. I'm with a friend. I resisted, refusing to budge. Q. He's about to perform, so I'm killing time with another friend. But now you've dragged me here, and we got separated. Oh, sorry about that. You should have said something earlier. Toei grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. I smacked him lightly on the head. Tell you what, after Q's done performing, I'll show you around. Really? Awesome. Buy me some snacks, okay? Where's Q performing anyway? Indie stage. He's probably going on soon. Wanna come with me? Sure. And so, from the fine arts booth to the indie stage, Toei ran around like a hyperactive kid, spending most of my money along the way. By the time we arrived, I was already exhausted. Want some cotton candy, bro? It's really good. Toei grinned, his mouth smeared with sugar. Eat properly. You've got it all over your face. He smiled widely before running off again, his cheeky expression screaming just how spoiled he was. I could tell some people were eyeing him, probably wanting to take him home like a cute puppy. If I didn't know his true nature, I'd have thought Toei was the most adorable kid ever. But no. When will Feem ever grow up? Always pretending to be a kid. Eat more so you can stop being short already. My senior sure taught me well. You little brat. Give me back the money for water, the balloon popping game, the snacks, and the dolls. Give, then ask for it back. Real mature Tan. Toei shouted at Tan from several yards away. Tan was standing with his arms crossed, nodding along to the music. As Toei shouted, he jumped on Tan's back in a headlock. Toei, you better watch out or Fong will see this and snap your neck. Tan isn't the same guy who used to help you flirt with girls every day anymore. Hey, where'd you pick up this kid, Feem? Found him by the trash can. He was crying, so I felt bad and brought him along. Bullying. You don't love me. I'm gonna tell Phi Chain. Chain already left with his girlfriend. Heh, you're the odd one out now, Toei. Toei handed some blue cotton candy to his senior. Ten took a small bite, and then wiped his sticky hands on Toei's shirt. The little troublemaker yelled loudly, competing with the speakers. Hugh and the others were on stage, doing a sound check for the drums and guitars, but I bet they heard Toei, because Q turned around and silently mouthed a curse at him. Toei puffed his cheeks and blew the word back at Q. His senior laughed, while Toei just licked his cotton candy. Why is Chain on stage, Tan? I stood between Tan and Toei, yelling over the nearby traditional drama music. K, the bassist, got drunk and was called by the cops. He's still sleeping at the station. Chain had to take his place. Haha, it's hilarious. K from the architecture department? Damn, he's bold. But Chain didn't practice. Can he handle it? He'll manage. He's a natural. Why aren't you playing? I've hung up the drumsticks, kid. Toei nodded in understanding and continued nibbling on his cotton candy. When there's food, he's like this, nice and quiet. Back in high school, we formed a band and played music for the school. Hugh handled vocals, guitar, and basically every other instrument. Chain played bass and guitar. Tim was on drums, but also played guitar. I stuck to just guitar, and Pun was the band manager, making sure our lives were in order. He helped us campaign for student council president, and he got exactly what he wanted. Where's Fong? On the phone. Tan gestured behind him. Fong was cupping his hand over his mouth to speak into his phone, trying to block out the loud noise. No wonder. It was deafening near the stage where we were standing, showing our support. The front was packed, especially with all the girls crushed together, taking up every inch of space. They were fans of the band Fun Fun, the band Q still used after high school, even though the rest of us stopped playing. He found new members from different faculties to fill in. We hardly touch guitars these days, but Q still lives and breathes music. Fun Fun doesn't mean funny, as in having a good time. You get it, right? It's a verb. Yeah, Tan came up with that dirty meaning. The sound of Beer's guitar solo triggered wild screams from both the girls and the cross-dressing fans. Hello, ladies. Do you remember us? The ones who you used to have fun with. Q grinned, nearly melting the girls at the front row. Who's still single for Loikrathon? Our guitarist Beer is still available. The crowd exploded, shouting his name, and Beer flashed a killer smile that took out hearts left and right. But Chain on bass? Sorry, he's taken by Shin the drummer. Shin hit the drums in sync with the joke, drawing even more shrieks. Chain laughed and shot a playful insult at Q. The drumsticks tapped out the beat to start the first song, a chill and sweet track by Mild. Q's voice still had its signature coolness, only now his guitar sounded more solid. The crowd swayed along, singing the lyrics, though most were swooning over the musicians. It was like watching a rock boy band. Midway through the song, Chain kept fiddling with the bass jack and talking to Shin, but they got things sorted by the second song. Suddenly, they launched into a Linkin Park track. These guys have guts. When did they even practice? Q's English was on point too. Impressive. He shot us a grin like he was showing off. Yeah, all right, you've still got it. His dashing smile spread across the room, and if he didn't have a girl waiting for him after the show, that wouldn't be the Q I knew. Not that the others were slacking either. Calls for Nong Chain, Phi Beer, and Phi Shin filled the air. Even we were head-banging along with the crowd. Phi Beer is so cool. Toei shouted so loud that Tan and I jumped, thinking someone had stepped on his foot. Since when did he know Beer? You know Beer? Of course, Phi. He's my senior from my old school. What? You're from the same school? Yes, Phi Beer was the leader of my color group. His crew was super popular. I was close with them, but once they graduated, we kind of lost touch. Then I ended up with you guys, and now I'm a mess. Son. The conversation finally shifted to a normal volume since the band just finished their third song, giving the aunties and the dancers a break to catch their breath. Don't get cocky just because you went to a fancy school. Tan teased, locking Toei in a headlock and smacking his head. Ouch. Let go. I'm hurt. My senior's the best. Go on then. Buy a garland and drape it on your senior. Tan laughed, releasing him, and Toei pouted like he was seriously considering it. Tan laughed and shoved his head again. The atmosphere around me was full of smiles, laughter, and joy, but why did my heart feel so heavy? Like someone had thrown a stone or a log on it. Why? Why does Fum's face keep popping into my head? Why? Theme, I'm heading out to pick up Pun and Mick. They can't find us. Let Fong know if she comes back. Yeah. I replied, snapping out of my thoughts. Where's he going? To get friends. He'll be back soon. Toei swayed along with the intro of the next song, now that Beer had taken over the mic. He had a decent voice, but it seemed better suited for love songs than rock. Toei was singing and cheering loudly, even pulling me to jump along. When I didn't jump, he knocked his light brown hair against my shoulder. Ouch. But suddenly, Toei stopped dancing. It looked like Phi Beer was looking at you, Theme. Huh? Looking at me? Oh no. I know full well who you are, and I don't intend to climb up to reach you. There's no way it could happen. We're just too different. All I can do is stay in my place. Day by day, I understand. Beer, stop looking at me like that, man. It's creeping me out. But I don't know if it's by accident or if deep down I mean to. Whenever you're standing close to me, I still accidentally make eye contact. I know very well that I don't stand a chance. There's no hope, but I can't stop glancing. Though Beer was staring at me, it wasn't in an affectionate way. More like he was teasing me. Damn it, Beer. I keep telling myself, but I still can't manage it. I don't want to care. I know it's impossible, but I don't know what to do. I can't help it when I see your face. Whenever I meet Fum, I don't know how to act. When did these feelings start? When did I begin to be shaken by him? The more you smile back at me, the more I'm shaken. This happens every day. I keep having to hold myself back. I still can't resist. I still can't control it. Every time we meet, just making eye contact sends me spiraling. Is it wrong to dream of you every night? How should I behave? Please, tell me. What should I do? Tell me, Fum. Shorty. Suddenly, someone yanks my collar from behind, and I stumble backward. I try to look at the person who dared to pull me like that without any respect. And of course, it's Fum. Hey, where are you dragging me? Come with me. Wait, my car. Toei, tell Q I'm leaving the keys with him. I tossed my car keys to Toei, who stood there looking confused. The last thing I saw was Beer grinning as if he owned the world before I was dragged away by this devil Fum. Beer, you know something, don't you? Where are you taking me? And what about Mom, your girlfriend? You're leaving her alone? That's so messed up. Why are you like this? And my sister, who's going to look after her? Plus, I have Beer's phone that he left with me. I started ranting angrily after being shoved into the car by Fum. I had been sitting for a while, but I didn't stop. I'm starting to act like Toei now. Worried about Beer, huh? I jumped, startled by Fum's shout and the intense look in his eyes, burning with fire. I clenched my fists tightly. Don't hit him, Feem. If you punch him, things could get worse. I went quiet. He stayed quiet too. It was so awkward. Normally, I'm not the hot-headed type. I don't like to use anger. If I can let things go, I do. But sometimes, when I haven't done anything wrong and Fum treats me like this, it's hard to take. Where are you taking me? Going to kill me? At least tell me what I did wrong before you do, so I can answer correctly when I meet Yama. He didn't answer. He just stayed silent and kept his foot on the gas. I turned to look out the window. The car was speeding so fast, the streetlights were blurring. Whose man are you? Fum suddenly asked a strange question, leaving me completely confused. Huh? What did you say? What's he playing at? Are you drunk? I looked at him with complete confusion. When I ask, answer. Don't dodge the question, or I'll punch you. Always threatening to hit me. Am I scared? Yes, I am. Though I'd never admit it. What did you say? I asked him again, but he turned to glare at me, clicking his tongue in frustration. Whose lackey are you? I'm your lackey. Happy now? Good. Remember this. I don't like sharing what's mine with others. That's all he said. Why even bother telling me that? I didn't really understand what he meant, but I nodded to end the conversation. Eventually, we arrived at a place I never thought Fum would know. The Temple of Dawn. What a rune. Readers, please listen. Or is it better to say pay attention? Yes, we arrived at What a Rune. The atmosphere here is better than at the university. Maybe it's because it's late, so it's less crowded, though there are still plenty of people. There are food stalls, snacks, dried goods, plants, flowers, and local OEOP products like other markets. But it feels peaceful here, more calming. Maybe it's the beautiful spires of the temple that give off a sense of Thai tradition. It makes me feel good, reminding me of my first year when my professor took us out to sketch. What a Rune was where I barely scraped by with a B+ in my drawing class. Does this place hold Loy Krathong events? Oh, I thought you knew. So, you didn't intend to bring me here, but just guessed? Yeah, stop talking so much. You want to hang out or not? When will he stop being so grumpy? Shit. I almost cursed, but remembered we were in a temple, so I held back. Even though he didn't intentionally bring me here, I never thought someone like Fum would turn into a place like this, a temple. Someone like him is more likely to be off ruining some girl's life during Loy Krathong night than coming here. Fum said that, and pushed through the crowd. I could only watch his back. How many times have I stood watching him from behind? Watching with eyes that even I don't know what they're saying, what they mean, or what I truly feel. Are you just going to stand there? Come on. But this time, he turned back with a small smile. He looked at me and waited for me to follow. Fine. I'll come to you. We wandered around, looking at things aimlessly. The gentleman kept complaining about everything, too hot, thirsty, annoyed by people staring at him. I don't even know why people keep looking at him. Haven't they seen a person before? Fum's face has a mouth, 2 eyes, and a nose just like everyone else. It's irritating. What's wrong? You look like you're about to die. I'm thirsty, I said. Then go buy something. Take me. Stop acting helpless. He always scolds me. When you were hungry, I took you to buy food. Now he wants me to go alone? No way. He'll ditch me again. Such a hassle. He grabbed my elbow and pulled me along. His legs were long, so he took big strides. Meanwhile, I had to practically jog to keep up, like we were in a speed walking competition. If I moved my hips a little more, I'd nail the look. 1 bottle of water. Does he want to buy water or pick a fight? He was so abrupt. Oh, Fum. You're here for Loy Krathong too. Yeah, what are you doing here? Selling water, haha. The kid answered cheekily, making both me and Fum laugh. He was just as cheeky as Toei. There were nearly 20 students in the booth, and if I had to guess, they were from the university's Buddhist club. I didn't expect them to set up a booth here. The kid who dared joke with Fum clearly wasn't just anyone. So, who'd you come with, Fum? Oh, is that your boyfriend? What the heck, kid? It's obvious I'm a guy. Don't be cheeky, Jay. Give me the water, quick. Haha. Just joking. Who'd dare mess with the coolest senior, right? Here's your water. Ah, So he's Fum's junior. This cheeky kid didn't look like someone who'd be in the Buddhist club. He's probably just tagging along for his girlfriend. He handed Fum the water and even threw a smile in my direction. But you look familiar. You look like my ex. What the hell? I froze up at that comment, while Fum's face twisted as if he actually believed it. He glared at me with dark, angry eyes. What now? What are you mad at me for, Fum? Meanwhile, the kid with braces just laughed, amused by the whole situation. My ex just got shot the other day. You must have confused me with someone else. Let's go, Fum. I just said. I didn't wait around for the kid to react. I dragged Fum away quickly. Haha. What's so funny? Your junior needs a swift kick to check his dental health. Haha. But he couldn't beat you. Here's the water. Fum kept laughing as I grabbed the water bottle and gulped it down to quench my thirst. When will I be free from guys flirting with me? Whether they're joking, teasing, or being serious. I don't like it. Understand that, you idiots. What the? Why didn't you open the cap? No wonder I tilted the bottle all the way up and nothing came out. You're over the top, shorty. Know your place. I'm the boss here. Didn't you say you'd stop bossing me around today? Yeah, I forgot. I was planning to be charitable for Loy Krathong night. Heh, give me the bottle. He took the crystal bottle, which had risen to 10 baht, festival pricing, peeled off the plastic, and opened it for me. Thanks so much, boss. After drinking the cold water, I started feeling better, and we continued walking. By now, it was nearly midnight, so the crowd had thinned. Along the way, Fum kept getting greeted by students from our university. He's pretty well known. He'd smile back at them, respond to some, but sometimes it seemed like he didn't recognize the person. We bought a stick of grilled candy each, but I only got to take 2 bites before a kid ran into me, causing me to drop it. Fum laughed so hard he nearly turned red, but he was nice enough to share his candy with me. There were plenty of weird-looking traditional sweets at the stalls, so we kept wandering around. We even tried spinning cotton candy. It was fun. Then we got to make Kanam Mo Kang, some Thai sweets, and the old lady at the stall said they were meant for wedding ceremonies. I don't know what part of that comment triggered something, but Fum and I looked up and accidentally made eye contact. For the first time in my life, I truly felt embarrassed. We hopped from one stall to the next, playing games, balloon darts, star raffles, ring toss. Most of it was about winning prizes. Who knew that Fum was actually good at popping balloons? Get that one. That buffalo doll. I pointed at the doll to the balloon booth owner after Fum hit the 7th dart, popping the unlucky balloon. You're amazing, man. Even Tan, the master, isn't as good as you. Can I have it? I really like it. Sure, it looks just like you. He laughed, pushing my head down onto the stuffed buffalo I just hugged. Oh, this handsome guy? He just said I have a buffalo face. After he got his satisfaction from teasing me, he walked off without a care. He didn't even offer to help me carry my stuff. What a guy? Where's your kindness? Seeing he wasn't going to help, I finally said, Hey, can you help me carry this? I had a giant teddy bear in one hand and a massive buffalo doll in the other. Actually, I wasn't supposed to get this size, but I sweet-talked the booth owner, and she pitied me because it was so late. Fum just sighed in annoyance, probably embarrassed. If you want it, carry it yourself. It's heavy. He clicked his tongue and frowned. Annoying theme. I wasn't surprised when he took the buffalo doll from me, but I was trying to stop my heart from racing when I heard him say my name. Now I understand how he felt when I first called him by his name. Why are you staring at me? Are you going to float the krathong, or what? Huh? Yeah, let's float it. Fum led me to the only krathong stall left, as most people had already gone home. I looked around, and most of the booths were packing up. It was getting dark and spooky at the temple. Ghosts up. Auntie, do you have any krathongs left? There's just this one. She replied. It was beautiful, probably why it hadn't been sold. Fum and I exchanged looks. Who would get this last krathong? Let's see. How much is it? It's 300 baht, but since it's late, I'll give you a discount. Even without the discount, it was worth the price. It was so intricately made. I put the teddy bear down, ready to grab my wallet. 300, right? Here. Fum handed the lady a purple bill. Damn it. He beat me to it. I scowled at him, but there was nothing I could do. I just picked up the polar bear again and hugged it. No need for change, but could you make another krathong? I looked up at Fum, hugging the bear tighter. But I've run out of banana leaves, dear. All I have left are banana stems and flowers. That's where things got interesting. Imagine what my krathong would look like. But, Hey, it's free, and Fum's paying. Whatever works. All right, give me a moment. Auntie started making a krathong out of just banana stems and flowers. I glanced over at Fum's fancy krathong, feeling a bit envious. Was this beautiful krathong meant just for him? Jealous, jealous. Do you want it? He turned to me with a smug look. No. If you want it, just say so. I'll give it to you. I don't want it. I'm just annoyed. How can someone be so damn lucky? Even this late, there's still a beautiful krathong left just for you. There is something I want, but I'm not sure if I can get it. What is it? I thought. What in the world could Mr. Perfect possibly want that he can't have? A six-legged black cat? Well, I waited for his answer. His black eyes wavered, like he wasn't sure. Was I really looking into Fum's eyes right now? No wonder my heart was racing again. The krathong is done, boys. No charge for this one. Go ahead and float them. It's nice to see gnomes still keeping Thai traditions alive, even this late. It's not gnomes, ma'am. I may look small carrying these stuffed animals, but I'm 20 already. Oh, thank you, Auntie. I thought for a second that Fum's gaze was going to suck the soul right out of me. I took the krathong and handed him the change of 200 baht. Haha. Fum chuckled at my krathong. I wanted to laugh too, but I couldn't. Poor me. Picture this. A tiny, nearly circular banana stem with a few marigold flowers around the edge, rose petals in the center, and a candle and incense sticks sticking out. Elegant. Economical. Simple. Minimalist. Why does the universe treat me, a handsome guy, like this? I only get one chance a year to float a krathong, and here I am with this handicapped one. At least it was made with heart, right? Fum smirked. My heart's full of merit. I sighed. By the time Annie finished my krathong, the place was almost deserted. At least the path to the river was lit, so it wasn't too dark or scary. We sat down by the pier along the Chao Phraya River, waiting to float our krathongs. Do you have a lighter, Fum? Yeah, he said, pulling a lighter from his pocket. Damn, he smokes. Cover the wind with your hand, Feem. When will I get used to him calling my name? Fum lit the candle in my krathong, focusing so intently that he didn't notice me watching him. He looked kind of charming like that. Keep staring, and you might think I don't get shy, shorty. He teased, looking up with the softest smile ever. Before I could throw myself into the river out of embarrassment, he turned to light the candle on his krathong. Even with the wind blowing, his candle didn't go out. I'm giving him too much credit. Be careful, short legs. Don't trip and fall in. I know, no need to remind me. Wait, are you going to float it already? You need to make a wish first. Close your eyes and make a wish. He looked confused, so I showed him by squatting down by the water and closing my eyes, holding my little krathong. Before I made my wish, I thanked the goddess of water for her blessings, for all the water in rivers, seas, and oceans that sustain life. As for my wish this year, it wasn't much, just that the man beside me would always smile. I wish for Fum to be happy. You're taking forever. Okay, I'm done. Let's float them. We placed our krathongs on the water at the same time. The waves were strong, and I wondered if my tiny krathong would sink. Do you think mine will sink? No, because mine will keep yours afloat. Hey, you're right. My small krathong floated through the waves, staying close to Fum's beautiful one for support. We stood there, watching them drift off until their lights flickered and disappeared. We didn't say anything for a while, just enjoyed the cool breeze before heading back with the stuffed buffalo and bear. I had a great time today. I was really happy. I got stuffed animals, ate snacks, played games, and had a late-night Loy krathong date with Fum. Fum. I called him after we'd been driving for a while. The road was clear, and the orange streetlights were calming. I saw the reflection of a man in the window. A man who looked so happy it was almost enviable. Yeah. Fum turned to look at me, waiting for me to speak, then turned back to driving. I gazed at his sharp profile. At that moment, I knew the answer to all the questions that had been lingering in my mind. I like him. I like Fum. Can I stay over at your place tonight? Chapter 9. After I finally admitted to myself that I had developed a crush on that crazy tough guy to the point where I even asked to stay over at his place, we arrived at his room around 2 a.m. I thought I'd pass out the moment I stepped into the elevator, and as soon as we reached his place, I was ready to crash. But of course, Fum had to assert his dominance as usual, forcing me to take a shower before bed. I argued with everything I had, insisting that I'd just sleep on the couch and that it wouldn't bother him if I skipped the shower. But jackpot. It seemed like he was feeling generous, telling me I could sleep in his room instead. His reason? He didn't want to run multiple air conditioners because it would waste electricity. He also claimed it was for saving energy and doing his part to help the planet. With that kind of reasoning, I felt like I couldn't really refuse. So fine. I showered, put on the same pajamas I wore the night before, and got into bed. The problem wasn't getting into bed, it was how to sleep. I laid there with my hand on my forehead, trying to calm down my heart, which was racing like crazy. What was I so excited about? Shorty. Fum's deep voice came from next to me. No pillows between us either. But why would we need one? We're both guys, right? My name's Feem. Shorty. Clearly, my desire to be called by my actual name wasn't going to happen. Oh well, he's been calling me that my whole life. I guess he can continue. Yeah? What do you want? I've been thinking. If you behave well, I might shorten the 2 months. No need. Huh. He sounded like he turned to look at me, but I didn't dare face him. What if I felt even more flustered? That wouldn't be safe for either of us. What am I even thinking? I'm a man of words. 2 months means 2 months. I replied, even though a small voice inside my head whispered that I secretly wanted to stay near him. That small whisper managed to overpower all the bad memories of what he'd done to me in the past, and the things he'll likely continue doing for the next 2 months. Fine. But remember, I gave you a chance. Don't come crying later. That day won't come. Now go to sleep. I'm tired. You dare give me orders? Suddenly, Fum sat up and glared at me. The room was dark, but my eyes had adjusted, and I could see him clearly. What's your problem? Ugh, go to sleep. Ouch. What the hell? That hurt. He hit me square in the face with a pillow. Damn it. Now I was starting to get angry. I sat up and smacked him back, aiming right at his head. Shorty, you want to challenge me, huh? Yeah, I want to know what's so great about you that I should be afraid of. I shot back, ready for whatever came next. And so, the great pillow fight began. At first, I was at a disadvantage physically, but I made up for it with speed, managing to hit him twice in a row. Fum changed tactics and tried to smother me with the pillow, covering my face and cutting off my air supply. Was he really trying to kill me? Of course, I fought back. Just because I'm smaller doesn't mean I can't put up a fight. We tussled for a while, and soon enough, I was out of breath. Not surprising, given my lack of exercise. Somehow, in the middle of the chaos, I ended up flat on my back with him pinning me to the bed. My spine felt like it cracked, but all my discomfort vanished the moment Fum lost his balance and fell on top of me. Our eyes met instinctively. I saw my reflection in his dark, intense gaze. Time seemed to stand still. His sharp, black eyes captured everything. I wasn't sure how long we stayed like that before his flawless face slowly lowered toward mine. My brain stopped working. Should I look away or blink? Should I hold my breath or breathe faster? I squeezed my eyes shut and held my breath. Why wasn't I resisting? I felt his nose brush past my cheek toward my ear. Do my laundry tomorrow, Shorty. Heh, damn it. I kicked him off me without hesitation. My face was burning, part from anger, part from embarrassment. And hearing that smug laugh of his just made it worse. I wanted to bury myself at the center of the earth from shame. I grabbed the large blanket and covered myself completely, making sure not to leave any for that jerk. Why am I even mad? What's wrong with you, Feem? What are you hoping for? Damn it. Haha, share the blanket with me, he said, still not giving up and tugging at my blanket. Feem, buddy, can I have some blanket too? That voice, so fake. Stop messing with me already. Is it that much fun to see me pissed off? Huh. Yeah, kinda. Haha. Screw you. Fine, take it all. I'm not using it anymore. I tossed the blanket at his head, then turned away from him, lying on my side. Without the blanket, the cold air from the AC hit me immediately. Damn, I forgot I was sharing a room with a penguin. He can't survive unless the room's freezing. Exhausted from the pillow fight with Fum, what were you thinking, kids? I managed to fall asleep. But just before I fully drifted off, in that half-asleep, half-awake state where you're not sure if you're dreaming or awake, I felt a warm, soft blanket cover me. And what was that warm sensation on my forehead? Whatever it was, it spread warmth to my heart and gave me the best sleep. When I woke up, my whole body was aching. Hey, don't get any weird ideas. It's from the pillow fight. Fum was still sleeping, and I briefly considered smothering him in his sleep. I looked at him lying next to me, sleeping on his stomach like a kid. Even while sleeping, this guy looks handsome. I took a few quick photos of him, his mouth slightly open. Gotcha, blackmail material. I threw the blanket off. Wait, I didn't have a blanket last night. How did it get here? I must have pulled it from Fum while I was asleep. I scanned the room. Oh, my God. Teddy bears. They were everywhere. Last night, I was too tired to notice, but now, wide awake, I was shocked by the sight of bears of all colors, sizes, and poses filling the room. On the bed, the desk, the TV. He could start a museum. I glanced back at Fum. Have I been brought to the wrong room? Could this tough, serious Fum actually like teddy bears? Very impossible. I spent a while processing the teddy bear invasion before continuing to explore the room. It was spacious but typical of a guy's room. Kinda messy, but not too bad. There was a game console, laptop, PSP, empty Pepsi cups, and pizza boxes. This corner was starting to resemble a trash heap. A poster of Toon Body Slam was stuck on the door. Oh, so he likes Body Slam too, and a guitar lay next to a pile of CDs. And a framed photo. Wait, why is there a picture of Fong on Fum's nightstand? My heart sank. The photo showed two young boys in school uniforms, arms around each other, smiling happily. Wait, is Tan being cheated on? What are you looking at, Shorty? Fum mumbled, eyes half open, rubbing his messy hair as he sat up in bed. Why do you have a picture of Fong in your room? Don't tell me. Idiot. What are you thinking? Having a picture of my brother in my room? Is that so weird? Huh. Brother. Oh my Buddha. This was more shocking than the teddy bear thing. Fum and Fong are brothers? My mind was blown, and I just stared, mouth wide open. For real? Tell me more. Too lazy. Go wash my clothes. He dismissed me, already calling the condo office to ask the cleaning lady to bring up a laundry tub, detergent, and fabric softener. Dude, just send it to a laundry service like always. You're killing me. So I didn't get any more details about how Fum and Fong are brothers. None of my jerk friends ever told me they were related. How was I supposed to know that? Suddenly, it made sense why Fum never stood up to Fong. And why Fong can be so harsh with Tan. They're alike, those two. Grumbling, I stomped off to get the supplies from the maid at the door, then headed to the bathroom, hair a mess. When I came back with the laundry basket, Fum gave me a thumbs up and a grin. I flipped him the middle finger in return. I didn't even bother sorting whites and colors. Everything went into the tub together, except for the student uniforms and shop shirts. I stomped on the laundry in the tub, pretending it was Fum's face. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Ah, that felt good. After doing the laundry and hanging it out to dry, I had to clean the place and even cook. This guy is something else, asking me to cook for him too. Doesn't he know his life is at risk? Yesterday's food may have been a bit salty, was it? So I kept the fish sauce and salt far away today. Didn't want to give Fum kidney disease before these 2 months are over. The more I think about it, the more I feel like a slave working to repay a debt. Hey, Shorty, where are my boxers? Idiot. How should I know? Every man for himself. I yelled, while rearranging the water bottles in the fridge. As soon as I was done, I could finally leave. I had paid my dues for today. I can't find them. Come help me. Hurry, I want to watch Conan. Slamming the fridge door shut, I marched to the bedroom. He was wearing only a towel around his waist, showing off his muscular body, wandering around the room with a frustrated look on his face, ruffling his wet hair. How would I know where you put your boxers? I opened his closet and rummaged through it. Here, found them. Next time, try using your eyes, not just your mouth. Anyway, I'm out of here, got everything done. Damn it, just put on some clothes already. Standing there showing off your fair skin like you're a model for some skincare ad. I'm not made of stone. Fine, leave. Who's stopping you? He dressed casually like he wasn't planning on going anywhere, then jumped back onto the bed. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm my irritation. This guy had a talent for getting under my skin. He hugged a teddy bear and smiled at me, wiggling his toes. Am I making a mistake liking this guy? I might need to rethink everything. I left his room feeling totally exasperated. The first time I came here, I lost my first kiss. The second time, I almost lost another kiss. What will I lose the third time? On the way back home, squeezed tightly on the bus, and then even more packed on the BTS, I kept asking myself, how did I start liking Fum? Did he do anything impressive? Not really. I had to answer myself, what exactly is this feeling I have right now? Do I actually like him? Or is this just some fleeting teenage emotion? Do I like him? Or is it just attachment? Do I like him? Or is it just being close to him all the time that's making me think I do? Even though I couldn't find the answer yet, one word kept popping up and making me smile. Impossible. The idea of admitting to myself that I have feelings for another guy? It's not easy. I kept thinking about it until my head was about to explode. Damn it. The more I think, the more confused I get. It's driving me crazy. If this keeps up, I'm definitely going to lose my mind. I need to vent. I need to find someone to talk to. But who? Hugh? No way. He'd drive me nuts even more. Shane. He's probably sleeping in someone's arms right now. Pun. Definitely not. He'd just whine like a kid. Tan. Forget it. If he tells Fong, and Fong tells his brother, I'd be screwed. Is there anyone left in this world? Somebody help me. Or should I just become a monk? Wait, a buffalo? Beer. Yeah, that idiot Beer can help me. His phone is with me. I'll use that as an excuse. But where does Beer live again? I listened to a song playing on the line for a few moments before someone picked up. Hello. But who the heck is this? That's not Tan's voice. Fong. Hearing Fong's voice, I wanted to ask about Fong, but I held off for now. Yeah, it's me. Tan's in the shower. What's up? So, you two are basically living together now, huh? I want to know where Beer's house is. Haha. After one night of loikrathong together, and now you're chasing him to his house. Shut up. I've got business to return his phone. Tan, you're heavy. Move. Who are you talking to? Huh. Are you two seriously doing this in front of me? Talking to your friend. Tan, let me go. Just tell me Beer's address, so I can hang up and you two can get back to whatever you're doing. Fong made a fuss for a bit before I heard the sound of someone falling off the bed. Why'd you kick me? It hurts, Fong. I told you to let go nicely. Ugh, fine. Beer's house is in Nawaman. Ow? Tan, are you a dog or something? You bit me. Alright, I'm hanging up. Seriously, are they in a bedroom or a battlefield? Almost got a live show there. I changed my destination, got off the subway, and set off toward Nawaman. Damn, it's far. But after a while, I found myself in front of a house that looked more like an old palace. It was quiet and peaceful, with birds chirping pleasantly in the background. The house itself was an old Thai-style colonial mansion, popular in the reigns of King Rama V and VI. Good thing I studied art. Why does this place feel so posh? I looked up at the beautifully carved Thai script on the tall, white gate, adorned with Beer's surname and crest. Every 20 minutes today, something seems to surprise me. Hello, who are you here to see? I'm here to see Beer. I'm his friend. Oh, all right then. Please come inside. Even the maid was dressed like a lady-in-waiting from the old days, wearing a white top and blue skirt. Am I in some kind of period drama? If I see someone doing a traditional dance, I swear I'll lose it. Please wait here while I inform the young master that his friend has arrived. Young master? Seriously? I bowed my head in thanks, almost touching my knees. The outside already felt fancy, but inside, even more so. Pictures of Beer's ancestors lined the walls, each holding a cane, one after the other. I couldn't help but feel a little out of place. Am I really hanging out with someone from high society? Hey man, how'd you get here? Beer walked in, looking surprised but smiling. Wow, this is a surprise. Come on, let's head to my room. How'd you know where I live? 1. Please bring up some snacks for me and my friend. Beer called to the maid. Yes, young master. The maid looked visibly shocked at the way we were talking to each other before she left. Beer led me upstairs. Man, your house is super fancy. I blurted out as soon as we were alone. Fancy? It's just a regular house. Regular house, my foot. Your surname's got Na in it. That's some serious noble blood. So what? Just because I have Na in my name, I have to be royalty? It's true, though. Anyway, are you here alone? Beer opened the door to his room and let me in. The breeze from the window gently moved the lace curtains, making the room feel cool and peaceful. I sat at the edge of the bed while he sat at his desk, feet up on the chair, definitely not acting all posh. Soon, the maid came up with red drinks and traditional Thai snacks. Yeah, my parents are at work. My sister's married and living with her husband. But what about you? Why did you come all the way here? Don't tell me you came just to admire my family name. Dude, do you want your phone back or not? I do like your room, though, nice and bright. Geez, you're still on about that? Why don't you just move in already? He said, reaching for his phone. No thanks, don't want to bring bad luck to your house. You don't have much stuff, huh? Not many books either, except for the decor. Yeah, I don't spend much time here. I stay at a condo near campus. If I had to drive back and forth every day, I'd waste so much gas. Heck, I'd probably die of exhaustion before I graduate. You're lucky I happened to be home today. Yeah, lucky me, huh? It was at that moment I remembered why I'd come all this way in the first place. But now that I was here, I didn't have the courage to bring it up. So, you came all the way here just to return my phone? Beer flashed a sweet smile, but I could see the teasing glint in his sharp eyes. I don't like people like Beer. Something about him makes me uneasy. He always seems to know what I'm thinking, and I don't like feeling like an idiot. So what's the deal? What do you want? When asked, I didn't even know how to begin speaking, even though I wanted to vent to someone, hoping it might relieve the tension in my head. But when it came down to it, I wasn't sure if I should say anything. Sigh. I flopped down onto the clean white bed and looked out the window. Through the frame, I could see the view outside, a large tree with fragrant white flowers, a nearly clear blue sky with no clouds. The world's climate change has really altered so many things. You're upset about something, aren't you, Feme? Silence. Even though we haven't known each other for long, we're friends now. If there's anything, just tell me. Actually, you've come this far, so just tell me. I turned to look at Beer, whose face, though still smiling, had lost its playful tone. I don't know. I don't even know where to start. It's about Fum, isn't it? I sighed again and nodded. You like him, don't you? My heart raced, but soon calmed down. I figured Beer might have known, based on his words and actions yesterday that hinted he had some idea. I've been friends with Fum for years. I know what kind of person he is, and I know how he deals with anyone who dares challenge him. Plus, I saw you leaving his condo yesterday. I could guess. Fum's pretty easy to read. I'm confused. Do I like guys, Beer? I sat up, eyes shifting to the small stack of books he had. You want to know? Yeah, whoa. Beer suddenly pounced on me. My hands and feet reacted automatically. Ouch. What the hell, man? You've got strong legs, Feme. You should be grateful I didn't kick you with both feet. You jerk. What kind of prank is this? Didn't you want to know if you like guys or not? I was just helping you figure it out. If you like guys, you wouldn't have kicked me away like that. He clutched his stomach, and I found myself retreating toward the head of the bed without even realizing it. Give me a heads up next time, man. That scared the hell out of me. I scolded him, still breathing hard. The more I looked at his face, the more I wanted to kick him again. Who just jumps on someone like that? My life is ridiculous. Meanwhile, Beer just smiled, unfazed. Should we try kissing? Huh. This time, I turned my head sharply to stare at him. That way, you'll know for sure. I was so stunned that I forgot to run away. Beer locked my face in place, his pale face inching closer. My heart pounded harder as he grabbed my wrists. I closed my eyes, trying to focus. If I could let his lips touch mine, then I'd accept everything. But instead, my body tensed up. The closer he got, the more I resisted, pulling my head away from his hand that was holding the back of my neck. Suddenly, Fum's face flashed in my mind. The memory of last night rushed back, his face coming close to mine. That was the reason I shoved Beer away with all my strength. I can't do it. I'm gonna puke. The feeling in my stomach surged up. Nausea and goosebumps hit me hard. Beer didn't look much better, either. What had we just done? Ugh. Luckily, you've got a cute face, or else I'd have been way more grossed out. If I hadn't stopped you, would you have actually kissed me, Beer? Yeah, I knew you'd stop me. You don't actually like guys, Feme. You just like Fum. That doesn't make me feel any better. I excused myself to the bathroom to wash my face, but my goosebumps still wouldn't go away. Why didn't I feel this gross with Fum? He's really playing a major role in my life now, huh? When I came out, Beer was charging his phone. Right, his battery had died since last night. Wait, you have a legal code book? Yeah, I'm studying law. How could I not have one? Wait, I thought you were an engineering major. Nope. Why? Does my face scream calculus and trigonometry to you? I just saw you hanging out with Tan, so I thought you were studying engineering. Nope, law. The ones in engineering are Fum, Tan, and Mick. Fong's in architecture. No wonder Fong seems so artsy. We clicked so easily. They say architecture and fine arts are like cousins. They're similar in some ways. But here's something I've noticed. Architecture students are hipster and artistic, while fine art students are messy and eccentric. So, you want to be a judge, huh? But honestly, Beer, your face looks more like someone who'd break the law, not enforce it. Ha ha. Screw you, Feme. My dad's a judge, okay? He wanted me to study law. But I don't mind. Law's fun. I laughed and nodded. Honestly, I felt for him. It's not just 4 years of studying something you don't like. It's your entire career. But who knows? Just because you study law doesn't mean you have to be a prosecutor or a judge. Life's unpredictable. I'm lucky to have chosen a path I love, even if it leaves me broke. Maybe I should just live off my parents. Hey, Beer are Fum and Fong brothers. Wait, you didn't know? Fong's Fum's older brother. Tell me more. Are they twins? They don't look alike. And how are they in the same year? You're really curious, aren't you? Ha ha. Don't give me that look. All right, I'll tell you. Fong's a year older than us. He should be in his 3rd year by now. Fum's family has 3 kids. Ode, Fong, and Fum. If you're wondering why their names are different, I have no idea. But they're all born one after the other. Fum was super attached to Fong. When Fong started kindergarten, Fum would cry nonstop. No one could calm him down. Their parents didn't know what to do. Fum wasn't old enough to attend school with Fong, so they had Fong stay home and do homeschool until they could attend school together. So, he's been stubborn since he was a kid, huh? Every personality has its reasons. You know so much about him. Are you Google or something? Fim. I've known Fum since we were crawling around as babies. When he was crying for Fong, I used to share my chocolate to cheer him up. You rich kids with your chocolate. I'd probably share some coconut pudding or tofu with fried dough sticks instead. Fum seems like someone who won't back down and always gets his way. But if you really know him, you'll see he's actually super sensitive. Everything you see is just a shell he built to protect himself. He's been spoiled since he was young. At one point, his dad decided to send him abroad for some reason. Imagine a kid who's always had friends, who's been super attached to his mom and brother, suddenly being in a foreign country where he doesn't understand a word. It made him a very withdrawn kid, holed up in his room with a stuffed toy his mom gave him to remind him of home. A stuffed bear, right? Ah, I see you've been in his room, huh? That was quick. Shut up, Beer. Continue the story. Even though I was listening to Beer, my mind was drifting to the image of a lonely young boy feeling pain. When he was in 3rd or 4th grade, Fum came back to Thailand. But his parents were still busy with work. They let money raise him instead of giving him attention. Money can't give you a hug, though, can it? Even though Oat and Fong took care of him, it's not the same as having parents. I think that's why he turned out the way he did. Sometimes, I feel like I know Fum well, but this makes me realize how little I actually know about him. Could I have been as strong as he was if I were in his shoes? I come from a warm, close-knit family. Just imagining what it would be like to be in Fum's place makes me feel an overwhelming sense of loneliness. You probably like him because you're a good person. I mean, you've got a pure heart. Has anyone ever told you that, Fim? Your eyes are so clear. Maybe that's why you can sense Fum's loneliness. I scratch my head awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. Clear eyes? What's that supposed to mean? You were studying psychology alongside law or something, Beer? Beer nodded, saying he was taking it as a minor. Well, great. I was being sarcastic, but turns out he actually is. Why can't I have this kind of luck when buying lottery tickets? To put it simply, Fum's probably the right person for you. The right person? Huh. He insults me, teases me, pulls all kinds of stunts. What's left to make him right for me? Besides, I've only known him for a short time. There's no logic behind it. I ruffled my hair in frustration. The more I thought about it and talked about it, the more it stressed me out. If love needs time and reason, then what's the point of love at first sight? Damn it, Beer. I don't love him. I just like him. Yeah, liking someone is the first step to love. You like him now, and before long, you'll love him. You two must be pretty close, huh? Picture 2 big guys talking about love and relationships. It's kinda awkward, right? Besides, my brain wasn't in the mood to think about it anymore, so I decided to change the subject. It's more than just being close. We grew up together, studied together, played together. Fum, me, Fong, Mick, just like you and your group with Tan. It's more than just friendship. Damn, that's cool. How many of you are in the group? 9. That's enough to form a boy band. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Haha, yeah, true. I should be the leader since I'm the most handsome. Man, if you're the leader, we should start a more lamb band instead. We'd probably be more successful. Ha ha. Heh, look, you're smiling now. No more sulking. Keep smiling like that. It's much better. Yeah, thanks, Beer. I'll find you a cute girl to thank you. I raised an eyebrow and patted him on the shoulder a few times. I was genuinely grateful to him. Even though he hadn't solved all my problems, he'd made me feel a lot better. Don't you think I might want a cool guy instead? Haha, dude, Leave some for the girls. Sigh. I think I'll give up. 2 months have almost passed now, and I don't even know if we'll end up as friends. Why give up? Fum's not a bad guy. You know that. Yeah, but it's probably not going to happen between us. You probably know that too. All right, if that's how you feel. So, what's Fum been making you do? Got you working hard. It depends on what he dreams up. This morning, I had to find his underwear for him. The guy's like a total kid. Ha ha ha, really? That's the real Fum. All that cool, serious, handsome act for the girls. It's all just a front. Yeah, I thought so too. Sigh. All right, I'm heading out, Beer. Thanks a lot for listening. Sure. You can always talk to me about anything. He patted my shoulder encouragingly. I smiled back. We chatted for a while longer before he walked me out to the front of his house. He wanted to send someone to take me home, but I'm just an ordinary guy who can get home by myself, so I politely declined. See you at uni, man. Drop by my cafe sometime. Coffee's on me. I waved at him before flagging down a taxi, which took forever to pass by. Guess people in fancy old neighborhoods don't take cabs often. Beer smiled and nodded in response. Theme. Just as I was stepping into the taxi, 1 foot inside, he called out. What's up? If I could meet someone else like you, that'd be nice. I smiled at Beer, the same way I smile at Q and the others. A good guy like you will definitely meet someone just as good, friend. And I got the same smile in return. All the way home, I was lost in my thoughts. Thoughts about Fum, about what I'd just learned from Beer, and about my own feelings. The fact that I didn't hate him despite all the pranks, the feeling of wanting to be by his side, the inexplicable good feelings I have toward him. Am I sensing who Fum really is? So what next? What do I do now? Should I let go? Yes, let go, Theme. You have to move on. It's just the beginning. Cutting it off now isn't too late. It's still possible. If people can survive early-stage cancer, surely I can get over these budding feelings. Sigh. Let's just be good friends. That'll be enough. Chapter 10. It was Monday morning, and I arrived at university feeling groggy and out of it. No surprise there, considering I stayed up until 4 a.m. wide awake. Why? Because I couldn't stop thinking about Fum, of course. I still had to wake up at 6 to get ready for class. Sure, class didn't start until 9, but if I didn't leave early, I'd never make it on time. When I finally got to campus, instead of catching a nap, I had to sit through Q's nonstop complaints, which nearly gave me a headache. He was pissed because I'd ditched him, leaving him nothing but my car keys. At first, I thought he was just worried about me, but the more he talked, the more I realized that wasn't the case. He was mad because he had to endure Toei's endless, nonsensical ramblings all by himself. He blamed me for his misery. Huh, serves you right. After the morning lecture, my group gathered at our usual spot under the same old Indian almond tree behind the arts building. This was our sacred place to unleash our full weirdness without startling the general public. Our university has an abundance of trees, making the atmosphere cool and pleasant. But the arts building took it to another level. It sometimes felt like we were attending class in a jungle or a hermit's cave. No wonder all the oddballs ended up gathering here. Right next door was the architecture department, and it was no different. At the moment, my friends were fighting over bananas. Imagine a bunch of monkeys at a Chinese banquet. That's exactly what it looked like. They weren't fighting over a bunch of bananas, though. They had a whole stalk. Where the hell did they get it from? They probably snuck behind the old arts building and chopped it down. They're going to get in trouble with the security guard. Not only were they fighting over the bananas, but they were also pretending they were Krispy Kreme donuts. It was ridiculous. They even lined up to take turns peeling the bananas, while Q played the role of a reporter, interviewing people about their thoughts. Mr. Newing, what do you think about the situation? Well, personally, I agree with it. After years of eating custard, sago, and jackfruit seeds, it's about time we got Krispy Kreme for the Thai people to enjoy. And have you tried it yet? I've had the chance. I stood in line until my knees went numb. Haha. Did you want it? Or was it your wife's order? Waha. Man, I tried to offer her something else, but she wouldn't budge. She said she'd die if she didn't get Krispy Kreme. Crazy, right? I ended up buying 8 boxes for her to sell. Ha ha, that's how it is. They say love takes patience, especially with boys. You gotta be extra patient. And so, the group kept laughing and joking, moving from Krispy Kreme to discussing who's into whom, which got even more attention. Everyone had different opinions, some suggesting absurd matches like the stray dog by the temple or 2A with his broken horns. It escalated to the point where they gathered the banana peels into a pile and started praying for lucky lottery numbers. Can someone please explain to me how these second-year students were supposed to be the intellectuals of the future? Hey, Feem, want a banana? I carried this whole stock over here, showing off my handsome face to all the girls. They must have thought I was so cool, don't you think? Hugh bragged, clearly oblivious that people probably thought he was nuts. Who in their right mind carries a bunch of bananas around campus? Just eat it. And hand me a cigarette, would you? What's up with you? 3 cigarettes already today. Is it that time of the month? Or are you trying to get a boyfriend? Maybe your wife's about to give birth. Are you going to give me the damn thing? Or do you want to taste my foot first? Hand it over. He grumbled, but yelled for someone to toss me a cigarette, along with a bonus handful of lemongrass-flavored mints. I sat there, puffing on my cigarette, watching my idiot friends abandon their banana fight and turn the basketball court into a soccer field. Their amateur skills were painfully obvious, and I alternated between watching them and staring at the smoke drifting from my mouth. No matter how hard I tried not to think about it, no matter how much I told myself to move on from these feelings, I just couldn't do it. I kept thinking about him. Fum's handsome face kept popping into my head, even more frequently than before. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? I kept replaying the same questions in my mind, asking myself over and over why I liked him. Maybe love really doesn't need a reason? I didn't know how it happened, and I was still confused with myself. How pathetic. I finally found someone who feels right, and it turns out to be a guy. And on top of that, there's no chance of it going anywhere. Looks like I'm destined to end up with nothing but disappointment. Hey, Feem, what's up, man? You done playing? Hugh sat down next to me, his pale face now red from the sun, with sweat dripping down, and his student shirt sticking to his back from the dampness. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Oh no, here we go. Big trouble ahead. What's gotten into Q now, suddenly scanning me like this? Did my face give something away? No, of course not. I said as I stubbed out my cigarette on the ground, making sure to crush it under my foot. What do I do now? Looks like Q's got his radar locked on me. How can I get out of this one? Definitely. I'm sure of it. Tell me now, quick. Ugh, he's freakishly accurate too, isn't he? What? What's wrong with you, Q? What could I possibly be hiding? I tried to brush it off, covering up my irritation. Don't try to fool me, Feem. You know you're an open book, right? Well, yeah, that's exactly why I'm trying to mask my emotions with my poker face. Seriously, man, I said there's nothing, so there's nothing. I tried to sound annoyed. Fine, don't tell me. Whatever. I guess I'm just your friend, huh? After that jab, Q stood up and went back to playing soccer. What's with him? 1 minute he's mad, the next minute he's not. If he keeps this up, I might end up having a heart attack. I just sat there watching Q walk away. I don't know why, but I really didn't want him to know about this. I mean, I could talk to Beer openly, but with Q, Tan, and Shane, I didn't want them to know even a little bit. Maybe some things are meant to be shared only with certain people. Or am I just scared of something? Hello, Uncle Pooey. Feem, what time do you finish school, sweetheart? I'll be done soon, Uncle. The professor's taking a break. Probably around 5. What's up? I have to go to a seminar in Krabi for 3 days. I just found out, so I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier. Will you be all right on your own? Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's not like you're around all the time anyway. You cheeky brat. The only reason I'm not home is because I have to work, not because I'm out getting drunk like you. Oh, really now? Feem, enough of that. So, you'll be all right, right? You can invite Shane and Tan over if you want to keep you company. But if you do, make sure to clean up those bottles after you're done drinking. Come on, Uncle. There's no booze. You're making stuff up. Yeah, sure. You guys don't drink, huh? You practically bathe in it. Anyway, I've already told Ning to prepare your meals. All right, don't worry. I can take care of myself. Okay, Mr. Independent. I'll see you on Wednesday then, my dear nephew. Yep, safe travels, Uncle. It's pretty normal for me to be home alone for 3 or 4 days a month since Uncle Pooey often has to travel for work. I don't think I've ever told you my life story, have I? Well, let me share a bit while we wait for the professor to finish his break. Come closer, everyone. So, I'm Feem, born and raised in Bangkok. My dad's from the city, and my mom's from the north. How did they meet, you ask? Well, my mom was forced into an arranged marriage by my granddad with the son of a mill owner. Back then, Daughters didn't have a say in things. Whatever the parents said, you just had to go along with it. But, surprise, surprise, my mom was a rebellious one. She refused to marry and ran away to Bangkok to work in a factory. Eventually, fate brought her together with my dad, the factory owner's son. After my dad graduated and became a police officer, they got married. 9 months later, I was born. What's that? Too detailed? Well, I like to pay attention to the little things. I lived in Bangkok until 3rd grade. With my dad being a police officer, transfers were a regular thing. He got transferred to Lampong, so we all moved there. By the time I was in 6th grade, the most heartbreaking event of my life happened. I lost my brother. Even though Phi Phat wasn't my real brother, we were cousins and very close. At the time, I didn't really understand the concept of death. Everyone just kept telling me that Phi Phat had gone on a long trip and wouldn't be coming back to play with me anymore. I ended up becoming depressed. My dad decided to transfer back to Bangkok because he didn't want me to feel lonely. This was when I met the 4 friends I'm still close with at our all-boys school. We had a blast, living the crazy life of a quirky family. By the time I was in 11th grade, my mom decided she wanted to return to her hometown, and my dad was tired of city life, wanting to breathe fresh air in the wilderness. So, they requested a transfer. And here's the climax. Dad told me that since I would be taking my entrance exams soon, it was time for me to become a real man. He said I should stay behind in Bangkok alone while they moved up north. I freaked out, totally refusing the idea and throwing a tantrum, insisting I go to Chiang Mai with them. It wasn't until Dad pulled out his .38 to threaten me that I finally gave in. But no, I didn't end up alone. I stayed with Uncle Pui, my dad's younger brother, who is now more like my dad's younger sister. Uncle Pui is a professor at a private university. He took great care of me, acting as my dad, mom, and friend all rolled into one. As a reward, my dad bought land and built a new house for Uncle Pui and even opened a coffee shop for him. Uncle Pui and I live in a cute little white house surrounded by so many plants that it feels like a jungle. We have giant ferns, huge pothos vines winding around trees like something out of Jurassic Park. Sometimes, I worry a dinosaur might jump out and bite us. Our house is so filled with greenery that it sometimes feels like we live in a botanical garden. If sunlight ever hits our roof, it's almost cause for celebration. The upside of having so many trees is that the house stays cool and peaceful, which is great for when I have friends over for drinks. The trees muffle the noise, so we don't disturb the neighbors too much. Uncle Pui loves plants so much that even our fence is made of shrubs. But inside that, we have a small, knee-high white fence around the house, which I've never understood the point of. My daily task is to water all the cute little flowers and plants. Sometimes, I feel like I'm living in a cartoon. When I asked Uncle why everything had to be so cutesy, he said, "So Fim doesn't get bored, sweetheart." And that, my friends, is my life. As detailed as Saudi Arabian sand. Fim, let's head to your place after class. I'm craving a strong espresso. Sure, why not? You can crash there too. Uncle Pui's not home. Whoa, really? Awesome. Hey, is there any leftover liquor from last time? I'll tell Chain to bring some soda. Geez, we have class tomorrow morning. A minute ago, he said he missed espresso. Huh, just admit you miss our drinks more. Come on, man. Don't be lame. We can drink and still wake up for class. Yeah, right. You never wake up on time. Q. Let's wait until Friday to drink. He sulked for a bit before the professor resumed the lesson. We're supposed to have Western art history on Fridays, but last Friday, there was a freshman photo exhibition, so we missed class. Now the professor's making up for it. Thai teachers, so dedicated, the hardest working in the world. Originally, Q was going to come to the cafe with me, but he got into a fight with his girlfriend, so he had to see her first. And, of course, he took my car. When everything's fine, I'm not involved. But the minute things go south, I get dragged into it. I arrived at the cafe without even changing out of my clothes, just slipped off my shoes and walked through the trees to wait for Q. The cafe is right in front of the house, with a little path connecting the two, covered by a beautiful arch of cascading vines. Uncle Pui hates getting any sun. Hey Ning. Good afternoon. I greeted Ning, our cafe's manager and master barista. It wasn't too busy today, just a couple of regulars and a few high school girls enjoying cake and milk while waiting for their tutoring classes. Oh, hey Fim. Haven't seen you in a few days. Where have you been? Ning smiled warmly at me. You missed me, huh? Hi, Am. I waved to another staff member carrying a tray of brownies fresh from the oven. Well, look who's here. What's up, handsome? Haven't seen you in 3 days. Tough school week. Am, who's in charge of all the cute and delicious pastries at the cafe, greeted me with her usual bright smile. Ning and Am have been here since Uncle Pooey opened the cafe, so we're more like family than boss and employees. As for the other 4 or 5 servers, they come and go pretty fast. Even though the pay's good, I guess they prefer hotel or fine dining jobs. Yeah, a little. I replied. Not that school is tough, but I've been so busy that I barely have time to breathe. Must be really tough. You live 3 steps from the cafe, and you still don't drop by. I even made your favorite cake. Ning teased. Oh, I've really been busy. But see, I'm here to help now. Hand me an apron. I'll help you serve. I joked. Stop it. I'm just kidding. Look, there's Q now. The wind chime at the door jingled as Q walked in, looking cool with his casual student shirt, jeans, and flip-flops. Just like that, he caught the attention of the ladies in the cafe. The cafe has a modern, white-toned interior, decorated with some of my paintings. The artwork doesn't exactly fit the theme, though, since I mostly paint landscapes, seas, skies, and rice fields. But Uncle Pooey insists on showcasing them. I'm sure the customers who sip their coffee while staring at a coffee cup next to a rice paddy feel a bit confused. Outside, the atmosphere is a tranquil garden cafe, justifying its name, Garden Coffee. Uncle Pooey loves nature, and I enjoy the fresh, green surroundings, the sound of trickling water, and birds chirping. It's the perfect spot for those who like to enjoy their coffee amid nature. Besides serving great coffee and delicious desserts, the cafe's serene ambience is a major draw. Customers can unwind, breathe fresh air, and escape the chaos of the city, if only for a while. Hugh raised his eyebrows in greeting and flashed one of his signature charming smiles. I wondered if he really fought with his girlfriend or if he was just making it up. He greeted the staff with his usual mix of friendliness and slyness before we headed outside to sit near our little waterfall. Sarikau Falls, as we like to call it, though it's just a small artificial one. What do you want to eat? I asked, towering over Q as he flipped through the menu. Som tam, duck larb, sticky rice, and spicy soup. This is a coffee shop, you idiot. I chuckled, giving him a playful shove. What's this one taste like? He asked, pointing at the iced mocha. I prefer a latte, but mocha's good too, if you like the combo of coffee and chocolate. Normally, Hugh drinks strong espressos, but I guess he's feeling fancy today. Hugh's practically a regular here. He's been coming for years, and we've been friends for so long that he's practically part of the cafe. The other 3 in our group are the same. Just get whatever you usually have. I said, talk to the customers nicely, or I'll tell the manager to fire you, jerk. I'm sorry, but I'm the owner's nephew. I like to hang around the shop, sitting in various corners, sometimes sketching, other times bringing my reports and computer to work. As for helping out, I didn't do much. I once tried making coffee, but it was terrible. Nearly broke a dozen cups. The taste? Licking a stone pillar would have been better. So, I shifted to helping clear tables, serving customers, and occasionally taking orders. Even though the staff kept telling me, just sitting here, theme, is enough to lift everyone's spirits, I wasn't sure if they really meant that, or if they were subtly telling me to just stay out of the way. All right, I'll take this. Just this? How about some cake? Am just got a new recipe. Try it out. Are you treating me? Yeah, sure. Stop asking questions if you want to eat. I snatched the menu out of Q's hand and knocked him on the head. He always ate for free anyway. After all, who would charge the best friend of the owner's nephew? Beautiful Ning. I'd like an iced mocha with no whipped cream, an orange cake, and a hot latte, right? Exactly. You know me so well, Ning. If you weren't already engaged, I'd totally make a move on you. Sweet talk like that won't get you far, Feem. I don't like flirts. Flirt? No way. I'm sincere. Ning smiled and returned to her role as barista behind the coffee machine. She's incredibly skilled. Every latte art she creates comes from the heart. And Am's baking? Unbeatable. She's a pro with both Western and Thai desserts. Oh, Feem. When did you get here? Oh, come on, beautiful. I've been here forever. I'm hurt you didn't notice me. Well, Feem, I've been serving customers outside. Did Tan come with you? Hey, Nan. Ning called out to her little sister with a scolding tone, but Nan just gave me a mischievous smile. She had a crush on Tan. Whenever the two of them were at the shop, the teasing was nonstop. It's all playful fun since Nan already has a boyfriend, but she seems to admire Tan's looks. Who knows? If Tan ever brought his partner around, maybe Nan would end up liking her too. Haha. Tan's not here, just Q. He's over there, looking like he's about to explode on the phone. Seems serious. That super handsome Q isn't my type. I prefer the cute charm of Tan. Ning giggled and headed to the back of the shop. Here's your hot latte, iced mocha, and orange cake, handsome Feem. Thanks. I'll help out after I'm done eating. Don't worry about it, Feem. No need to help. Here you go. I set down Q's coffee and cake. He nodded in acknowledgement and continued his phone call. I mouthed, "Are you talking to Jen?" He let out a grunt and continued talking to the phone. "I'm with my friend. Come on, believe me for once. Don't pick a fight. I'm with Feem. Want to hear his voice?" I looked up from my fragrant latte, hearing my name in the conversation. Q looked pissed. I just sat there listening. I could barely solve my own problems, let alone help him with his. If I'm such a bad guy, why are you still with me? Why don't you find someone better? I'm not pushing you away. Stop crying, please. The drama was escalating. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Sounded like she was getting emotional. It's always the tears that break guys like Q in the end. Part of me felt sorry for Fi Jen. She must really love him to endure all this pain. But honestly, Fi Jen should realize that she's holding on a fire. If she knows it's burning and dangerous, she should just let go and save herself. It's not easy, but it's not impossible either. I mean, humans have built spaceships, which is way harder. Getting over someone who doesn't love you? Totally doable with a bit of determination and time. Jen, stop crying. Fine, I'll come over. Okay, talk to you later. Q hung up and let out a big sigh, then chugged half the water bottle I'd set in front of him. Was he hot or just thirsty? What's up? I'm breaking up with Fi Jen today. I'm so fed up. I swear, I'll date guys from now on. Cough, cough. What did you just say? Why not? If Tan and Fong can date, why can't I? You think we're playboys? You haven't met Fong. Compared to him, we're nothing. Yet, somehow, he ended up being Tan's partner. Man, be careful what you say. You don't want to tempt fate. So, whose partner will I be? Yours. He gave me a mocking look. As if I'd never lower myself to be anyone's partner. Besides, don't take this the wrong way, Feem, but you're the last living being on Earth I'd ever think about mating with. Ha ha. I've never felt more insulted in my life. Q, who'd sleep with anyone without a tail, didn't even consider me. He laughed with cake stuffed in his mouth. The guy could switch moods faster than anyone I knew. Q, what do you think about Tan? Why? You mean him dating Fong? Yeah. I was shocked. I mean, you're close to Tan, but I'm close to both Tan and Fong. Just the other day, I saw Tan drinking and hitting on girls. Next thing I know, he's saying he's with Fong. I wanted to punch him in the face. You're mad at him? Of course. Mad that Tan didn't choose you, but picked Fong instead. Damn, Q. Ha. Don't worry, Feem. I'll find you a nice guy. Q slapped the table and laughed obnoxiously before slurping his mocha in the most disgusting way possible. As they say, don't take crazy people seriously, so I had to remind myself not to kick him in the face. What if, one day, I end up like Tan? What would you say? You mean, what if you have a boyfriend? Yeah, something like that. That's the ultimate dream, man. Haha. Go for it, I'll support you. Haha. I'd recommend Fum. I almost snorted my latte. Why Fum of all people? Q. You're hitting a nerve. Ugh. Are you really going to break up with Jen during the Loy Krathong festival? Yup, it's dramatic. Very Thai? Hey, Feem, I've got a question. Do you not like Fum or something? Splat. Cough, cough. This time, the latte sprayed out of both my mouth and nose. What the hell, dude? Did that question really make you spit latte all over your face? Why are you even asking that? I said, feeling defensive, while he just shrugged. Well, every time you see Fum, you go all quiet and sulky. What's up? Is it because of that love at first sight battle? Dude, what the hell are you talking about? I'm normal as always. Actually, it's not that I dislike him. It's because I like him. No one said you weren't normal. At worst, just a little psycho, haha. If I'm psycho, then you're a freak. Alright, nothing's wrong then. We're all friends anyway. Fum hasn't done anything to you. Or has he? Hugh leaned across the table, squinting as he stared into my eyes. I started feeling squirmy, couldn't sit still. Damn it, I want to cry. No. We just met recently. What would we even talk about? Are you sure? Yes. Damn it. Q, stop bugging me. I need to pee. Be right back. Truthfully, I didn't need to pee. I just wanted to get away from Q and his prying questions. I took some time to collect myself, chatted with the staff a bit, and when I was ready, I came back. Q was already playing with my phone. Theme, someone called while you were gone. Who was it? Not sure. It said boss on the screen. I answered, but they didn't say anything. Wait, what? Crap. Boss, that's Fum. He didn't force me to save his name that way, but he put it in himself. Even if I delete it, he'll just change it back, so I gave up. As for what he saved my name as, well, whoever can hack into his iPhone, please do me a favor and let me know. Why do you look so freaked out? Oh, no reason, just that he's, my uncle's wife's cousin's stepbrother's son. About 300 question marks popped up on Q's face. I need to make a call. You eat your cake while you wait. I ran out to the back of the shop, found a quiet corner, and called the last number back. My heart was racing like crazy. Why was I getting nervous over a phone call? Chill out, Theme. You've even shared a bed with him. After a few rings, a gruff voice answered. Why didn't you pick up earlier? I was in the bathroom. What's up? So, the boss can't call his servant for no reason? Oh great. Now I know what he saved my name as. Fine. What does the boss need from his humble servant? My excitement quickly faded because of how annoying his voice was. Good. That's what I like to hear. Fum, don't you have something better to do? Go spend time with your wife and kid instead of messing with me. Haha. What's so funny? This isn't a comedy show. You lied to me. About what? This guy changes the topic faster than I can keep up. About not knowing how to drive. Damn it. I thought he forgot about that. Well, I didn't mean to lie. You only just remembered. You're in for it, Theme. Yeah, I know. Silence. More silence. Why didn't you come over after school? He asked out of nowhere, with no context at all, as usual. How was I supposed to know? You didn't tell me to. Do I have to spell everything out? Isn't it part of your job? Use your head. There was no trace of annoyance in his voice anymore, just that usual teasing tone. Fine. I'll work overtime tomorrow. All night, if you want. Don't just talk big. I'm not big ass. Silence again. Why so quiet? Why are you quiet? I've got nothing else to say. Then why don't you hang up? Your family manufactures prepaid phone cards or something. I couldn't help but smile at that. I could imagine Fum's face scrunching up in frustration, probably wanting to smack me for my cheekiness. No, but I don't feel like hanging up yet. And there it was. My heart skipped a beat. Even if he didn't mean it that way, I couldn't help but let my thoughts wander. Fum, I had made up my mind. Keeping my feelings bottled up was doing no good. I knew exactly how I felt about him, so why not take a risk? I was going to confess my feelings to Fum. What? Do you want to come over for coffee? Chapter 11. Your dad's short, you jerk. From the day I was born, no one had ever dared insult me like that. Who was this shorty anyway? I grabbed his collar tightly, trying to suppress my anger, itching to punch him. I glared at him with such intensity that anyone else would have backed down. But not him. He just glared back without any sign of fear. Then, an idea hit me. If calling him short was enough to rile him up this much, what if don't think that just because you're a girl, I won't do anything to you. That worked. His big eyes widened even more. I knew he was a guy. Even though he was shorter than average and had big eyes and a small, pouty mouth, I wasn't dumb enough not to tell the difference. I smirked mischievously, but before I could react, his foot came flying straight into my precious family jewels with full force. I had to skip school for 2 whole days just to recover. The mere thought of his face made me want to wring his neck. I threatened Tan into taking me to that shorty, but he kept refusing, always defending his friend. What am I, not your friend too? Finally, I had to pull out my trump card. Kaofong, Tan's crush. I told him if he didn't take me to see the short guy, he could forget about getting close to Kaofong. He had no choice. I didn't have a detailed plan for revenge, but I wasn't going to beat him up. I didn't want to bully a defenseless puppy. I just wanted payback. When I dragged him to the warehouse in Samet Prokin, it was really just a quick stop to check if Dad's men had cleared everything up after I had someone beaten there earlier. That jerk deserved it for messing with me. He was probably still in the hospital by now. Shorty looked pretty freaked out, probably thinking I was going to bury him in the woods. At first, he made a fuss in the car, but once I yelled at him, he went quiet like a scolded puppy. Heh. When we arrived, I had another brilliant idea. If he wanted to act tough, fine. Let's see how tough he was up close and personal. His face was priceless. He did everything I told him to, and it felt so satisfying. He must have been terrified of me. Serves him right for trying to mess with someone like me. But honestly, Shorty wasn't exactly a coward. I think he just doesn't like conflicts. If it were me, I wouldn't have stood for that. Out of nowhere, having to serve someone you barely know? No way. But Shorty did it. Maybe he's just someone who can't say no to people, even when I constantly messed with him. That day, I didn't plan to leave him at the mall. Mew and I just spent a bit too long reminiscing about old times. By the time I thought of him, his clueless face popped into my head. I raced back, but I knew I was too late. It was past 10 p.m., and the mall would have been closed. I could only hope he wasn't dumb enough to wait there like I told him. The next day, I found out he had waited for 4 hours. I took him to a boxing gym. I like to box because regular sports bore me. Plus, with all the fights I get into, I have to stay ready. I've trained in karate, judo, and taekwondo too, but they're dull. Shorty seemed excited by the new place. While I trained, I kept an eye on him playing with his phone. He's one of those people who wear their emotions on their face. He'd smile, frown, and sometimes laugh at whatever amused him. He probably thought I didn't notice him messing with my iPhone. After a while, he started looking annoyed, mumbling something and turning to scold me. Heh, when Shorty gets mad or frustrated because I mess with him, his face is pretty funny. On the way back, he said he was hungry, so we stopped for noodles at a roadside stall. I'm not some spoiled rich kid. I enjoy the simple life and can eat anything. But some things, even if they're normal for others, still feel unfamiliar to me. When it comes to ordering food like this, it's usually Kaofong or beer who takes care of it. Shorty probably wanted to laugh at me. I could tell. What? Just because I don't know how to order noodles doesn't mean it's a crime. After we got our noodles, he dug in right away, while I clumsily copied what he did. But after just one bite, damn, it was so spicy. I didn't even put that much chili in. I didn't want him to know I couldn't handle spicy food. He'd definitely make fun of me. But instead, he just smiled, and then something unexpected happened. He gently placed his cold hand on my lips to help cool the burning sensation. I locked eyes with him, those big, dark, round eyes. They were so clear and innocent. He realized what he was doing and quickly pulled his hand back, looking embarrassed. My mouth still stung from the spice, but the warmth from his touch stayed with me, making me feel oddly comforted. Later, at the pub, Shorty seemed irritated seeing me there. He avoided eye contact, probably afraid I'd humiliate him with his secret clip. I had just found out that Shorty was one of Tan's close friends. Up until then, I had only seen Tan, Hugh, and Shane, with Pun showing up occasionally. I'd never noticed Shorty, so I figured he must be really low-key. They were all shocked about Tan and Kaofong, but in the end, friendship made them overlook the small stuff and accept the situation. It was like me when I first found out. These were people close to me. One was my best friend, and the other was both a friend and an older brother. Both of them were players, notorious for their womanizing ways. And now they were in love with each other? What could I say? 1 + 1 = 2, but if Kaofong says it's 3, then it's 3. Everyone envied me. They said my life was perfect. Whatever I wanted, I got. Everything was within my reach. But did anyone ever stop to think that I'm just an ordinary guy? I feel pain, I cry. Sure, material things satisfy my wants, but only temporarily. They never bring me true happiness. There are times I feel like I have nothing at all. And love? Heh, I thought I had it once, but that was a long time ago. Who knows when I'll ever find it again? I felt sorry for the kids who had to work so late. They should have been home, taken care of by their parents, not left on their own. I knew how painful that was, and it's something that stuck with me. I bought all the roses from that kid, even though he misunderstood and thought Shorty and I were a couple. But I didn't bother correcting him. Shorty looked confused, so I handed him a rose. He smiled to himself, holding that wilting rose all the way home. He probably didn't know I was smiling too. And he probably didn't know I had bought it just for him. I admit, I'm confused. But I'm not the type to lie to myself. I know what I feel and what I think, and I won't deny it. I won't lie to myself anymore. I think I like him. I really think I like that short guy. Even though I'm still not sure in what way. That night, I just wanted to prank him, but I ended up tripping over the table leg and falling onto the short guy lying on the sofa. I locked eyes with him again. His round eyes looked startled, I don't know how long we held each other's gaze, but I do know that if the blanket between us hadn't muffled the sound, he would have heard my heart beating oddly. And if he hadn't pushed me off, I'm not sure I wouldn't have done something to him. What kind of guy has eyelashes that long? His face is funny enough when he's awake, but it's even funnier when he's asleep, making loud sucking sounds and drooling. Gross. I stood there watching his weird sleeping position before deciding to poke him with my foot. But man, he's a heavy sleeper. Hey, shorty, wake up. I kept poking him with my foot, but thoughts of last night kept creeping back, making me smile for no reason. If you don't get up, I'll pounce on you. I teased. That worked. He jolted awake, eyes wide, and hurried, half-dazed, to the bathroom, leaving me grinning like an idiot when I saw his red face. I think I finally understand how I like him. I just wanted to do something to impress him, so I secretly bought him some clothes. But when I got back, I was confused by why he was freaking out, angry like crazy. Turns out, he was afraid I'd leave him. And that's when I realized I'd never leave him alone, ever. He's just an average guy who's hopeless in the kitchen. The reason I ate what he cooked isn't because I have a tough palate, but because of the look on his face when he was cooking. He was chopping and fussing, all over the place, even though he had no clue what he was doing. So I forced myself to swallow it down. It wasn't that bad, but if I had a choice, I'd rather not go through that again. On Loy Krathong. If it wasn't for Kaofong forcing me to go, there's no way I'd have left the room. I didn't want to go. I hate crowds. Too noisy, too hot, too annoying. I'd probably have an allergic reaction again. The reason I'm named Fum is because of my damn allergies. As a kid, I was sick all the time. Dust, weather, shrimp, chili. You name it, I was allergic to it. My grandma even changed my name to Kaopan for a while to try to break the bad luck, but whatever, I only used it for like 3 years. That night, I brought my grandma along, so I missed my chance to walk with Shorty. But I don't understand why seeing Beer with his arm around him made me so irritated. He's my lackey, my person. Even if Beer is my close friend, he has no right to mess with what's mine. I yanked him away from where he was listening to Beer's music. You like him or what? I wanted to shout at him, but I couldn't. He made a scene, practically breaking the car with his complaints. He's got a sharp tongue. He'll cuss anyone out if they say something he doesn't like. Even Jay, my bold younger fraternity brother, got knocked out by his words. Not knowing where else to go, I turned into a temple. I swear I must have blacked out for a moment. It's not strange for a guy to like stuffed animals. I like teddy bears, too. There's a reason behind it, okay? But he likes buffalo dolls. Huh. It suits him, though dumb-looking face, just like him. He gets so excited when I win games because he gets the prizes. He always jumps around, smiling happily when a balloon pops. His smile, so bright and genuine, makes me want to smile along with him. How can you smile at someone who's been so mean to you, Shorty? But no matter what, I've grown to love that smile. There's something I want, but I don't know if I can get it. Our eyes met. This time, I tried to convey my feelings through my gaze, but Feem just kept looking away. What is it? Well, it's you. Feem's Krathong looked awful, ugly and tilted, bobbing unevenly in the strong current of the Chao Phraya River. But it didn't sink because I was there, holding it steady, just like how I'm standing beside him. If I'm not fooling myself, I think Feem might like me too. But I'm too scared to ask outright. I've never felt like this before. Usually, if I liked someone, it didn't take long before I got them. Sometimes, I didn't even need to do anything, and they came to me. But with Feem, I'm a total coward. Can I stay over at your place? He probably didn't even realize what he'd just said. Feem must not have been able to sleep because he kept shifting around. I couldn't sleep either. How could I, with him lying right next to me? I decided to mess with him to ease the tension. We ended up in a pillow fight until we were both exhausted. He may be small, but he's strong. I let him get some payback. If I went all out, he'd probably be dead by now. Huh. But somehow, we ended up tangled together. There's this strange pull between us whenever we lock eyes. His eyes are like shining marbles, like stars twinkling in the night sky. My heart pounds like crazy, like a novice who's never been in bed with anyone. Damn it, Fum. Why are you shaking so much? Feem's just a guy with a nice smile who smells faintly like milk. That's all. I finally understood the meaning of self-control when I held myself back from touching his lips and whispered some stupid nonsense in his ear instead. But that night, I wonder if he knew that I secretly kissed his forehead. I've met a lot of people and had countless girlfriends, But now I understand why. It's because I hate being lonely. I'm afraid of being alone. But in the end, even when surrounded by people, I still felt isolated. The only time I didn't feel that way was when I was with him, when the shorty with the dumb face was close by. Since I met him, I haven't felt lonely. Since I've known him, I haven't looked at any other girls. When I'm with him, I can be myself, just fun, without needing to act tough all the time. When I'm with him, I smile more. Since he's been around, I laugh more, even when there's nothing that funny. Feem is just an ordinary guy, and I'm just an ordinary guy. So if this ordinary guy likes someone ordinary like him, is that wrong? Chapter 12. After I got the guts to shamelessly invite Fum over to my house, I ended up disappointed when he turned me down. Playing hard to get, huh? Don't push me, or I'll drag you off myself. Ugh, the thought of me kidnapping a guy. Right when I was about to lose it, my dad called at the exact same time as always, 8 p.m. sharp. Hello, Feem the handsome speaking. Oh, must have called the wrong number. Come on, Dad, it's me, your son. Yeah, right. I don't have a handsome son, just a chronically unlucky one. Wow, that's harsh. What do you want? Sending me some money. Do you spend it or burn through it, you brat? I just sent you some. Haha, just kidding. I don't need any. What's up? I'm going on a trip, that's what. Really? Where to? Phuket. Taking your mom for a honeymoon. Even Thai cops need a break sometimes. I'm coming too. Do you even know what a honeymoon is, you little cat? Most dads would call their sons tigers, but my dad calls me cat because, well, I'm small. A tiger didn't suit me, so he downgraded me. Thanks for that, Dad. Oh, by the way, I'm not coming back to Chiang Mai during the break. Don't miss me too much, okay? I'll send a rocket to blow up your uncle's cafe. Take them both out, your uncle and you. Where's Pui? She's at a seminar in Krabi. So, you're home alone? Yeah, but I'll call some friends over to keep me company. Let me come with you on the trip, though. You want a bullet, or are you just not listening? Geez, you really love your wife more than your son, huh? Of course, I can make another son anytime, but finding another wife? That's hard. Haha, you're the best. Where's Mom? She's playing cards as usual. All right, tell her I miss her. And Grandma, too. Oh, and don't forget to bring me something back, you mustached man. Yeah. Study hard, and don't forget to carry protection. Don't make the girl by the birth control herself. Haha, don't worry, Dad. I know how to handle that. Good. Don't embarrass me. Gotta go, heading to the station now. Bye, Dad. Talking to my dad always puts me at ease, but as soon as I hung up, I started to feel anxious again. There's no way I'm staying home alone tonight. I quickly called up my friends to see if anyone could come over. First, I tried Shane, but he couldn't come because of a quiz tomorrow. Typical med student, always studying. I get it. Next, I tried Pun, but he couldn't make it either because the neighbor's dog was giving birth. Seriously, Pun? Are you the dog's dad or something? My third option was Q, but he couldn't come either. He was helping his gnome with a project. I almost fainted. Q helping someone with schoolwork? It's a miracle they hadn't killed each other yet. So, I was left with my last hope. Tan, come sleep over at my place. What's up with you? Are you sick? No, it's just, I have something I need to talk about. Well, not really. I mean, we haven't played games together in a while. I just bought a new one, so? All right, stop making excuses. Hold on. I could hear some shuffling on his end, then Tan yelled. Fong, I'm crashing at Pim's tonight. And I heard another guy's voice shout back. Go die wherever you want. Fong's cool with you crashing here, right? Tan and I were sitting on my balcony, each with a beer and a cigarette. The breeze carried the scent of various flowers from my garden. Mock, orange jasmine, frangipani, and many more. So many that the pleasant fragrance was becoming overpowering. Yeah, why would he mind? I'm just hanging with a friend. I don't know. He seems to be pretty possessive of you. I teased. Huh, really? Tan grinned. Since he started dating Fong, he seemed to be easily pleased. But to be fair, Fong was a little possessive, even showing up at Tan's faculty to keep an eye on him. Do you love him a lot, Tan? A lot. His voice was steady and sincere. And you're not scared? Of being with Fong, I mean. Scared? Fong's not a cobra, Feem. He might bite sometimes, but he's not poisonous. Haha, you idiot. Silence. Tan, tell me how you two got together. Tan looked at me, as if trying to figure out why I cared about his story. He wasn't giving me a look of judgment, though. It was one of concern, like he knew I was dealing with something but wasn't prying. We've known each other since 11th grade, at the Tri-Amity sports event. Fong was one of the lead cheerleaders. Tim began. Wow, that's a long time ago. But how did you meet if you were a football player? Yeah, I was about to explain. Back then, Fong was such a pain. He had this arrogant look that made me want to punch him right in the face. I really wished I had recorded his voice at that moment. He came asking for Palm, the head cheerleader of our school, and I gave him a snarky reply. Then he just punched me out of nowhere. Can you believe that, Fiend? There were almost 100 athletes and staff from our school, but Fong, all by himself, just came at me. So, of course, I punched him back, and we ended up with busted lips. That's when the beef between me and Fum's group started. I laughed. Tan and Fong's conflict sounded even worse than mine with Fum. But then I realized, why was I comparing? Fum and I weren't even a thing. I took a big gulp of beer, emptying the can in one go. Yeah, why are you laughing? Anyway, after that day, we kept clashing until one time I found Fong and Fum getting attacked by a group of vocational school kids. It was 10 against 2, so I stepped in to help. He looked at me as if to say, you know what happens next. I remembered the suspension he got afterward. What a hero. I teased. Of course, Tan boasted. I kicked him playfully, annoyed at how he always exaggerated his stories to make himself look good. During our wild high school days, Tan, Hugh, and Shane often got into fights. Pun was more the studious type. He was class president, so getting into fights was unlikely for him, though there were rumors he occasionally did. As for me, I'd only step in when they couldn't handle it. Most of the time, I was the decoy, distracting teachers while they sneaked off campus. From that day on, we became friends, until we got into university, and never introduced him to me. I added, when did you start liking him? I asked as Tan flicked ash from his cigarette. If that fell on Aunt Pooey's orchids, his head would surely roll. He smiled at me before looking up at the night sky, his handsome face glowing with happiness as he recalled memories of Fong. I don't really know. One day, I just realized I kept thinking about him, watching him. I was so stressed out. You know me, Feem. I was all about girls back then. But suddenly, I had feelings for a guy, and not just any guy, my friend. It messed me up big time. You get it, right? Yeah, I got it. All too well. That's exactly what I was trying to push out of my mind. Yeah, I murmured. Fong's tough on the outside but soft on the inside. It runs in their family, that's for sure. So that includes Fum too, huh? Yeah, I know Fong wasn't into guys, and neither was I. I only liked him. Fong was a player. He was always hooking up with different girls. No surprise, though, given how good-looking he is. Just like you. I teased again. Am I good-looking, Feem? Why does Fong always call me a blobfish then? Tan frowned, looking as confused as a kid. Well, you do resemble one a bit. I said, laughing. Where was I? Oh yeah, as I said, I don't know when I fell for him. We'd hang out, play around, party, and drink together. And hook up with each other. I interrupted. Screw you. No, man, let me finish. Okay, go on. Remember that time when I kept hugging you, leaning on you? I was confused back then. I was starting to realize I liked Fong, so I was testing myself to see if I liked guys in general. I even had to take sleeping pills at one point because I was so stressed. I didn't talk to anyone about it, not even you guys. I was afraid you'd notice how drained I looked. I smacked Tan on the head. The mention of sleeping pills made my heart skip a beat. Here's a guy who aced the entrance exams to get into engineering, and he was so torn up about liking another guy that he wanted to die. You used me as your test subject, you jerk. Haha. I didn't know what else to do, but it helped me realize what disgust really felt like. He said, laughing. I felt like stomping him into the ground. So, how did you get the courage to tell him? Weren't you scared of losing your friendship? That was my biggest fear. But as time went on, I just couldn't stand it anymore. I worried about him constantly. Seeing him with a girl, going to dinner or the movies, made me want to rip both their heads off. Did you end up forcing yourself on him? No, idiot. I just straight up told him. Tan said, proud of his boldness. And how did that go? He punched me in the mouth, hard. But it was worth it because I kissed him back. It was like one of those old Thai dramas. Punch, kiss, punch. What made me happiest, though, was when he yelled at me. Damn you, Tan. Took you long enough to say it. Tan laughed. He felt the same way. I can still see the look on his face. So funny. I could only hope Fum wouldn't knock me out if I ever confessed my feelings. And How did you figure out who's who's the top and who's the bottom? Tan smirked. Well, that's all about experience, man. Before, I used sex as a way to release stress, just for fun. But with Fong, it was different. Even after we became official, I could barely bring myself to touch him. Why? Scared of getting kicked. No, you idiot. I wanted to protect him. I didn't need anything physical. Just being around him, seeing him, made me happy. But our first time together, don't go spreading this, okay, Fim? I've never told anyone. Don't worry. I lied, already mentally crossing my fingers. Haha. Fong thought he could take control, but I've been through too much for that. In the end, I came out on top. The next morning, he was so mad he smashed my phone. You'd never guess it from how cool he acts, but he's super sweet when it's just us. Seeing Tan smile so wide, with his eyes sparkling from happiness, made me smile too. Congrats, man. Yeah, thanks. So what about you? When's your turn? Hugh told me some girl's been sending you sweets, huh? Keeping secrets, huh? What girl? There's no one, man. Hugh's just making stuff up. All right then. Are you gonna tell me now what's been bothering you? Honestly, man, your face looks awful when you're stressed, Fim. I let out a long sigh and tilted my head back to look at the sky. They say people who look at the sky a lot are optimists, but right now I was just looking up because I didn't know where else to look. Tan, I feel like my life's so empty. There's nothing there. It's just hollow, no happiness. Tan put down his beer can and stubbed out his cigarette in it. He turned to me with a faint smile. Do you know, Fim, there are two kinds of people in this world who say they aren't happy. Those who don't know what they want, and those who don't go after what they want. You decide which one you are. I sat there, pondering Tan's words. What I want, huh? Silence. Fim. Yeah, what? Whenever you're ready, just tell me, man. He patted me on the shoulder gently, and it made me feel better. I managed to smile back at him. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, Tan. We kept chatting about random stuff, even prank calling Chang, who swore at us for not inviting him to drink. So now we had a small party planned at my place for Friday, which was already agreed upon because I'd promised Q as well, didn't want him getting withdrawals from missing out. It was almost 1 a.m. by the time Tan and I cleaned up the beer cans and stashed them in the corner of the room. Then we climbed into bed, turned off the lights, and passed out. On this night, the stars weren't full in the sky, the moonlight was overshadowed by the city lights, but I had a good friend lying next to me. I didn't feel lonely, not sad, not alone. Thanks, Tan. I know now what I need to do, and I'm gonna follow through with it. Just wait for me, you idiot, Fum. And so, the much-anticipated Friday finally arrived. We had a big gathering planned. I should watch my words here, sounds shady. We threw a small party on the lawn in front of my house since Mrs. Pui was on a trip to Phi Island and wouldn't be back for 3 days. So, we took over the yard, though I suspected the grass might be dead by morning. The highlight was that Tan brought Fong, Fum, Mick, and beer, and more importantly, my dear brother Toei showed up. No girls this time, just booze. The night was all about celebrating. Hugh celebrated his single life, even though it's like he's always been single anyway. Screw you, Q. Why does Pun celebrate his 100th day as a DJ? It sounds weird. It's like a merit-making ceremony for the 100th day after a cremation. Pun is a university DJ, but I don't think it's like hosting a music program. It's more like a speech inviting fellow students to join a march. Chain celebrated surviving a brutal quiz. That's med school, dentistry, gotta brace yourself. Beer celebrated losing his second phone this month. Yeah, I guess he deserved it. And Mick, well, he celebrated the dumb mistake of hitting on someone's wife, and to make matters worse, the wife's partner was another woman. Mick got teased a lot for that. Tan and Fong celebrated their new pet. No, Fong wasn't pregnant or anything. If he could get pregnant, I'd become a monk. Tan had bought a new flowerhorn fish after the last one died, because Fong threw a phone and shattered the fish tank during a fight. If the tank hadn't broken, it would have been Tan's head. Fong spent 3 days apologizing after that since Tan was so mad he refused to talk. As for me, I wasn't celebrating anything in particular, just trying to drink up some courage to say what I'd been wanting to. You all know what I mean. And ever since Fum walked into the house with his handsome face, I felt like I wanted an invisibility cloak to hide under. Or maybe just to sneak up on him and drag him to a room. Nah, kidding. I just wanted to sneak a look at him without him noticing. I mean, I'm a nervous wreck. But no matter what happens tonight, Fim's gonna aim high. He's really tall, like 185 or 186 centimeters, I think. It'd be nice if he felt the same way. But if not, well, I'll just blame it on the alcohol so he won't hold it against me. Fight to the death. This night was full of reminiscing and catching up for Fong and Toei's crew. You remember Toei, right? He's the junior from Fong's old school, and they got pretty close because they were in the basketball club together. Turns out, Toei was also Fong's protege, which explains his familiar snarky attitude. Like teacher, like student. It's a reunion between long-lost brothers. I didn't know you got into this uni. I thought you were going to study in Austria. Fong said, sticking close to his beloved junior. If you cared about me, paid attention to me, or stayed in touch, you would have known. Toei pouted and blinked dramatically, practically asking for a slap from Fong. You little punk. I did try contacting you, but who was it that changed their number and email? Fong started to snap. Yeah, don't blame us. Fum even went to your house, but you were nowhere to be found. Chimed in Beer. For real, bro. You're a saint. Love you, Fum. Toei playfully squeezed and massaged Fum, even though just moments ago he was glued to Beer during the card game. Switching sides pretty fast, this brat. What are you studying? Fum asked his gnome. Fine arts, majoring in painting. Oh, and I'm Q's gnome now. Damn, look at you getting bold with your connections. Q threw a French fry at Toei's head, but Toei dodged it and laughed triumphantly. He then crawled around clinking glasses with everyone, ending the round of reminiscing about their school days. Thinking about it now, it's actually kind of cute that Toei used to be Fum's junior. And now he's my junior too. But they've all met again, and I can feel the love and affection Fong has for Toei, just like I do. Even though Toei's a sassy, whiny kid, whenever he's around, things are always lively, full of smiles and laughter, because he's our little gnome. At this moment, even though we're not famous yet, we've split into two groups, one for drinks and one for cards, with Fong, Toei, Mick, and Chang going hard at a game of Pak Dang. Toei's occasional outbursts accuse the others of cheating, even though they're only playing for two bot a hand. What's the fuss? Meanwhile, my group is getting tipsy at just the right level. Where have you been starving yourself, Feem? Q gave me the side eye and mocked. Haha, why? You hoarding the booze. Yeah, because I'm too lazy to go buy more. I brought plenty. You could bathe in it for 3 days and still not finish. Drink up and don't mind Feem. Tan, my true friend, mixed up another drink. I needed to hurry and get drunk to finish some important business. My boy's over there watching me with those innocent eyes. Haha, I'm feeling it now. Q went to grab my guitar, and Pun found an old tin dish from who knows where to bang on as a drum. But Fong kicked him away, annoyed, saying, My partner plays better than you. Tin almost flew from laughing. The card players came back to join the drinking circle, making the atmosphere even rowdier. Just a minute ago, Toei went to buy sticky rice and somtam. Seriously? Somtam and booze. Someone's definitely puking later. The songs we sang were ridiculous. Walloi, Maasai, Angel's Child, and even people from the same village. Fum and Beer looked puzzled, but the rest of us were stripping off our shirts and swinging them around. The later it got, the crazier we became. The grilled pork was half-cooked, and we convinced ourselves it was done, eating it anyway. I downed alcohol like it was Fanta, hoping to get drunk fast. But, of course, I was too much of a heavyweight. Looking at Fum's face made me itch to speak. If I wasn't so wasted, I swear Fum had been glancing at me often tonight. I knew because I kept glancing at him too. Haha. Yeah, it felt like we were exchanging glances. And now, I think the time is right. I'm drunk. I'm ready. Time for Mission Possible. Guys, I have something to say. I shouted, interrupting the vibe. Q stopped searching for leftover noodles in the somtam. Mick put down the chopsticks he was using to tap a soda bottle, and everyone turned their attention to me, including Fum. It's a bit too quiet. All I could hear was my racing heart and the sound of some insect buzzing in the background. What? Spit it out already. Chang glared at me. Clearly irritated, I interrupted the fun. I kept looking at Fum, and he was still looking back. I need another drink. I chickened out. Guess I'll tell him privately later. Feem, man, we were actually listening. Give me a glass. Pun smacked me on the head, punishment for my cowardice, and I nearly face-planted. The rowdy drinking circle resumed. Things got even crazier when Toei snuck in some 40-proof liquor, secretly pouring it into everyone's glass. Fancy looks, But these guys down the strong stuff without a second thought. Now, this is the real spirit of a Thai man. Japan has sake, Italy has Campari, Korea has soju, and Thailand, we've got our pure 40-degree rice alcohol. I swear, I'll make it Thailand's national drink. It burns like hell, but damn, it's great. Guys, I've got something to say too. Phum suddenly announced, copying my earlier words. I didn't mind, though. Great minds think alike. Haha, when love's in the air, everything's good. To me, Phum's always right. Phum's face started to blur, but I didn't think he was drunk. He didn't drink much. It was probably me, wobbling all over the place. I forced myself to sit up, hiccuping as I squinted at Phum. Damn, I really am wasted. I feel like puking. Hard not to with all the booze, beer, and whatever that weird herbal liquor Mick made me drink. All eyes were on Phum. I hiccuped, teetering on the verge of falling over. What now? Phum squinted at his little brother, half asleep by now, slumping after belting out songs with Tan. Tan, who had been hamming it up, pretending to be a girl in the song, got a kick out of it. Phum scanned the group, looking at each of us as if deep in thought. Finally, his gaze stopped on me, and I swear my dizziness vanished for a second, just heart-pounding anticipation now. I've been dropping hints this whole time, but does he even get it? But silence. More silence than when I spoke. All I could hear was the same buzzing insect. Is that the same one? Go to sleep, bug. Stop eavesdropping on drunk people talking. I'd roast you if I could. Phum said. Huh? Wow, what's up? My tongue was soft, and I spoke too politely. Totally drunk, tongue-tied. Why is he saying my name and staring at me like that? Is he about to out me? No, let me tell you first. Everyone was hanging on his every word. I was on edge, waiting. Come on, you called my name. Just say it. My head's about to hit the floor. What is it, man? Spit it out. I like you. Huh? Short, clear, and to the point. You. Like. Me? Oh my God. It felt like being smacked in the head with a 2x4 3 times in a row. I sobered up instantly. Hugh froze, dropping a crab claw back into the somtam. Shane started pulling his own hair and pinching his arm. Pun and Mick grabbed hands and dramatically fainted, legs in the air, while Beer knelt and bowed to me like a worshiper at a shrine. Tan poured alcohol into his hands and rubbed his face with it. Toei crawled over, sniffing Phum like he was searching for something off. Meanwhile, Phong was shaking me, trying to snap me out of it. I collected my scattered wits from wherever they were doing somersaults. I locked eyes with Phum. The feeling right now was like winning the lottery. The situation flipped a bit because I wasn't the one confessing, but I was still winning here. Everyone was staring at me, like they were wondering if I was still alive. I tried to stay calm, keeping my excitement in check. I wanted to scream Phum's name and let it echo all the way to Ratchapraising, but I had to play it cool. Phum was looking at me just as intently. He didn't blink. His face stayed calm, but his eyes were full of anxiety, hope, and fear, like he was waiting for a court verdict, whether he'd be executed or set free. Sorry, man, but I can't let you go. Phum. Yeah. You really like me? Yeah, I like you. Well, if you really like me, then win me over. Chapter 13. I like you. 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 Like you. Arg. I rolled back and forth on my bed, burying my face in the pillow and screaming as loud as I could. If I were a girl, I'd be squealing, but I'm a guy. More importantly, I don't know how to squeal, so all I could do was cover my face with a pillow and yell to let out the embarrassment. I like you. My mind was completely flipped upside down, and I spent 3 whole nights confused about my life. How did this even happen? I was supposed to be the one telling him. But oh well, it's fine that Phum was the one to confess. After all, no one is at a disadvantage here. It's a win-win situation for both of us, right? But the thing I still can't wrap my head around is, when did Phum start liking me? How? What part of my weird self caught his attention? And does liking someone really involve putting them through the kind of torture he put me through? Phum's way of showing affection is just bizarre. For the past few days, his confession has been swirling around me nonstop. Whether I'm studying, sleeping, walking, or even using the bathroom, all I can hear is Phum's voice saying he likes me, and his face pops up in my head whenever I close my eyes. The story between Phum and me spread like wildfire. Well, I'm exaggerating. Only our close group of friends knows about it. After that historic night, when Phum confessed his feelings, and I told him to court me, My status was upgraded. From a servant, I became something akin to a noble lady, though maybe that's a stretch. The servitude contract between me and Fum officially ended. My days of being his lackey for less than 2 months were over. Fum no longer bosses me around for no reason. Well, almost. He's still the same old Fum, stubborn and demanding as ever. The only thing that's changed is that we're now in the dating phase. I think at that moment, I must have been possessed by the spirit of a soap opera heroine, like Cobb Sawanin or in Thong Praisam. Otherwise, why would I have said something like that? If I hadn't been so dramatic, we'd probably be dating by now. But hey, haven't you heard? The things that come easy aren't worth much. So, I'm just adding some value to myself, you know? Heh. I'm playing hard to get just a little bit. In reality, I was too shocked to think straight, and my mouth acted on its own. But deep down, I'm practically ready to offer myself up on a silver platter to Fum. Yes, it's that bad. As for my friends, they almost lost it when they found out the whole story about how I was Fum's servant. They learned everything through that jerk, Beer. You'll soon see why I call him that. And ever since, my friends have been acting a little strange. Let's start with Tan. Damn it. I nearly had a heart attack. Tell me everything, Feem. How could I miss this? Is this what you were worried about when you came to me for advice? Damn. Feem, don't ever keep something like this from me again. You hear me? Blah, blah, blah. He'd go on and on like this every time he saw me. Seriously, when it was you and Fong, you weren't exactly an open book either, were you? Next up is Pun. Whenever he sees me, he gets this blank look on his face and starts mumbling nonsense like, Bong Kyo Shrake how Trem Jad Pi Rout on Ming. I have no idea what language that's supposed to be. Cambodian? Burmese? Vietnamese? Whatever it is, it makes zero sense. Then there's Fong, who plays it like a horror movie. He sneaks up on me quietly and says in an eerie, cold voice, So, how much are you asking for the dowry? I'll let my dad know to prepare for it. You're an only child, right? Probably a few million. As for Mick, he's like a mix of Fong and Pun, but with his own twist. He mumbles to himself. It's probably because of global warming, or maybe they're just stressed. Yeah, that must be it. Too much stress. Or maybe not. But it's good. They must be overworked, right? Ha. I think he's lost it. Now let's talk about the two I really want to strangle. Chain and that jerk Beer. Pay up, Beer. Don't stall. You cheated. You knew before I did. Knew? I'm just smart. I told you Fum would be the one to confess first. Feem's too chicken. Now stop whining and hand over the money. Beer grumbled, but handed over 2 100 baht bills to Chain. Haha, I've got gas money now. I closed my eyes, trying to calm myself down and let go of the murderous thoughts in my head. My value is just 200 baht, huh? I'm worth as much as a few liters of gas. As for those who once admired Beer, thinking he was a good guy, a saint, or whatever, please take it back and swallow your words. He's a jerk. Chain and Beer were suspicious of me and Fum and figured out that something was up. So they snooped around until they uncovered that I was Fum's lackey. A clever plan, I guess. Why did I even bother trying to keep it a secret? It was pointless. But those two didn't stop there. Their brilliant minds guessed that Fum and I were definitely feeling something for each other. And when I went to Beer for advice, it was like I played right into their hands. So they made a bet on who would confess first, me or Fum. How messed up is that? Using their intelligence for evil. Finally, there are 2 more friends who are the worst offenders of all, Hugh and Toei. I've never seen them so united before. If you ever pass by the art building around noon, you'll have to brace yourself for this. Ho hi ho hi ho hi ho. He you. Ho hi ho hi ho hi ho. Who's got a handsome guy to trade for my friend? My friend doesn't need girls anymore. He's got a handsome guy as his boyfriend now, you. He you. These lunatics were holding banana leaves and other random branches like they were staging a parade. Only Q and Toei knew what they were doing. I sure didn't. The other students probably thought Q was just messing with me for fun, and they joined in on the ridiculousness. Seriously, guys, have some pity on me. I'm dying of embarrassment here. Where the heck did they get those sugarcane stalks? It's like a full-on wedding procession. The chanting is getting closer, and soon they'll be circling the marble table where I'm sitting, contemplating my life. And that, my friends, has been my life for the past 3 days. Well, I've rambled on long enough. Time to shower and get some sleep. I've got an exam tomorrow, but I'm not stressed at all. I'm just in too good of a mood. Don't be jealous of me, okay? Haha. Maybe it's you. You're the one who's come into my life and filled it with joy. Maybe it's you. If it's you, my once empty world will never be the same. Please tell me before it's too late. If I'm the one for you, don't keep it to yourself. I changed my ringtone just for him. The one who keeps calling. His name is Fum. It's been 3 days in a row now that I've been getting calls from Fum at this exact time, a little past 10 at night. I still have my towel draped over my shoulder, but instead of heading to the bathroom, I go to pick up the call and flop down on my bed, face first. Hey, what's up? I say, smiling so much my cheeks hurt. Honestly, I feel so awkward with Fum. It's just something I'm not used to. You asleep yet? Nope. Where are you? Dude, really? At this time of night? Where else would I be if not at home? At home, obviously. Weird question. And which part of your house? Are you really curious, or are you just messing with me? I'm in my bedroom, lying on my bed, talking to you. Any more questions, Your Highness? I grab my brown buffalo plushie and smack it onto the bed, thinking about the time Fum won it by popping balloons at the fair. Someone, please, make me stop smiling already. I'm hungry. Then go eat. My house doesn't run a late-night food delivery service, you know? Come with me. You're so needy. Don't be ridiculous. It's 10 at night. So what if it's 10? Stop complaining. I'm coming to pick you up. Man, you're bossy. I'm not bossy. I just want to see you. His voice is gruff, lacking any softness, yet. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. You haven't showered yet, right? Don't worry about it. We'll eat first, and then you can shower when you get back. I didn't say I'm going with you yet, Fum. Hurry up. Mosquitoes are biting me. He's practically talking about a different topic now, and his voice is getting more impatient. Huh? Do fancy condos have mosquitoes? My condo doesn't, but your front yard is swarming with them. My front yard. I run to the balcony, and, sure enough, there's Fum, standing next to his fancy car, holding his phone to his ear and looking up at my room while tapping his foot impatiently. This guy, seriously. Does he ever think to give me a heads up? In the end, I let him park his car inside the gate and take him out on my little white bike for some fresh air. We didn't go far, just to the kanji place at the end of the street. We had a bit of bad luck, though, running into Toei, who lives 3 streets over. He'd just finished skateboarding with his friends. His hobbies include practicing dance and skateboarding at the nearby park, and I've tagged along a couple of times. It's actually pretty cool. But the way Toei greeted us made me want to jump into the soup pot at the neighboring chicken rice stall. Oh, so you've moved your stuff into Feem's place, huh? He grinned slyly, eyes narrowing as he glanced back and forth between me and Fum. Fum gave him a light smack on the head, and it took forever to get rid of him. I know for sure that tomorrow everyone in my circle is going to hear about this, and Toei will embellish the story as he always does. If the UK has the BBC and China has CCTV, then Toei is Thailand's PBS. What do you want to eat? I ask Fum, glancing at the menu as we wait for the server. I don't know, you order. But you said you were hungry. I am. Can't you order for me? Classic Fum, so demanding. I give him a disdainful look as the server approaches to take our order. What would you like to have? I'll have shrimp congee. And I'm allergic to shrimp. Oh, really? 2 sea bass congees, spicy salad, mixed seafood soup, boiled pork, stir-fried morning glory, grilled pork neck, stir-fried chicken with ginger, and 3 flavor fish. Fum looks at me, wide-eyed, probably thinking I'm ordering for a whole village. Hey, he told me to order. What do you want to drink? I glance at Fum's innocent face. Pepsi this late isn't a great idea. Just water, thanks. While we wait for the kanji, I avoid making eye contact with Fum, who keeps giving me this mischievous smile. I pretend to focus on the chef, stabbing the ice in my glass with a straw. Seriously, why does he keep staring at me like that? What's wrong with you, shorty? I'm just not used to this. Not used to what? You know, you and me like this. He chuckles softly and tosses a crumpled tissue at my head. Why? Don't like this version of me? Prefer me being tough, huh? You're such a masochist. Idiot. No, it's just. Never mind. And why on earth did you drag me out for dinner at 10 at night? Didn't I tell you? I wanted to see you. Stop saying that, Fum. I'm getting embarrassed. He says it so nonchalantly, but I'm dying of awkwardness here. Hey, you're embarrassed? Yeah, sitting here with you. Who else would I be embarrassed by? If you're embarrassed, that means I've successfully wooed you. He takes a sip of water, but his eyes meet mine in this ridiculously cool way. Damn, Where did he learn that move? It's killing me. Yeah, right. Dream on. I say with a teasing grin, and just as we're about to retreat into our own little world, the kanji arrives. Soon, the rest of the dishes follow, filling the table. Did we order for two or for a small army? But hey, I did order all this. Heh, who ordered the spicy stir-fry? Fum's totally behind this. Can you even handle spicy food now? I ask, eyeing the dish. I ordered it for you. Could you at least ask me first? And are you sure you can eat it? If you die, I'm not going to be able to return you to your parents. Shut up and eat already. Dinner with Fum is a chaotic mess. We tease each other the whole time, stepping on each other's toes under the table. I steal fish from his bowl of kanji, sparking a mini food war. The kanji itself isn't anything special, but tonight, everything feels different. Before I knew it, all the food was gone, leaving nothing on the table. When the bill came, I suggested splitting it, but Fum smacked me on the head. I can take care of one dog. Short, simple, and an insult for free. We walk back to my beloved little bike parked nearby. As I'm about to get on, Fum grabs the keys. I'll drive, he says. I was the one driving earlier with him riding along, but this time he wants to take over. I eye him skeptically. Can this fancy boy even ride a motorbike? Fine, go ahead. Might as well let him. After all, I'm stuffed, and riding as a passenger sounds pretty nice right about now. Just don't crash and send us flying, Fum. The cool breeze brushes against my face as Fum drives slowly down the road. It's almost 11 at night now, and the quiet road feels oddly peaceful. With just the hum of my little bike and the occasional car passing by, the orange streetlights cast a serene glow on the empty streets I've walked down so many times before. Usually, the solitude would make me feel lonely. But tonight, everything feels different, alive even. I don't know if it's because I'm full and in a good mood, or if it's because Fum is with me, adding something new to this familiar route. It's probably him. He's made life feel less lonely. I watch his shirt flutter in the breeze and his hair rustle gently as he drives. His frame is tall, but he's lean, like one of those trendy, slender teen models. I smile to myself just watching him, feeling content and warm, wishing this road could stretch on forever. Fum, I say, leaning in close to catch his scent. The traffic light turns red, so I don't have to shout over the wind. Yeah. Do you really like me? I think so. Could you sound more uncertain? And are you really trying to win me over? Of course I am. He glances back slightly before the light turns green, and we continue on. This is my fourth time dating, and I'm the one being pursued. What do you even like about me? I like how you ask too many questions, how slow you are, and the way you make that dumb face. It's weird, but I like it. Not exactly a list of compliments, but I still smile. At least he likes me, right? Thanks, Fum. For what? For everything. Oh, and thanks for dinner. Sure. If you're that grateful, you can be my boyfriend soon. Fum drives us and my little bike safely back to my house. I hop off, but Fum remains seated on it. He rests his feet on the footrest and turns to talk to me. Are you heading back now? Yeah. What kind of question is that? If I don't go home, where would I sleep? He gives a half smile and a glint in his eyes. What's going on in his head? All I meant was, do you want to drink something before you leave? Sleep in the garage, of course. Huh. We both fall silent. But this silence isn't awkward like before. It feels more like we're soaking in a good vibe. When's your uncle heading back? Maybe in 2 days. Who knows? Uncle Pooey is unpredictable. Yeah. When you're alone, lock up tight. Don't be wandering around if you hear any weird noises. And if a thief breaks in, just call me. Haha. Are you a cop now, Officer Fum? Even if I'm not, I bet I'd get to your place before the police. Yeah. This area is pretty safe. No major issues. I smile and playfully kick his leg. Fum nods, understanding. Do you have an exam tomorrow, Fum? Yeah, in the morning. You. Same. So, you should head back and get some rest. It's late. All right. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Hey, no need. I can manage on my own. As soon as I say that, his eyes turn dark and menacing. Quickly, I change my mind, agree to let him pick me up, and hurry to open the gate for him. I stand there waiting, like a servant, until his car drives off so I can close the gate afterward. Fum, come here. Fum beckons. He has opened the car door, but hasn't stepped in yet. He leans his left arm on the door frame, staring at me like he's saying, if you don't want to die, get over here right now. What's up with this guy? Not wanting to deal with his mood, I walk back to him. What is it? Before I can react, he pulls me in close and plants a kiss on my lips. For the meal, he says sweetly with a soft smile. Meanwhile, I am frozen in place like a statue. I don't know how long I stand there, but I hear his car drive off a while ago, and I am still standing, completely still. Oh my God, we kissed. Me and Fum. We kissed. Was the fish porridge worth it? Probably, because it was delicious. Now, where's the staircase to my house again? As soon as I sat down at our usual table to wait for the first exam, Q shot me an overly dramatic, judgmental look. He whistled before throwing out some snark. One whisper of love, and you melt, offering yourself up for him to savor. Once he's satisfied, you're discarded, worthless. A verse from Lord Nirandon, Eternity. If I could rename you, I'd change it from Nirandon to dead right now. I just shook my head, letting him ramble. It's pointless to argue, like talking to a dog that'll just lick its face. Though deep down, I wanted to yell, nothing happened between me and Fum, you idiot. It was just. Of course, now that you've got a Benz and a BMW to pick you up, my old Beetle car is meaningless. Q's teasing was extra today, but I figured it was because everyone else was cramming for the exam in these last 10 minutes. Serves you right for wasting time playing video games. That's just how it is nowadays, Q. Money's tight, so I gotta grab what's good. Can't waste time sticking around with you forever, can I? Back then, you wouldn't even look at Fum. But now, you're all over him. Easy, aren't you? Easy where? I'm super cautious. I'm just giving him a chance to start wooing me. Better be careful, or he might stop chasing. I'll laugh when that happens. I shoved Q's head before dragging him off to our execution ground. Let's do this. I walked out of the exam room, feeling dazed. The exam wasn't hard. It's just that I barely understood the questions. They were in Thai, but they were so confusing. What do they expect from a guy like me? Q had been waiting for me outside for 20 minutes, his face buried in a herbal inhaler. I wasn't surprised he finished early, but what made my heart race was that Fum was also sitting at our usual table with him. Hey, how'd your exam go? I greeted, sitting next to Q. Yeah, how about yours? Looks like you're in a good mood. You jerk. Good mood 'cause I saw your face, shorty. Silence. Really? I thought I was the only one happy to see you. I pretended to joke, but the truth was I meant every word. Fum burst out laughing when I teased him back. You too, lovebirds. Care to step out of your pink and purple bubble and check on me? Q groaned, half asleep, with a nose full of herbal vapor. He looked pitiful, like a corpse. I finally understood how exams can leave someone half dead. After the exam stress, it was time to eat. Today, we were ordered to eat at the main cafeteria by Fawn. No one dared disobey. Took your time getting here, huh? Mick grumbled, probably still grumpy from the exam. Fum, you're pretty much attached to Theme 24/7 now. Why not just get married? Chain teased as soon as we sat down. Fum just smiled, and I gave Chain the finger as per usual. Tan and Fong were walking over with water bottles. The others were off buying food. Only Chain and Mick sat at the table like they owned the place. Hey, QQ. Tan shook Q's shoulder, who was slumped on the table. What's wrong with him, Theme? Exam hangover. Tan chuckled and playfully knocked Q's head. Meanwhile, Beer and the others came back with food, and we took turns going to buy our meals. Fum casually slung his arm around my neck like it was nothing. Dude, you're heavy. Normally, with just 5 of us, it's already loud. But with 9, our table was like a market. At first, we were all stressed about the exam, but soon, the mood shifted, and we were all laughing. So, where are we celebrating after the exam? That came from Q, who had miraculously recovered from his near-death exam experience just 10 minutes ago. Bro, this is only the first day of exams. I'm planning ahead, for the future. I don't know. Where should we go? Brother Niles' pub. Nah, I want to drink until I pass out. Oh, I know. Q flashed a devilish grin at Fum. What? Fum seemed to sense that something bad was about to happen. Going to your room, Fum. Don't refuse, or I'll take back my friend. It's not about me, right? I'm not involved, right? Okay, let's go. Wow, that was easy. Man, you're really whipped, aren't you? Your boyfriend's gonna have you under her thumb for sure. Q teased, high-fiving Mick as they laughed across the table. Now that we're on this topic, Theme, Fum, what's the deal with you two? What kind of relationship do you have? Mick asked, poking his chopsticks at my mouth like it was a microphone for an interview. All right, you want this? Fine, I'll give it to you. Well, I'm a guy. I don't want to say too much because Fum might get embarrassed. We're friends, siblings, just talking. Nothing official yet. I joked, and Beer started choking with laughter at my celebrity-level charm. So, when's it going to turn official then? Mick pressed on. Well, we'll have to see. It's something for the future. I replied casually. I heard my brother took you to his condo. Is that true? Fong chimed in, joining the fun. Not true. I denied flatly. Liar. How do you know I'm lying? Your face says it all, with that DNA evidence on display. Mick joked, making everyone at the table roar with laughter. Huh. I didn't get anyone pregnant, all right. I shot back, laughing. Fum, you got anything else to say? They all turned to Fum, waiting to see if he'd play along. Even I looked at him expectantly. Nope. Feem's already said it all. He replied, deadpan. Damn it. Q whistled, as if Chelsea had won the Premier League. Dude, pull your Blue Cats out of 4th place before dreaming, all right? This year, United's taking the cup. I teased. First it was Tan and Fong, now it's Fum and Feem. Great, you all love each other, huh? Fine by me. No one's taking the girls from me now. All the girls in the university are mine. Mick declared, dramatically pointing to the rest of us. At that, Beer, Q, and Shane exchanged a look, then pretended to gag in different directions. You two are cute, though. I've never seen Fum this way before, Feem. He's been smiling a lot lately. You noticed that, man? Beer pushed Fum's head, making him lean against my shoulder. I leaned down to look at his face. He was really smiling. They kept teasing him, and I lifted my hand to shield his face from the barrage. Seriously, Fum, what do you even like about Feem? He's short, has a foul mouth, and looks kinda plain. At least he's fair-skinned. Pun chimed in. After all these years, is that how you see me, Pun? I don't know. No reason. I just like Feem. Fum answered simply. Hua. The whole table erupted with cheers. Mick was so into it that he stood up to clap, and Tan had to pull him down. I just sat there quietly, eating my pork leg stew, regretting helping Fum out earlier. Sometimes, you make my heart work too hard, Fum. Today, Fum came over to study at my place. Tomorrow's our final exam, and after a few more days of classes, we'll be on New Year's break. Fum claimed my house was peaceful, full of trees, with good air for clearing his mind and focusing. He said studying in this kind of atmosphere helped him remember formulas better, and, of course, flirt with me more easily. Well, I didn't mind. I didn't want to be home alone anyway, and his company was nice. I gave him the comfy sofa in the living room while I lay on the floor, wrestling with verbs and adverbs. Me, an art student, and English don't mix well. Meanwhile, just looking at the stack of books Fum brought made me feel sick. I couldn't even read the cover of his textbooks. What are engineers even studying for? Do you need formulas to buy lunch? Fum was wearing glasses today, too. He looked different, handsomely dangerous. Yeah, I better not let him wear those outside. Why are you staring at me? There are no physics formulas on my face. I scolded, trying to focus. It's hard enough to study, but even worse when you feel someone watching you. He'd been staring for a while now, and I was starting to feel self-conscious. Your plain face isn't anything to guard. He teased back. Yeah, well, don't let me get as handsome as you, or I'll be flying off to Korea for a makeover. I snapped. Wouldn't be worth the anesthesia. He laughed. Shut up and study, Fum. I muttered, going back to my grammar struggles. Hey, Fum, what's the difference between in and at when used with places? I asked, admitting defeat. English is my nemesis, and I wasn't ashamed to ask for help. Huh? Let me see. Fum leaned down, flipping through my English book. He glanced at me and smiled, clearly amused by my confusion. The article in is for larger places, like cities or countries. In Bangkok, in England. Oh, meanwhile, at is for smaller places, like at home, at the office. Ah, got it. You sure? Doesn't seem like you do, shorty. Kind of. You're smart, man. I'm not smart. We learned this in 5th grade. Fum said. Ouch, that hurt more than being called dumb. When I was in 5th grade, I was probably still running around naked in Chiang Mai, splashing in the river. I vaguely remember learning English back then, but it's all in the past now. I'm not one to dwell on history, you know? Why did you choose to study engineering, Fum? I don't know. He answered simply. Oh, and you? I chose art because I love drawing. But seriously, why did you choose engineering? Because I... Silence. Why are you making that face, Feem? He laughed. Come on. I want to know. I chose engineering because I entered the wrong code when I applied. What? My jaw dropped. Is that even possible? Fum just smiled calmly. Let this be a lesson for all you students out there about to take your entrance exams. Double-check your application codes. Don't make the same mistake Fum did. Though, to be fair, he must have had high scores to get into engineering, even by mistake. So, what did you actually want to study? I asked, still shocked. Photography, he answered. Wow. Cool. Handsome, rich, artistic, and a bit eccentric. You've got it all. I teased. He laughed and playfully pushed my head back. Then he took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Is engineering hard? I continued, still playing the curious interviewer. Yeah. You're all so smart. If it were me, I'd probably die buried in books. You're saying nice things today. He smiled again. Whenever Fum smiled, it was bright and warm. I couldn't help but stare. Fum leaned down, his hand brushing my cheek. His handsome face came closer, and before I knew it, our noses were touching. I closed my eyes as his lips softly pressed against mine. It wasn't just a warm touch on my skin. It felt warm deep in my heart, too. We kissed. Fum and I kissed. Chapter 14. Today is Friday, and my gang and I are lounging around the engineering cafeteria at around 5 p.m. The evening atmosphere at the cafeteria is calm, with only a few student groups left. Even though we're all done with our classes, we haven't left yet because Tan has to wait for Fong, who isn't finished with his class. And since Fong isn't done, Tan forced us to hang out with him. And honestly, everyone knew I had to stay behind too, because of the guy who's been pursuing me. Yes, I'm waiting for Fum because he ordered me to. I'm starting to wonder whether Fum is courting me or if I'm courting him. But one thing is for sure. Fum's aiming for academic glory, trying to compete with his brother. Fum and Nick are still in class, so why aren't you? Are you really studying engineering, Tan? Or are you just skipping classes? The whole group, Pun, Shane, Tan, and Q, looked at me like I was some kind of used condom. Especially Tan, who stared at me as if I had committed a crime at birth. Listen up, asshole. I'm a full-fledged engineering student, but I'm studying computer engineering. Mick and your future husband are in civil engineering. We don't take the same classes. Get it now? You don't even know what your own friends are studying, dumbass. Hugh gave Tin a thumbs up, stuck his tongue out at me while chomping on meatballs. This guy seems to have 4 stomachs. Morning, noon, night. He always needs something to munch on. The next thing to hit his mouth might just be my foot. Yeah, I knew that, but I just forgot. I mumbled, which earned me another scolding from Tan. He kept teasing me, while Q, satisfied after taunting me, went back to slurping his beef soup. Shane was busy playing games on his phone. As for Pun, he was typing away on his laptop. But judging by the screen, it wasn't Word 2007 he was using. Looked like he was downloading something. And judging by the way it looked, we were all going to end up foaming at the mouth soon. I've always wondered. Q suddenly lifted his face from his soup to look at us. Wondered what? We asked. Why do we eat savory food and then desserts separately? He looked back down at his soup and his bowl of shaved ice, deep in thought. Huh. I had no idea where Q was going with this. Aren't you curious, Shane? You're studying medicine. I'm studying dentistry. Shane responded, completely uninterested and glued to his game. Whatever. Medicine is medicine. What about you, Pun? Curious? Yeah, I guess so. Great. Now Pun's indulging him too. But it's actually a valid question. It all goes to the same stomach. So why do we eat savory first and dessert later? It's worth pondering. Food all goes to the stomach in the end anyway. Q echoed my thoughts. Anyone who thinks like Q is 99% guaranteed to be a little crazy. Which probably means I'm almost there too. He slid his bowl of soup and his shaved eyes closer together. They're both food, after all, he said, tilting his head in contemplation. You could eat them together. He nodded in agreement with himself. And then, plop. Hey, holy shit. He poured the shaved ice into the soup and stirred them together until they were almost one. He looked up, grinning proudly, and gazed at each of us. Here you go. Eat up. Pun, Shane, Tan, and I shook our heads in unison, instinctively leaning closer together to inspect the horror in the chicken-embellished bowl. Now I get it. This is why we eat savory food first and dessert after. It's to avoid this abomination. It saves time, saves water, helps reduce global warming. I'm practically a model student. Come on, eat up, guys. You eat it alone, dude. I feel nauseous just looking at it. Pun grimaced, pulling his MacBook away from Q like it was a delicate flower. Look at you, all high and mighty. Just because you're studying political science, huh? You're going to be a politician someday, Pun. You need to adapt, learn to live, and eat simply. Q said, screw you. I'm studying international relations, not running for parliament. I'll probably just run for local office. Pun shot back, joining the craziness. When Q failed to get Pun to take a bite, he scanned the room for his next victim, settling on. Shane, you think your iPhone 4 is better than your friend's? Look up and eat the damn soup with shaved ice, then go die. Ugh. Shane grunted. Who could eat that? Look at it. It's like having ruby red water chestnuts floating with bean sprouts. Don't just judge it by appearances. Everything is impermanent, like Buddha said. You shouldn't be attached to the physical form. Q said with the air of someone who had just reached enlightenment. Sorry, but I'm Christian. I'm not that close with Buddha. Shane replied dismissively, making Q grumble and mutter some sort of spell under his breath before blowing air in Shane's face. Tan. You're Tan, so eat in Tan style. Tan, who was quietly trying to slip away, froze in his tracks and shook his head vehemently. No way. I love Fong. I want to live with Fong. I don't want to leave Fong a widow. So Tan scared too. When Q couldn't coerce the three of them, he turned to me. Oh no. Then you eat it, Theme. Just look at it as art. I can't, Q. Who could eat that? If you can, show me. Quit messing around and go throw it away. You guys have no appreciation. He grumbled, finally taking the bowl away. Tan and I just exchanged a resigned look. I swear, I'd send my friends to therapy if I could. After Q's madness subsided, everything went back to normal. We just hung around, killing time. Pun had to leave soon to run his radio show, and I saw Q chatting on his phone, smiling and laughing before he left, twirling his car keys as he walked out. It was just me sketching in my notebook, while Shane and Tan sat next to each other, chatting online, despite being side by side. Ugh, you bastard. Every now and then, they'd yell out loud, and it startled me. They'd be sitting quietly, and suddenly, one of them would shout. I'd think they were yelling at me, but no. They were cursing at each other because they couldn't type fast enough. How long have you been waiting, Tan? Fong's voice called from afar as he came over, draping an arm around Shane's shoulder with a mischievous grin. Tan shot him a death glare, as if he was ready to hurl his phone at Fong's smug face. Oops, wrong person. Sorry. Shane, you look like Tan from behind, haha. Fong laughed at his own joke, clearly in a good mood while we'd been sitting around waiting for him. You're gonna get it, Fong. Tan growled at his boyfriend. Fong just laughed it off, but eventually moved to sit next to Tan, only to get kicked by Shane. Were you guys really waiting for me? Yeah, man. Felt like forever. I couldn't even go home to study. I've got a dental exam tomorrow. So, are you going to sleep or study? Make up your mind, right, Tan? Fong teased, pulling Tan's cheek as he still hadn't gotten over the weight. Tan slapped Fong's hand away, but Fong locked him in a headlock instead. I need to study, man. I'm stressed. Classes are getting harder every day. Come on, you've already been through so much. You've been here for 2 years. Just 4 more to go, piece of cake. And if you're stressed, just knock out some teeth to relax. Isn't that your specialty? You're such a jerk, Fong. Anyway, I'm heading home. See you tomorrow. Theme, are you coming with me? Oh wait, I forgot. My car's just a Mini, no match for your Mercedes. I'll be off now, haha. Shane teased as he waved and walked away. I hope all your teeth fall out, you jerk. I called after him. I wanted to run up and smack him, but as I turned back, I nearly dove under the table. Tan and Fong were practically on top of each other. For crying out loud, get a room. Where's Fum, by the way? Has my brother eaten yet? Or have you already devoured him? Thanks for thinking of me at least, Fong. I shoved a sketch of a grazing 4-legged animal in their faces. They both snickered. Let's not worry about them, Fong. Let's go home. They said, completely ditching me. Unbelievable. I'm being abandoned like a stray dog. Tan, you ungrateful bastard. Pun, you asshole. I'm going to kill you. And then, before I could even process my frustration, Mick came running in, looking like a madman. Where is he? Where the hell is Pun? Where did he go, Theme? Whoa, Mick. What's going on with you? I'm here to kill Pun. Where is he? Pun's doing his show right now. What's going on between you two? God damn it. I just want to kill him. Why didn't he wait for me? Mick sat down, pulling at his hair, flailing around. All right, what's this about? Why are you so worked up? Mick glared at me, frustrated. That asshole. He set me up. He made me hit on a fake girl. Mick hung his head in embarrassment. Wait, a fake girl? Yeah. What do you mean, fake girl? Was it a mannequin? No, you idiot. It was a ladyboy. You know what a ladyboy is, don't you? Damn it. I want to die? Where am I supposed to hide my face now, Feem? I'm so embarrassed. At this point, I almost burst out laughing. Pun's pranks were legendary, but I never thought he'd go as far as pranking Mick, who's as crazy as him. And this method? Hilarious. Even Shane fell for it once. Why didn't you check more carefully? I tried to stifle my laughter, knowing that if I laughed now, Mick might snap and kick me. How could I have known? She was drop-dead gorgeous. Like, soap opera heroine beautiful. You wouldn't understand, Feem. She was exactly my type. Her figure, so perfect. And the best part. He cupped his hands under his chest, mimicking large breasts, lifting them up and down. Massive. Just underline and bold that, massive. Oh, Mick, is that really the issue? Haha. Don't worry, you'll find someone else soon. A handsome guy like you won't be single for long. By the way, why are you alone? Where's Fum? I just realized that he came here alone. Oh, Fum went ahead of me. Probably in the restroom or something. I'll wait with you for him. We can share our sorrows together. You know, last time I hit on a tomboy, and this time I flirted with a ladyboy. The world just doesn't get me. I forced a smile. It's not just the world, Mick. Sometimes, I don't get you either. No wonder you and Pun are such a crazy duo. Though this time, the joke's on you. Huh, I bet that ladyboy was stunning. If word of this gets to Q and the others, Mick will be toast. I'm holding back my laughter for now, but I'll have a good laugh about it later. Evil grin. Having Mick around isn't too bad. It beats waiting for Fum alone. At first, it seemed like a good thing, but now, Mick's rambling has gotten out of hand. Feem, I think my love life is cursed. Saturn's orbit is messing with me, followed by a comet bringing bad luck. And the Big Dipper too. I must have wandered out of the Milky Way and into some random star system. Mick had gone from talking about stars to a rant about rain rituals and beyond. I didn't realize I had this many crazy friends in my life. Fum, where are you? Come help me. I can't take Mick anymore. But Mick didn't notice my inner panic. He kept rambling on. Feem, a voice called out, not too loud, but clear enough for me to hear. I turned around, it was Fum. He was carrying a couple of notebooks and a textbook. But Mick was still in his own world. I think if the rain ritual doesn't work, we should parade a lion around the village instead. If that doesn't make it rain for 7 days straight, I don't know what will. Yeah, that might work, but I'm guessing it'll just wipe out the whole village instead. I mean, the lion would probably eat everyone. What's up with Mick? Fum asked as he sat down next to me, noticing how spaced out his friend was. Fum, dude, you have no idea what I've been through. You gotta help me. I'm devastated. Mick immediately started venting, while Fum just shook his head, like it was business as usual. Then he turned to me. Been waiting long? Nah, not really. Just 2 hours, give or take. You're exaggerating. He lifted his book, about to smack me, but I dodged it and gave him a teasing grin. Fum, what happened to your face? I suddenly noticed that the corner of Fum's mouth was bruised and bloody. It's nothing, just a little scuffle. He pulled his face away from my hand. Why are you getting into fights, man? This is a university, not a fight club. You're a student, not a gangster. He's both, don't you know? Mick butted in, of course. Fum sighed, clearly annoyed. How dare he be annoyed at me after I waited for him? And he goes off getting into trouble. I'm not going to lecture you. But can you at least promise me one thing? Life for a kill, heart for love. If I could stop, I would have stopped when my mom told me to. Fum said dramatically, with Mick chiming in, making things worse. Can you stop, Mick? Or I'll drag you to that lady boy and let her deal with you. Ugh, I hate you, Feem. Where's Beer? He was with you, right? Is he coming back with us? Mick glared at me before standing up, desperately asking for backup. All right, Beer too. A law student who loves using brute force. Makes sense, right? He's cleaning up the mess. You go ahead, Mick. Fine. I'll go burn down Pun's house then. And just like that, it was back to just me and Fum, with a few engineering students scattered around, working on their reports or getting ready to play sports. No one paid any attention to the two of us sitting there. Fum. Silence. Today, it was just a punch. But what if one day, it's more than that? What if those guys come after you for revenge, to the point of taking your life? Have you thought about that? Yeah. I won't make any promises, but I'll try. Let's go home. He said it flatly as he stood up and walked toward his car. I could only watch his back as I whispered to myself, I'm just worried about you. He stopped, turned around, and pulled me up to walk beside him. Don't worry. If I haven't told you I love you yet, I won't die anytime soon, Feme. And if I die holding my breath from hearing that line of yours, damn it, I won't even stop you anymore. You win. I'll let you do whatever you want. Lately, it feels like I spend 3/4 of my time with Fum, almost 24/7. I've gotten to see different sides of him, the sides no girl fawning over him would ever get to know. I'll spill the tea. Haha. Fum, the tough guy, is obsessed with cartoons, from Channel 9's Modern 9 to True Cable, you name it. He also has a weird obsession with teddy bears, which I guess is his cute side. He loves speed, racing, and has dragged me along several times, but I always refuse. I went once with Tan and Q during our first year, but I don't seem to get along with the smell of burning rubber. Fum seems distant and intimidating around strangers, as if he's built a wall around himself. But he's always smiling with his friends. Harsh words, kind heart. He never picks a fight first, but if provoked, he'll fight to the death. To me, Fum isn't a player. I don't know. My definition of a player is someone who dates multiple people at the same time, like Chain, Q, or Mick. I'm not a player either. I just appreciate cute girls. Haha. As for Fum, I've only ever seen him date one person at a time, though he moves on pretty quickly because he gets bored easily. To be fair, the girls usually make the first move, and Fum, being the gentleman he is, obliges. Given his looks and wealth, it wouldn't be surprising if he dated 3 girls at once. Recently, Tin told me that a gossip magazine ran a story about a rising star actress spotted on a date with a handsome, rich guy at a fancy mall. Guess who the guy was? Yeah, it was Fum. This whole situation makes me uneasy. Fum has always had girls flocking around him. Even now, when he says he likes me, girls are still throwing themselves at him. And I'm just an ordinary guy. How serious could Fum possibly be about me? Have I really liked him so much that I forgot to think about this important issue? Damn, Feme, this is a big deal. But let's set that aside for now, because we're about to kill each other. Here's what happened. It's Saturday, and Fum took me to hang out at his condo, playing games and chilling. But when I was ready to leave, he wouldn't let me. Unless I let him come with me. It's not that I don't want him to come, but I've already been teased by Q and the gang so much that I don't have any room left to be embarrassed. They keep accusing me of putting a spell on Fum, making him never leave my side. I just need a break from him, even for an hour or two. Why do you need to go? There's coffee around here too. Driving around is just a waste of energy. I'm going because I want to. I want to drink coffee from your place. Got a problem with that? If you don't give in to me just once, are you going to die, Feme? So difficult, you're really annoying. You're always like this, always scolding me. I swear, is this how people flirt? Well, don't I have a reason to scold you? Why do you have to oppose me? You know if I get mad, you're the one who suffers. He says it like he's caring, but really it's all about his own benefit. I'm pretty sure I've never looked at anyone with this much frustration before. Does he really have to go all the way just for coffee? Or is he just trying to control my life? Don't make me feel like I can't live without you, Fum. In the end, I had to give in. Fum was all giddy, practically dragging me out of the condo. So this is what it feels like to lose, huh? This is Fum's version of courting. On weekdays at the university, he calls me every half hour, eats lunch with me, picks me up in the evening, and on weekends, if I don't go to his condo, he comes to my house. Then he hangs out at the shop with the others. He's become really popular at the shop, especially with Annie Pui, who absolutely adores him. Makes sense. She's weak for good-looking guys. Fum's now reached the point of being her favorite, putting Chain to shame. I introduced Fum as Tan's friend. We've known each other for a long time, but I never brought him by before. It's not a lie, I just didn't mention the part about him courting me. If I did, everyone at the shop would have a heart attack. The first time Annie Pui saw Fum, she was like this. Oh my goodness, from what heaven have you descended, dear? You're so incredibly handsome, radiating such charm. The others at the shop adore him too, treating him like a precious gem. High schoolers and even college girls flock to the shop after school, sipping their drinks while admiring the handsome new barista. I swear, having Fum around is better for business than 10 waving cat figurines. No wonder Fum has become the favorite of everyone at the shop. I'm so proud I don't even know what to do, so I've switched to being mildly annoyed instead. Fem is here, ladies. Oh, Fum, we were just saying we missed you. And there it is. I walk in first, greet everyone. But it's like they only have eyes for Fum. When are they going to stop obsessing over him? Damn it. Oh my, Auntie's handsome son is here. Auntie Pooey rushes over to coddle him like he's a puppy. Does anyone even see me? Come, sit down, sweetie. I was just about to head out to meet a friend. Otherwise, I'd stay and chat with you, Fum. Auntie Pooey pinches his cheeks, and he just smiles sweetly. Ugh, fake. After Annie finishes giving instructions and leaves, Fum puts on the cutest bear print apron and starts helping out. He walks around serving drinks, handling the register, trying his hand at making coffee, all while flashing smiles that melt the hearts of women, kids, and the elderly alike. It's unbelievable that someone like him is doing this. Right now, he's standing next to Ning, watching her make coffee, looking so focused. Meanwhile, I'm just chilling nearby, playing a game on Annie Pooey's computer. Gnome Fum is not only handsome, but he's also sweet and well-mannered. Whoever ends up dating him will be really lucky. My hands freeze, and my little turtle gets chomped by a flower monster. Where exactly is he sweet or well-mannered? Ning must be under some kind of spell. Really? But I don't think that's true. Otherwise, someone around here would have agreed to be my boyfriend by now. He says this, with a sad face, but sneaks a glance at me. Wow, the audacity. Are you talking about me, Fum? Ask me, and I'll break off my engagement, haha. Ning laughs and pinches his cheek, while the compliments about Fum keep pouring in. I try to ignore them and focus on my turtle game. Suddenly, a cute little cup of coffee with a heart in the foam appears in front of me. Huh? What's this? I made it. Fum mumbles, scratching his nose but avoiding eye contact. Wait, is he embarrassed? Oh my god, he's adorable. Haha. Are you sure this is drinkable? You didn't poison it, did you? Honestly, I'm just as flustered as he is. Watch your mouth. Don't drink it, then. He makes a move to take the cup back, his blushing cheeks replaced by his usual sharp glare. Haha, relax. I'll try it. If it's any good, maybe I'll hire you. I take a sip. It's just average, typical for someone who's never made coffee before. 2 out of 10 for taste, but a 10 out of 10 for effort. The taste is alright. What's your name again? I heard the others calling you Fum. Could you get me some butter cake, Gnome Fum? You're pushing it. He playfully knocks my head before sitting beside me, leaning in to see what I'm doing. What a stupid game, Fem. It's called relaxation, man. Look, I've collected over 100,000 coins. Then he takes over the game. Turns out he's a pro. Which begs the question, who just called me an idiot earlier? Fem, could you help me get some milk from the Family Mart? AM walks over, looking stressed. Are we out? Yes, I thought we had 2 packs left, but now we're out. Could you grab 5 cans for me? I have to restock tomorrow anyway. No problem. I take the money, but after a few steps, I feel eyes on me. I turn around to see Fum, looking like a sad puppy. You want to come too, Fum? Yeah, he says, lighting up immediately as he ditches his apron and walks over, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. We're taking the bike. It's just around the corner. All right, I'll pedal. The rusty old bike groans under the weight of 2 grown men. Hang in there, buddy. As the evening breeze blows, carrying the scent of Fum's cologne, I hum a song and tease myself with the thought of being a poor guy trying to woo someone while riding an old bike. You're not going to hold my waist? Haha, what? No way. Lightning would strike us in the middle of the road. I just grabbed the back of his shirt. That's enough to make people stare already. Getting tired? I can take over. Just sit tight. He reaches back and gives my head a little push. How far is the Family Mart? Not far. You can see the sign up ahead. Hey, Fum, drive properly. Suddenly, he starts weaving the bike around like he's doing stunts. I yell at him, and he just laughs, but at least he goes back to pedaling normally. Damn, what kind of cologne is that? It's stuck in my nose now. Fum, do you really like me? Why do you keep asking all the time? I've done this much. If you're not dumb, you should be able to tell. So, are you telling me you like me, or are you insulting me? The things I should be paying attention to are now settling like sediment in my heart. Even though I like him and he said he likes me too, with his wild history, he's one of those notorious hit-and-run types, and Fum is no exception. How can I be sure? It's not like I'm afraid of a fling, but I am scared of being dumped before anything even happens. Haha. This is just ridiculous, Feme. And what about your girlfriend? Coming to say you like me and flirt with me while still dating a whole bunch of girls, seriously? I don't have a girlfriend. Oh really? What about mom? We broke up. Was it because of me? I looked down at my hands, gripping the hem of his light blue shirt. Even though I felt happy, if it came at the cost of a girl's tears, I'd be a real jerk. I still vividly remember mom's pretty face and rosy cheeks. You were part of it. How much? A small part. How small? Give me a percentage. 70-30. Damn it. 70. That's what you call small. Even if it wasn't because of you, I would have broken up with mom sooner or later. But it's better that it's you. Silence. I've ended everything, Feme. Cleared it all up. Are you sure it's me? Absolutely certain. Absolutely certain? You're ridiculous, Fum. Your jokes are so bad they're almost dumb. Haha. He stayed quiet. Guess he really is dumb. Haha. You're laughing at me, aren't you? He asked. No, I'm not. Fum tried to reach out to playfully push my head, but I easily dodged, laughing loudly. He doesn't have eyes on the back of his head, after all. Heh. Feme. Fum stopped messing with me when a motorcycle passed by, and he had to grip the bike tightly. Heh. Okay. Okay. I wasn't laughing at you. Feme. Feme. Yeah. Feme. Yes. Be my boyfriend. My heart started working overtime again, beating rapidly and erratically. All my systems, nervous, respiratory, circulatory, reproductive, were in complete chaos. Please, Feme. I had no idea what Fum's face looked like at that moment, but I was smiling so much my cheeks hurt. I was so flustered. I kept lightly bumping my forehead against his back, not knowing how else to handle my embarrassment. Hearing that faint chuckle from his throat made me even more flustered, and it seemed like he was about to stop the bike. Hey, don't you dare stop. Keep riding, and don't even think about turning around. I just want to see my boyfriend's face. Damn it. I rested my face against Fum's back. His laughter was like beautiful music, making both the player and the listener happy. We're boyfriends now. Yeah. Remember, I'm really possessive. You should be telling that to yourself. If you ever cheat on me, you'll face two outcomes, death or being really dead. Fum gave me a thumbs up. As they say, there's always someone better. Just like how Tucky is above Tata, Fum's got fear in it to deal with now. Oh my god, a boyfriend? We're boyfriends now. Fum and I are officially together. Let's hold hands. Fum extended his left hand back towards me. I looked down at his pale, slender hand, and memories of everything between us flashed through my mind. Even though it hasn't been long, and we haven't had much time to learn about each other, I don't want to wait any longer. I want to spend the time ahead standing by Fum's side, discovering everything together. I reached out with my right hand and placed it in his left. His soft hand squeezed mine firmly. It's so warm. I don't know what the future holds, but today I made my choice. I chose the person riding this bike, the one making me want to stay by his side, the one I don't want to see hurt or lonely. And I'm so lucky that he feels the same way. From now on, we'll hold hands and move forward together. Right, Fum? But does he even realize that I liked him before he started flirting with me? Heh, who's really the dumb one here? You silly Fum. Chapter 15. Hey, what's up, dentist? Chain's message. Feme, call Pun for me. I can't reach him, and I'm about to head into class. What's going on? Chain's message. He asked me to buy some stuff for donations. He's going to help flood victims. That's good, right? When's he going? I'll send something with him. Chain's message. It'd be even better if he hadn't grabbed a box of my condoms too. Call him and tell him to give them back before I get cursed by every aunt and uncle there. Ha ha. I burst out laughing so loudly the building echoed. Chain's message. Ha ha. Feme, why are you laughing, you idiot? Ha ha. And then Chain and I lost it together. Chain's message. Man, I really want to smack Pun upside the head. He doesn't pay attention at all. I went shopping with my mom, and as soon as I got back, he just took whatever he could carry. Haha, my stomach hurts, Chain. Haha. All right, I'll call him for you. What time are you done with class? Chain's message. Around 7. I've got an exam. Got it, good luck. I hung up on Chain, still laughing to myself. Damn, Pun, you're something else. Well, since you've got a husband now. Wait, I mean a wife? You're getting all giggly and bubbly, aren't you, Feme? Laughing all by yourself? Giggle giggle. Only one person could run their mouth like that. Phew. I turned to kick him hard, but he dodged. He led the group of friends back from the bathroom, where they'd been smoking, and sat down as usual. We were all waiting for our afternoon class. At this time, a bunch of us degenerates would sit around acting like half-breeds, usually half pigeon, half dog, whistling and howling at any girls from other faculties who walked by. What the hell is giggly and bubbly? It's a combination of being fake and dramatic, mixed with being pretentious and loud. It's a whole new thing. He explained with animated gestures like a professor of linguistics. But I figured he probably had more issues with Ty than he realized. He's the kind of guy who makes up his own words, but even without doing that, no one ever understands him anyway. Yeah? And do you know why Fum made you his boyfriend? He still wasn't done. Hugh wiggled his eyebrows at me, looking all smug, as if I had no choice but to beg him for his opinion. Why? Out of pity, I humored him. I was curious to see what ridiculous nonsense he'd come up with to mess with my mood. Because Fum has a kind heart. He spoke with fake reverence, even lifting his hands in a mock prayer as he said Fum's name, like he'd been made some kind of lord. He's worried you might go extinct, so he's keeping you around. You're a rare breed, you know? I heard there's only one of your kind left. Look at the poor thing. Its tusks have fallen off. Ha ha. Damn you, Q. Get lost, you idiot. Q laughed his obnoxious laugh and walked over to play checkers with one at the next table. Feem. Hey, Feem. The ear-piercing voice of Toei called out from afar. Damn, Toei, don't raise your voice like that. It's turning from bro to jerk. Phew, I'm exhausted. Hey, everyone. Toei greeted us, panting as he approached. Did you run away from your girlfriend, or something? One teased, seeing Toei all red-faced and out of breath. One, don't call me out like that. I was running full speed. Women are scary when they're mad. BRR. If women are scary, just date men. I'll train you. One said, flashing Toei a flirtatious smile, making the rest of us laugh. Toei just grinned awkwardly, shaking his head so hard it looked like it might fall off. Why do you look so pale, Toei? Haven't seen you in 3 days. You've been busy, huh? One said, winking suggestively. Haha, a little bit. Toei grinned sheepishly, plopping down next to me. Joe slapped his knee, loving the dirty joke. Anytime someone brought up something inappropriate, Joe was always ready with a response. Toei was no slouch, either. As the younger brother of a notorious playboy, Toei definitely had his moments. Running like that? He probably had some girl drama going on. So, why were you running like a horse? Oh, I came to ask if you'd come watch me dance tonight, Feem. You free this evening? Haha. I was about to answer, but Q laughed first. Toei glared at him. You? Dance? What kind of dancing are we talking about? If you said Tai Chi or jumping through hoops, I might believe you. Hugh mocked from the other table, now sitting cross-legged like some kind of master, making everyone laugh, except for Toei. I'm not a frog, bro. No, I meant a dog. I'm talking to Feem, not you, Hugh. Mind your own business. Hey, I'm your senior, you know. Show some respect. And the two of them started bickering again, as usual. Toei's sharp tongue was no match for Q's relentless teasing, though. So Toei usually ended up losing every time. While my friend's checkers game was starting to look more like a gambling ring, and Toei and Q continued their banter, my phone rang. I didn't even have to look to know who it was, my brand new boyfriend. I answered the call and stepped away to chat in peace. Yeah, what's up? Fum's message. Where are you? At the faculty, what's up, man? Fum's message. Nothing really. Then why'd you call? Fum's message. I missed you. There were loud teasing noises in the background, and I could easily guess there were over 10 voices, with Mick being the ringleader. Damn, Fum, you're way too obvious, man. Seriously. Heh, ridiculous, Fum, so pointless. If you've got nothing, I'm hanging up. I've got class to go to. I didn't know what to do with my hands, or where to place them, so I threw a paintbrush at Q's head. He looked confused, like he didn't understand why he'd been hit out of nowhere, but he didn't retaliate because he was too busy fighting Toei over some toast. In the end, Toei won and triumphantly ran up the stairs with the snack, leaving Q unable to catch him. Fum's message. Wait, don't hang up yet. I don't have a ride today. I came with Fong. Oh, really? I took the BTS today too. Fum's message. Then I'll let Fong go with Tan, and you call me when you're done with class. I'll come pick you up. Before I could agree or disagree, his friend started shouting through the phone. Mick's message. I want to see my friend's lover. Tong's message. My name's Tong, Fum's friend. Tong's message. When are you bringing him out to meet us? Mixed message. The engineering boys are loyal. Moi? Mixed message. Fum's been cursed. And of course, Mick's voice was there, along with endless teasing. Fum didn't even try to stop them. He just laughed, while I could only sit there grinning like an idiot. Yeah, tell your friends to shut up. They're giving me a headache. We talked for almost half an hour, until Q had to kick me off the phone to drag me to class. That's the honeymoon phase for you. Later in the evening, as promised, Fum came to pick me up, with some curses from Fong passed on to me. Hey Feem, what kind of black magic did you use on my brother? Watch out, you'll get what's coming to you. Heh. Fum dropped me off at the shop. We sat and chatted until the sun began to set, so I suggested we take a walk in the park near my house, mainly to check on Toei. And, just as I suspected, he downgraded his mode of transportation again, from a motorcycle to a bicycle, and now just walking. What a fall from grace. The evening air in the park was cool and pleasant. Housewives gathered in groups, chatting as they waited for aerobics to start. The playground was full of kids, laughing and shouting as they played, with their moms sitting nearby, watching over them. People jogged along the pathways, cycled, or exercised in their own ways. Small groups of teens and young couples sat around, talking. Toei's dance crew was on the other side of the pond. Fum and I had just finished watching him show off his skateboarding skills for the girls, though it felt more like we were there to get teased. Toei couldn't stop joking and taunting us. I'm sure he'd already heard from his beloved older brother, Tan, that Fum and I were dating. When will I ever get used to that word? He even begged Fum to show off some skateboarding moves. After much back and forth, Fum finally gave in. Damn, he looked cool. Even in his university uniform, he was effortlessly smooth. Toei, that loudmouth, told me to go play Mon Sun Pa while waiting for them. Huh, I could totally play it, but I didn't want to show off. I was afraid that Toei's constant teasing might distract his friends from practice, so I dragged Fum to sit by the palm trees by the pond. Hungry yet? Not really. Are you? Nope. Aunt Pooey called and told me to make sure you stay for dinner. Oh, so are you staying? Yeah. We continued chatting about games, classes, girls. Fum kept asking if my ex was pretty. Huh. I could barely remember what she looked like. My last relationship was probably back in high school. She wasn't really pretty, more like cute. So why did you break up? Well, Ploy and I weren't really official. We were just talking. Then, over summer break, we didn't see each other much. By the time we did, some buzzcut kid from your school had already swept her off her feet. I tossed a twig into the water. There was no splash. Guess it's not that deep. Would anyone care if I jumped in for a swim? Yeah, they'd call you crazy. I stopped focusing on the twig sinking and turned to smile at Fum, who was staring at me intensely. What? Aren't you going to ask me anything? Heh, where would I even start, Mr. Fum? There's a whole line of them. Besides, I don't care about the past anymore. I smiled and raised an eyebrow at him. I'm over his history. Yeah, you're cute, shorty. Wow, just figured that out. But if you look closely, you'll see the divine handsomeness radiating from every pore of my skin. I wasn't talking about your looks. I meant your words, idiot. Haha, don't get too full of yourself, Feem. It was getting dark by now. If I murdered Fum and dumped him in the pond, maybe no one would notice. He sure knows how to compliment without being thorough. We kept talking and teasing each other until it was completely dark. Fum laid down on the soft grass, and I was surprised that someone as prim as him would lie down like that. Sometimes, I can't help but think that deep down, Fum just wants a simple life. One that's different from the luxurious, structured one his parents envisioned for him. Have you ever just sat around like this before, Fum? Sure. There are plenty of parks near my condo. Liar. You could have just let me have the joy of thinking it was your first time with me. Yeah, you're always deluding yourself. I've done it, but I've only come with you. Yeah, that's better. Hey, Fum, want to get some ice cream? My treat. I'll be right back. I spotted an ice cream cart in the distance, so I ran off to catch it. Luckily, someone else called the vendor over, so I didn't have to sprint far. While waiting in line, I noticed a woman holding a chubby, energetic little boy. The kid turned to look at me with big, curious eyes and reached out his tiny hand. Oh no, I'm terrible with kids. Will he cry if I smile? Well, I smiled anyway. Papa. Oh. The boy stretched his hand toward me, wanting me to pick him up. His mom turned and smiled at me, gently telling her son I wasn't his papa. Sorry, kiddo, no kids here yet. After the woman and her son left, I placed my order. 2 cups, Please, with extra milk and peanuts. Not long after, I had the coconut ice cream in hand, and I quickly headed back to Fum, who was waiting for me. Here. I handed him one of the cups and sat down beside him. It's not as fancy as Swenson's, but trust me, it's just as good. Dr. Feem approved. Yeah, thanks for the treat. I smiled as I dug into the sweet, cold ice cream. Fum ate his quietly, and I was on a quest for the sticky rice at the bottom. Sticky rice is life. But man, it was buried deep. Huh. Suddenly, Fum scooted closer until our shoulders touched. Then he dropped some jackfruit and peanuts into my cup. We're on a date. Can't sit far from your lover, right? I chuckled at his reasoning. Who's the one with the sweet words now? You little rascal. Even though we weren't alone, there was no romantic sunset, no stars or moon to set the mood. It was just a simple date, each with a cup of coconut ice cream in the middle of a public park. But that was more than enough. Just this was enough to make me happy. I'll never forget this simple, perfect date with Fum. Our very first date. Fum and I walked back home together, strolling leisurely while singing loudly "Kick the Can," kicking cans and stones along the way. We even had a few races, with Fum trying to jump on my back at one point. I ran away from him as if my life depended on it. Once we were tired, we held hands as we walked, and by the time we reached home, it was almost 8 p.m. Fum, why don't you stay for dinner tonight? I've put my heart into cooking today, and it's almost ready. Aunt Pooey exclaimed the moment we stepped into the house. She rushed out to greet her beloved nephew. Fum, of course, not me. I've been off her radar for a long time, with a spatula still in her hand. Put your heart into microwaving some instant food, huh, Annie? Fum teased, laughing at the banter between me and Aunt Pooey. Hey, Feem, watch your mouth. Don't listen to him, Fum. Feem's just babbling nonsense. Why don't you take Fum upstairs to play, Feem? I'll call you both when dinner's ready. Sure, I'll play some games then. I bolted up to the second floor, but had to rush back down as Aunt Pooey's voice thundered through the house. Feem, why didn't you invite Fum upstairs to play with you? What kind of behavior is that? Well, I thought he was following me. Come on, Fum, hurry up before Aunt Pooey scolds me again. I tugged at Fum, who was standing there, confused, to avoid getting hit by the spatula. How was I supposed to know he'd just stand there like a statue? Sorry, my room's a bit messy, I said sheepishly as we entered my room. Like any other art student's room, mine was filled with the scent of paint, glue, plaster, and thinner. There were canvases, paint cans, and easels both on the balcony and in the middle of the room, some with finished paintings, some incomplete, and others that I probably wouldn't finish at all, stacked up together. Do you like white or something? Fum asked, probably noticing that almost everything in the room, from the bed to the curtains, was white. He didn't know that Aunt Pooey was behind all of it. Yeah, I have a pure and innocent soul, you know, I said with a smirk. Sure you do, Fum replied, shaking his head with a chuckle as he continued exploring my room while I logged into my computer to play some games. Mind if I lay down on your bed? Go ahead, but don't fall asleep. Aunt Pooey will call us for dinner soon. You still keep this? I turned to see Fum sprawled on my bed, pointing at a tall glass vase with a dried rose in it, the one he'd given me ages ago. It was now brittle and crispy, like it had been deep-fried, but I still kept it next to my computer. Oh, that rose. I just forgot to throw it away, I said nonchalantly. If you throw it away, I'll kick your ass. He warned. All right, I won't, I replied, turning back to my game. Meanwhile, Fum got up and walked over to the balcony. I didn't pay him much attention, but I jokingly called out, "Watch out for falling flower pots, Fum." Feem, is this a drawing of me? Fum's voice suddenly pulled me back to reality. Crap, I bolted over to the balcony. Damn, I forgot to put it away. The topmost paper on my easel was a portrait of Fum's face. Even though I hadn't finished all the details, it was clear who it was. I felt like I wanted to shrink down to nothing. I couldn't even look him in the eye. But Fum didn't say anything to embarrass me further. He didn't ask when I drew it or why I drew it. He just stood there, looking at the unfinished sketch of himself, and smiled. Could he guess that I started drawing it before we got together? I was already bracing myself for more embarrassment. It's not as handsome as the real thing, he finally said, which made me feel a bit more at ease. Yeah, I thought so too, haha. Let's head back inside. There are a lot of mosquitoes, I said, pulling him back inside. But Fum didn't budge, still smiling at his portrait like a fool. When you finish it, can I have it? He asked. Huh? Oh yeah, sure. I'll even frame it for you. You really mean it? Of course. Once it's framed, you can put it in your prayer room and light incense to worship it. Haha. Idiot. Fum playfully smacked the back of my head, but it hurt. Even though neither of us said it out loud, I think he understood why I drew him. I didn't need a model or a reference photo. His face was etched in my mind. Theme. Yeah. Thanks for being my boyfriend. Damn it. Why did he have to say something like that right now? Theme. What? Can I have a hug? His sad eyes caught me off guard, and though I was confused by his sudden mood shift, I couldn't refuse him. I walked over to him and wrapped my arms around him. He hugged me tightly, like someone trying to ward off the cold. I never used to mind my height of just over 170 centimeters, but now I kind of wished I was taller so Fum wouldn't have to bend down so much. I can't remember the last time I got a warm hug like this. He said softly, Well, I'm hugging you now, aren't I? I patted his back, trying to offer some comfort. On the outside, Fum seemed tough, but deep down, he was just as fragile as anyone. Maybe even more so. I'd always received warm hugs from my parents, but they never seemed to fill a certain emptiness in my heart. Now, standing here with Fum in my arms, I finally understood what I'd been missing all along, and I wanted to give Fum that same warmth. I still remembered the stories about Fum's childhood that Beer had shared with me. He must have been so lonely and hurt. I didn't know if his parents had ever hugged him, but if my hugs were warm enough, I hoped they could erase those lonely moments and fill his heart with the love he deserved. I'm sorry, Theme, for everything I've done. For all the times I wasn't good to you. Fum whispered, rubbing his face against my shoulder. Don't sweat it. I replied, patting him gently on the back before pulling away. Seeing Fum's sad expression didn't suit him, and I couldn't help but tease him by ruffling his hair. He clicked his tongue and swatted my hand away. Ah, that stern look was much more like him. Come on, let's eat. Aunt Pooey's waiting. Wait, Theme. I stopped and turned to look at Fum. He grabbed my hand, his dark eyes filled with anxiety. I'm really possessive of the things I love, the things that matter to me. If I get a bit crazy sometimes, can you handle it? I smiled and squeezed his hand, trying to reassure him. I'm not going to just tolerate it. I'll try to understand. How's that? Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, really cool. He chuckled, and his bright smile put me at ease. Fum, you don't have to worry. Even if no one else hugs you, I will. If you feel lonely, I'll hug you. If you cry or feel sad, my arms will always be there to hold you. I led Fum downstairs, where Aunt Pooey was busy setting the table. There you are. Let me help, I said. No need, boys. Just wash your hands and come eat. Fum, you're okay with this food, right? Aunt Pooey asked, knowing Fum's refined background. Yes, Auntie. Fum can eat anything as long as it's not too spicy. He's still a kid at heart. I teased. Since Aunt Pooey was around, Fum didn't retaliate. Victory for me, huh? During dinner, Aunt Pooey chatted about various topics, and Fum was a good listener, smiling and responding politely. Theme, I'll be going to Singapore for a work trip next week. Aunt Pooey mentioned. For work or for the New Year countdown, Auntie? I teased. Haha, you're too smart for your own good. So, where will you be for New Year's, Theme? Are you going up to Chiang Mai? No, I'll probably stay in Bangkok with my friends this year, right, Fum? Fum smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing him smile made me feel more at ease. I didn't like the sad look on his face from earlier in my room. Fum, if you're free, come and keep Theme company sometimes, okay? Okay. He smiles again. He's been smiling a lot lately, more than usual. Did Aunt Pooey put some cannabis in the soup or something? After finishing dinner, Aunt Pooey excused herself and went to bed. She's not really an early-to-bed type, but her body just can't handle staying up anymore. So off to sleep she went, haha. Meanwhile, Fum and I cleaned up the table and started washing the dishes. Well, I was washing, and Fum was attempting to help. I'll wash them. You go watch TV. Ben 10 is on, man. I tried to lure him with cartoons. I want to help. Do you even know how? No, but I want to do it anyway. Even if I didn't let him, Fum would insist on helping. Fine, you rinse them then. Just make sure all the soap's off, so it's not slippery, got it? Okay. Though I wasn't too confident in him, I let him do it. It turned into the messiest dishwashing session I've ever experienced because of Fum. First, the water was too strong, then too weak, then he dropped a dish. Washing dishes should only get your hands wet, but I felt like I'd just played water games at Songkran. Eventually, I kicked him out to wait in the living room. Before he left, he touched my head with his soaking wet hands. Now, I can hear the faint sounds of Scooby-Doo mixed with Fum's laughter. Here, man, apples, pears, lychees, oranges. Help me finish them before Aunt Pooey comes down and smacks me for not getting my daily dose of vitamins, I said, eyeing the fruit plate Aunt Pooey had lovingly prepared. Vitamins for growth, she always says. Why does she insist on making me eat them after every meal? Fum smiled, saying Aunt Pooey was cute. Sure, they're best buds now. We ate all the fruit as we watched Scooby-Doo, which ended just as we finished. Having a childish boyfriend means you have to get used to watching cartoons regularly. After that, we headed upstairs to just chill on the bed. I suggested playing video games, but Fum said his fingers hurt, even though I'd set up the controllers. He lay on the bed reading a car magazine, while I, rejected from a winning 11 duel, sat chatting with friends on MSN to kill time. Just seeing Q's status made me laugh. I'm going to kill my freshman, Toei said. I'm filing a report. So, I dragged both of them into a chat. Haha, even on MSN, they're still at each other's throats. Best friends forever, right? But the funniest of all was Fong's status. True love, man. Ugh. As for mine, P and P. Huh. The gang's already teasing me about it. Pun said it sounded like a cake brand. That's S&P, you idiot. Ha ha ha, oh man, ha. Theme. Yeah, what's up? I was still cracking up over Q and Toei's back and forth on MSN. What's so funny? Hee hee. I'm laughing at Q and Toei. Oh, and your brother. His status says, true love, man. He must have pissed off Ten somehow. Really? But they seem to get along well. Well, couples are supposed to love each other. Every sense in my body picked up on the word love. Couples are supposed to love each other. Fum and I are a couple. So does that mean we? Fum, what's the difference between liking someone and loving someone? I asked without turning around to face him. I don't know. Why do you like me? I'd asked him this question many times, even though I already knew the answer. But this time, I wanted to ask something different. I wanted to ask both him and myself. What is it that we're feeling for each other now? I don't know. No reason. Huh, okay. We both fell into silence. I quit MSN and started playing Pangya absent-mindedly. But for some reason, all I could see on my monitor was Fum's face, even though I wasn't looking at him. Theme. I turned around and saw Fum sitting on the edge of the bed, hugging his guitar. I raised an eyebrow, curious. Come sit here. He patted the space next to him. Why? You gonna make a move on me? I teased him, but I still walked over and sat beside him at the foot of the bed. If I did, it'd be consensual. Oh yeah? So what's up? I'm gonna sing you a song. Oh man, my boyfriend's about to get all romantic. Fum lightly pushed my head. I laughed and sat cross-legged, facing him, waiting to hear what song he would sing. I still didn't know what exactly our feelings for each other were called, but maybe it didn't really matter as long as we were together like this. Listen carefully, Shorty, he said with a shy smile. Yes, sir. Before I could even catch the intro and figure out what song it was, Fum began singing the first line. I had to suppress a smile and all the giddiness rushing through me. Love, to fall in love with someone. Fum didn't look away from me, not even for a second. Occasionally, he glanced down at his guitar, but his soft smile and the sincerity in his eyes were all directed at me. I couldn't hold back my smile any longer. Love, don't you know that I love you? Fum's voice was soft and full of emotion, and by the time he finished singing, we were just sitting there, looking into each other's eyes. He leaned in and planted a soft kiss on my cheek. I was gripping the bedsheet so tightly I thought I might tear it apart. Forget burning with fire. If you so much as shined a flashlight on me, I'd melt right then and there. Fum was just as flustered, missing a chord or two, which made me chuckle. I reached out and gave his cheek a gentle tap. Love, without a reason, just because I know it's right. Fum finished the song and smiled, still looking shy but full of sincerity. I smiled back, feeling the warmth between us. I really don't know why I love you, Fum said. But I just do. I've tried finding a reason, but there isn't one. So, don't ask me again why I love you, okay? Because I don't have an answer, just know that I do. Seriously, I'm gonna die of happiness here. Heh. I nodded, and we smiled at each other. Slowly, we leaned in again, and our lips met. We could feel each other's breath, and it was intoxicating. Fum's lips kept teasing mine, making my chest flutter. But I wasn't about to let him take the lead the whole time. Our tongues danced playfully together, making the kiss feel both sweet and intense. I felt so good that I couldn't help but smile between kisses. We kissed again and again. Fum told me that there was no need for words or overthinking. Love is something the heart explains. And he's right. Thank you, Fum, for using your heart to explain love to me. I hope you understand the love I've tried to explain with my heart to you too. Chapter 16. It is December 31st, the last day of 2010. Normally, I would celebrate New Year's with my family and relatives. But since my parents had moved to Chiang Mai, things had changed. The first year they moved, they came back to Bangkok to celebrate with me. The second year, I took some friends and celebrated up north with them. By the third year, things began to drift apart. My parents went their separate ways, and I ended up getting drunk with friends. Last year, I spent New Year's Eve with 4 buddies at Tan's house. But this year, I wasn't with family or friends, nor did I go anywhere special. I stayed home, celebrating a special night with a special person. It was just me and Fum, seeing the old year out and welcoming the new one. People often make a big deal out of New Year's celebrations, parties, but being with Fum made me realize that today was no different from any other day. Every day with Fum was already special to me. I'm hungry, Fum. Order something. Fum replied, though his attention was glued to the TV, watching Detective Conan solve another case. He was more focused on Conan than on me, eyes glued to the screen. I wished Conan would shoot a tranquilizer dart at him and knock him out. I don't feel like waiting. I want to cook. Come help me out, and I'll make you a meal fit for an emperor. Hurry up. Eventually, I managed to drag him into the kitchen. Not to brag, but I did take some cooking lessons from a distant relative of Chef Paul the Octopus. Haha. Actually, it was Uncle Pooey who taught me. The dish I perfected? Instant noodles with egg and morning glory. Gourmet, right? You said you'd cook something special. This is just instant noodles. Fum knocked me on the head the whole time, from the moment I opened the noodle packet to when the noodles were done cooking. My brain must be swollen by now. Hey, at least I'm making noodles. Grab the water, it's done. I placed the pot on the low table in the living room. Fum brought chopsticks, spoons, and water, sitting down next to me. I decided we'd eat straight from the pot, less to clean up. Fum, the greedy one, grabbed all the meat and eggs for himself, so I had to stick my head into the pot to stop him from stealing more. We ended up eating with our heads almost bumping together, fighting over every last noodle. But we were full in the end. After eating, we went back upstairs to lie down and play games, waiting for the countdown. What time is it, Fum? Fum was at the foot of the bed playing video games, while I was leaning against the headboard, playing with his iPhone 4. I heard him, but I didn't respond because I was deep in thought. Fum, you dog. I asked what time it is. Fum threw something at me, frustrated that I wasn't answering. I snapped out of my thoughts to check the time for him. It's 10 p.m., Fum. By the way, your phone doesn't have my number saved. That's because you're not important. Haha. Not important? He grinned cheekily at me without even pausing his game. I threw a pillow at him in frustration, but he just laughed and kept playing, happily battling aliens. Let's go play with sparklers. In a hurry? Got a wife and kids waiting for you. I teased with a high-pitched voice, clearly not sulking at all. Nope. You're annoying, Fum. Hey. Fum suddenly grabbed my ankle, dragging me down the bed. My head hit the headboard, ouch. Fum was getting rougher with me every day. I kicked him in the back out of revenge, but he just laughed and pulled me up to sit next to him. I don't have your number saved because I've memorized it, shorty. And just so you know, yours is the only number I've memorized. Fum shut off the game, turned off the lights, took the iPhone from my hand, and pulled me out to the balcony to set up the sparklers. It was only 10 p.m., but Fum seemed in a rush. I didn't mind though. After all, he'd memorized my number, which was more than I could say for myself. Not that I'd ever admit that to him. He'd probably beat me up. I stopped playing with sparklers when I was in 6th grade. Fum. Well, I want to play. When will it be midnight, Fum? It'll be soon enough, don't worry. We sat quietly, looking up at the stars while waiting for midnight. The tree in front of the house was decorated with blue lights, courtesy of Ning. I could hear the neighbors singing off-key. I started to miss Q and the guys. By now, they were probably off in some distant place, since they'd all decided to leave the city. Safe travels, my friends. Are you cold, Fum? A little. Want a sweater? Fum shook his head, sipping his Vita milk. Yes, we were drinking soy milk on New Year's Eve. Neither of us wanted to start the year with alcohol, so I grabbed a couple of bottles from the fridge. We sat on the balcony, dangling our feet and letting the mosquitoes feast on us. I had to apply mosquito repellent on Fum 3 times already. The mosquitoes were relentless, only biting the handsome ones, apparently. Mosquitoes are hard to figure out, but Fum was even more puzzling. Normally, he was straightforward, doing whatever he wanted. But tonight, something was off. I noticed him glancing at my hand, hesitating like he wanted to hold it, but didn't. Honestly, it was getting on my nerves. My hand's free, you know. You can hold it if you want. I teased. Fum grinned and immediately grabbed my hand. First minute is 3 baht, 25 satong per minute after that. Both hands. I joked. Nice deal. How much to sign up? Fum played along. Since you're cute, I'll give you a discount. But you'll have to trade your heart. I cringed at my own cheesiness, but Fum just laughed. Once you give it, no returns. Deal. Lifetime guarantee. We laughed together, probably high on soy milk. As we smiled at each other, our lips came closer and closer until they met in a sweet, lingering kiss. It was soft, warm, and tasted like milk. Hoo! Woohoo! Suddenly, we heard cheers and whistles from below. We quickly pulled apart. Holy crap! There were guys down there, grinning and hollering at us, carrying crates of beer and food. I squinted to get a better look. It was a group of 10 guys, all smiling and teasing us. So much for their plan to leave town. Turns out they'd been hiding out at Beer's condo all along. Caught you red-handed on the balcony. I've got a video. Pay up, or it's going viral on YouTube. They joked. I thought I would be alcohol-free today. I had to go back on my word. Turns out it was all a prank. They had pretended to leave town, but had been hiding nearby. They definitely had a few drinks before arriving, judging by their condition. We set up the party in the yard, our usual spot. We brought out a long table for the food, hooked up a computer and speakers, and spread out mats to sit on the ground. I spotted Matt, Toei's partner in crime, who had just returned from a camp. Matt was like a younger brother to us, though much more sensible than Toei. Still, it was hard to believe those two had been friends since childhood. Matt was immediately surrounded by Fong and Mick, who playfully gave him a hard time for disappearing. Toei, of course, did nothing to help his friend and just laughed. Meanwhile, Tam was bragging about his engineering skills, setting up the karaoke system. But seriously, how impressive is it to hook up a karaoke machine and speakers? We hadn't even finished setting up when Q, our resident bartender, started mixing drinks and passing them around. Even while I was busy with the barbecue, he came over to pour a drink straight into my mouth. Toei, can you stand still for 2 minutes? You're making me dizzy. Tin scolded, as Toei wandered around the computer setup, getting in the way. I'm just trying to help. Why don't you help me grill instead? Beer, today's reluctant chef, chimed in. Fum had tried to help earlier, but nearly choked on the smoke, so Beer banished him to help me with the glasses and plates. Yeah, go help Beer. You're going to trip over the wires. Fum and I carried the ice buckets outside as the last items. As soon as we stepped out, the guys were already sitting and teasing us with exaggerated whispers, trying to make us nervous. This wasn't the first time they pulled this stunt, so I was completely unfazed. Truthfully, I'd gotten used to it a long time ago. Dating Fum for less than a month, and you're already picking up his brother's habits, Feem? Absorb is a better word, Mick. What habits? Fong and I yelled at Mick at the same time. The ones where he's full of himself, loud, and yells at everything. Huh, I've seen Feem act this way since he was born. Chain chimed in. Thanks for the help, Chain. Maybe just stay quiet next time. Have you guys booked the accommodation yet? Toei suddenly popped up between Fum and me. Accommodation? Why book that? Where's anyone going? Oh, I saw you two being all sweet, so I thought you were going on a honeymoon down the Amazon River. Everyone burst out laughing, but Toei got a firm smack on the head from Fum. He quickly ran off to cling to Beer, helping to bring grilled shrimp and squid to the table. Guess this guy only responds to force. All the way to the Amazon. Sounds nice. And there goes Chain, stirring things up again. Screw that. Am I going to let an anaconda eat me? Besides, there won't be any honeymoon because I haven't gotten the dowry yet. I held my hand out to Fum. Hand it over. My dowry. My friends cracked up even more. Cash only, no credit. How much do you want? Fum smiled, playing along. How much should it be? I turned to the others for opinions, and they all eagerly joined in. Fong even pulled out his phone to calculate. Are you worried I'll rip off your brother, Fong? For someone like Feem, 3,000 baht and 2 sacks of cassava sounds pretty fancy. What the heck, Matt? Feem, come here. Hugh suddenly walked over, pulling me up. I had no idea what he was about to do. He knocked on the table 3 times with a pair of tongs. Testing, testing. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a premium item to present to you. Only one in the world. Packed with functions and options. Whatever the iPhone 4 can do, this product does it better. It can weed your garden and even raise starlings. Anything you need, just ask. Let's start the bidding at 99 baht. I almost collapsed. 200. Mick was the first to raise his hand, as my face clearly showed how much I was enjoying this. My friends were already rolling on the floor laughing. Hugh had me locked in a headlock, so I couldn't even go back to sit down. 200 going once. Anyone offering more? Everyone was dying with laughter, even Fum, sitting and watching with his knees pulled up. 500. Toei jumped in. Of course, he would. 800. What does he usually eat, grass or bran? Chain. I'm going to knock your teeth out. 800 going once. Remember, folks, this is a limited edition product. Once it's gone, it's gone. Hugh was really into his role. He had my collar in a vice grip, lifting me so high my feet were barely touching the ground. 1,200. Can it be used as fertilizer? Beer. I'm not manure. I'll give 5,000. Tin finally chimed in. Okay, now we're talking. For 5,000 I'll go. Haha. 20. Damn it, pun. Starting at 99 baht, and now you're dropping me to flea market prices. Shut up, pun. You're supposed to drive the price up, not down. Hugh laughed. We've got 5,000 from Tan. Any higher? 5,000 going once, 5,000 going twice. 50 million. And then, from Fum, cool as ever. Oh, the teasing squad roared once again. Everything Fum said or did got a reaction. Let them tease. I'll just keep blushing. Fine by me. 50 million? Okay, I'll take that. I wriggled free from Q's grip and moved to sit in a meditative pose right next to Fum. Mom, Dad, we're set for life. We're rich now. Pay up, Q said, hand out, still jokingly asking Fum for the money. I don't have enough right now. I'll sign a check tomorrow. For today, let's just go with emotional collateral. Damn it, Fum. Who are you? And where's the real Fum? Fong was laughing so hard, he almost flipped the table. What about my dowry, Fong? I demand more than Feems. Matt, stop acting like this if you don't want a kick to the face. How about you put your family business in my name, Tan? You pay my dowry first. We all laughed at the two of them bantering. Want me to use my foot as the dowry? I already got you, and now you expect me to pay? Don't just give in, Fong. Fight back. The focus shifted to Fong now, which was a relief. I've suffered enough. Let me rest a bit. Don't let them get to you, Chain. Last night, I was just about to fall asleep when Fong suddenly jumped on top of me for no reason. Good thing I was quick on my feet. We all burst out laughing. What did you do, Tan? I leaned in to ask, only to get a smack on the head from Fong, pulling me back into place. I made Fong understand his place. Tan put his arm around Fong's shoulders, petting his head like a little girl at a bar. Honestly, it kind of looked like that because Fong was sitting there with his head down, probably embarrassed and totally defeated. I gave him a light 11 taps to welcome the year 2011. Thank God he wasn't counting by the Buddhist calendar, or Fong would have been in for it. Fong just kept his head down, muttering, "Wait until you let your guard down, Tan." You've already got Fong, Tan? Pun asked. We all looked at him with exasperation. Seriously, Pun, are you dumb or just slow? By around 11 p.m., we were all pretty drunk, singing our hearts out and having fun, forgetting our exhaustion. There were 4 microphones, but only 3 people got to sing. That's because Pun hogged 2 of them. This guy couldn't resist grabbing a mic, even if he wasn't singing or talking. He just had to hold one. But he was barely standing now, slurring his words, drunk on both alcohol and his own hot air. The other 2 mics were shared between Q and Matt. Matt, half Italian, half Concane, had the face of a handsome halfie, but his northeastern blood ran strong. Feem, go get a ladder for Pun. A ladder? For what? So he can climb back to Key. Haha, too late, he fell off Key long ago. We all laughed at Pun, who was trying to sing Singular's Bow Bow, but somehow got ahead of the drums, without melody, rhythm, or any sense of tune. Pun was a good-looking guy but had a terrible singing voice, proving that no one is perfect. Pun is a chill person. He doesn't care about rhythm and usually just lets the beat go by. He doesn't care about melodies either. He adapts and makes up his own stuff, singing whatever comes to mind. Honestly, the sound of a buffalo giving birth would be more pleasant than his singing. The worst part is that he mistakenly believes he's a great singer. Think of me sometimes, when you don't think of anyone. Take it easy, we'll meet in your dreams. If you've got some good times, tell me about them. Not too much, so take it slow and love gently. Oh man, finally it's over. My ears can't take any more, Pun. Give it up for me. Was it good? I'm thinking of joining the Star next year. He bragged after finishing his song and collapsed into his chair with a drink. But he still wouldn't put the mic down because he was so possessive, afraid Tin would steal it. I swear, I should glue it to his hand. In case you forgot, Pun, the Star is a singing competition, not for people with damaged windpipes and vocal cords. You're just jealous, Feme. You're lying because you envy me, right? Hey, Matt, let's do a duet. He barked and howled, now performing a duo act with Matt, doing a Fuia Chiwit style song. But honestly, it sounded more like the cycle of life than a for life song. We were all laughing at Pun and Matt's folk music duet. In the meantime, Toei was wreaking havoc everywhere. Drunk and hyper, he ran around annoying Beer and Fong, who were grilling food, and even picked flowers. Aunt Pui is going to kill you for that, Toei. He gave them to Pun and Matt. He even went to sit between Chain and Tan, who were having a rock on the rocks duel. Sometimes, he'd come to stare at Fum and me and smile, but it seemed he didn't tease his mentor much, probably scared of getting pranked back. Next up, let's invite the man who once gave up the title of University Moon because the judges had annoying faces. Fumin, come sing a song to celebrate the new year with us. Come on. Wait, what? Fum almost became University Moon? But the reason he didn't win totally makes sense. Classic Fum, haha. Fum didn't take the mic from Pun right away. He hesitated about whether he should sing, so everyone pressured him, especially his older brother. Can I sing sitting here? Suit yourself, man. What song? Fum turned to me, as if deciding on something, before announcing the song's title. More Than Love. Damn it. I wanted to curl up in my whiskey glass. He grabbed my hand, looked into my eyes, and sang as if it was just the two of us in the room. I might have believed that too if it weren't for all the teasing, cheers, and catcalls from our obnoxious friends. Fum was being ridiculously sweet, not caring who was around. And here I was, blushing from embarrassment, but he didn't stop, still singing and staring at me. People who have felt lonely, who have looked for love and wondered where it is. In this big world with so many people, still, the heart keeps feeling lonely. But when I met you, whatever you gave me, I don't know what it is. The big world I used to know no longer feels lonely as long as I have you here. You're more than love because you are half of my life. I've spent my whole life searching, waiting for you for so long. And finally, I've found that you're everything, filling the void in my heart. From now on, every breath I take is for you. If you are love, then it's a love that's so perfect, words can't describe it. I'm so lucky to have you by my side. My life is complete now that you're here. You're more than love because you are half of my life. I've spent my whole life searching, waiting for you for so long. And finally, I've found that you're everything, filling the void in my heart. From now on, every breath I take is for you. You're more than love because you are half of my life. I've spent my whole life searching, waiting for you for so long. And finally, I've found that you're everything, filling the void in my heart. From now on, every breath I take is for you. As the song ended, there was a roar of cheers and whistles, while my heart felt like it was about to burst. Wow, that was amazing. How about a bed, guys? Hugh said. My little bro's practically eating Feme alive. Said someone you know well. Fum sang for you, so you should sing for him too. Beer chimed in. How much did Fum bribe you for that? No way. I'm a terrible singer. I protested as Pun tried to shove the mic in my face. What would I even sing? I refused repeatedly, already feeling too embarrassed. Come on, just a little. Please. The expectant looks of my friends, like a crowd of hungry children, pressured me to give in. Fine, fine. What song, bro? I'll put it on. Matt eagerly asked. I looked around at everyone, then settled my gaze on the guy next to me. He smiled, and I thought, it's payback time for making me blush like this. I brought the mic to my lips and sang the first song that came to mind. Go to Hell My love, I'll punish you. Everyone burst out laughing. Fum's smile disappeared instantly, and he almost lunged at me to punch my nose. The others fell over laughing. I quickly rubbed Fum's head to calm him down, then called Matt over to whisper a song title. Soon, the intro started playing, along with more teasing from the crowd and Fum's irresistible smile. I gazed at the distant sky, wondering with curiosity, who led you to wander and find me? Among millions of people, it's such a mystery that we met. I used to not believe in anything, but now I keep asking myself over and over, is this destiny, written to be like this? Are we meant to love each other? If so, can I ask, please don't let us be separated. Let us love each other until the day we die. Can I ask for that? Hey, we should write Feem and Fum's names in foam on their backs like it's a wedding. Chain suggested, raising a toast. I raised my eyebrow at Fum and handed the mic back to Pun. All right, the happy couple has sung their love songs. Next up, let's cut the cake. What? No cake? Just Thai desserts? Well, we're Thai, so we should eat Thai food. All right, let's dig into the desserts then. Pun babbled to himself, making little sense. It was scary how well he worked with Mick, who immediately knelt between me and Fum. The bride and groom bowed to the sky. Mick commanded, "What the hell? I'm not getting married yet. Even if I did, it wouldn't be a Chinese-style wedding." Mick forced both our heads to bow to the ground, and just as we were about to rise, "Don't get up yet, damn it." He pushed us down again. "Bow to the earth. Happy Chinese New Year. Ati Amui." Beer, is it Chinese New Year already? It's not even New Year's yet. Congrats on your promotion. May you get rich and get a diamond crown soon. Damn. Hugh, I didn't get a water purifier. Hey, give me the mic. I'm going to sing for Fong. Forget about Fum and Feem, they were born long ago. Gimme that. Tan, wobbling, grabbed the mic from Pun, then turned to smile at Fong, who shook his head in exasperation. "Fong, my dearest," Tan called out to his girlfriend in a sweet, drunken voice. Now I understand why they always teased Fum and me. At this moment, I was heckling Tan and Fong louder than anyone, and the more Fong smiled awkwardly, the more I enjoyed it. "Don't be so cheesy, Tan." Fong laughed shyly, and Fum, probably annoyed with his brother, threw a soda cap at Fong's head. Fong. Tan kept calling his girlfriend's name while swaying, clearly tipsy with a 70-30 split in his consciousness, 70% being totally out of it. His state was thanks to the on-the-rocks duel he'd had with Chain, who was now smiling sleepily, barely holding his head up. "Fong, my love, I may not be the best singer, but I'll give it my all for you." "Fong, darling, I love you." Tan crooned. "Huh." Everyone cheered. "Tan, stop it, dude. You're embarrassing me, you fool." Fong burst out laughing at Tan's silliness. Tan paid no mind, asking Matt to play a song. Matt smirked, and we all eagerly waited to see what Tan would sing. The moment the intro began, we scattered in different directions, bursting into laughter. Ngwek-ngwek-ngak-ngak. It goes ngwek-ngwek-ngak-ngak. Ngwek-ngwek-ngak-ngak. It's like gak-gak. It's like juk-juk-juk, wanting to get some of that juk-juk-juk. It's not hyped, not excited. Thung. Thok. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Tan's song choice had us all in stitches, and Fong nearly grabbed a bottle of Black Label to smack him. By the time Tan finished singing, our faces hurt from laughing so hard. "Feem, can you take me to the bathroom? I gotta pee." "Go ahead. Why act like it's your first time here?" "I'm scared. Toei won't go with me. Please come along. You're such a hassle." "Fine, let's go." I got up to take Matt to the bathroom. He bolted ahead of me, holding his crotch, despite claiming to be scared. I rummaged in the fridge for snacks to bring outside while waiting for Matt, but soon he rushed out. Done. Done. That was fast. Hee hee, I was scared. The vines in the bathroom were creeping me out. You're so grown up, but still scared of ghosts. Matt just chuckled awkwardly. I tossed him a green apple. Wait, that's a jujube. Why was it so big? I was starting to feel dizzy, maybe a little drunk. I asked Matt to peel some mangoes I found in the fridge, hoping something sour would cure my hangover. Whoa, Fum. You scared me. When did you sneak up behind us? I almost dropped the plate of mangoes when Fum appeared out of nowhere. What's up? You look grumpy. I asked as Fum stood silently, glaring between Matt and me. Why were you gone so long? Matt was in the bathroom. And then we peeled mangoes. Want some, Fum? Matt offered. No. This is my boyfriend's house. If I want some, I'll take it myself. Matt was stunned, and I was baffled. What's wrong, Fum? Matt was just being polite. I don't like you two being together. It bothers me. Matt and I exchanged glances before Matt burst out laughing. Are you jealous of me and Feem? Please. I wouldn't even take him if he were free. I choked on my jujube, laughing, and kicked Matt out of the kitchen. He ran off, shouting, Fum's jealous. Fum's jealous. Loud enough for the whole house, and maybe the whole neighborhood, to hear. I smiled at Fum's sulky face and squeezed his hand gently. I remembered him saying he was possessive, especially of things he loved. It made me happy to be one of those things. I wanted him to know something important too. If it's not you, I'll never be into another guy. Ever. Remember that, my jealous one. Let's play King's game. Pun, our usual troublemaker, proposed. 11 people, everyone's in. You know the rules, right? Whoever gets the king card can order anyone to do anything or ask any question. Got it. I remember the last time we played, Q had a pole dance. Ha, remember, Feem? 10 laughed as Q threw peanuts at him. We all picked up our cards, hearts racing. I'm the king. Mick grinned widely, and we all held our breath. I command number 7 to dance to nobody. Reveal your cards. It was Tan. Haha. Tan, already drunk, danced with his eyes closed, and then ran to hide behind a bush in embarrassment. Next round. I'm the king. Damn, Q got the king card. Was I going to survive this round? Q scanned the room with a devilish smile. Number 10, kiss number 1 on the forehead. Reveal your cards. It was Beer and Pun. The moment Q gave the order, Beer practically begged Q to change it, while the rest of us whipped out our phones to capture the moment. Who has to kiss who? Pun asked with a mischievous grin. He loved this game, always playing along with a touch of sadism. Beer, on the other hand, looked mortified. After the kiss, Beer ran off to wash his forehead, while Pun lay back, laughing his head off. The next round, Chain dealt the cards. I whispered to Fum, what did you get? Would it still be a game if I told you? I glared at him, frustrated. Ah, guys. I'm the king, Matt yelled, celebrating like he'd just been elected mayor. Though, last I heard, Matt was studying economics. Toei grumbled about never getting to be the king. Matt, deep in thought, contemplated his next move while we all lowered our heads, praying not to be his target. I want to ask number 9. Shit, my heart pounded as I held the number 9 card in my hand. Please don't ask anything weird, Matt. I'm begging you. Where was your first kiss? Reveal your cards. Lightning struck my brain. I'm doomed. As I placed my card down, everyone started shouting. No lies, or we'll cut your tongue. Man up. Nice one, Matt. I've been friends with Feem for almost a decade and never asked him this. Hurry up and answer. Not only were my friends pressuring me, but the handsome guy sitting quietly beside me seemed to be doing the same. I bit my lip, trying to think, as my friends' teasing faces loomed over me. Somebody, please put a bag over Q's head. Even Voldemort doesn't have this much villainous aura. He smirked, sipping his drink, watching me like a hawk. What kind of kiss? I tried to ask my way out of this mess. A kiss on the lips, you baby? No playing coy. If I survive this, Q, I'm coming for you. I took a deep breath and answered loud and clear. In the living room. When Fum came over to study, that was our first kiss. I heard a quiet chuckle from Fum, but I didn't dare look at him. Why are you laughing now? Do you want them to know it was you? Seriously? You made out in the living room, Fum? My friend has parents, you know. Q teased. Q, it was just a kiss, not that. Silence. Why is it so quiet? Huh, you're toast, man. Ha ha ha. Q and Mick whistled and laughed so hard, I wanted to bury myself. It wasn't until I hid behind Fum that I realized how stupid I had been. Damn it. I let it slip. Now everyone knows. They hooted and laughed, and I buried my face into Fum's back, unable to face them. Haha. Fum just sat there with a grin, not doing anything. I was hiding behind him, catching a whiff of his cologne mixed with the scent of alcohol, as well as his chuckles that sounded awfully satisfied. It made me want to bury my head in the grass and disappear. Sit properly, Feem. Hey, little brother-in-law, get your face off my brother's back before it rubs off. Tan teased. By the time I gathered the courage to pull my face out and face the world, they had just finished dealing the cards. Fum pinched my cheek playfully, while everyone else was focused on their hands. Then Fum leaned in and whispered in my ear. Thanks for the first kiss. Blame the darkness, or maybe the alcohol, but somehow we ended up sharing a soft kiss. Let's just say it was the booze that made me brave. Ahem. This is the front yard, not a living room. If you're not going to play cards, go get a room. Tan interrupted. This guy always had a knack for displaying affection no matter where or when. This round, Beer was the king, and Fong had to profess his love and kiss his own foot. After kissing it, he jokingly moved to kiss Tan too, but Tan quickly ran off. Weren't you the one who was all lovey-dovey just a minute ago? I thought to myself. Yes, I'm king. I want to see someone kiss. Pun exclaimed, biting his lip with excitement. Oh, Pun, your ideas. Dude, we're all guys here. And in case you forgot, Pun, we're friends, man. Beer protested, probably still traumatized by the previous dares. Poor guy, haha. Why not? Fum and Feem just kissed. Pun dragged us into it. They're a couple. Don't be ridiculous, Pun. I don't care. I command number 2 to kiss number 6. Deal the cards. When we saw who the cards belonged to, the room fell silent. The numbers drawn were Q and Toei. Oh man, the news of the year. The two just sat there, unmoving. This was my chance to get back at Q. You're done for, buddy. Haha, I'm recording this. Fong cheered as he pulled out his phone. Come on, be a man. I teased, relishing in Q and Toei's discomfort. Toei's face was as pale as a ghost, shocked. If it had been anyone else, Toei would have enthusiastically kissed them. But with Q, who he argued with every second. No way. Hurry up. For once, Fum helped me out by nudging Toei to complete his world-shaking mission. Pun, anything but this, please. Toei pleaded, but he was barking up the wrong tree. Pun thrived on human suffering. You either kiss or hug, your choice. And for daring to negotiate, you both have to kiss 3 times. Oh man, Q's face had turned from pale to bright red, then dark green. Toei grudgingly stomped over to sit between Beer and Q, while the rest of us cheered them on, and Matt, Toei's best buddy, started playing some motivational music. Turn around, Q. Toei ordered. Are you serious, Pun? Q turned, looking for mercy from Pun. Are you negotiating, Q? Pun's voice was firm. Come on, stop stalling, Q. Chain chimed in. Yeah, don't be a chicken. I joined in with Chain. I knew Q well. He was the type to resist pressure. But Toei? Huh, now that was a different story. You couldn't dare Toei to do anything without him taking it seriously. And just like that, Toei gave Q a lightning-fast kiss on the cheek, and the room exploded with laughter and whistles. Q kissed Toei back, and they alternated until they completed the task. Both of them ended up with flushed faces, though I couldn't tell if it was from the booze, embarrassment, or both. But at least they weren't complaining like when Beer got pranked by Pun earlier. As the night wore on, it got colder and the fog rolled in, so I handed out blankets to everyone. It felt like I was helping people survive the cold, except for Fong and Tan, who shared one. Fum and I shared a blanket too. One hand held a glass of whiskey, while the other held his hand under the cozy quilt. Tan was resting his head on Fong's lap, and the two of them whispered to each other like a couple who had just started dating. Every once in a while, they'd glance over at us, but mostly, they stayed in their own world. Meanwhile, Matt and Pun were still hogging the mic, and Q and Toei were back to arguing at the barbecue, fighting over chicken. They probably forgot about the kiss already. Chain, are you flirting with Beer's girl? Fum asked Chain, who was busy texting his many lady friends. Yeah, it's so frustrating. I had a friend ask for her number, and she gave it. But when I called, she said she had a boyfriend named Beer. Turns out, it's Beer from the law school. I almost stole your girl, man. Chain looked exasperated, while Beer just laughed, tipsy and amused. Oh, Bao from the accounting department? I'm not actually dating her. She's a bit too wild for me. If you want to talk about taming wild types, Fum's the guy. He can calm anyone down. But I can't believe his standards have dropped so much lately. Right, Beer? Fum and Beer clinked glasses and laughed. Tan, still lounging on Fong's lap, couldn't resist chiming in, saying Fum clearly cared more about height than looks now. I wanted to be mad, but I let it slide for the moment. Want to go on a trip, Feem? Fum asked, sliding his hand from mine to wrap around my waist. Luckily, the blanket covered us, so no one saw. But even if they did, it probably wouldn't matter. Where to? The beach. In winter? Yeah, or we can go somewhere else if you'd like. I gave him a light shoulder nudge. If alcohol makes him this agreeable, maybe I should get him drunk more often. I'm fine with anything. The beach sounds good. Hey, it's almost midnight. Where are the fireworks? Bring them out. Q called out, and we all got up to head to the front yard to set off fireworks. We couldn't light them here because the gunpowder residue might fall on the food. Pun and Mick led the way, with Q and Toei bickering and grabbing the fireworks bag behind them. Fum and I trailed at the back, while Tan and Fong stayed behind, cozying up. Shane and Beer were busy calling their girlfriends, and Matt had already passed out. What are you doing, Mick? Fum yelled as Mick walked backward with a grin on his face. I'm walking backward into the new year. Oh, I thought you were walking backward into a ditch. Q teased. Mick immediately turned around and walked normally. I'm so excited for the new year. Toei shouted. Then dance. Q teased him back. Idiot. Not as much as you. Toei's normal. You're the crazy one, Q. Really? You think it's normal to have long conversations with an ice cooler? We all burst out laughing. Toei really did have a habit of talking to inanimate objects. Honestly, both of them were nuts. Hey, it's almost midnight. I'm gonna count down while you guys light the fireworks. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Fireworks exploded across Bangkok, colorful bursts lighting up the sky. The sound of cheering and laughter echoed all around. We were just one of many groups contributing to the brilliant display of colors that night. It's the new year already, huh? Happy New Year, you guys. Q said, dragging Mick back for another round of drinks. Happy New Year, my friends. Pun toasted to Fum and me. Yeah, Happy New Year to you too. Happy New Year, big bro. We smiled and ruffled Toei's hair before he grabbed Pun to go sing some more. I turned to look at Toei and saw Tan and Fong kissing to ring in the new year. Then I shifted my focus to the person standing next to me. Happy New Year, Fum. I hope you have a lot of happiness and that good things come your way. Yeah, I hope you're one of the good things in my life every year. We smiled at each other and tilted our heads up to watch the colorful fireworks in the sky. Some were far off in the distance, while others were closer. No matter where they were all equally beautiful. Fum held my hand. Despite the fog and the cold air, I felt warm as long as I was holding his hand. We stood there, kissing under the bright fireworks. In the background, I could hear Matt singing a Kane-accented version of I'm Yours, Toei arguing over the phone with his senior, Chain teasing Tan and Fong, and Beer yelling at Mick and Pun to stop tapping on the soda bottles. And the sound of my heartbeat, beating in time with Fum's. Happy New Year, everyone. Chapter 17. In normal circumstances, on a Saturday around 8 in the morning, I'd still be tucked comfortably under my blanket, sound asleep. But today's Saturday is different, and here I am, yawning amidst a crowd of bustling people, all preparing for a trip. Where am I, you ask? Let's play a guessing game. Suvarnabhumi Airport? That's a bit too fancy. Mo-Chit Bus Terminal? Nope, not that either. Dusit Zoo? Huh, what would I be doing there? At the moment, Fum and I are sitting groggily with our backpacks at Hua Lamphong Railway Station. Yes, you got that right. During New Year, Fum suggested a trip, and today, the time has come for us to pack our bags and run off together. Though the long New Year holiday has already passed, taking a trip all the way to Krabi or Phuket would just take too long and wouldn't be worth the time. With just 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, where do you think we'd realistically go? Hua Hin, of course. A classic destination, easy to get to, perfect for clearing our minds, and certainly not as wild as a trip to Koh Samet. And the reason we're here at Hua Lamphong, sitting like the stars of the show, is because we're taking a train. Yep, no fancy flights for us. I wanted a chill train ride, and plus, I didn't want the hassle of driving. Who knows, Fum might have made me drive anyway. So, we agreed to take the train. Are you hungry, Feem? Fum asked. I'm not. Are you? Should I go grab a sandwich for you? No need. Just stay here, he said before crossing the street to the 7-Eleven. I squinted after him with a smile. It's funny seeing him like this. Someone who's not used to train travel must be feeling a bit worried. But to his credit, Fum didn't complain at all when I suggested we take the State Railway of Thailand. Whoa, did you buy out the whole store, Fum? I asked as he dropped a massive 7-Eleven bag next to me. There was a ton of stuff in there. Were we headed to the beach or on a jungle expedition? I bought extra in case you get hungry on the train. Man, they sell food on the train. They've got everything from sticky rice and grilled chicken to random stuff like old warships. I teased. How would I know? I've never been on one of these trains. And it's a battleship, not just any ship. If you're going to talk, at least get it right. Oh, So what's the battleship for then? To fight, obviously. Well, there you go. What did I say wrong? I laughed. You think just because I love you, I won't beat you up, Theme? Here, eat this so you can't keep talking, he said, stuffing an entire steamed bun in my mouth. It was so hot. As I sat there munching on the bun and cheese sausage he bought, I teased him a bit more about how many people were staring at him. Despite dressing casually in a white tank top with a short-sleeved blue shirt over it and some knee-length shorts, Fum still looked ridiculously handsome. People kept glancing his way like they wanted to drag him home. Meanwhile, I was dressed similarly, just in a gray V-neck t-shirt, and sitting next to him made me feel completely overshadowed. Jealous much? I wished I could get as many looks as he did. The train's whistle, along with white smoke puffing from afar, was like a signal for Fum and me to stop our bickering. We quickly gathered our bags and snacks and saw the station master waving the flag in the distance. People started getting ready, hauling their stuff and preparing to board. As soon as the train came to a stop, everyone rushed to get on, but it wasn't as chaotic as the high-tech sky trains or subways I was used to taking every day. Let me help with that, Grandpa. I offered to an elderly man who looked about 70 years old. He was carrying a suitcase, a paper bag, and even a box, so I stepped in to assist. Thank you, young man. The grandpa smiled at me and climbed aboard first. I followed behind, carrying his box, with Fum trailing right behind me. Once we found his seat, I returned his belongings, and he thanked me profusely. Fum and I continued searching for our own seats since the front carriages were all full. We ended up finding a spot nearly at the back of the train just as it began moving. We sat facing each other, placing our backpacks beside us. Why are you smiling, Fum? I asked, noticing the grin on his face. Nothing. Come on, tell me. I'm proud. Proud of what? Proud to have a kind-hearted boyfriend, he said, referring to the fact that I had helped the elderly man earlier. Anyone would have done the same. I just smiled back and decided to stare at him for a change. Why are you smiling, Theme? Fum asked with a smile. Nothing, I replied, copying his words. Come on, tell me, Theme, he said, mirroring my response again. You're so funny, my fallen nobleman, I teased. Well, it's your fault for dragging me into this. Fum replied. Too late to change your mind now. I laughed. The train had already left Bangkok, and we wouldn't reach Hua Hin until the afternoon. I watched the scenery flash by quickly as the train sped along. The fresh scent of trees, passing villages, rice fields, and forests. I never thought I'd get the chance to take a train trip with my boyfriend. I smiled at Fum, who was busy fiddling with his camera, not even glancing up at me. I hadn't brought my camera, so I was left enjoying the view because Fum insisted he'd take all the photos. After all, why would we need 2 cameras when there were only 2 of us? Theme, smile. Fum called, lifting the camera to take my picture. I smiled for him, but after he checked the photo, he pouted. How rude. Let me see. Am I handsome? I moved over to sit next to Fum and look at the photo. Whoa, I look like Nadek. I joked, admiring my own reflection. Nadek? Is that your secret lover? Fum asked jealously, clearly unfamiliar with the name. I had to pull out my phone, Google Nadek, and show him the actor before he finally believed me. Get your head back inside, Fum, I warned. He had stuck his head out of the window to take photos while we were passing through the mountains. I was worried he'd lose his head without realizing it. But the air is so nice and cool, he said, pulling back into his seat when I insisted. After a while, he fell asleep, and the train made a stop at Phetchaburi station. Vendors boarded to sell snacks, as they had been doing all along the way. I bought quail eggs and boiled peanuts, but if I had known I'd be the one peeling everything for Fum, I wouldn't have bought them at all. Theme, the peanuts are stuck in my throat. Can I have some water? He asked, interrupting my comic reading. Can't you grab it yourself? It's right next to you. I muttered. I went all the way to 7-Eleven for you, and now it's too much trouble for you to hand me a bottle? He kept bringing this up ever since we left Ratchaburi, using the same argument for what felt like the millionth time. Annoyed, I put down my comic, grabbed the water bottle, and shoved the straw into his mouth. He grinned mischievously in return. With Fum, it's not that he's just a spoiled brat. He's the type that once he wants something, he has to get it. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if I'm dating a boyfriend or raising a son. Stay right here, he said, grabbing my arm as I was about to return to my seat. He tossed his bag over to join mine and made me sit with him. The cool breeze and the full stomach made me sleepy. Before I knew it, I dozed off, my comic slipping from my hands. Are you sleepy, Feem? Fum asked. Hum. I nodded, my eyes half closed. Fum gently pushed my head to rest on his shoulder. Go ahead and sleep. I'll wake you when we're close. Okay. I fell asleep, leaning on Fum's shoulder, with the last thing I remember being the feeling of something softly brushing against my cheek. Finally, we're here, I shouted, breathing in the fresh air as I waved at the departing train. The sound of its whistle faded in the distance. Fum quickly grabbed my hand to keep me from drawing more attention. Who cares? We're only here once, and no one's bothered by my waving. Except maybe Fum, judging by his reaction. Instead of heading straight to our hotel, Fum spent forever taking pictures of the Hua Hin sign. I get it. It's nice, but I'm exhausted. The train ride was relaxing with the scenic views and fresh air, but man, I'm sore. And Fum, being his artsy self, just kept snapping photos. Even though I studied art, I wasn't half as artsy as he was. By the time he was satisfied with his photos, I was almost asleep on the bench. We hailed a Songthaw to take us to our resort. Despite the fact that the resort offered a shuttle service, we opted for the Songthaw instead. The ride was packed with foreigners, and Fum, ever the helpful local, gave directions in English to a couple of blue-eyed tourists. When we got off, it was a short walk to the resort. Wow, the atmosphere was amazing. As we checked in, the female staff members couldn't stop staring at Fum, whispering and giggling as if he were a movie star. I stood there laughing because Fum's face had turned sour. The staff led us to our private little villa, surrounded by trees, quiet and peaceful, with a beautiful view of the beach. Perfect. I tossed my bag on the floor and jumped onto the soft bed. Ah, so comfy. Fum opened the balcony door to let the sea breeze in. The smell of the ocean and the sound of the waves were so refreshing. You can rest for a bit. We'll go for a walk later. Fum suggested. Aren't you going to rest? I asked. Nope. I'm going out to take photos. You should nap because you might not get any sleep tonight. He winked mischievously. What the heck? What was he planning? I didn't want to think about it, so I let him enjoy his photography while I grabbed some rest, just in case I really wouldn't get any sleep tonight. When I woke up groggily, I squinted around the room to adjust to the light and saw Fum lying next to me, his head nestled against my shoulder. Why does he always sleep face down like a kid? His pinkish-orange lips were slightly parted, and I couldn't help but chuckle at how cute he looked. With a surge of affection, I started stroking his hair. He looks harmless when he's asleep, so why is he so demanding when he's awake? I played with his cheek and hair for a bit, and soon Fum started stirring. I quickly pulled my hand back and pretended to get up and head to the bathroom. You're awake? Yeah, I've been awake way before you. Been watching your face for a while now. Yeah, when did you fall asleep? I said instead. Just a while ago. Go wash your face. Let's go for a walk. Are you hungry? A bit. Where are we going? Just for a stroll and to grab some food by the beach. What the heck? We had barely walked out of the resort when Fum put something on my head. Wear this. I don't like dark skin. Oh, so you're with me because I'm pale? I took it off to see it was a medium-sized woven hat. The sun wasn't even that strong, but I'll wear it anyway, not to hurt his feelings. Fum led me along the beach, and eventually, we found a restaurant. Rows of deck chairs stretched along the pine trees, but I needed to eat first. Not in the mood to lie back and take in the view yet. I'm starving. We ordered just a few dishes because someone is allergic to seafood. We'd come all the way to Hua Hin, but I'm still sitting here eating chicken and pork without a single speck of chili. After we finished eating, the sky began to change from bright blue to a soft orange. Kind of romantic, actually. Fum and I took off our flip-flops and carried them while he held my hand as we walked along the beach, letting the foam from the waves touch our feet. The cool seawater and the fine sand felt good. But then Fum kicked water at me. I couldn't kick back because he had his expensive camera hanging around his neck. If I got water on it, I wouldn't be able to pay for the damage. So, I just chased after him and kicked his butt instead. Haha. We stopped to look out at the vast sea. I could see fishing boats coming ashore, mountains, the sun, and the seemingly endless ocean. And, of course, a guy who loves taking photos was sneakily capturing shots of me while I wasn't paying attention. Don't think I don't know. I'm sure you even snapped one when I freaked out over that jellyfish. The water here may not be crystal clear emerald like on the Andaman side, But Hua Hin's charm lies in its peace and simplicity, making it Thailand's first beach resort. And it's the first beach Phum and I are visiting together. Do you know how to ride a horse, Phum? I saw someone offering horse rides to tourists a little way off. I kind of wanted to try. Of course. I shouldn't have asked. Is there anything Phum can't do? Oh, wait. Ordering noodles. Haha. Do you want to ride? I'd like to try, but I'm afraid of falling. Maybe not. I'm here with you. What's there to be afraid of? Want to give it a go? I'll teach you. Okay, let's try it out. Might as well, now that we're here. It's a chance to experience something new. Phum went to talk to the horse owner, and after a bit, he waved me over. One horse is enough. We'll ride together. What? No way. I immediately declined, while the horse owner just smiled. Even though it was evening, it wouldn't look great for two guys to ride the same horse. Phum gave me a stern look to keep my mouth shut. Is there a time limit? Usually 15 minutes or half an hour, but if you want to ride longer, you can just pay extra. After settling on the price, the owner went to chat with his friend who was leading another horse. You're not worried we'll steal your horse, huh? Come stand closer, it won't bite. Yeah, I know it won't bite, but what if it kicks me? Phum pulled me closer to stand next to the horse, named Baitong. The owner told me her name, and I almost burst out laughing. A horse named Baitong? What? Haha. And why is Phum holding my waist? It tickles. Hold the reins, step on the stirrup, pull on the saddle, and swing your leg over the horse's back. Take it slow. Whoa, slow down. I've never done this before. Teach me at a normal speed, please. It took a while for me to get on the horse, and by the end of it, both Phum and I were exhausted. It was like teaching a donkey to ride a horse. If the horse could talk, I'm sure it would have insulted me by now, saying, "If it's this much trouble, maybe you shouldn't bother riding me, you idiot. Look straight ahead. Keep your posture upright." No, not like that. Don't tilt your head back, Phum. But you said to keep my head straight, so I was looking straight up. The horse started walking as Phum led it along. I teased him, saying he looked like a servant while I was a prince on a white horse. He shot back, saying I should stop pretending to be Snow White before I start thinking I'm a prince. Huh, I'm not one of the dwarfs, okay? The horse was calm, thankfully. Please don't make it run, Baitong. But now it seemed to be picking up speed. Phum, is it going to run? Phum didn't answer, but stopped the horse. I thought he was going to let me down, but instead, he climbed up behind me. It took me forever to get on the horse, and Phum made it look so easy. He reached around to hold the reins, which made it feel like he was hugging me completely. Honestly, it made me really shy. It hurts. After riding for a while, I started feeling sore. I didn't expect riding a horse to be so uncomfortable, and I didn't want Phum holding me for much longer either. If it was just a hug, that'd be fine, but he kept pressing his lips and nose against my neck. Ugh, can you at least be a little less obvious? Does it hurt? Want to get off? I quickly agreed. Eventually, we dismounted and walked the horse back. So much for my cowboy dream. Phum handed the horse back to the owner, still holding my hand. He joked about leading a cow along with the horse. I immediately pulled my hand away and smacked him on the head as he laughed hysterically. The beach was growing quieter as people started to leave. Phum and I sat and watched the sunset together in silence, watching the last orange rays of the sun before it disappeared into the water. The ocean might be the only place where we can see the horizon, where the sky meets the earth. The sky and the sea are so different, yet they complement each other, sustaining life on this planet. The sky and the sea will remain together until the last day of this world. No matter how many months or years pass, or until the world itself fades away, the sky and the sea will always be together. Chapter 18. After horseback riding and watching the sunset, Phum and I went back to shower and get ready to explore the nightlife of Hua Hin. Should we hit up a pub, club, bar, or maybe even an go-go? Haha. All that talk for nothing because we ended up going to the night market. I asked one of the hotel staff for recommendations, and they suggested the night market. Maybe I looked like someone who's never been to a market. A mountain guy, perhaps. The resort also rents out bicycles. Everything I do seems to cost money. I should have studied business, but the problem is I never scored above a 2 in math. For any 2-digit addition, I'd need scratch paper, so I stuck with art. Definitely the right choice. We raced our bikes, and it was a blast. Taking sharp turns, speeding downhill. It felt like Lance Armstrong possessed me. I almost crashed into lampposts multiple times, and Fum nearly flew off the track several times as well. But neither of us was scared. Fortunately, we arrived at the market in one piece. When we got to the market, I realized we didn't bring a bike lock. Leaving the bikes unattended was risky, but riding back to get the lock? No way. I was too tired. Fum casually said, "Just leave it here. If it gets stolen, so be it. I can buy the whole resort anyway." End of discussion. The Hua night market was buzzing with people, mostly foreign tourists. There was a ton of food, souvenirs, and crafts, but I didn't buy anything. I figured I'd save the shopping for when we head home. I bought a smoothie to quench my thirst, but Fum, who initially said he didn't want one, started drinking mine. Not only that, he even held it while I had to ask him for a sip. Walking around town really brought out his bossy side. Could he at least have the decency to be embarrassed? We walked through the food zone and reached the souvenir area, which was mostly handmade goods. I stopped to check out some carved wooden items. "Feem, wait here. I'm going to look at some pictures." Fum said. "Okay." I replied. Fum always ditched me when he saw cameras or photos. I browsed around and saw a carved coconut shell boy keychain. It looked cool, so I picked it up for a closer look. Would Fum hang it on his iPhone if I got us matching ones? This would be the most his phone would ever get. I asked the seller for the price. It wasn't cheap, but the craftsmanship made it worth it. Suddenly, a cute girl ran up, panting like she had just finished a relay race. She tried to catch her breath, and I found myself holding mine, worried she might pass out in front of me. She stared at me uncertainly. Did she just call my name? I was confused. Her face looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. "Feem, right?" Yeah, that's me." "And you are?" She knew me, but I couldn't remember her. Would she be upset that I didn't recognize her? My memory is usually spot on with cute girls. "It's Ness, Ploy's friend. You don't remember me." She pouted a little, but it was clearly playful. "Ness. Ploy. Oh, my old friend Ness. Oh, Ness. Wow, you've gotten so pretty I almost didn't recognize you." In case you're wondering, I met Ness through extra classes, even though I went to an all-boys school and she went to an all-girls school. Those classes were like a matchmaking service for us boys, starved of female interaction. Ness giggled. "I'll forgive you for that excuse. I'm so happy to see you. Ploy's going to be so jealous when I tell her." "Yeah, I'm happy to see you too. How've you been? It's been almost 2 years, right?" "I'm good. And you? Are you still studying in Chiang Mai?" "No, I'm still in Bangkok." "Ugh, lucky you. I live by the sea, and I'm getting so tanned." If Ness thought she was tanned, then I must be charcoal. Her skin was practically glowing. "So, are you here with your girlfriend or something?" She teased, and I almost wanted to say yes, but that wouldn't be appropriate. "I'm here with a friend. He's off looking at some pictures. What about you? Didn't your boyfriend mind you running off like that?" "No way. I'm here with my family. They're shopping over there. I saw you out of the corner of my eye and ran over. At first, I was scared I might be mistaken, but luckily, it's really you. You're still the same size, Feem." She laughed. "Gee, thanks. You might as well punch me." I replied with a grin. "Just kidding. Hey, can I get your number? When I get back to Bangkok, I'll drop by with Ploy." Ness winked at me. I smiled back. Ploy and I were just a thing of the past. If we met again, we'd just be friends, nothing more. I gave her my number, and suddenly, I felt someone standing behind me. "Feem." A cold voice called. It was Fum, his face serious. "Oh no, don't be jealous. I can explain." Ness smiled kindly at Fum, but he just stared at me. Fum, this is Ness, my high school friend." "Ness, this is Fum, my friend." Even though we weren't just friends, I had to say it. It's not that I'm ashamed of us, but there's no need to announce it to everyone. As long as we know we love each other, that's all that matters. I hope Fum thinks the same, though his disappointed eyes say otherwise. I quickly grabbed his arm. "Hi, Fum." Ness greeted him politely, and then whispered to me, "He's cute." Fum probably heard. Fum, Ness thinks you're cute." "Thanks." He replied curtly, smiling politely before going back to staring at me. "Oh, what now?" "Feem, I've got to go," Ness said suddenly. "Already?" I asked, feeling both relieved and guilty. "Sorry, Ness." "Yeah, my mom's probably done shopping by now. I'll call you, Feem." "Bye, Fum." Ness waved, playfully making a phone gesture at both of us before walking away. I turned back to find Fum already staring at me, making me freeze mid-smile. "I just found out we're friends," he said, voice tinged with sarcasm. "Fum, I'm sorry." "Whatever. Let's go eat. He turned around and walked off toward the food stalls. His long strides forced me to run to catch up. Are you mad at me, Fum? I grabbed his arm to stop him. He wouldn't look back at me, so I walked around to face him. Fum, are you mad at me? Yeah, I'm mad. I'm sorry, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself for putting you in a position where you can't tell anyone what we are. I'm just angry that I've made it hard for you to openly say we're in love. Fum, I get it, Feem. I'm not really angry. I just feel like I want to do more for you. Thank you, really. Don't be mad at yourself. It's not that I'm afraid to tell anyone what we are. I could tell the whole world we're together, but is it necessary? Telling you I love you is enough. I don't need to announce it to anyone else. Fum smiled at me, that same smile again. From now on, I made a promise to myself. No matter what happens, I'll protect that smile, take care of his heart, and keep that smile alive for him. Forever might sound too big and endless, so I'll settle for doing my best for him each day. Our love doesn't need to be understood by anyone. It doesn't need approval from others. Because love isn't something for society to decide. By the time we biked back to the resort, I nearly threw up several times. Who wouldn't? I ate so much that my throat was stuffed, and then we had to bike uphill. Life felt pretty bleak. When we got back, the staff told us there was a garden music party for guests to relax and unwind. We ditched our room and joined the crowd for a few beers. No matter where we go, Fum always draws attention. Being with him, I get some of the perks, too. Several women approached to get to know him, but he just smiled and clinked glasses politely. As the night wore on, the air got colder. The party was winding down, and people started heading back to their rooms. Want to go for a walk? Fum turned to me and pulled me along before I could answer. Next time, don't bother asking, Fum, just drag me. I'm used to it. Why do you always hold my hand? I'm not a dog, you know. I took off my flip-flops to carry as he led me down to the beach. Oh, really? I thought you were. Give me your paw. He let go of my hand and held his out in front of me. I placed my fist in his palm and stuck out my tongue like a dog. He burst out laughing. Haha, I'm not a dog, idiot. Yeah, I know, but I'm holding my boyfriend's hand. You got a problem with that? No, sir. Go right ahead. The beach at night can be eerie, yet it's also charming in a way. It depends on the person and their perspective, and it depends on who you're sharing that view with. For me, right now, the night beach feels romantic. There were soft yellow lights from the resort, keeping it from being pitch black, but Fum had led me far enough that it was mostly dark. Let's sit here. We've come far enough. Sure. We used our shoes as cushions, and in the distance, we could see the faint lights of squid fishing boats. Tomorrow, I'll suggest we go out on a boat to catch some fish. We sat in silence, letting the sea breeze brush our skin, listening to the waves hitting the shore over and over. Above, large stars filled the sky, stars I rarely got to see in Bangkok, despite how much I loved stargazing. My dad sent me abroad when I was a kid. Fum suddenly said. I turned to look at him. He wasn't looking at me, but up at the stars, smiling bitterly as if sharing his pain with them. Even now, I still don't understand why he did that. I was so lonely, so scared. I cried every day. I thought he didn't love me, sending me so far away. My brother Oat and Fong would secretly call me at night, telling me to be strong, that real men don't cry. But then they'd end up crying themselves. His voice started to tremble, so I moved closer to him. I hugged Fum, gently rubbing his back. He hugged me tightly, burying his face in my shoulder. But when I acted out, got into fights, it wasn't to spite my dad. I behaved badly because I was messed up on my own. Fum was a good son, responsible enough not to blame his parents for his actions, even though they might have had some part in it. When I moved back to Thailand, maybe he felt guilty. Dad gave me everything I wanted, but he never asked what I really needed. Even if he knew, he couldn't have given it to me. Not even time to spend together like other families. But that doesn't matter anymore. He pushed me away slightly so we could face each other. His dark eyes held so many unspoken words. Because right now, if there's anything that matters to me, it's you. I couldn't speak. A lump formed in my throat. All I could do was stare into his eyes as we held each other. I've never cared what people think of me, whether they think I'm bad or whatever. But after meeting you, I just want to do something good for once. I didn't expect him to change himself into a saint for me. I didn't need him to be perfect. Just being him, being Fum, was enough for me. I smiled at him and leaned in to kiss his cheek, pulling him into another hug. Fum smiled too. Bet my face was redder than a watermelon right now. Good thing it's dark. Theme. His deep voice whispered in my ear. Yeah. I don't know how to be a good boyfriend or lover. I've never loved anyone before. I don't even know what love is. I hummed softly. This vulnerable side of Fum caught me off guard. I never imagined someone as tough and stoic as him could be so tender. And who told him to pat my head like that? If he keeps this up, I might just melt on the spot. So I'll just do what I can, whatever feels right. I'll make sure you're happy. His love for me was my happiness. Are you happy from DTAC or something? Well, in that case, I'll be Thai Life Insurance, always by your side, taking care of you. Fum laughed and playfully knocked me on the head. He gently pushed me away again, and after a brief look into my eyes, his lips met mine. Under the sky, with the ocean as our backdrop, the stars were the silent witnesses to our love. The night became theirs alone. I woke up and tried to open my eyes, scanning the room through the darkness. It must be around 3 in the morning. I felt a heaviness on my body, like something was weighing me down. When I turned to look beside me, it was clear. Fum's arm was wrapped around me. My brain was still processing what had happened just a few hours earlier. As the memories came flooding back in vivid detail, I felt an overwhelming urge to scratch that handsome face of his, which was now sleeping peacefully, as if he was having a great dream. Damn, you're so happy, aren't you? But it's better to wake up and see him sleeping like this than waking up to see him buttoning up his shirt, glancing at me briefly, placing money by the lamp, and walking out like in a soap opera. This isn't a TV drama. I carefully lifted Fum's arm off me and fumbled around for the bathrobe, then dragged myself to the bathroom with great difficulty. I stood there, staring at my reflection in the mirror, wanting to bang my head against the toilet. I'm not super pale, but compared to the average guy, I'm considered fair. Unfortunately, my skin bruises easily. Damn it. My body was covered in red marks, hickeys, bites around my chest. Fum didn't hold back at all, did he? Damn it. I stood there, staring at myself for what felt like an eternity, lost in my thoughts. I found myself outside on the balcony, taking in the sea breeze without even realizing when I'd walked out. As my thoughts flowed through my mind, I reminded myself that I'm a guy. It's not like I'd get pregnant. But still, something felt heavy in my heart. I know Fum loves me, and I won't deny that I love him too, but I couldn't help but worry. Everyone knows Fum's reputation. He's the kind of guy who gets what he wants and then leaves. Will he leave me too? Why are you crying, A deep voice startled me from behind, and the warmth of his arms wrapping around me instantly melted away the cold from standing in the sea breeze. Crying? Who's crying? You're making things up. Then where did these tears come from? I touched my face, feeling for tears, but there was nothing wet. I heard him chuckle, hugging me tighter, and even sneaking a kiss on my cheek. He's definitely pushing his luck now. Damn it, you tricked me. I was just worried you'd cry. Are you upset, Theme, that you're mine now? Silence. Silence. Fum, are you going to leave me? Are you scared I'll sleep with you and then leave? He laughed so hard, completely carefree. Laugh all you want. You've got a track record longer than a kite's tail. He stopped laughing and hugged me even tighter. It might sound bad, but it's the truth. I've never been with anyone because of love. You're the first and the only one. The heaviness in my heart seemed to dissolve with Fum's words. I'm an easy guy, not one for too much fuss. Just hearing the word love and feeling a warm hug is enough to win me over. Why was I overthinking this? Even if he leaves, I won't get pregnant, but I'd prefer if he didn't leave. Yeah, well, just make sure you keep your word. I will. So let's continue, okay? I frowned, confused by his words, and when I turned to look at him, his eyes were gleaming. No way. Hey, no. Damn it, Fum. Let me go? MMPH. And yet, he still has the nerve to say I'm his first guy. Is this how you treat your first? You're my first too, but I haven't even done anything to you yet. Life isn't fair. When I woke up the next morning, I felt like I had just survived a triathlon and a crusade combined. My entire body was sore from head to toe. Last night, Fum and I practically pulled an all-nighter, working hard like we were fighting to the death. It was more intense than any action scene in Ong Bak 3. I mourned for my body and glanced up at Fum, sleeping peacefully, breathing evenly. Ugh, I wanted to pinch that sharp nose of his, the same nose that had practically inhaled me last night until I nearly melted. and those thin, pink lips that marked their territory all over me. I wanted to strangle him right then and there to vent my anger, or maybe slit his throat while he slept. He didn't hold back at all. During the umpteenth round last night, I even pushed his face away and asked him, "Are you Iron Man or something?" Because he was just relentless and tireless. But I was about to die. From now on, I'm going to call him Iron Man. Charge him up, and he's ready to go again. He may have won this time, but next time, I'm going to declare victory. I'll study up and be ready for you, Fum. You're going down next time, for sure. Ha ha. Cough. I laughed so hard I choked on my own saliva. Ouch. Morning kiss. I was startled when Iron Man woke up and kissed me out of nowhere. What's so funny? Or have you lost your mind after losing your innocence? His teasing voice came with light kisses on my forehead. I looked up at Fum, who was grinning from ear to ear. And you have the nerve to talk. Who's to blame for the state I'm in? Damn it, I've lost everything. Gain or lose, we're still a couple now anyway. That's it. I had no comeback. Damn it. I brushed off his hand, which was starting to wander down my back. Is he planning to start another round in the morning? I'm done for. I can already see the sky turning blue and yellow. I gave him a stern glare, but all Fum did was laugh. What's so funny? He leaned over me and kissed me again. At first, I resisted, kicking, pushing, but eventually, I locked my hand around the back of his neck. All he did was kiss me, a kiss welcoming the words us and love. After showering, we headed down for breakfast at the resort. Today, we had a lot of plans, but I was in no shape to do anything after last night. Fum, however, was determined to stick to the schedule. Fum, you heartless dog. Don't you feel any sympathy for me at all? We ended up renting a car after all. Our first stop was an elephant village, where we fed the elephants and even rode one. I want to say that I was in pain the whole time. It hurt just to walk, let alone ride an elephant. Sore is an understatement, but I managed because I had someone taking good care of me. Water and cold towels were never in short supply. It was like having a boxing coach by my side. Yesterday, I rode a horse. Today, it's an elephant. Maybe I'll get some giant fortune soon. After that, we visited Wat Luang Por Tu, where Fum prayed for what seemed like forever. I have no idea what he wished for because he wouldn't tell me. In the afternoon, we had lunch and then went to the zoo. To take Fum home, We saw monkeys, crocodiles. Fum's relatives, since he's such a rascal. Before heading back, I stopped to buy some souvenirs for my colleagues and friends, but not too much because I wasn't sure I could carry it all. We said goodbye to Hua Hin at around 8 p.m. On the way back, we took a bus since I couldn't bear to take the train again. We were both completely exhausted, falling asleep with our heads resting against each other the entire way. There was a sweet love song playing softly from my iPod, which we shared, each with one earbud in. The music lulled us to sleep, though I could feel a sore throat coming on, and my body was aching. I bet when I get home, I'll be greeted by a fever for sure. No doubt about it. My trip with Fum, was filled with fun and unforgettable moments, even though I got a bit beaten up along the way. I don't need to say where or why, right? I might get sick when I get home, but it was worth it to create these wonderful memories with Fum. Our trip to Hua Hin may have ended, but the journey of life with Fum is just beginning. No matter how long this road ahead might be, I'm ready to walk it with Fum, hand in hand. As long as he's there, I'll always be right by his side. Chapter 19. No fortune teller is as accurate as Dr. Feem. I predicted that I'd catch a fever, and look, I really did. So here I am, lying sick at home, sipping rice porridge. To top it off, I got to listen to Aunt Pui preach at me in the morning, as if I were already a corpse. She scolded me for not taking care of myself and not taking medicine as a precaution. Like, how was I supposed to know that I'd need to take medicine for whatever Fum did to me? Still, despite the scolding, she made porridge for me before she left for work. My job now is to get up and eat it. I'll reheat it for lunch, get a wet cloth to put on my forehead. It's just a fever. It's not like I've had my appendix removed. I can still take care of myself. Man, how can one be both handsome and so capable? I'm a god. But right now, this god needs to sleep because the cold medicine is making me drowsy. Ugh, I'm lying here uncomfortably, drifting in and out of sleep. My throat hurts, and I have a headache. Something warm touches my forehead, or is a ghost holding me down? When you're sick, your body lacks energy, So where would I get the strength to fight off some ghost suffocating me? What should I do? I squint my eyes open, fearing that if I can't, then what? Who will I have to dedicate merit to, since it feels like there's a lot of karmic debtors hanging around? Luckily, I managed to open my eyes, though everything is still blurry. But I can clearly feel the warm touch on my forehead. Even though I can't see the face, I know who is stroking my head right now. Uft. Doesn't it sound romantic? Romantic, right? But all I really feel is, how the heck did this guy get in here? I locked both the house and the room. Fum, how did you get in? Fum sits down on the bed, touching my forehead with the back of his hand. When I first saw him raise his hand, I thought he was going to slap my head with the back of a ring. As if I could think of anything else. How are you feeling? You're warm. Does your head hurt? Have you taken any medicine? Should we go to the hospital? He's rapping questions at me again. I'm going to get a headache just from your questions. I'm fine, just a bit of a headache. I say, but my voice is nasal and hoarse. How did you even get here? Don't you have classes? I do, but I skipped. I was worried about you. I wanted to come this morning, but Fong stopped me, saying I should go to class first. You probably wouldn't die that easily. I have to admit, Fong makes a reasonable point about the importance of education, but why curse me, dude? Fum keeps patting my head like I'm a dog. He looks worried. Anyone want to argue otherwise? Hee hee. Fum. Oh boy, acting all cute just because you're sick. Huh. Cute? I just acted cute with him? I flirted with Fum. Oh my god. But so what? I'm sick, my body's out of whack. Can't I show some vulnerability? Are you all jealous? Jealous that I have a handsome boyfriend to fuss over? Hee hee. Maybe I should check myself into a mental institution. What is it, sweetheart? He plays along, smiling handsomely. God, I feel creeped out. I disgust myself. I cough harshly, speaking through my stuffed nose. Fum just laughs like always. I still have a sore throat and a headache, but I don't feel as bad as I did when I was lying here alone. Even though I'm in pain, having Fum here makes me feel at ease. Seeing him skip class to sit here and smile makes me almost feel better. But then again, he's partly responsible for making me sick. A fair punishment would be death. Hee hee, what's disgusting? I think you're cute. I fling a stuffed buffalo at Fum's face, accusing him of talking nonsense. The jerk dodges and catches the stuffed buffalo perfectly. Q and Mick are here too, eating your porridge in the kitchen. They'll probably come up soon. Damn friends. They never bring get-well gifts, just come over to eat my food. Wonderful. I nod and try to grab the buffalo back from Fum, but a sick person's strength is no match for a lizard's. He squashes the stuffed toy against my cheek. I'm sick, you jerk. Bullying a sick person, you're going to hell for sure, Fum. Cuckoo. Yoo-hoo. Woohoo. Spooky okay. Q bursts into the room with Mick. He walks in slow motion as if he's shooting a movie, giving a devilish smirk to Fum and me. He raises his eyebrows, bobbing them as part of some weird performance. Ugh, someone, please get Q out of my room. Should I be embarrassed? Nah, forget it. I'm beyond that. Fum's already gotten everything from me anyway. Let's just say I'm sold out, nothing left to lose. Say what you want. Do what you want. Not really. I quickly burrow under the blanket, but Q lunges and grabs me. Q pushes Fum off the bed, taking his place. He gently strokes my head while I look at him, blinking, trying to figure out how to escape. Meanwhile, Mick jumps on the bed beside me, pulling the blanket over us. A moment later, he starts trembling, whimpering like a dog in hot water. You guys are something else. Where's Fum going? Come back and help me. How are you feeling? Did you get it rough? Or was the sea at Hawaiian cold? Came back and caught a fever, huh? Yeah, the water was so cold. I should pour it into your mouth. Whoa, the water must have been good, huh? Even when sick, you can still bark insults. Right, Mick? Totally. Look at him, probably allergic to water. Red spots all over his body, huh? Fum, come back and kick these two jerks for me. Mick and Q laugh heartily at me. I hit them with a pillow, trying to get them off the bed. But as soon as I escape the tiger, I face the panther. Once Q is out, another living being I'm not ready to deal with comes barreling in. Fifeme. Ouch. Toei stands rubbing his head after crashing into his senior's back. When he realizes who it was, he pouts immediately. Q, why are you standing there like an idiot? Move aside. Hey, brat. I was standing still. You ran into me. Heh. As big as a buffalo, you won't die easily. Fifeme's almost dying and isn't even complaining. Damn. Both the senior and junior are terrible. Fifeme, I bought pickled fruits for you. Toei proudly shows off a bag of pickled fruits to me, grinning so wide I can almost see all 32 teeth. Why'd you bring pickled fruits? I have a fever. Well, Phi Pun called and told me that Phi Fem is having pregnancy cravings, so I bought something sour. Damn it. Who do I kill first? Pun with his big mouth, or Toei playing dumb? The three of them laugh at my embarrassment and anger. What the heck are you here for? Visiting a sick person or raising my fever? Toei, come listen to the baby kick. Mick shouts. Really? Let me listen to the baby kick. I cough so hard my throat burns and try to wriggle away from Toei. But I finally give up, letting them do whatever. Toei presses his ear against my stomach. I'm ready to die and mourn my miserable, wretched life. I don't hear anything. Is the baby sleeping? The baby isn't sleeping because there is no baby. I don't have a womb. I'm not pregnant. What on earth would you hear? Since the baby's still small, it won't kick yet, Toei. Keep going. Ganging up on me, aren't you? When it comes to being evil, the Phi and Gnome work together so well. Hey, what are you guys doing? My sister-in-law just gave birth. Don't make things worse. The drama king has arrived. I want to die? Fong walks in with a smug smile, hands in his pockets, followed closely by Tan, who's wearing an annoyingly smug grin. Mick goes back to lying on his side next to me, stroking my stomach through the blanket. You guys came to kill me, didn't you? Where's the father of the baby? Wait, that's not right. Where did Fung go? Come back and help me. Give me your arm. Fong ordered, leaving me confused. What now? I don't trust anyone in this room anymore. Since I walked in, not a single one of them has shown any concern for me. They either teased me about being pregnant or said I was giving birth. What's wrong with everyone around me? What are you trying to do? Just give it to me already. Pun snapped, but Fong was even more forceful. Reluctantly, I pulled my hand out from under the blanket and handed it to him. Fong grabbed my hand, and I was left wondering what he was going to do. After a moment, I felt something cold around my wrist. Here, a welcome gift for my sister-in-law, Fong said. When he let go of my hand, I brought it closer to see. Oh my God. It's gold, everyone. Real gold. A gold bracelet now adorned my wrist. It was actual gold. I looked at Fong in shock and confusion, while he stood there with a smug, pleased smile. Everyone else was laughing so hard they nearly fell to the ground. What are you staring at? Where's my niece or nephew? Let me hold them for a bit. Is this real gold? Of course it is. What? You think I'd give you fake gold? It's real, bro. It's from my dad's shop. I even helped Fong pick it out, said Toei, whose family owns a gold shop in Yaoret. Why are you giving this to me? I don't want it. I said. What's with suddenly giving me gold? I tried to take it off, but Fong grabbed my hand. Are you really going to return something I gave you? You must not know what death feels like. He threatened. How dare he threaten me? I'm his younger brother's boyfriend. Damn it. Both brothers are so overbearing. Just keep it, Fem. Consider it a New Year's gift from me and my boyfriend. When your kid grows up, you can tell them Uncle Toei and Uncle Fong bought it for them. Damn it. For one, I'm not pregnant. 2, I don't have a kid. And 3, I'm so embarrassed. I glanced around the room. They were all just laughing. Mick grabbed my hand to inspect the gold, puckering his lips in curiosity. Then, he tried to bite the bracelet to see if it was real. And where the hell has Fum gone? Isn't he supposed to be taking care of his wife? Just as someone asked, Fum appeared at the door, perfectly timed, carrying a tray with food, drinks, and medicine. Everyone turned to look at him, eyebrows raised in confusion. Woohoo! The loving husband is here to bring food for his wife. Don't forget to wash the baby's diapers later too. As soon as Q finished speaking, I ducked under the blanket, hiding and wriggling, not knowing where to go. When there's so much teasing, I get flustered and can't respond in time. Goddamn it, all of you get out. Get out now. I need to breastfeed my baby. Haha. Maybe it's because I had a good nurse that I recovered quickly. I was able to attend classes as usual today. However, what wasn't going to be usual was, Fem darling. My sweet Femi. Come here, let me satisfy you. I was being harassed by James, the chubby transvestite who now calls himself Gigi. But I wasn't the only one facing this fate. Nuing, who was sitting on the other bench, was also in trouble. Nuing darling, Katie misses you so much. Katie, formerly known as Kay, is a full-blooded Thai transvestite who has been infatuated with Nuing since our freshman year. Finding out that Nuing is bisexual only made it worse. Gigi and Katie are from the same faculty, but a different department. They're in the performing arts department, and we got to know each other through various activities. Since our faculty isn't very large, we're all pretty familiar with one another. When there are no classes or during breaks, the Gigi gang often comes over to hang out with us. Today, only 2 of them came, but there are usually 5 in their group, all equally flamboyant. They're not dangerous or anything. They're friendly, smart, and fun seniors to be around. They're also good friends of ours, though they tend to get a little too handsy, especially with me, Newing, and our friends. As for Q, he was once the transvestite idol of our entire faculty. However, due to his sharp tongue, he soon became a constant rival to Gigi and the gang. Q and Newing often pinch Gigi and Katie's butts and twist their nipples, teasing them because of their fair, chubby bodies. Every time they do, Gigi screams so loud that it echoes through the campus. Yet, somehow, they seem to enjoy it. In reality, we in the Gigi gang are just like any other friends. They're crazy about guys as usual, and that's it. Besides, whenever they're around, there's always laughter. What brought you guys to our department? Newing asked Katie, who was clinging to his arm like a gecko clinging to its beloved. Gigi and Katie have some good news. Gigi has been chosen as the president of the Global Transvestite Association. Scream. The 2 of them squealed, rubbing their faces against mine and Newing's shoulders. We were just left confused. What association? I asked. The Global Transvestite Association. Haven't you heard of it, sweeties? No, we hadn't heard of it, and that's not surprising. It would be more surprising if we had. Haha. To make it clearer for you boys, let me explain. The Global Transvestite Association is a group that gathers top-grade transvestites who meet international standards and have been certified by ISO 9002. Now that you know, aren't you proud of your friend for becoming the president? With that face of yours, you'd be lucky to be the president of the sagging neck transvestite club, Fongthep. Haha, that's Gigi's real name, a sensitive topic. Q is the only one brave enough to say it. You bastard, Q. If you weren't so handsome, I'd make you my vice president right now. Gigi screeched at Q, ready to attack, but Q stepped away to the far end of the bench, leaving us laughing. Don't come near me, Fongthep. I don't want your pus and bodily fluids splashing on me. Gross. Ow. Who would want to be near you, Q? I came here for Feme, okay? Oh my goodness. Feme, did some girl bite you or something? Your neck's all red. Damn it. Gigi tried to pull open my student shirt, but I dodged just in time. Everyone else was watching curiously, except Q, who was laughing quietly. I bit him myself. Isn't that right, Feme? Q joked. You're too much. My Feme, my name's just Feme, damn it, is only mine. Your husband is Q, the one over there. Katie pouted and sneered at Q. If I were just looking at his face, I might consider making him my boyfriend. But I'm scared that if we're in the middle of it, the dog in his mouth will bite my neck. Humph. Who'd want to do it with you, Katie? I'd rather hook up with a mountain toad than you. A mountain toad wouldn't want a worm like you that's still learning to crawl. Gigi looked down at Q's pants, winking and biting his lip in a weirdly seductive way, making the whole table laugh. By the way, my worm is GMO modified, genetically engineered, and all that. If you can't imagine it, have you ever seen an elephant's trunk? Yep, just like that. Uffed. It wasn't just Gigi and Katie making that noise. It was the whole table. Oh, Q. Sure, an elephant trunk, huh? So what are you 2 doing here anyway? Chai asked, trying to stop the banter between the drama queens and the foul-mouthed guy. Looking for a man to make my boyfriend. Katie answered nonchalantly, still clinging to Newing's arm tightly, just like Gigi was holding onto mine. Don't you have any men in your department, Gigi? A question everyone knew the answer to, haha. Well, if my department had real men, I wouldn't be searching this far, Joe. Stop wasting your time, Gigi. Even if you died and were reborn 10 times, you'd never find a boyfriend. It's a waste of time. You'd be better off fixing that face of yours to look human again. Ah, Feme, Q is insulting me. Feme, do something. Not even a sharp-tongued queen like Gigi could deal with Q's pack of dogs in his mouth. Damn Q, don't speak the truth. Gigi can't handle it. Huh, you're annoying. Anyway, the reason I'm here is to tell you that there's a club meeting tomorrow at 1 p.m. sharp. If you don't show up, I'll forcefully make you all my boyfriends, especially you, Chain. As the upcoming president, you'd better show up to some meetings. As for today, Katie and I will retreat, but we'll be back for more men. Eek. She winked at me, pursed her lips, and walked off swaying her hips. We should have known Gigi never brings good news. After dealing with Gigi, I went to the cafeteria to refuel with Fum and the others. He went to buy drinks, leaving me to wait for our 2 plates of stir-fried basil pork with an omelet. We always eat the same thing, so there's no chance of stealing each other's food. Thud. Ow. I was reaching out to get my plate from the lunch lady when suddenly, someone smacked the back of my head so hard that I almost dropped the plate. Even the lunch lady was startled. Can you imagine how hard that smack was? Damn it, Key. You didn't wait for me. I put down the plate, grabbed my head, and quickly turned to see who the hell smacked me. It had to be either Chain or Tan. But, what the? A tall, sharp-looking guy stood there, looking stunned. I was confused too. I didn't have any friends that looked like him. So why did he smack me? Oh, sorry. I thought you were my friend. You look just like him from behind. Sorry, my bad. The guy smiled awkwardly and bowed his head apologetically. Damn it. He mistook me for someone else, so now I have to suffer for no reason. If it were Chain, I'd smack him back for sure. But what can I do? Let's just consider it an accident. He didn't mean to. Fine, whatever. But pay for my food as compensation since you made me suffer. If I can't smack him back, I'll use this method. He looked even more shocked. What's he confused about? Just pay for my meal since you hurt me. Or maybe he doesn't have money. It's only 60 baht for 2 plates. Do you have the money to pay? Yeah, I do. I'll pay. Good. Auntie, charge him, please. I looked at him and sighed, carrying my plate of food away. Tan came out of the pork leg rice stall, holding his and Fong's plates. Where's Fum? He's already at the table. What happened just now, Theme? Nothing. That guy mistook me for someone else and smacked my head. Haha. Is there anyone else as short as you that someone could mistake you for? Poor thing. I wanted to stuff my dirty Converse shoe into Tan's mouth. I had already walked quite a distance from the food stall, but I could still hear someone calling from behind. Why are you standing here looking all cool? We've been waiting to eat forever. Silence. Hey, did you hear me? What the hell are you staring at, Cloin? Chapter 20. Being a good student means knowing how to manage your time. When it's time to study, you should focus on studying, and when it's time to play, you should enjoy yourself fully. Just like now, as my friends and I are sitting around watching a beetle fight. Creative, isn't it? Back in Chiang Mai, I used to catch beetles to play with too. But I never thought that city boys like Chai and Nguyen would know about this kind of thing. More importantly, where did they even get the beetles from? Oh well, doesn't matter. Right now, we're more pumped than when cheering for a Muay Thai match. Every time a beetle tilts, we cheer. If an animal and insect conservationist saw us, we'd probably be in trouble. Hugh and Joe are totally into it, sitting on the ground, clapping their hands. Yeah, go for it. They cheer like they're rooting for Somjit Jongjohor during the Olympics. Go for it, champ. Jab with your left. Guard up, damn it. Elbow strike. Yeah, Niam. Dude. Nguyen, does your beetle have elbows? And can it guard Q? Even though I was confused, I squatted down, cheering right next to Q. You lot over there, 7 or 8 of you. Are you going to attend the student council meeting? Or do you want me to whip you first, huh? An 18-pitch shrill voice rang out, nearly breaking up our group. A pretty, artsy-looking girl typical of an arts student stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at us. Your mom's here, Joe muttered, causing us all to sigh in annoyance. Chai quickly put his beetle back into the box, while Nguyen was the most frustrated since he was about to win. The student council meeting is pure hell. I grumbled quietly, and the others nodded in agreement. But we had to get up quickly before that former freshie queen of the faculty bit our heads off. What did you say, Theme? Nothing. You must be hearing things, FAI. It's your hearing that's too sharp, my dear friend. FAI glared at me menacingly. Oh, that was close. Almost got bitten by one of the monsters inside her mouth. FAI used to be the freshie queen of the fine arts faculty. At first, I was bewitched by her looks. I mean, she's beautiful. Besides, I came from an all-boys school, so I was hoping to meet some pretty girls to brighten up my days in university. The first semester was all good, just as I'd hoped. There were plenty of girls to look at. But over time, I began to be wary. By the second year, we were all suffering from severe paranoia of the girls in our faculty because we started to see their dark side. Especially FAI. She went from angelic to, well, let's just say that a gentleman shouldn't gossip about women. You can see for yourselves what I mean by looking at FAI now. Q, where are you sneaking off to? Don't think you can escape me today. You're not getting away. FAI snapped at Q, who was trying to sneak off to the bathroom. He did a Michael Jackson-style moonwalk back. How much longer are you guys going to just stand there staring at me? Get to the meeting, damn it. No one moved, so FAI yelled again. It didn't look like she was using much effort, but her voice was so loud that we all jumped. That mouth of yours is why you can't find a boyfriend. Whether I can or can't is none of your business, you micro-dick. We all burst into laughter as Q and FAI exchanged words. Then we were herded into the student council room, with FAI trailing behind us like a prison warden. The senior council members and our new team sat there, looking at us with pity, unlike Gigi, Katie, and their gang, who waved enthusiastically at me and Newing. Here they are, everyone. I've brought the prisoners. Feel free to execute them at your leisure. FAI sneered, taking a seat next to Jet, our student council president. We found our seats, and Gigi immediately moved closer to sit next to me. Soon, you guys will have to take over from us. You should start caring more about the responsibilities. Our faculty is small. We need to be good in both looks and brains. Jet said sternly. Look at that. Even our student council president is like this. His strictness won't last long. Especially you, Chai. We're stepping down soon, and you need to be more responsible. Learn to coordinate and communicate properly. Otherwise, things won't get done. He lectured while we pretended to listen attentively. Jet and his team are the current student council. Our new team was just elected at the end of the previous year. But the seniors have to keep working until we're officially in charge in the third year, next academic year. In the meantime, we have to learn and help them with the work. As you can see, we're super focused and responsible. Our faculty will surely thrive next year. Heh. And the council president isn't anyone else but my friend Chai, the same guy who was just fighting beetles and who was the last one to enter the room with his beetle box. I'm starting to see our faculty's doom coming, Chai. The vice presidents are from the music and design departments. Various positions were distributed accordingly, but there was one role that made me question life. The social development and community service head, which went to none other than Nirandin Yosawan, Q. Ha ha. I laughed so hard when I found out. Today's agenda was to find volunteers to help with the university sports day. Most of the girls volunteered quickly because they wanted to meet boys from other universities. FAI led the way, of course. You girls better be careful not to drain the local resources. Next was the art camp for high school students, held in Kanchanaburi in collaboration with the architecture department. The high schoolers interested have already registered. Toi, the council secretary, just mentioned it. I remember. But the problem is that architecture hasn't sent the list of camp leaders yet. Great. Lastly, the seniors lectured us about delegating and preparing for the orientation for the upcoming academic year. They told us to start planning already. We pretended to listen attentively, except for Q and Green, who were wrestling. Green was trying to pin down Q while Q resisted. Jet had to scold them several times. But hey, we're pretty serious, aren't we? After the meeting, the room became chaotic with noise. It was hard to tell who was talking to whom. Are you in heat, Green? Moaning right next to me like that. Q complained to Green, the only person bold enough to get close to Q and yearn for his touch. If it's with you, I'd gladly go into heat. Green clung to Q's leg, continuing to moan. All right, I forgot you're not into both land and water. You just like screwing animals for fun. Q said, trying to pry Green's gecko-like grip off his leg. Your mouth? Even a ladyboy like me is ashamed. May you end up with a husband instead of a wife. Green clasped his hands in mock prayer, making me laugh at the pair of them who seemed about to mate. Luckily, Gigi had gone off to discuss work with the seniors. Otherwise, I might have ended up in the same situation as Q. Shorty, I have a job for you. I looked up at FAI, who stood there with a stern expression. Great, here comes trouble. I wanted to snap back. And who are you calling short? But, unfortunately, she's taller than the average. What do you want? I replied curtly. Go get the list of people who will join the camp from the architecture club for me. No way. Why does it have to be me? Because you're a man and my assistant. Don't refuse. It's not because I'm her assistant or because I'm a man. It's just because it's FAI. So I have no choice but to do what she says. She stood there with her hands on her hips, staring me down with a look that clearly said, refuse, and you're dead. A gentleman like me couldn't possibly turn down a lady's request. Where do I go, and who do I get it from? The architecture club room. I've already called them to let them know someone will pick it up. Why can't they just fax or email it? And what's so hard about walking over to pick it up? I couldn't keep eye contact with FAI for long. I feared she might eat me alive. She's fiercer than a dog. Fine, I'll get it. Good boy, handsome. May you get a beautiful wife like me, ha. She laughed like a villain, strutting off to jet. I'd take someone as pretty as her, sure, but if she had a mouth like hers, I'd pass. Q, come to the architecture building with me. I nudged Q, who was engrossed in his mobile game. He'd been playing since the meeting started. He looked up at me, frowning, then glanced around. Who are you? Do we know each other? I think you've got the wrong person. But he walked away just like that. What a traitorous friend. In the end, I had to walk to the architecture faculty alone. Now, where the hell is the club room? I guess I'll call FAI. Hey, you there. Wait up. A voice called out from behind me as I was scrolling for FAI's number. I turned to see a tall, ruggedly handsome guy running toward me. That hairstyle and that face, it seemed familiar. I looked around and saw no one else. Was he calling me? You calling me? I pointed to myself as he stopped, panting in front of me. Ugh, do I really have to look up at people to talk again? Can't anyone be short like me? Yeah, you. Just a moment ago, he was calling me you there. Remember me? I smacked your head once. Oh, right, this memorable guy. I thought for a moment, and then the handsome face of the guy who had hit me in the middle of the cafeteria came to mind. Ah, this guy? Should I smack him back to settle the score? Yeah, I remember. Why'd you call me? No reason. You looked familiar, so I called out. What are you doing in my faculty? You study architecture? He smiled and nodded. I came to get the list of people for the art camp. You had to come in person? Of course. Your faculty never sends it, no matter how many times we ask. Can't they send an email or something? The rugged guy chuckled. Hey, I'm criticizing your faculty staff here. What's so funny? But at least running into him saves me from calling FAI. Where's the club room? Turn left, go straight, then turn left again, and you're there. I was a bit confused. I'm not an architecture student, so how am I supposed to visualize this from your directions? Want me to take you there? Now that's more like it. Finally, some clear instructions. That'd be great. Consider it your apology for smacking me. Don't be so dramatic. I already bought you lunch, didn't I? Had to spend money out of the blue. Yeah, and I got smacked out of the blue too. He laughed and reached out to pat my head. Hey, watch it. Relax. What's your name? I'm Cluin. I frowned at him. Who names their kid Cluin meaning wave? Theme. You study fine arts? Doesn't suit your face at all. Oh, and what should someone like me study? Medicine or pharmacy? Those baby faces usually go for those. Thanks for the compliment. Someone with an old face like you is perfect for architecture. Cluin smiled a lot. Everything I said made him smile, even though we'd just met. The first time we met, he hit me, and now he's chatting like we've been friends for 3 lifetimes. The club secretary apologized profusely for forgetting to send the list, which made me come in person. But since she's pretty, I let it slide. I always forgive women, except for FAI. Thanks, man. I said to Cluin as we reached the front of the faculty. No problem. Consider it making up for smacking you. By the way, Theme, are you going to the camp? Not sure. I want to go, but my friends aren't going. Oh, then give me your number. In case you decide to go, I can ask you for details. I gave him my number and urged him to decide soon, as the camp would start early next month. He promised to make up his mind quickly. Theme, I'll call you tonight. Cluin shouted as I walked away. I turned and nodded at him. Geez, no need to rush, dude. That evening, Fum came to pick me up earlier than usual because we were going to have a drinking party at his place, so we had to prepare supplies. We stopped by to buy snacks before heading back to the condo. I hadn't even finished unpacking before he dragged me into the room to change. Oh, don't get the wrong idea. Haha. Hey, Fum, do you have a tattoo? I asked in surprise, noticing the tattoo on his back as he searched for a shirt. The maid had arranged his clothes neatly by color, and here he was, messing it all up. Fum glanced at me lying on the bed watching TV, his face showing a bit of annoyance. Just noticing? Yeah. Is he upset? Maybe he doesn't like people mentioning his tattoo? When we slept together, you didn't notice me at all? What the heck kind of question is that? Well, it was dark. I couldn't see anything. He sighed and shook his head before going back to rummaging through his closet. So he's sulking because I didn't notice, huh? Well, excuse me. Who could remember anything in that situation? I looked at his smooth, white back with the tattoo on his shoulder blade. It was cool. I had considered getting a tattoo myself, but I was afraid my dad would cut me off from the inheritance, so I didn't dare. Can I take a closer look? He glanced at me, and his hands paused from putting on his shirt. He then walked over to sit on the edge of the bed. I moved closer, unable to resist touching it. It was an eagle spreading its wings, not a traditional tie design, but a graphic style that conveyed power and strength. When did you get it? High school. Don't you regret it? You have such beautiful skin. Suddenly, he pushed me onto the bed, nearly making me hit my head on the headboard. Then he got on top of me, grinning wickedly. Your skin is even more beautiful, Feme. Only a few blemishes here and there. He teased, his voice sly like a fox. Damn it, get off. He was heavy, and I was embarrassed. Who wouldn't be? Fum was shirtless, his body pressing down on mine, his eyes deliberately softer than usual. I am ruffling you up, aren't I? Damn you, Fum. I meant get off me. I struggled under his weight. With him pressing down like this, how could I not feel crushed? Haha. I remember all of them. Every mole on your body. Want me to list them? No need, damn it. I'm crushed. Get off me. He laughed and finally got off to put on his shirt. I glared at him, panting. Before I could curse him out, he jumped back on the bed, pinning me again. I was about to shout, but he placed his hand on my forehead, stopping me in my tracks. How does his mood swing so quickly? Do you have a headache? I shook my head as he checked for a fever with the back of his hand. Gone was the teasing. He was serious. I lay there quietly, letting him hug me. I decided to wait and see what he would do next. I still didn't fully trust him. Move over, I'm feeling cramped. You'll catch my cold. I mumbled, my face pressed against Fum's chest. The faint scent of fabric softener made me feel a bit more relaxed. So what if I catch it? If you weren't sick, do you know what I'd do? He asked, while nuzzling against my cheek and forehead. His arms wrapped even tighter around me, like a boa constrictor. I can guess. With a face like his, there's only one thing he's thinking about. Good. Now hurry up and get better. 'Cause I miss you, he said before planting a kiss on me. My body and heart practically melted on the spot. I've got zero immunity against you, Fum. The noise woke me up. The others must have arrived. But where did the guy who was hugging me until I fell asleep disappear to? I groggily stumbled out of the room. Sleeping in the early evening always leaves me feeling dazed. When I got out, they were already seated in a circle, drinking. They say girls become more shapely and beautiful after losing their virginity. Do you guys think this theory applies to men too? Pun blurted out loudly the moment he saw me. Why? Shane asked, grinning mischievously as he eyed me. I think Feme looks a bit more radiant than before. He's glowing. He looks cuter. Shut up, Pun. What nonsense are you spouting? I slapped him on the head as he lounged on the sofa, a bag of chips on his stomach and a glass of whiskey on the floor. While the rest of us sat on the floor, this guy was lounging like royalty. Or are you going to deny it? He sat up, quickly swallowing his chips. You guys went all the way to Hua Hin. There's no way you just built sandcastles. If that's true, I'll make Fum a monk. Huh. Go all out, Pun. We already gave him hell yesterday. Tan teased, prompting the others to laugh. Alone and outnumbered, I had no choice but to seek backup. I walked over to Fum, who was sipping his drink with a smile. He shifted and pulled me down to sit beside him. What about Q? I asked, referring to the troublemaker who was nowhere to be found. He's got a girlfriend now. Why would he hang out with us single dudes? Shane replied, only for Fong to snap back. Only single when you're off the bed, huh? Everyone burst out laughing. Shane accepted the teasing with a grin and handed me a glass. Want some? No thanks, my throat's sore. Don't want to get sick again. Good. Now make us more drinks. Shane laughed. Great. I thought they were worried about me. As for Q, man, that guy moves fast. This morning, he introduced her as just a friend, but by the evening, they're officially dating. Gotta give him credit, though, the girl's really pretty. I caught myself staring earlier, and Q scolded me for it. Did Toei and Matt ride bicycles here or something? Fong ordered his boyfriend, Tan, to call them. He's bossing me around again. Are you gonna call or not? Of course, Tan didn't dare refuse. While he called Toei, Pun dragged Mick close, pretending to whisper but speaking loudly. Tan's got wife phobia. What the heck is wife phobia? Explain, genius. Fong demanded. Wife phobia is like leukemia, but worse. It's resistant to all treatments except for wives. It's incurable, and if the patient is too stubborn, they might die. They both giggled at their joke, only to get smacked on the head by Fong. We all laughed. Seems like Tan's got a terminal case of wife phobia. Not long after, there was a loud, obnoxious knocking at the door. What's the point of having a doorbell if they won't use it? It was obvious who it was. Beer got up to open the door, revealing a grinning Matt carrying bags of snacks, while Toei followed with a scowl, looking like he'd just fought a dog. Sorry, bro, traffic was insane, Matt said, plopping down next to me and downing a glass of whiskey in one go. Where had this kid been starving? Traffic? The streets were clear when I came. Fong questioned. Red lights, bro? Huh, go to hell. Fong kicked at Matt, who dodged just in time. What's up with you? Why so down? Shane asked Toei, who sat down and leaned his head on Shane's shoulder. Toei's gonna get drunk. We all shook our heads at Toei's childish behavior. Good thing Q didn't come. Toei would be even more of a mess if he had. Guys and alcohol, what a perfect match. I ended up just sitting there, watching them. It's not that I didn't want to drink, but Fum wouldn't let a glass of whiskey come anywhere near me. So, I was stuck mixing drinks for them, practically drooling over their glasses. These guys are going to catch rabies from me, especially Toei, who I could barely keep up with. It's all about trying new places, guys. It's way more exciting. Pun's latest topic of conversation was about make-out spots. No surprise there. I bet Tan and Fong have tried every corner of their room. Beer added. I glanced over at Fong. Beer only makes comments like that when it's serious. Instead of being embarrassed, Fong raised an eyebrow and smiled devilishly, while Tan puffed his chest out like King Kong. What are you guys even proud of? Only places left are behind the wardrobe and TV, right? Matt chimed in. That's lizard territory, man. But I think it's worth a try, Fong. Tan teased, giving Fong a sweet look while resting his head on his shoulder. Go try it yourself. By the time you climb behind the wardrobe, I'll be out of the mood. Worse, you might fall and break your neck. You guys are seriously planning this? I asked the couple. They just laughed. The later it got, the crazier they became. Drunk people are funny. They always do weird stuff. Pun was standing there, talking to the bathroom wall. Still sober, I had to go pull him away. He's passed out now. Tin wasn't far behind, and Mick's almost gone too. The rest were holding up, but Toei worried me the most. He doesn't usually drink this much, and tonight, he's been quiet and less cheeky than usual. When asked what was wrong, he kept saying nothing. And Toei hardly ever smokes. But tonight he's been out on the balcony, smoking one cigarette after another. We rarely see this side of him, and none of us want to either. Fong, something's off with your junior. I mentioned, nodding towards Toei. Fong agreed. Is he heartbroken? Beer guessed. Toei, heartbroken? The guy's a player, second only to Chang. No way. Fong joked, shifting the blame to Chang. Hey, what's with that, Fong? You're one to talk about loyalty. Chang retorted. Guys, stop arguing for a sec. Fum, ask Matt what's up with Toei. Beer suggested. Fum nudged Matt, who was half asleep. Matt, hey Matt. Yes, bro. Matt slurred, clearly out of it. Why's Toei so down? Do you know? Fum gently coaxed him. Matt hiccuped, looking at us before pointing randomly. How could he not be down, bro? The guy's in pain. My friend's hurting, man. Sure, keep it down. What's Toei hurting over? I asked, trying to keep him quiet before Toei heard. Are you guys pretending to be dumb? Or are you actually dumb? Hey, watch it, Matt. Fong, your junior's drunk. Matt, what are you talking about? Dumb about what? Shane pressed. Toei's hurting cause he loves Q. What? We all shouted in unison, waking Pun up from his sleep. I glanced out at the balcony, where Toei was still staring off into the distance. Toei, in love with Q? How could that even be possible?